the earth shook violently. Countless buildings of concrete and steel collapsed like blocks of tofu in almost an instant. The ground was torn apart, with huge cracks like terrifying scars winding through the city, mercilessly swallowing struggling and fragile lives. Screams, cries, clashes. The sounds were like wails from hell. But at this moment, Lin Wanqiao could no longer hear them. Looking up at the various concrete blocks and sharp steel bars whizzing down from above, incessantly and heavily crashing onto her body. With each rise and fall of her breath, large amounts of salty and muddy earth rushed into her nostrils. Finally, it's over. Under the attack of pain and suffocation, Lin Wanqiao gradually sank into endless darkness. Beep, beep, beep. Amidst the mechanical sounds, Lin Wanqiao opened her heavy eyelids. The smell of disinfectant stung her nostrils. The bright white lights above hurt her eyes. A dull pain throbbed at her forehead. Lin Wanqiao did not blink, her red-rimmed eyes were turbulent like waves. I'm not dead? She could hardly believe it. During the apocalyptic earthquake, she had desperately run to escape with the panicked crowd, but ultimately fell into a crevice in the ground. A hard steel bar pierced through her chest, and soon, a large amount of falling rocks and dirt stole all the oxygen, as if a pair of huge hands were choking her neck. In that situation, she definitely would not have survived. Looking at the syringe in her hand in the pristine white hospital room, with the leaves of the phoenix trees outside sprouting bright green buds, Lin Wanqiao was startled and, ignoring her bodily pain, struggled to sit up. In the sunset, there was a neat asphalt road, with rows of phoenix trees standing silently like sentinels on either side, and occasionally, car horns sounded in the distance. Lin Wanqiao's heart raced violently. This could not possibly be the scene of the apocalypse. She had been reborn. Looking around, the large hospital room was empty except for her. On the bedside table lay a coat. Lin Wanqiao rummaged through it, and indeed found a mobile phone in the pocket of the jacket. With trembling hands, she turned on the display April 4, 2023, 1 month before the apocalypse. The 5 years before Lin Wanqiao's death. In her previous life, on May 2, 2023, the city where Lin Wanqiao lived faced an unseasonal super typhoon that brought torrential rains along with a rampaging storm. When everyone thought normalcy would return after the storm, the heavy rain did not stop. It rained heavily for a month, and the floods gradually submerged the city. A flood lasted almost half a year. After summer arrived, people faced extreme heat, followed by extreme cold, then eternal night, acid rain, plagues, and earthquakes. Each time people barely survived the disaster, heaven dealt another heavy blow. Lin Wanqiao did not want to continue recalling. She had barely survived for 5 years in the apocalypse, only to die in an earthquake in the end. When she opened her eyes again, she was reborn a month before the apocalypse. At this time in her previous life, Lin Wanqiao was already discussing marriage with Wan Feng. On April 3, 2023, just yesterday, her boyfriend Wan Feng suddenly proposed to her. Although Lin Wanqiao hesitated, she still nodded. Afterward, Wan Feng again brought up selling Lin Wanqiao's house to get married. But although the house belonged to Lin Wanqiao, it was now occupied by her grandparents who raised her. How could it be sold? Every time this topic was mentioned, both would end up in an argument. That day, Lin Wanqiao felt a bit troubled. Not wanting to argue with Wan Feng, she pushed him away and intended to leave. Seeing her indifference and aloof demeanor, Wan Feng's anger surged. Money, money, money. Is there anything you can say besides money? I see you're still thinking about your ex-boyfriend. Wan Feng, in a fit of rage, pushed Lin Wanqiao hard. She stumbled and fell to the ground, her forehead hitting the edge of the flowerbed hard. The memories came to an abrupt end, and Lin Wanqiao painfully shut her eyes. She actually was reborn in this time. Suddenly thinking of something, Lin Wanqiao quickly felt around her neck. A jade gourd the size of a thumb quietly hung on a red cord, its warm touch instantly soothing her anxiety. Fortunately, the gourd is still here. Lin Wanqiao closed her eyes, trying to enter the gourd's space with her mind. As she thought, there was no response at all. This jade gourd was a gift from Lin Wanqiao's maternal grandmother, Yang Yujun, said to have been passed down through generations. Yang Yujun gave it to Lin Wanqiao when she came of age. Lin Wanqiao had relied on her grandparents since childhood, so she naturally cherished this gourd and always wore it around her neck. But what her grandmother didn't know was that this gourd had its own space, and it was quite large, over 600 square feet. Except for living things, anything put inside could maintain the state it was in when placed in. In her previous life, Lin Wanqiao also didn't know the secret of the gourd space, always treating it as a cherished keepsake hanging around her neck. Until in a desperate flight during the apocalypse, she ran into robbers who took away the last half of her mixed bun, and a sharp knife cut her neck, blood staining the jade gourd. Lin Wanqiao fell into a coma but accidentally entered the gourd space. She guessed that it might be her blood that formed some mysterious connection with the jade gourd. However, ironically, even though she possessed this heavenly treasure, it was already too late. At that time, she was thin and emaciated, shrinking in a dilapidated shack, barely surviving by drinking the foul water from the ditch. Not long after, in a massive earthquake, a block mixed with concrete smashed into her chest, and the jade gorge shattered as well. Now she was reborn. In this life, the ones she loved were still alive, and the apocalypse had not yet arrived. She wanted to live on with her family. Looking around, besides the monotonous beeping of the monitor, the ward was silent. There wasn't even a glass of water at the bedside. Lin Wanqiao smiled at herself mockingly. I really was blind back then. Swiftly pulling out the needle from her hand, she felt her way out of bed. As soon as her feet touched the ground, her body swayed uncontrollably. Her body had not yet recovered, but she didn't have time. Quickly changing into her own clothes, she checked her phone, ID card, and health insurance card were all there. Lin Wanqiao pushed open the ward door and walked straight out. In the corridor of the ward, people came and went, and no one noticed her stealthy escape. On the road, traffic flowed endlessly, with only a few people on the sidewalk walking with their heads down, busy playing on their phones. A delivery man in a blue uniform decisively crossed the road amidst the cars during a red light, ignoring the honks of the car drivers behind him. Lin Wanqiao sighed looking at the busy world before her. Such plain days would soon become a luxury in a month. Her hometown was in City C, where her relatives lived, and without a doubt, she had to hurry back to prepare. However, in her previous life, she had been plotted against, deceived, and enslaved by that family of demons, living worse than a dog in the apocalypse. This time she would never let it be like that. Chapter 2. Half an hour later, Lin Wanqiao successfully returned to her rented apartment in City B. The room was small, easily seen through. Lin Wanqiao didn't hesitate, quickly packing her luggage. Whether it was lucky or unfortunate, at this moment, apart from a few pieces of jewelry, a computer, a pad, and over 100,000 in savings, she didn't have any valuable belongings, making it very simple to pack. All the valuable items were packed into a suitcase, clothes and other things were organized neatly in a cardboard box, and she planned to find a courier company to send them back. Gently closing the suitcase lid, Lin Wanqiao sat on the bed and called her landlord. She had paid 6 months' rent in advance and also left a security deposit for half a year. Now that she thought about it, the lease was almost up, with only about 10 days left. Lin Wanqiao told the landlord over the phone that she needed to go back to her hometown. No more lease. The landlady is very nice and straightforward, saying that after Lin Wanqiao vacates the room, she should inform her, and if everything is fine during the inspection, the deposit will be refunded. After the call, Lin Wanqiao suddenly fell silent. In her previous life, she was knocked down by Ruan Feng and hit her head, landing her in the hospital. Ruan's parents actively came to find her and had Ruan Feng apologize. During the marriage discussions, the other party requested to meet her grandparents. At that time, she was simply too foolish to be saved, easily forgiving the other party and even agreeing to the meeting between the parents. Her grandparents were looking forward to her getting married soon, so how could they refuse to sell the house and hinder their granddaughter's marriage? Later, the house was sold quickly, and the father and son, tasting sweet success, soon used the bride price issue as an excuse, claiming that the bride price was just formalities, implying that it would be refunded. And her grandparents were kind-hearted, not wanting their granddaughter to face difficulties after marriage, so they basically agreed. Thinking of this, Lin Wanqiao felt like slapping herself. During the apocalyptic typhoon, Lin Wanqiao was called to Ruan's house to discuss wedding details and ended up trapped there, marking the beginning of her tragic life. Lin Wanqiao looked up at the wall clock. It was Tuesday afternoon at 2 o'clock. Soon, Ruan's father would call, asking to meet. Sure enough, at 5:15, the phone rang. The phone displayed an unfamiliar number, likely Ruan's father's. Lin Wanqiao pressed the answer button. Hello? Are you Wanqiao? I am Ruan Feng's father. It's me. Xiao Chao, I heard about your situation from Xiao Feng. How is your health? My wife and I are coming to the hospital to see you. The doctor said you have already left. I'm fine. Wanqiao, this time it was Xiao Feng's fault. Uncle apologizes for him. Are you free tonight to come over for a meal? Lin Wanqiao didn't hesitate to agree but requested that everyone eat at Ruan Feng's home, to which Ruan's father readily agreed. Just after hanging up, the delivery guy arrived. With the delivery guy, all the big and small luggage was lifted onto the delivery truck, and she broke a light sweat. Lin Wanqiao walked to the bathroom to wash her face before setting off. Pushing the door open, she saw in the mirror a woman with hair as smooth as silk, with wispy strands framing her face like soft clouds, occasionally fluttering towards her fair complexion in the gentle breeze. A pair of slender phoenix eyes, blooming like peaches and plums, now held a hint of frost. She raised her hand to tear off the white bandage at her forehead, revealing a grotesque wound about the length of her thumb near her hairline. Without any medicine in hand, she glanced at it and stuck the bandage back on. Checking the time, it was already 6 o'clock in the evening. It was almost time. Half an hour later, Lin Wanqiao found herself standing at the entrance of the neighborhood, which she was all too familiar with in her past life, filled with countless painful memories. She easily found Ruan Feng's house. Ruan Feng's father, Ruan Honghai, opened the door and upon seeing Lin Wanqiao, immediately put on a warm smile and welcomed her in. The dining table was already set with 4 dishes, but Lin Wanqiao could tell at a glance that they were all takeout. The trash can hidden under the table still held the packaging boxes without any attempt at concealment. This family had never hidden their disdain for her, but in her past life, she had been blind and could not see it. Today marked her official meeting with the male side's parents, and putting aside the fact that they only treated her to takeout, even if she never ate spicy food, if they truly wanted to apologize, wouldn't they have inquired about her eating habits in advance? Moreover, considering the wound on her head, anyone with a bit of common sense would know to avoid spicy and irritating food, yet the dishes on the table had chili in every single one. Under Ruan Honghai's gesture, Ruan Feng pulled Lin Wanqiao to take a seat together. Ruan's mother was absent, and Lin Wanqiao asked, "Where is Auntie?" If there was one good person in this family, it was Ruan Feng's mother, Wang Shulan. That woman was timid and weak all her life, never daring to resist Ruan Honghai, but several times she secretly gave food to Lin Wanqiao, who was almost fainting from hunger. "Your aunt has an urgent matter at the factory and has to work overtime, so she won't come." Oh. Lin Wanqiao knew very well that there was no urgent matter at all. Wang Shulan was paid per piece of work, so to earn more money, she almost worked overtime every night until after 10. Seeing that Lin Wanqiao seemed uninterested, Ruan Honghai gently kicked Ruan Feng under the table. The latter understood and reluctantly raised his glass to her, saying, "Wanqiao, I was wrong last time, please don't be angry anymore." "Yes, Xiaoqiao, I already talked to Xiaofeng about this, let's just let it go. Also, you are not kids anymore. In the future, when you encounter issues, don't be impulsive, it's better to discuss things calmly. Fighting is just unacceptable." Lin Wanqiao looked up, surprised at how the other side could be so upside down. Fighting? Now it became her fault when it was clearly Ruan Feng who started it. This pair of father and son really were something. Lin Wanqiao stared straight at the father and son opposite her, a fierce glare flashed in her eyes for a moment. "I am also at fault in this matter." Her willingness to back down so easily made Ruan Honghai think his preaching had an effect, suddenly behaving as if he were the elder. "Just know that you are not small anymore, getting married and having children should be a priority. I heard from Xiaofeng that you are from out of town, alone here, you should discuss your relationship with your parents." "Uncle, I can make my own decisions." "Well then, there's no need for family members to speak as strangers. Your aunt and I don't earn much at the factory, buying a 100 square meter apartment here costs 4 to 5 million. We have the will but not the ability. You and Xiaofeng's marriage will still rely on yourselves." Xiaofeng said that earlier, although it was a bit impulsive, it made sense. If you can sell the house, you and Xiaofeng can live a bit more comfortably after the wedding. You rest assured, once you are married, we are all one family. I will treat you like my own daughter, and when your aunt and I are gone, it will all belong to you. Lin Wanqiao suppressed her nausea, and after a moment of silence spoke, "I came today to discuss this matter." Immediately, 2 pairs of eyes fixated on her. "I agree to sell the house. I thought about it for a long time and felt that what Ruan Feng said before made sense. From now on, we will be family, and we should prioritize our own lives." "Really?" Ruan Feng looked at Lin Wanqiao in surprise. "Yes, so I plan to take advantage of my sick leave to go back home and sell the house." Ruan Feng happily took her hand, looking at Lin Wanqiao as if he were deeply affectionate. "Wanqiao, it's great that you think this way." Suppressing her disgust, Lin Wanqiao calmly withdrew her hand. In her heart, she snorted coldly, but her face showed nothing. She continued gently, "But you also know, that house of mine is indeed a resettlement house. My grandparents provided the resettlement funds and all their pension money. They contributed 600,000 in cash, I only paid about 100,000. They have no children to rely on, and it's unreasonable to let them move back to that dilapidated old house." Ruan Feng frowned and was about to speak, but Ruan Honghai shot him a look to interrupt him. "Why rush? Let her finish." Lin Wanqiao glanced at them and continued, "What I'm thinking is that house has appreciated greatly over the past few years and could sell for about 2,800,000. I want to give the elderly 80,000, and we will take 2 million for the down payment. First, this pays back their investment. Second, they can have this money for their retirement and rent a place to live. This way, it will be easier to persuade them without leaving any gossip. What do you think?" After finishing, Lin Wanqiao looked at the 2 men opposite her. Ruan Honghai and Ruan Feng exchanged glances, feeling Lin Wanqiao had a valid point. Taking all the selling money would indeed look too greedy. Moreover, Lin Wanqiao had been adamant against selling it before. Now that she was willing to negotiate, it was not easy. Ruan Honghai nodded in agreement. Seeing both of them agree, Lin Wanqiao said slowly, "But this 800,000 needs to be given to them first." "What?" Ruan Feng jumped up, shouting at Lin Wanqiao, "Such a large sum of money, why should we give it to them first?" Ruan Honghai glared at his useless son but did not deny it. 800,000 is not a small amount. If we want to sell the house for a good price, it definitely won't sell in a short time. Moreover, if we don't give them the money first, it doesn't show good faith. How can I speak up? How can I convince them, and where will they get the money to move out? Lin Wanqiao pretended to back down. If it's difficult for you, then forget it. They raised me, I really can't bear to kick them out. Let's just pretend I didn't bring it up. No. Let us think it over. 800,000 is not a small amount. Seeing Lin Wanqiao change her mind, Ruan Feng immediately stopped her. Then Ruan Feng pulled Ruan Honghai into the room. Lin Wanqiao quietly sat there, waiting for the two to reach a compromise. In her previous life, this father and son had played countless tricks to get Lin Wanqiao's house, and she had quarreled with Ruan Feng many times. Today, she took the initiative to propose selling the house. Even though it was 800,000 less, there was still over 2 million, having something is better than nothing. They would never let this opportunity pass. Sure enough, not long after, the two came out of the room and Ruan Feng spoke first. Okay, as you said, I will give you 800,000 first. You can head to Sea City quickly. Lin Wanqiao understood this father and son too well. The son was greedy and lustful, and the father was selfish. They were so eager that they didn't even say the polite words for her to take care of her health first. Ruan Feng stood up and went upstairs, and after a while, he came down and handed a paper bag to Lin Wanqiao. Here is 300,000 in cash, the rest I will transfer to your account. Lin Wanqiao took the paper bag. It's not that they had no money, they could take out 800,000 so easily. After a moment. Ding! A text message alert sounded on her phone. Dear Ms. Lin, your bank account ending in 3155 received 500,000 yuan. The balance is 703,180.63 yuan. Seeing the bank's message, Lin Wanqiao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The first step was a success. Seeing that the goal was reached, Ruan Honghai also got up to leave, claiming he didn't want to disturb them anymore. After Ruan Honghai left, Ruan Feng moved a chair beside Lin Wanqiao, pretending to reach for her hand. Lin Wanqiao raised her glass and toasted Ruan Feng, come, to our future days, cheers. Not touching her hand, Ruan Feng was still very pleased. The whole night, Lin Wanqiao kept encouraging him to drink. Ruan Feng was lost in the joy of his successful scheming, and before he knew it, he drank too much. Soon, he couldn't hold on, and his head tilted, falling onto the table, spilling his drink everywhere. Lin Wanqiao pushed him, but he didn't respond. Without hesitation, she slapped Ruan Feng's face twice hard. He only scratched his face. While the father and son had gone to the room to discuss how to trick her, Lin Wanqiao had already poured out her beer and switched to tea. Confirming Ruan Feng was drunk and out of it, she quickly walked up to the attic, skillfully found the bottom drawer of the cabinet, and started rummaging. Sure enough, it's here. Lin Wanqiao's palm held a small wooden box, feeling delighted inside. Ruan Feng had a decent amount of power in his current job, and over the years, he had received quite a few benefits that he hadn't had time to dispose of, which he stored in this box. This was something he let slip accidentally after the apocalypse. Before this, Ruan Feng had always pretended to be poor in front of Lin Wanqiao, never speaking a single true word. Except that his job was real, Lin Wanqiao knew nothing of his financial situation. This father and son claimed constantly that their family was poor and didn't have enough money to buy a house. They said they lived in a small rural bungalow and that the place Ruan Feng lived in was rented. However, in reality, at the start of the apocalypse, when the government counted the population to distribute supplies, they required families to register their properties. Lin Wanqiao then realized that the house was in Ruan Feng's name. In the apocalypse, money had become useless paper, and they didn't bother to hide it anymore. Lin Wanqiao finally understood that he had plenty of money to buy a big flat. Lin Wanqiao cautiously opened the wooden box. The first thing she saw was a stack of supermarket gift cards and fuel cards, each card marked with 2,000 yuan on the back. After counting, there were 26 supermarket cards and 12 fuel cards. Then there was a black velvet bag. Opening it revealed 4 gold bars about the thickness of her fingers, as well as a golden pichot. The gold bars were engraved with Jinan Bank 50G. There was also a Jinan Bank savings card. The card holder was Ruan's father, Ruan Honghai. At the bottom were 2 envelopes, identical to the one she had been given earlier, but they were empty now. It was likely that the 300,000 yuan given to her came from here. Lin Wanqiao pondered. She remembered that Ruan Feng had once said when he was drunk that after receiving bribes, he didn't dare to handle these things right away. Instead, he waited for half a year before he dared to cash them in, whether turning them into gold bars or depositing them into Ruan Honghai's card. That was why she felt safe touching this box of things now. On one hand, Ruan Feng probably wouldn't check in the next month, and on the other hand, even if he found out something was missing, he wouldn't dare to raise a fuss. After all, these were all shady, untraceable items. The supermarket gift cards could be used to buy supplies, fuel cards, and gold bars could all be cashed out. As for the bank card, Lin Wanqiao had a certain degree of confidence that she could figure out the password. Ruan Feng had joked that he had a poor memory and simply used the same password for various apps. And she had inadvertently seen Ruan Feng unlock his phone multiple times, so she had guessed the general idea. The only trouble was that once Lin Wanqiao withdrew the money, the bank would send a text message to Ruan Feng's phone, and she didn't want to tear her face with him so soon. Chapter 4. Lin Wanqiao stuffed all the items from the box into her pockets and walked down the stairs. Ruan Feng was still in the same position, slumped over the table, sound asleep. She took his phone out of his pocket. After 2 attempts, Lin Wanqiao successfully unlocked the screen. She found the Jianan Bank mobile app and carefully pressed Ruan Feng's finger against it to log in with his fingerprint, eagerly checking the balance. 1,850,000 yuan. Knowing he had taken many benefits, she hadn't expected so much. Even prepared, Lin Wanqiao was still slightly shocked by Ruan Feng's shameless greed. Without hesitation, she clicked the transfer button. Nervously entering the password, the transfer was successful. Lin Wanqiao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After resting for a moment, she started downloading various loan apps and began borrowing money on different platforms using Ruan Feng's account, spending it freely. 4 hours later, everything had gone smoothly. Lin Wanqiao quickly deleted the text messages, loan apps, and browsing history. She placed the phone back in Ruan Feng's pocket. After a moment of thought, she dragged him onto the nearby sofa. Ruan Feng still smelled strongly of alcohol, and despite Lin Wanqiao moving him around, there was no sign of him waking up. It was already past 3 in the morning, and Lin Wanqiao didn't plan to leave. She found a chair, sat down, and carefully considered how to arrange the next steps. Looking at the string of numbers that had appeared in her bank account, her inner resentment was somewhat suppressed. She borrowed money on various platforms under Ruan Feng's name. Since these were just credit loans, the limits weren't high, some up to 200,000, while others were only 20,000 or 30,000. But the quantity was plentiful, adding up to about 600,000 to 700,000 in total. These loans were all set to remind her to repay by the end of next month. The apocalypse had already arrived, and even if Ruan Feng discovered it then, it would be too late. Listening to the snores coming from the sofa, Lin Wanqiao moved even further away in disgust. Just wait, in this new life, this is just the beginning. The next day, when Ruan Feng woke up, Lin Wanqiao had already bought a ticket back to City C. Ruan Feng was also quite happy, saying, "The earlier you go, the earlier you come back," and hurried off to work. Lin Wanqiao returned to the rental house to grab the luggage she had packed a long time ago. She carefully covered the wound on her forehead with her bangs in front of the mirror, then boarded the train back to City C in the morning. Sitting on the speeding train, Lin Wanqiao was not interested in the view outside the window and lowered her head to organize her thoughts. Currently, she had 300,000 in cash on hand. After last night's operation, there was over 2.9 million in her bank account. When she gets back, she'll cash in the 4 gold bars from Ruan Feng, along with the oil cards, supermarket cards, and her own jewelry. She'll also take out a loan from a lending platform, and if things go smoothly, she'll use her house as collateral. By then, she should have around 5 million. Although it's not much, if she spends it carefully, it should be enough to get through the first few years of the disaster. As for what comes after, she'll have to take it step by step. Lin Wanqiao sighed, leaned back in her seat, and started planning her supply list on her phone. 2 hours later, Lin Wanqiao stood in front of her house with her luggage. Knock knock knock. Ian, go open the door. A loud voice came from inside. It was her grandfather, Lu Jianan. Coming, who is it? The door creaked open, revealing the slightly aged face of her grandmother, Yang Yujun. Oh my, Xiao Xiao's back. Jianan, hurry up, Xiao Xiao's back. Seeing her long-missed granddaughter, Yang Yujun's face lit up with joy. Grandfather Lu Jianan quickly walked out from the kitchen, wiping his hands as he took the suitcase from Lin Wanqiao. Grandfather, grandmother, I'm home. Lin Wanqiao nearly couldn't hold back her tears seeing the faces she could only meet in her dreams. In her previous life, she had sold the house after believing Ruan Feng's words, and later, the 2 elderly people rented a small house in the countryside. In the desolate end times, she had escaped the hellish abyss, with no relatives left to turn to. She dragged her broken body, escaping step by step back to City C. However, when she arrived, all she saw was devastation. The house her grandparents had rented was in disarray, and her relatives were nowhere to be found. Under such catastrophic circumstances, where corpses lay everywhere, the house where her grandparents had rented was likely one of the worst places. Now, seeing her alive parents, how could she not be emotional? At the dinner table, Lin Wanqiao buried her head in her food, eating bowl after bowl, not even caring to catch up. During the 5 years of the apocalypse, Lin Wanqiao had almost never had enough food. In the later years, she couldn't even gnaw on tree bark or wild grass, often being attacked for a meal. After her rebirth, in order to save time and get back to her family, she had barely eaten anything. Now, the white rice in her mouth tasted so sweet that Lin Wanqiao almost felt tears in her eyes. Oh, Chow Chow, slow down, slow down. Why are you so skinny? Your face looks so bad, did Ruan Feng bully you? Yang Yujun was shocked by how fast Lin Wanqiao was eating and quickly asked with concern. Lu Jianan immediately became anxious when he heard this, slamming his chopsticks down on the table. If that kid dares to bully you, I won't spare him. Don't be afraid, tell Grandpa. Lin Wanqiao looked at her grandparents' worried faces, and her heart warmed immediately. She put down her chopsticks, took a sip of water, and said slowly, Grandpa, Grandma, I have something to tell you. On the way back, Lin Wanqiao had hesitated about whether to tell them the truth. Though it might be hard to believe, she wouldn't be able to accomplish the things she needed to do next without their cooperation. In the end, she decided to speak the truth. Grandpa, Grandma, what I'm about to say may sound outrageous, but I'm perfectly sane, you must believe me. When Lu Jianan heard this, he immediately became serious. A month from now, a super typhoon will hit. After the typhoon, there will be continuous heavy rainfall and flooding. The flood will submerge the entire city and last for 2 years. After the flood, there will be extremely cold weather, followed by extreme heat. In short, the end times are coming. Lin Wanqiao said this solemnly, anxiously watching her grandparents' reaction. Chow Chow. What are you talking about? How could a flood possibly last for 2 years without receding? Yang Yujun wanted to reach out and touch Lin Wanqiao's forehead, wondering if she had a fever. Actually, I died in a big earthquake 5 years later. Yesterday, I woke up and found I had been reborn. Yang Yujun looked confused, completely unable to believe it. Lin Wanqiao sighed and continued, I know you won't believe me, but I will show you. Grandmother, do you remember the jade gourd you gave me? Yang Yujun came to her senses. I remember. Actually, this gourd has a space that is over 600 square feet. I can put anything inside, but not living things. When Lin Wanqiao was on the train, she quietly pricked her finger with a pin and dripped her blood onto the jade gourd. The space indeed appeared. After saying that, Lin Wanqiao glanced at the fruit platter on the dining table, which had several apples on it. She casually picked one up and held it in her palm, saying to the two, look. In the moment she spoke, the apple in Lin Wanqiao's hand vanished into thin air. The two elders were startled. Yang Yujun's chopsticks fell onto the table with a clatter. In the next second, the bright red apple reappeared perfectly in Lin Wanqiao's hand. Chapter 5. Lu Jianan rubbed his eyes. Was that just an illusion? The two elders exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock. Even if it was outrageous, they had to accept it in the face of reality. If something like space exists, then what the granddaughter said about being reborn in natural disasters could also be possible. Seeing that the elders already believed half of it, Lin Wanqiao decided to add fuel to the fire. Grandmother, call Feiyun, she should be over a month pregnant by now. Yang Feiyun was the granddaughter of Yang Yujun's good friend, Wang Suifan. Lin Wanqiao learned about this news 2 months later in her previous life when Yang Yujun told her over the phone. Yang Yujun was half in doubt, she dialed her friend's number. Hello? The phone was on speaker. Hello, Afen? Is your Yun Yun home? Yang Yujun hurriedly said, No, I just want to ask, is your Yun Yun pregnant? How do you know? Wang Suifan was very surprised, she had heard that for the first 3 months, one shouldn't tell outsiders. The pregnancy news was only just confirmed, and besides her and her son-in-law, even the in-laws had not been informed yet. How could Yang Yujun know? Hearing Wang Suifan's words, Lu Jianan and Yang Yujun's last doubts vanished. Oh, she really is pregnant. Congratulations. Make sure Yun Yun rests well, and don't let her work. I still have some things to discuss, I'll call you back later. Wait, how did you know? Yang Yujun didn't wait for the other side to respond and quickly hung up the phone. The three were silent for a long time. Lin Wanqiao was not familiar with Wang Suifan's family at all. They wouldn't directly discuss Yun Yun's pregnancy with someone like Lin Wanqiao without going through Yang Yujun, especially not with such detailed information. Therefore, there was only one possibility. The two elders looked at each other seriously. Finally, Lu Jianan spoke up, Xiao Xiao, we believe you. You just tell us what to do next, and grandfather and grandmother will follow your lead. Seeing that the two elders had accepted her words, Lin Wanqiao showed them the shopping list she had made on the train and explained her plans. The house they were living in was newly built in the past 2 years, very sturdy, and could withstand initial typhoons and floods without any problem. According to Lin Wanqiao's past experiences, floods would not reach higher than the 5th floor, and their home was on the 16th floor, the top floor, so there was no need to worry about flooding. As for the extreme heat and cold that would come later, as long as they stocked enough survival supplies, they could safely stay at home. Regarding the later big earthquake, Lin Wanqiao observed that almost all the houses collapsed, but that would happen 5 years from now, and they could only deal with it when the time came. The urgent priority now is to reinforce the doors and windows before the typhoon arrives, and to make as many safety measures as possible. Natural disasters in the end times are indeed terrifying, but the darkness in people's hearts is even greater. To survive steadily in this apocalypse, their family must guard against outsiders. In her past life, Lin Wanqiao was not a saint. She was careful but still suffered many losses. She briefly shared some of her past experiences with the elderly couple. The purpose of sharing these experiences is to remind the elderly couple not to be overly compassionate and kind in the future. It is good to be willing to help others, but in an environment where people eat each other during the apocalypse, excessive kindness could lead to disaster. Yan Yuchuan listened to Lin Wanqiao recount her experiences, unable to hold back her tears. Her dear girl, who had been raised carefully for so many years, was bullied so badly. Lu Jianen's expression darkened. Xiao Xiao, we understand this matter, don't worry. Your grandma and I won't hold you back. If those relatives and friends need help in the future, we'll assist if we can, and if you don't want to help, that's fine too. Actually, for close relatives and friends, you can hint at them gently. Just say I have a friend working in the government who has insider news that there might be extreme weather coming, so they should stock up on supplies at home. Lin Wanqiao knew the elderly couple's kindness, so she proactively offered a reason. After all, they had been friends for many years, and completely ignoring them was unrealistic. As for whether others believed this reason or not, it was up to fate. After a pause, Lin Wanqiao finally spoke. Grandma, if you want, you can remind her too. She was Lu Peeling, her biological mother. Okay, I'll call them right away. Yang Yuchuan sighed in relief after hearing this and hurried to the side to make the phone call. Lin Wanqiao's parents divorced when she was about 1 year old. Her father, Lin Zhengning, only left her with her grandparents in the countryside. In her limited memories, all she could recall from that time were her grandma's curses. At such a young age, she understood the meaning of being worthless. Her mother, Lu Peeling, initially came to see her, but later remarried and soon had a son, gradually losing interest in Lin Wanqiao. It was still her grandparents who couldn't bear to see her suffer and took her away from the countryside. Lin Wanqiao felt no affection for her biological parents and even had a hint of resentment. Yet, she had to consider her grandparents' feelings. No matter what, she couldn't persuade them to give up on Lu Peeling as their daughter. Looking at the elderly couple on the phone, Lin Wanqiao thought for a moment and also dialed a number. 11, what are you doing? I'm still at work. Yi Xian's voice on the phone was obviously lowered. Yi Xian was Lin Wanqiao's best friend since childhood. They grew up together and were relocated to the county town after the village was demolished. Although they lived in two different neighborhoods, they were still very close. After graduating, Yi Xian returned to City C, while Lin Wanqiao stayed in City B. Although they were separated by distance, their friendship remained unchanged. Yi Xian was one of the few people who truly cared about her. Yi Xian, listen to me. I have reliable news that in a month there will be prolonged extreme weather and flooding. Hurry and stock up on supplies with your parents, as much as possible. What is it? And also, you shouldn't stay in your dormitory anymore. Move back home before the end of the month. Lin Wanqiao spoke seriously. Hearing that Lin Wanqiao did not sound like she was joking, Yi Xian frowned immediately. I haven't heard this. Is your news reliable? I can't go into detail, it's classified government information, but I swear on my life. And, don't tell anyone about this, use all your savings to buy supplies. Don't let others discover that you are stockpiling supplies and get ready for a long stay at home. Okay, alright, I'll get back to work now. The leader looked at me. Yi Qian quickly hung up the phone. Lin Wanqiao held the phone, listening to the beeping sound on the line, and there was no movement for a long time. She knew that just a few words from her would be hard for anyone to believe, and even if Yi Qian believed her, she wouldn't take it too seriously. Forget it, I'll bring her some supplies when I see her later. Lin Wanqiao sighed helplessly. Chapter 6. Time was urgent. Early the next morning, Lin Wanqiao's family began to take action separately. Her grandparents were responsible for contacting workers to reinforce doors and windows and install solar power generators, while Lin Wanqiao was in charge of purchasing daily necessities. Just as Lin Wanqiao was about to transfer money to Lu Jianan, she saw him wave his hand. Your grandma and I have saved a little savings. If it's not enough later, I will ask you for more. You just focus on your business first. Lin Wanqiao didn't refuse. Time is life. Lin Wanqiao first went to the bank to apply for a mortgage loan. The staff took her to the wealth management room, and since her documents were complete and her credit was good, the loan procedures were completed quickly. This house can only be mortgaged for 1 million, and if nothing unexpected happens, the funds will be transferred within a week. After leaving the bank, Lin Wanqiao hurried to a real estate agency to quickly rent a warehouse in the suburbs, paying a deposit for 1 month and 3 months rent in advance. Bringing a large amount of supplies to the community would definitely attract too much attention, so transporting all the goods to the warehouse first and then quietly storing them was the safest way. By the time she rented the warehouse, it was already noon. Lin Wanqiao rented a small van and drove directly to the largest agricultural and sideline product wholesale market in City C. First, she needed to buy slaughtered beef, lamb, pork, and chicken and duck meat. Lin Wanqiao approached a seemingly honest boss's stall, using hosting a banquet for a hotel as an excuse, and ordered 5,000 pounds of pork and beef, and 2,000 pounds of chicken, duck, and lamb. The boss was thrilled to encounter such a large order for the first time. His old face instantly wrinkled with joy as he quickly typed on his computer. In the end, he even gave Lin Wanqiao a small discount and asked for a 30% deposit. The boss promised that the goods would be delivered to the warehouse address Lin Wanqiao provided within a week. Lin Wanqiao reiterated to the boss that all the meat had to be processed cleanly and vacuum sealed before delivery. Following the same method, Lin Wanqiao ordered 2,000 pounds each of various fish, shrimp, shellfish, and other seafood. In the apocalypse, water resources were precious, so Lin Wanqiao also instructed the boss to kill all the live seafood and deliver them cleanly. It has to be fresh. If I find out you sent dead ones pretending they're alive, I won't pay a single cent of the final payment. The boss grinned and promised, absolutely. Then she bought the most important rice, 30,000 pounds, and various coarse grains and flour, each 5,000 pounds. Lin Wanqiao wiped the fine beads of sweat from her forehead, took a short break, and hurried to the vegetable area. Standing in front of the vegetable wholesale stall, Lin Wanqiao quickly read out the names of the vegetables and the quantity she needed from the pre-prepared list, asking for 1,000 pounds of each vegetable without blinking. The middle-aged boss looked at her with disbelief as he took out his notebook. Confirming with Lin Wanqiao repeatedly that she was not joking, he finally burst into laughter. This order was enough for him to keep going for half a year. After wandering around the market again, she smacked her forehead. She almost forgot the eggs. There were fresh eggs available at the market, so she bought 50 boxes and had the boss load them into her van on the spot after paying. By the time Lin Wanqiao came out of the agricultural products market, it was already past 3 p.m., and she quickly bought a lunchbox from a nearby fast food restaurant and barely took 2 bites before returning to the battlefield. Cooking oil and various seasonings were absolute necessities, so Lin Wanqiao ordered 500 boxes of the more frequently used items and 100 boxes of the less frequently used ones. At this moment, Lin Wanqiao was extremely grateful to the leaders of City C for gathering all the major wholesale markets in one place, saving her a lot of time. After coming out of the agricultural product market, there was a fruit wholesale market directly across the street. It was almost 5 o'clock, nearing the market's closing time. Lin Wanqiao quickly walked into the market, without picking and choosing, but directly finding a relatively large stall to state her intention. Every stall had a limited variety of wholesale fruits, and Lin Wanqiao didn't have the extra time to buy from each stall one by one, so she directly negotiated with the owner to help her purchase, adding 3 yuan for each item on top of the purchase cost. After reaching an agreement, Lin Wanqiao reported her needs to the owner. She wanted 100 pounds of all the fresh fruits in season. For fruits that weren't available this season, Lin Wanqiao didn't give up, asking the owner to help her buy candied and dried fruits. As she exited the fruit market, it was already getting dark outside. Even though her body was exhausted, Lin Wanqiao's heart was incredibly full. She had calculated the quantities of these foods in advance. For 4 people who were careful with spending, it would be enough to eat for more than 10 years. Her phone rang, and Lin Wanqiao answered the call. "Chow Chow, are you done? Hurry home for dinner," came Yang Yujun's warm and kind voice. "Okay, Grandma, I'm on my way back," Lin Wanqiao replied. After hanging up, she looked up at the gradually lighting windows in the distant residential buildings. Even if the world is ultimately going to be destroyed, at least she had tried. Being able to spend her last moments with family was also a form of happiness. Upon returning home, Lin Wanqiao saw piles of cardboard boxes and steel frames everywhere at the door and in the hallway. The things that couldn't fit were moved into the hallway. With one step, dust flew up from the ground, creating a messy scene. The original pig liver-colored security door had disappeared, replaced by a carbon steel security door with a silvery gray shine. Lin Wanqiao stepped forward and knocked, the deep and muffled sound echoing in her ears. It felt very secure. The door was opened by Lu Jianan, whose clothes were gray and covered in mud spots. As he moved aside to make space for Lin Wanqiao, he reminded her, "The house is dirty, no need to change shoes, but be careful of the rebar on the ground." Lin Wanqiao looked around and realized that not only had the extremely heavy security door been replaced, but all the window glass and frames had also been taken down. At this moment, a cold wind was blowing from the hollow window holes into the room. The living room furniture had all been moved away. On the empty ground lay new, thick vacuum glass. Half of the wall plaster in the inner rooms had been scraped off, and cement, mortar, and insulation cotton were already in place. It seemed that her grandparents had not been idle today. Lu Jianan waved Lin Wanqiao over, signaling her to eat first. The family sat at the dining table, enjoying delicious food while sharing their gains from the day. "The door is already replaced. I got the best and most expensive one from the factory." According to the door seller, even the bank vault doors use this material, ensuring that no knife or axe can break it. "The master will come tomorrow to install the insulation glass and security windows. If all goes well, it should be finished in 2 or 3 days. The insulation in the rooms is a bit troublesome. Right now, there's lime all over the room, so we can only sleep on the ground in the living room for a few days. Okay. Grandpa, Grandma, please keep a close eye on the workers these days to ensure the ceiling is done well. Tomorrow, I'll check the market for solar generators and filters. When the typhoon comes, the whole city will experience power and water outages, so generators and filters must be arranged. In the early stages of the apocalypse, solar power can be utilized, but considering the long-lasting night that could last 2 years, a diesel generator is also needed. As for water, most of the water after the apocalypse has been polluted. Drinking water can be stored in space, but water for daily use can only be filtered with a filter. Chapter 7. Early the next morning, Lin Wanqiao was woken up by the sound of knocking at the door. She glanced at her phone. It was only 7 in the morning. Lu Jianan and his partner, being older, had less sleep. They had already gotten up early to prepare breakfast in the kitchen and hurried to open the door upon hearing the knock. The window installation workers were already at the door carrying their toolboxes. The two elders placed an order at the factory yesterday, and the factory said it would take a week to wait for the materials to be processed and for the workers to come for installation, which would take about half a month. However, Lin Wanqiao had previously discussed with the two elders that if they encountered manufacturers that required waiting, they should pay extra to arrange it immediately. They should not hesitate to spend money, as it was absolutely critical not to delay the timeline. In the end times, this money was like waste paper, but now it was very useful. The two elders continued to stay at home supervising, while Lin Wanqiao quickly left after finishing a bowl of 3 flavor noodles. When she stepped out, the worker responsible for installing the insulation layer also arrived. Today was the day to buy water. There was no clean tap water to drink in the end times. At first, the government provided water in the supplies, but as the disaster worsened day by day, even basic drinking water became difficult to guarantee. During the years of flooding, many people suffered from having to drink contaminated water. Even after filtering and boiling it, germs still seep through, causing a large number of people to vomit, have diarrhea, and even die. Lin Wanqiao searched online for a municipal water supply equipment company and called the contact number listed on the website. Manager Wang of the company, upon learning that Lin Wanqiao wanted to purchase a large water tank, warmly expressed that some sizes were in stock and invited her to come to the factory to see the goods. Lin Wanqiao got the factory address and drove straight to the factory in a rented van. When Lin Wanqiao arrived, Manager Wang was already waiting at the door. "You must be Ms. Lin." Manager Wang smiled at Lin Wanqiao. Lin Wanqiao nodded, parked the car properly, and followed Manager Wang into the factory. "What kind of water tank does Ms. Lin need?" "We have prefabricated tanks, modular tanks, and materials available in stainless steel, enamel steel, and fiberglass, with various sizes to choose from." After Lin Wanqiao learned about the advantages, disadvantages, and prices of the different water tanks, she decided to purchase a 10 by 10 by 5 meter stainless steel water tank. Although the largest size could reach 40 by 60 by 10, Lin Wanqiao's space height was only 5 meters, which simply could not accommodate it. Lin Wanqiao checked online last night and found that a person uses about 1,200 tons of water per year, but now household appliances like washing machines, dishwashers, and showers waste a lot of water. People do not have the habit of conserving water, and most of the water is wasted. Calculating carefully, with basic drinking needs, cooking, and showering, if used sparingly, one could survive on 12 tons of water a year. If the daily drinking water were to come only from the available water while filtering other needs, a person could survive on drinking just 1 liter of water a day, providing even more savings. Conservatively calculated, one water tank can store 500 tons of water, so 2 water tanks would be enough for 4 people to last over 100 years. Lin Wanqiao gritted her teeth and finally decided to purchase 2 water tanks. Water was the most important. Other supplies could still be obtained through various means, but she truly did not want to drink the contaminated water in the end times again. The space of the jade gourd was only 600 square meters. Placing 2 tanks would occupy a third of that space. She would have bought another one if she weren't worried about fitting in other supplies. Lin Wanqiao even bought 10 1-meter-high stainless steel water storage barrels, planning to go to the market to buy some ice to keep, so that she could enjoy cold treats during the hot weather. She happily paid a deposit of 50,000 yuan, and Manager Wang patted his chest and assured her that they would deliver the tanks within 5 days. The warehouse Lin Wanqiao rented was connected to water and electricity. She planned to place the water tanks directly in the warehouse and have the water connected directly to her space. In the afternoon, Lin Wanqiao found a relatively competent gold store, intending to quickly handle the gold bars she had taken from Yuan Feng. Upon entering the store, the owner greeted her with a smile and asked how he could assist her. "Do you accept gold bars here?" Lin Wanqiao got straight to the point. "We do accept them, but we need to check the condition of the gold bars first." Lin Wanqiao took a gold bar out of her bag and placed it on the counter. The owner picked up the gold bar and examined it carefully for a long time. "Madam, it is like this. This is a gold bar from the bank. Generally speaking, there shouldn't be any issues. However, the rule in our industry is to cut a bit and burn it to verify. What do you think?" Lin Wanqiao waved her hand. "It's okay, you can verify it." Seeing Lin Wanqiao's ease, the boss continued, "We will buy back according to the international gold price. Today it's 443 yuan per gram. How do you feel about this price? Also, do you have the purchase receipt for the gold bar? We need that too. Lin Wanqiao knew the other party was worried that her gold bar might have come from an illegal source. Luckily, Wan Feng bought the gold bar from a formal bank, and all the necessary documents were in the box, which Lin Wanqiao had also taken along. Handing the purchase record to the boss, Lin Wanqiao said, "The price is fine. These gold bars were bought by my husband, a total of 4 bars. I also brought our marriage certificate, do you want to see it? Additionally, I have some small jewelry, but I no longer have receipts as they were bought a long time ago." Lin Wanqiao took out a small cloth bag from her backpack and poured its contents out: 3 solid gold necklaces, 2 gold rings, 1 gold bracelet, 1 jade bracelet, and 1 gold pichot. Aside from the gold pichot, which was taken from Wan Feng, some of these gold ornaments were given to her by Yang Yujun when she learned of Lin Wanqiao's upcoming wedding. Last night, knowing Lin Wanqiao was going to the gold store to sell her jewelry, Yang Yujun specifically took out her gold rings and jade bracelet to give to her. According to the local custom for daughters getting married, these ornaments were supposed to be prepared by her mother. However, her biological mother had almost vanished from the world over the years, let alone preparing a dowry for her. Lin Wanqiao didn't want to sell them, hoping to keep them as a memento, but Yang Yujun insisted that if the apocalypse really came, keeping these ornaments wouldn't be as good as buying a down jacket. Seeing Lin Wanqiao so confident, the boss had no more doubts. After verifying their authenticity, he began calculating the total amount. "Ms. Lin, I can buy the gold here, but jade is hard to price and hard to sell. We cannot buy it, perhaps you should ask elsewhere?" "Okay. Your gold bars and jewelry combined weigh a total of 260 grams, totaling 115,180 yuan. I'll round it to 115,200 for you." "That's fine. If you ever need to buy jewelry again, feel free to come here. I'll also give you the international gold price, charging you the lowest processing fee." "All right." Lin Wanqiao happily received the money, turned right upon exiting, and directly tossed the box and receipt into the trash bin. She kept the bracelet on her, fearing it might get scratched, and casually placed it into her space. Not long after leaving the gold store, Lin Wanqiao's phone rang. The rice and flour she ordered yesterday had arrived, and the speed was impressively fast. Lin Wanqiao drove to the warehouse, and upon arriving, she saw the workers had already unloaded more than half. She quickly went forward to open the big door of the warehouse. After counting the boxes, everything was fine. After sending the workers away, Lin Wanqiao closed the warehouse door. Chapter 8. Looking at the mountain of rice bags and the stacked boxes of eggs and flour, Lin Wanqiao suddenly realized she should buy some shelves. Otherwise, it would be really inconvenient to find things, and the utilization of space wasn't high. Without hesitation, Lin Wanqiao sat down on a box and took out her phone to start shopping for shelves online. She ordered 20 heavy-duty carbon steel shelves and confirmed the dimensions and delivery address with the customer service. Ding! "Dear Ms. Lin, your bank account ending in 3155 has spent 60,000 yuan, with a balance of 3,118,512.14 yuan. Lin Wanqiao looked at her bank card balance and sighed. She had just started shopping in the past 2 days, and adding everything up had cost over $1 million. Money really doesn't last long. However, the mortgage loan from the bank had yet to arrive, so she planned to go back later and take loans from various online platforms, which should hold her over. But spending money really feels damn satisfying. In the following days, the loans gradually came in. With money in hand, Lin Wanqiao felt even more free to dive into shopping. With over 20 supermarket cards, Lin Wanqiao originally planned to spend them at the supermarket since they were all part of a chain. There is one 4 kilometers away from home. After discussing with Lu Jianan, considering the empty wallet, we decided to sell each card at a loss of 50 yuan. This decision is just a little troublesome, but the wholesale market prices are much cheaper, allowing us to buy more supplies compared to the supermarket. Lu Jianan knows many people locally, so he took on the task of selling the supermarket cards. But Lin Wanqiao had a hard time with those 12 fuel cards. The generator also needs fuel, but currently, purchasing bulk oil at gas stations has limits. Finding a place to buy a large amount of diesel at once is a problem. Not able to think of a solution, she decided to not think about it for now and just buy what she could. When it comes to food, it's basically the same. Lin Wanqiao also procured a batch of drinks. Considering that Yang Yujun likes to drink, and that alcohol can warm the body in extreme cold weather, Lin Wanqiao also bought 20 boxes of liquor. She herself enjoys snacks and desserts, so she bought a batch of various snacks. After all, the space can keep things fresh, so there's no fear of spoilage. April 12, 2023. There are 20 days left until the apocalypse arrives. All the doors and windows at home have been replaced with reinforced thick materials, and the insulation has been completed in both bedrooms. The solar panels and diesel generator have been installed on the balcony of the small attic. The originally open balcony has now been sealed with a thick layer of glass. To be safe, Lin Wanqiao had Lu Jianan order another generator and replacement panels from the manufacturer as a backup. For heating, Lin Wanqiao initially planned to install underfloor heating, but after learning it consumes a lot of electricity, she worried the generator might not be able to supply it. Moreover, once the floor temperature rises, those downstairs might sense it, leading to unnecessary trouble. When she drew lots for this apartment, Lin Wanqiao thought the top floor was bad, cold in winter and hot in summer, and it was said to leak easily. However, Lu Jianan and his friend thought it was great. The developer gave a small attic on the top floor with a small balcony. Elders have spent their lives working hard in the yellow earth, and after moving to a high-rise, they would sometimes want to get their hands dirty. With an open balcony, they could plant some scallions or garlic, or dry sweet potatoes. So at that time, they didn't change houses. Now it seems incredibly good. This apartment complex is almost the tallest in this town, and the railing of the attic balcony blocks all prying eyes from outsiders, making it impossible for anyone to notice the generator on the balcony. In addition to the generator, Lin Wanqiao also ordered a large number of hand warmers, electric blankets, quilts, and various warm supplies online. In the afternoon, Lu Jianan took some time to run to the market and brought back a van full of charcoal. That day, Lin Wanqiao put on her small backpack and prepared to go out for more shopping. In the elevator, she ran into Grandma Li, a neighbor from her grandfather's village. Her family also lived in the same building, seemingly on the 8th floor. Years ago, everyone from her grandfather's village was relocated to this community, so she could bump into familiar faces not far from home. Ah, Xiao Xiao is back. Grandma Li, holding her little grandson, was about to enter the elevator when she looked up and saw Lin Wanqiao, her face lighting up with surprise. Yes, the company is on break, so I'm here to see Grandpa and Grandma. When Lin Wanqiao was a child living in the rural mountains with her grandparents, she often went to Grandma Li's house to watch television. She was the only one in the village with a TV. Grandma Li was very kind and, pitying Lin Wanqiao's background, often fed her little snacks she saved. Good, you married far away. Grandpa and Grandma miss you so much. They look forward to your return every day. By the way, how long are you back this time? Grandma Li's eyes squinted in a smile, and her wrinkles seemed to radiate joy. I took a year off, so I can stay for almost a month. I plan to spend some quality time with them. Good child, your grandpa and grandma didn't love you in vain. Grandma Li, is this your little grandson? Lin Wanqiao looked at the little shy child hiding behind Grandma Li. He took out a small piece of chocolate from his pocket and handed it to the boy. Yes, this is my little grandson, called Xiao. He is 3 years old, and there is also a big granddaughter who is already in elementary school. Xiao, quickly thank the auntie. The little boy received the chocolate, murmuring sweetly, his voice tender, thank you, auntie. Good boy. Lin Wanqiao couldn't help but ruffle the boy's hair, it felt so nice. Xiao, you're not small anymore. I heard your grandma say you are already married. Why haven't you had children? Seeing Grandma Li starting her baby-making talk, Lin Wanqiao felt a little uneasy and quickly escaped. Grandma, I have things to do, I'll visit you another day. Just when Lin Wanqiao's family was crazily preparing supplies, Wan Feng called. Listening to Wan Feng eagerly asking about selling the house, Lin Wanqiao rolled her eyes in disgust, but her voice remained gentle as ever. I have persuaded them to sell the house. I've also found a realtor. Now we're just waiting for buyers to come see the house. When will it be sold? You know this house is in the county, it's not as easy to sell as in the city center, it might take a while to sell. If you are in a hurry, I can tell the realtor to lower the price for a quick sale, how about that? As soon as Wan Feng heard Lin Wanqiao wanted to sell at a low price, he became anxious. Definitely don't lower the price. I checked, your neighborhood is newly built, the facilities are among the best in the area, other properties are selling well, there will surely be buyers, just be patient. Okay. Lin Wanqiao almost laughed out loud, it was such a pity for him, to calculate so carefully. Alright, I'll wait a bit longer, I need to help Grandpa and Grandma look for a house and clear out some space, I'm quite busy, I'll contact you when I have time. Okay, take care of yourself. Before Wan Feng could finish, Lin Wanqiao hung up the phone. She couldn't stand talking to him for another word or listening to another sentence. However, Wan Feng's call reminded Lin Wanqiao that in these busy days, she had completely forgotten about this scumbag. In her past life, it was bad enough that Wan Feng and his family, who clearly had money, tricked her into selling the house. When the apocalypse came, they pretended to be frugal and only gave her one meal a day, and it was often just leftover cold dishes. They looked so parsimonious, yet they didn't save any food at all. Lin Wanqiao later learned it was because she couldn't eat anyway. After the heavy rain, the extreme heat arrived, and Wan Honghai announced that the family food had run out, forcing her to fish for supplies in sewage, which resulted in her getting a bacterial infection and falling seriously ill, almost not making it. Later, even. Thinking of this, Lin Wanqiao felt her eyes almost split with rage. How could she forget this family? Chapter 9. The next day, in an office building in the high-tech zone of B City, hundreds of kilometers away. Wan Feng had just brewed a cup of tea and was sitting leisurely at his desk. Thinking about how yesterday his boss Joe Tai called him to the office, hinting that the award for outstanding employee from last year would probably be his. The annual outstanding employee at headquarters is not just an honor, it comes with an extra tens of thousands in bonuses at the end of the year and relates to his promotion this year. He had been in this team leader position for nearly 5 years. If he could successfully obtain the title of excellent employee this time, then the director's position in the second department would be as easy as reaching into his pocket. For this position, he had sent Jotai quite a few good things over the past 2 years. Thinking about it made him feel a little pain. However, compared to long-term benefits, what was this little expenditure? Looking at the other colleagues who were focused on their work, Wanfeng couldn't help but smile. Bang! The huge sound of glass smashing almost made Wanfeng drop his cup. Don't stop me! Let me in, you bastard! Get out here! Please, don't go! Don't! You shameless thing, do you still have the face to cry? Go back and clean up your mess. Get away from me! Noise came from the door, accompanied by a woman's sharp crying. Hearing the commotion, everyone in the office stretched their necks to cast curious glances at the doorway. Soon, they spotted the source of the noise. A stout middle-aged man in a blue work uniform had a face that turned deep red, veins in his neck bulging as if they could burst at any moment. His rough, dark hands were shoving the security guard while he shouted, his angry eyes scanning the entire office area, seemingly looking for someone. Behind him, a woman cried with tears flowing like rain, desperately tugging at the man's arm in a futile attempt to pull him away, only to be slapped down onto the ground by him. Which one is Wanfeng? Wanfeng, get out here, the man yelled toward the crowd. When Wanfeng clearly saw the woman's face, his heart sank. The woman was Wu Yana, Lin Wanqiao's colleague and close friend. Also, his lover. Everyone turned to look at Wanfeng, their eyes flickering, revealing expressions of amusement as if watching a show. Seeing that everyone's attention was focused in one spot, the raucous man quickly locked onto Wanfeng's position. Before Wanfeng could react, the man stepped forward and grabbed Wanfeng by the collar, landing a punch right on his face. Faced with the overwhelming power of the burly man, Wanfeng had no ability to fight back. No matter how he tried to dodge, he could only be pinned to the ground like a little chicken, taking blows from fists and feet. Wanfeng sat in his boss Joe Tai's office, his face bruised and swollen, remaining silent. The troublemaker had already been dragged away by security, but Wanfeng had taken quite a beating. The strikes had been too fierce. Wanfeng gently rubbed his left arm, a sharp pain shooting through it when he pressed, wondering if his bone was fractured. Thinking about how his colleagues had only stood by, watching with glee and not stepping in to help, a layer of hatred clouded Wanfeng's eyes. When he sits in that position, he wouldn't let any of them off the hook. However, he didn't know how that man had found out about his relationship with Wu Yana. He had been extremely careful, and their phone communication was mostly about work. Even when they went to hotels, they used someone else's ID and left no trace. But now was clearly not the time for Wanfeng to reflect. Wanfeng, I'm not saying this lightly, but you are not a young kid anymore, you need to handle your personal matters well. Bringing such chaos to the workplace is completely inappropriate. The impact is terrible. Joe Tai slammed his hand heavily on the table. Hiss, the pain made him gasp. Hearing the commotion outside and seeing his subordinate being beaten on the ground by a big guy, he rushed out to intervene. During the process, a cut had appeared on the back of his hand, which was now red and swollen. Seeing this, Wanfeng quickly offered a wet wipe, but Joe Tai slapped it away with annoyance. Manager Zhou, I really don't have anything going on with that woman, it's only a regular work relationship. I don't know what's gotten into her husband. You have to believe me. Wanfeng shouted his innocence. Wanfeng knew he absolutely couldn't admit anything and firmly stated that he was wronged. Joe Tai stared at Wanfeng for a long while. A scandal of this magnitude involving an employee in his department, especially at such a crucial time for the headquarters evaluation, was troubling, not to mention how other departments would laugh at them if his competition for the regional manager position got affected. I don't care whether it's true or not, such things absolutely can't happen again. I'm giving you a week's leave, go handle your situation and come back. Wanfeng stood up anxiously, quickly walking to Joe Tai's side, pleading humbly, Manager, the selection meeting is tomorrow. If you give me leave now, it's like... Before Wanfeng could finish, Joe Tai cut him off sternly. With this kind of trouble, the company is doing well to not fire you. If they bring out any real evidence, I won't be able to protect you even if I want to. Before the words even finished, vroom. Both of their phones buzzed at the same time. Wanfeng picked up his phone and looked. Someone in the company group had posted a photo. In the photo, large A3 posters were stuck on the company's main entrance and inside the elevator. On the posters, two naked bodies were entwined with each other. That face was unmistakably. When Wanfeng saw the content of the poster, his eyes went black, and he collapsed to the ground. It's over. At the same time, Lin Wanqiao satisfiedly put her phone away, unconsciously humming a song, and patiently started sorting the new supplies on the shelves in the space. After hanging up with Ruan Feng yesterday, Lin Wanqiao immediately found a seller on Taobao who sold disposable phone cards, paid far more than the cost of the card, and asked the seller to send a message to Wu Yana's husband, Sun Hu, at his phone number. The message read, "Hurry and check the things in your wife's purple hard drive." In her past life, Lin Wanqiao found out about Ruan Feng and Wu Yana's affair 3 years after the apocalypse began. After experiencing floods, extreme cold, and extreme heat, social order had already collapsed. Government relief supplies were like a drop in the ocean, and besides families, there were various groups, big and small, huddling together for warmth and struggling to survive. Ruan Feng and his son, in order to please the team leader, Song Lao, didn't hesitate to drug her and send her to the bed of the old man. And the one who came up with this idea and took her place was her former colleague and best friend, Wu Yana. Lin Wanqiao would never forget that day when she felt as though her heart was dead, her battered body, weakened by the drugs, collapsed to the ground and was discarded like a ragdoll in a room. At the door, Wu Yana, clinging to Ruan Feng's shoulder, showed a victorious smile, completely abandoning her usual understanding and empathy. If she hadn't fought back with all her strength and knocked out that old man, this pair of scoundrels would have gotten away with it. Chapter 10. Pulling herself out of the memories, Wu Yana saw Lin Wanqiao putting down her pride and begging humbly, but was completely unmoved. As if fearing that Lin Wanqiao hadn't suffered enough, she took out a purple hard drive, a computer. On the monitor, one by one, the photos of Wu Yana and her boyfriend Ruan Feng in an intimate embrace appeared before Lin Wanqiao's eyes. And the earliest photo was taken before she even knew Ruan Feng. In this life, after Sun Hu received the anonymous message from Lin Wanqiao, he tried calling back, only to find it was a disconnected number. Driven by curiosity, he began searching through the house, following the instructions in the message. Sure enough, in a locked drawer, he found a purple hard drive. Sun Hu opened it on the computer and instantly became furious. How could he tolerate such a betrayal when his pride was shattered? When Wu Yana returned home singing, still changing shoes in the hallway, Sun Hu rushed over, grabbed her hair, and slammed her to the ground, punching and kicking her. "Ah! Sun Hu, what are you doing? Are you crazy?" Wu Yana screamed in pain, desperately trying to block the incoming blows. "How dare you ask me that, you bitch? Haven't I satisfied you? How dare you put a green hat on me?" Sun Hu yelled as he slammed the computer screen into her body. She cried out in pain, but upon seeing the pictures of her and Ruan Feng on the screen, her face instantly turned pale, and she collapsed helplessly to the ground. Sun Hu didn't wait for any explanation, his huge fists landing on her body and face. "Stop hitting me, Ah Hu, please, stop. Let me explain." Wu Yana was crying uncontrollably, crawling on her knees to Sun Hu's feet, begging for mercy. "Don't touch me, bitch." Sun Hu kicked her away. "I'll deal with you later." "Tell me, who is it?" After forcing the name of her lover out of her, Sun Hu stormed over to Ruan Feng's company the next day to make trouble. He was kicked out by the security guards, but the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He turned around and went to a printing shop, printing out all the compromising photos of the two. The lobby door, the elevator, and the corridor were almost covered with posters throughout the office building. The security guard looked at the big and rough Sun Hu, who was imposing, and at the sexy photos on the wall, yet did not go up to stop him. Because of this incident, Ruan Feng was fired the next day. But Sun Hu still did not let him go. When Ruan Feng dragged his weary body back to the community, he found a crowd of neighbors gathered at his door, pointing and whispering inside. Seeing him return, the crowd automatically made way, with some eyes full of mockery and others with schadenfreude. Ruan Feng quickly walked to his doorstep, and the sight of the open door and the furniture that had been smashed to pieces filled his vision. Ruan's mother saw Ruan Feng come back and exclaimed, "Ah," as she rushed over. "Xiao Feng, you are finally back. These people came up and smashed our things, accusing you of seducing someone else's wife, and they even hit your father. Hurry, call the police." In the living room stood 5 or 6 young men with tattooed arms, cigarette butts in their mouths, staring fiercely, and at the forefront was none other than Sun Hu. Hearing Ruan's mother, one of the younger brothers immediately became unhappy. "You old witch, food can be eaten haphazardly, but you can't talk nonsense. When did we smash your stuff? That old man came up to hit Brother Hu, we just pushed him a bit. What do you call that in law, Self-defense," another young brother chimed in. Oh, self-defense. Your furniture was broken because you fell over, it has nothing to do with us. Be careful with your slander, or we will sue you for defamation. Exactly, the neighbors outside are watching, which of those eyes saw us hitting anyone? The crowd looked at each other, and they all shook their heads. Ruan Feng threw his bag hard to the ground and shouted, "What do you want? You've already made me lose my job, isn't that enough?" "What? Xiao Feng, you mean you lost your job?" Ruan's father couldn't believe it. What he was most proud of was his excellent son in this respectable job, which he often boasted about to relatives and friends. Sun Hu sneered, "That's interesting, you losing your job has nothing to do with me. You dare to sleep with someone else's wife but don't have the guts to admit it. You're talking nonsense. My son is not that kind of person, how could he possibly be interested in your wife? Talking nonsense? Brothers, take out the photos and show everyone how excellent his son is in bed. Ruan Feng's pupils contracted, and he. Later, Sun, who not only reused his old tricks to post small flyers in the Ruanfeng community, but even found out which factory Ruan's parents worked at, causing a scene there and making Ruan's family known to almost all their relatives and friends. The Ruan family did not dare to go out and face others for a long time. In the end, they had to compromise, gathering money to pay Sun Hu a large sum for emotional distress in order to get rid of him. Of course, that was a story for another time. According to Sun Hu's violent temper, who knew how this wandering woman would end up in this life? Compared to the gloomy and miserable situation on that side, Lin Wanqiao had been living quite comfortably these days. During this time, with the efforts of her and her grandparents, all the supplies were being prepared in an orderly manner. Seeing the space gradually filled with supplies, Lin Wanqiao's heart should have felt more at ease. However, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Chapter 11. Unable to pinpoint what was wrong, Lin Wanqiao stopped worrying and threw herself into the next round of stockpiling. Common medications for external injuries, heart medications, vitamins, household appliances, gas masks, and everything else needed had to be ready. Okay. Lin Wanqiao carefully checked the medicines. Besides the various standing medicines, Lu Jianan had heart disease, so his long-term medications were particularly important. The doctor had warned that he could not miss a single day of his medication, and Lu Jianan was only in his 60s, so she needed to stock up for at least 40 years. The hospital could only prescribe medicine for a week, and pharmacies wouldn't give more either. Even searching all the pharmacies in the county, she couldn't gather enough for a year. Lin Wanqiao really spent a lot of effort to purchase enough from a few friends at pharmaceutical companies, and because it wasn't through normal channels, the prices were much higher than the market rate. But everything was worth it. In addition to the medicines, daily necessities had also been bought to the brim. Lin Wanqiao even bought construction cement, self-defense weapons, farming tools, seeds, and various outdoor survival supplies. Basically, she had bought almost everything that could be used and might be used. At the same time, the money Lin Wanqiao had was almost spent completely. The hands of the clock reached April 25, 2023. A week before the apocalypse came. Lin Wanqiao was doing a final inventory of supplies. The space was filled to the brim, with almost no remaining space. Except for Lin Wanqiao's space, the house was still normally arranged in the living room and kitchen. Other rooms were piled high with cat litter and a small amount of durable supplies, except for the beds. After the water was cut off, the toilets obviously couldn't be used, making it a problem to relieve oneself. Cat litter absorbed the odor, making it a good choice. With everything prepared, Lin Wanqiao could take a rest today. After lunch, she lay down in bed to rest. Lin Wanqiao held a photo, her hand trembling slightly. The yellowed photo displayed two youthful and tender faces. In the photo, the girl smiled at the camera with blooming joy, while the boy, dressed in a white t-shirt, had one arm around the girl's shoulder, leaning down to look at her, with tenderness overflowing in his eyes. Gently touching the boy's face, her eyes gradually filled with tears. Her thoughts drifted back 2 years through the photo. That year, Lin Wanqiao had a first-love boyfriend, Shen Xiaoyu, whom she had been with for 6 years. The two met in school, pushing each other in their studies, supporting one another, promising to strive for the same university, essentially becoming each other's spiritual pillars. But tomorrow and accidents never know which comes first. Shen Xiaoyu's parents died together in an accident right at his crucial senior year, and the huge blow directly caused him to fail his college entrance exams, while Lin Wanqiao successfully got into her dream school. Later, Shen Xiaoyu struggled to finish college, taking loans to do so, and after graduating, he came to work in City B, where Lin Wanqiao's university was. If you were to say what was so good about Shen Xiaoyu, he was absolutely perfect for Lin Wanqiao. He'd give her stars without asking for the moon, almost cherishing Lin Wanqiao like a treasure. But due to his lower education, without any financial support from family, Shen Xiaoyu struggled especially hard, living in great hardship. Since Lin Wanqiao graduated and entered the workplace, the burden of life has become even heavier. During her 1-year internship, Lin Wanqiao not only had to endure her boss's exploitation every day but also worked overtime as a routine. With only the minimum wage of 1,800 yuan each month, even though Shen Xiaoyu tried hard to be frugal and catered to Lin Wanqiao's needs, it was still a drop in the bucket compared to the high cost of living in the big city. Often, after paying 3 months' rent, the two of them could not gather even 100 yuan from their pockets. Sometimes, sitting in their small rental room, Lin Wanqiao felt lost about the future. It was also during that time that she met Ruan Feng through a close friend, and they became friends. The two despicable people set a trap, making Lin Wanqiao think she had cheated while drunk and forced Ruan Feng into bed. In reality, nothing had happened between them. But she was blissfully unaware. Since that night of drunkenness, she began to despise herself and could not face Shen Xiaoyu. When she hesitated repeatedly about whether to be honest with Shen Xiaoyu, he learned of that night's accident because Wu Yana slipped up. At this point, she could no longer face staying beside Shin Xiaoyu, so she took the initiative to break up and leave. Later, Wan Feng came to her asking for responsibility. Feeling guilty for forcing him, she agreed to his request to date, thus falling into a trap. Recalling Shin Xiaoyu's painful face when she left, Lin Wanqiao's trembling fingers hovered over the dial pad. Lin Wanqiao knew she had to make this call, but she was afraid of hearing Shin Xiaoyu's icy rejection or the emotionless busy tone. The veil of night unknowingly covered everything, far and near. Long after that, Lin Wanqiao finally made up her mind. She had no right to disturb him, but no matter what, she just wanted him to be safe in this end of the world. Whether he hated her or despised her, she only wanted to ensure he would live well. Beep beep beep. Each ring struck heavily at Lin Wanqiao's heart. Lin Wanqiao unconsciously held her breath, staring at the phone screen without blinking. A mere 10 seconds felt like centuries. Just when Lin Wanqiao thought Shin Xiaoyu would not answer. Hello? A deep, familiar voice came through the receiver. Her heart stopped for a moment. The mist blurred Lin Wanqiao's eyes, and it soon flowed down her face like a dam breaking. Hello? Shin Xiaoyu's voice came again from the other end, carrying a hint of confusion. Lin Wanqiao took a deep breath, and after a long pause, she slowly said, "It's me." I know. The two fell silent at the same time. Are you okay? Shin Xiaoyu broke the silence first. Not good. That's good. What's wrong with you? Shin Xiaoyu's tone clearly turned urgent. I'm not okay at all. Lin Wanqiao seemed to be venting years of suppressed grievances, her voice hoarse. Noticing a hint of crying in her voice, Shin Xiaoyu immediately sat up straight in his chair and asked, Xiao, what happened? Please tell me. Are you still single? Lin Wanqiao probed. Lin Wanqiao had thought it over. If Shin Xiaoyu already had someone, then in the face of the impending apocalypse, he would surely wish to be with his loved one, right? If so, she would choose to no longer disturb him. But they once shared an emotional bond. The news about the apocalypse still had to be shared with him. If he didn't believe it, there would be no other way. There was silence on the other end of the line. Lin Wanqiao sighed in her heart. Since that's the case, then I won't disturb you, but there's one thing. There's nothing. What? Lin Wanqiao hesitated. I said, I'm still single now. Shin Xiaoyu repeated. Hearing this, she turned away from the phone, covering her mouth with one hand, silent in pain. A long time passed without hearing a response from Lin Wanqiao. Shin Xiaoyu gently called out, Xiao. Lin Wanqiao, unable to adjust her emotions, spoke with a trembling, tearful voice, come here now. Right now. Shin Xiaoyu's handsome face frowned. In the past, when he was dating Lin Wanqiao, she would also use this tone when she was throwing a fit. Was Wan Feng bullying her? Thinking of this, Shin Xiaoyu wanted to ask, but suddenly felt as powerless as an eggplant hit by frost. How could he even care for her with his current status? Xiao, Shin Xiaoyu hesitated, wanting to say something. Something is going to happen, hurry and find me. Xiao, what is going on? Lin Wanqiao choked on her words, I can't explain it clearly over the phone. Come find me, or you might never see me again. Chapter 12. After hanging up the phone, Shin Xiaoyu's heart couldn't find peace for a long time. Ever since Lin Wanqiao stayed out all night one day, she inexplicably started distancing herself from him. At first, Shin Xiaoyu thought he did something wrong that made her angry, but the more he tried to please her, the more she deliberately pulled away. Until one day, he heard it from her colleague. That was like a bolt from the blue. How could he dare to believe it? He desperately wanted her to deny it, to tell himself it was just a rumor, but she said nothing, only cried. What else was there to understand? But how could 6 years of emotions be severed so easily? To say that Shin Xiaoyu felt no resentment towards Lin Wanqiao regarding that incident would be a lie. After 6 years, Lin Wanqiao betrayed him so completely, leaving no room for anything. Why did she do this? No matter how hard Shin Xiaoyu thought, he couldn't understand. Indeed, that man came from a better family, but there were richer colleagues who pursued Lin Wanqiao as well. With a heart full of unwillingness and questions, he asked several times but never received an answer. Afterward, Shin Xiaoyu locked his heart away and devoted himself entirely to his career. He worked tirelessly to climb up, seemingly wanting to prove himself through success in his career. In fact, he did prove himself. Now, he was not only the project leader in City A but also had initially passed his application to become a partner, just waiting for next month's official partner meeting to approve it. The desk lamp cast a soft white light, and only the distant printer occasionally made a faint motor sound. The air was exceptionally quiet. Shin Xiaoyu could clearly hear his own heart pounding. Unknowingly, sweat started to form in his palms, leaving a wet spot on his phone. He secretly made up his mind. City C. After confirming that Shin Xiaoyu would come soon, Lin Wanqiao put down her phone. All her strength seemed to be drained in an instant, and she collapsed onto the bed. Lin Wanqiao knew that if she directly told Qin Xiaoyu on the phone that the end of the world was coming, he might not believe it right away. The most direct way was to make Qin Xiaoyu think something big had happened to her, then find a way to convince him once he arrived. The next day, Lin Wanqiao and Lu Jianan went to her second uncle's house to borrow a big truck, while Yang Yujun stayed home to handle ingredients. After checking the supplies last night, they found that they had basically prepared everything, except the diesel was still not in place. The amount they needed was too large, but the nearby gas stations did not sell bulk fuel. The family discussed and decided to use a simple method: drive to get gas, fill up, then siphon it out of the tank to continue filling up. However, the small car's fuel tank was too small, so to increase efficiency, they needed to borrow a truck. Coincidentally, her second uncle and his son drove a truck for transportation, and Lu Jianan immediately contacted them by phone. Luckily, her second uncle happened to be at home resting without any work today. Lin Wanqiao and Lu Jianan brought a box of milk and a bag of fruits and knocked on her second uncle's door. Her second uncle knew that Lin Wanqiao was coming. Long been waiting at home. "Oh, Jojo, you're here." "Uncle." Lin Wanqiao showed a sweet smile. "Uncle, you really are something. Why didn't you tell me when Jojo was back? Why are you coming over carrying things?" Second uncle pretended to be unhappy and said to Lu Jianan. The three sat down in the living room. After a few casual chats, Lu Jianan got to the point. Upon learning that Lin Wanqiao and the others wanted to borrow his truck, he asked in surprise, "Borrowing the truck is fine, but why do you need it? If there's something going on, just tell me directly. I'm resting today and can help you out." Lin Wanqiao and Lu Jianan exchanged a glance. "Well, Jojo wants to renovate the house for me and my wife so we can live more comfortably. We need to haul some furniture and building materials these days. The prices are too high in the market, and since you're resting at home, we thought of borrowing the truck." Lu Jianan rubbed his hands nervously as he explained. "That's right, it costs hundreds outside for each haul, and their vans are too small. If the distance is a bit longer, they charge extra." "My truck is better." Second uncle nodded, "But to drive my truck, you need AB2 license." "I'll go help you." If second uncle went along, it would surely reveal the truth. Lin Wanqiao quickly replied, "Uncle, I have a license." "You just finished a long trip, you should rest well. How can I let you work again? My grandpa and I will be fine." Second uncle was half convinced. "How do you have AB2 license? But this truck isn't often driven, so you aren't familiar with it. I should take over." Lin Wanqiao and the others declined repeatedly and finally got the car keys as they wished. They found the truck in the parking lot. Lin Wanqiao climbed into the driver's seat, fumbled to insert the key, and turned on the engine. Of course, she didn't have AB2 license. The operation of a big truck is quite different from a small car. Although she had crammed knowledge about driving a big truck before coming, she still felt a bit flustered. Lu Jianan nervously swallowed his saliva beside her. "Jojo, don't force yourself." After trying twice and stalling, she finally succeeded on the third attempt. Lin Wanqiao cautiously drove the truck out of the parking lot. "Please don't let me be unlucky and run into a traffic officer." Lin Wanqiao prayed silently as she carefully watched the road ahead. The big truck crawled along the road, causing honks of dissatisfaction from other drivers wherever it went. Arriving at the gas station, Lin Wanqiao naturally went to queue behind pump number 92, which left the staff speechless. Under the staff's direction, she parked the truck at the diesel pump. She handed over the fuel card. Luckily this kind of card had no password. Soon, the tank was full. Lin Wanqiao drove the truck to a more secluded corner nearby and turned off the engine. Lu Jianan stood a short distance away, keeping watch. With the cover of the trees, Lin Wanqiao used a screwdriver to open the oil drain valve at the bottom of the tank and placed a prepared barrel underneath to catch the oil, filling it and then putting it in the space. After finishing, they moved on to another gas station to repeat the above steps. For the past 2 days, Lin Wanqiao and Lu Jianan had been shuttling between different gas stations. The nearby gas stations were all used up, and to avoid suspicion, they had to drive further away. Fortunately, they didn't encounter any traffic officers along the way. Until all 12 fuel cards were used up, they had collected around 3,000 liters of diesel. Chapter 13. April 29, 2023. 3 days before the apocalypse arrived. Lin Wanqiao was sitting in front of the computer, downloading various professional knowledge books, as well as various TV shows, novels, and even city maps. Almost all the outlets in the room were plugged with large power banks charging. These things could not only fill the boring time during the apocalypse but also had lots of useful knowledge in medicine, emergency escape, construction, planting, and more, which might come in handy at critical moments. In the evening, Qin Xiaoyu sent a text message. He would land at 7 p.m. Lin Wanqiao rarely put on light makeup and changed into a dress, standing in front of the mirror for a good while before leaving. The curious gazes of the elderly couple often glanced toward her. Arriving at the airport half an hour early. After 2 years of separation and 5 years of an apocalypse, she hadn't seen Lin Wanqiao for 7 whole years. In the past, snow was like flowers, now, flowers are like snow. Lin Wanqiao stood at the arrival hall, staring intently at the exit, unwilling to blink, fearing she might miss something. Time passed second by second, and after what felt like ages, a familiar figure appeared in the distance. He stood there, straight and tall, right in front of her. They stood like that, their gazes crossing through the crowd, each pair of eyes locked tightly onto the other. He opened his mouth but found himself speechless, finally able to only smile softly at her. In the private room of the restaurant, the two sat awkwardly upright, like punished students. The waiter who came in to take their order broke the awkward silence. Lin Wanqiao quickly ordered several dishes based on her memories of Lin Xiaoyu's preferences from their past life. Lin Xiaoyu looked at the bright and beautiful Lin Wanqiao, hesitating to speak several times. After a long pause, he finally mustered the courage to ask. "Xiao Xiao, what exactly happened to you?" That day, Lin Xiaoyu took Lin Wanqiao's words very seriously and had been anxious for days, rushing to take leave as soon as he finished managing his company's affairs. He was terrified she would tell him she had a terminal illness. Seeing the tense man sweating, Lin Wanqiao felt a warm sensation in her heart. No matter what I say, will you choose to believe me?" "What?" Lin Xiaoyu asked, confused. "I mean, if what I want to tell you is too bizarre and I don't have any evidence to prove it, will you believe me?" Other than a space, Lin Wanqiao currently had no strong evidence to support her apocalyptic theory. Although the private room was secluded, it was still too risky to reveal the existence of the space here. She wondered if Lin Xiaoyu would think she was joking and just leave after hearing her story. "Xiao Xiao, what do you want to say?" Lin Wanqiao collected her thoughts, took a deep breath, and slowly began to speak. "Actually, when I said you would never see me again, it's because in 3 days, the world will face the greatest disaster in human history." Looking into Lin Xiaoyu's eyes, Lin Wanqiao spoke slowly and clearly. The apocalypse is coming soon." Lin Xiaoyu was momentarily stunned, frozen in place. "In 3 nights, the Sea City Meteorological Bureau will issue a typhoon warning for Morame, advising citizens to prepare for emergency anti-typhoon measures. I don't know what it's like in other provinces, but as far as I know, the super typhoon along with torrential rains will ravage the entire Z province for a week, followed by endless floods that will submerge the entire city. For 6 months, not only will the flood not recede, but humanity will also face extreme heat, extreme cold, and eternal night." Lin Xiaoyu listened in shock, unable to believe it as he glanced outside the window. The weather was sunny and beautiful. It was only April, a typhoon? And an apocalypse? "Xiao Xiao, don't joke." Lin Xiaoyu couldn't help but interrupt Lin Wanqiao, even though he had prepared himself, her words were too outrageous. I know you don't believe me. If I hadn't experienced it myself, I wouldn't believe it either." Lin Wanqiao seemed trapped in a long, painful memory. "Do you know? During that long, dark time, I struggled to survive alone. To stay alive, I even fought with dogs for food, drank filthy water from ditches. I've killed many people." As she spoke, a tear rolled down from the corner of Lin Wanqiao's eye to her cheek. "I was buried under the rubble during an earthquake, feeling my body grow cold inch by inch. I woke up in a hospital ward, but it was April 4, 2023. Lin Xiaoyu felt at a loss, raising his hand to gently wipe away Lin Wanqiao's tears with a tissue. At that moment, he didn't know how to comfort Lin Wanqiao, all the information was too absurd. The two ate their meal with their minds elsewhere. Lin Xiaoyu accompanied Lin Wanqiao back to the community, stopping downstairs of her building. When parting, Lin Wanqiao said seriously, You may not believe me, but soon I will prove myself. Give me 3 days. In these 3 days, you stay. Don't leave, okay?" Lin Xiaoyu agreed. Lin Wanqiao's state made him uneasy even if he left. He could only wait a few days to find a better psychologist and take her to see one. However, thinking back on Lin Wanqiao's pained expression when she said those words seemed not to be fake. Lin Xiaoyu watched Lin Wanqiao go upstairs, then turned and walked towards the hotel. In the next few days, Lin Wanqiao did not mention the apocalypse again. Lin Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief. He really did not know how to advise Lin Wanqiao. He could only accompany her, hoping to make her a bit happier. Perhaps soon it would be fine. During the day, they dated like a couple, hiking, watching movies, and shopping at the mall. In the evening, they strolled along the riverside promenade, feeling the warm spring breeze. These calm and happy days were passing quickly, and Lin Wanqiao seized every opportunity to enjoy the peace before the end. During this time, Lin Wanqiao visited Yi Qian's home once. When Lin Wanqiao arrived at Yi Qian's door, she checked that there was no one around and no surveillance before quietly taking out the prepared supplies from her space. It was just some long-lasting rice, flour, cured meat, and a small amount of medicine, along with a deflated kayak. These supplies could last a family of 3 about 3 months if they were careful. She stacked the boxes at the elevator entrance, tried to catch her breath, and pretended to be out of breath from moving things. Found the feeling. Lin Wanqiao knocked on Yi Qian's door. Seeing Lin Wanqiao bringing several large boxes of food, Yi Qian's eyes widened in disbelief. She thought she was crazy for stocking so much food. She didn't expect Lin Wanqiao to be even crazier. How long would this last? Seeing that Yi Qian's home had so little food, Lin Wanqiao realized that this girl hadn't really taken her words seriously. Although her best friend had moved back to her parents' place, the supplies were just a symbolic amount. At most, it could last a month. Lin Wanqiao, feeling disappointed, pulled Yi Qian's ear and sternly warned her to buy more supplies before the first. Yi Qian kept asking where the terrifying news came from. No matter how Yi Qian questioned, Lin Wanqiao insisted it was a secret. Would you believe me if I told you the truth? Seeing Lin Wanqiao's serious demeanor and not joking, Yi Qian finally patted her chest, promising she would pay attention and would buy supplies in the next few days. Before leaving, Lin Wanqiao reminded her again not to let outsiders know there were supplies at home. The evening wind was beginning to pick up. One night, while Lin Wanqiao was walking with Xin Xiaoyu, a shadow suddenly dashed out before them, charging at their faces. It was Xin Xiaoyu who reacted quickly, kicking the shadow away. A squeaking sound came from the darkness. The streetlights were dim, but it was enough to see the true identity of the shadow. It turned out to be a large gray-black rat, scurrying toward the greenery along the road. Just as they let out a sigh of relief, a voice from the front suddenly exclaimed. They saw a string of shadows constantly appearing from under the streetlight, rapidly rushing out from the sewer, causing everyone nearby to scream in surprise. Xin Xiaoyu joked that the world was going downhill, even the rats dared to roam the streets. Only Lin Wanqiao knew that these rats might have sensed something, which was why they were acting abnormally. A natural disaster was about to arrive. Chapter 14. May 2, 2023, 7:32 a.m. Lin Wanqiao was awakened by the sound of rain tapping outside the window. Pulling back the curtains, the sky was gloomy, and light rain drizzled down. Outside the neighborhood below, a group of early risers huddled under the bus stop, avoiding the rain. While waiting for the bus, they held bags in one hand and stuffed pancakes and buns into their mouths with the other. Everything was as usual. Step by step. Pushing open the door, Lu Jianan and another person had already gotten up and were cooking noodles in the kitchen. Seeing Lin Wanqiao come out, Lu Jianan walked over with a serious face to confirm with her, "Is it today?" Lin Wanqiao nodded. It was still drizzling, but in the afternoon, the rain would suddenly intensify, and everyone would receive a typhoon warning from the Meteorological Bureau. At around 2 a.m., an extremely strong typhoon would suddenly arrive. But this was just the beginning. After finishing breakfast, Yang Yujuan and another person started bustling around in the kitchen again. Lin Wanqiao called her best friend Yi Qian. "Xiao, you don't know, my parents are almost scolding me to death. After you left last time, I went to buy a whole bunch of things, and my parents saw it and kept scolding me for having too much money and being idle." "Did you tell them about the weather disaster?" "I did, but they kept asking me where I heard the news. But since you said it was a secret, I couldn't explain much. They just think I was fooled and keep telling me to return the stuff quickly." "The weather will change tonight, you don't need to go out today if it's not necessary," Lin Wanqiao reminded. It still feels unreal. Will it really flood? Then I have to park my car in a higher place." Not wanting to listen to the other side chatter, Lin Wanqiao said a few perfunctory words and hung up the phone. "Grandpa, Grandma, I'm going out, I'll be back for dinner." Lin Wanqiao put on her jacket, picked up her phone, and walked out. "It's dangerous outside, be careful, and come back early," Lu Jianan worriedly reminded. During dinner last night, Lin Wanqiao had completely laid everything out to the elderly couple, revealing her past with Xin Xiaoyu and her plans. Actually, the elderly couple had met Xin Xiaoyu before. They were, after all, moving towards marriage. When Lin Wanqiao was close to graduating, she had brought Xin Xiaoyu home to meet them. The elderly couple had a pretty good impression of Xin Xiaoyu, but unfortunately, Lin Wanqiao suddenly informed them about her marriage, and wouldn't elaborate on the reasons, which made them hesitant to ask further. In the past few days at home, Lin Wanqiao had also told them sporadically about her past life situation and the vicious faces of the Ruan family. Including how, about half a year after the apocalypse, Xin Xiaoyu came to find her in a sorry state, wanting to take her away when he saw how thin she had become, but was beaten by the Ruan family and left sadly in the end. The elderly couple was so angry after hearing this that they almost wanted to go find the Ruan family for trouble. They also agreed with Lin Wanqiao's decision to bring Xin Xiaoyu to stay at their home. To go from City A long way to City B to find Lin Wanqiao in such a dangerous world, his character and feelings for Lin Wanqiao were beyond doubt. They, being older, wouldn't necessarily be able to protect Lin Wanqiao if anything happened, so having someone to support her was also a good thing. At noon, Lin Wanqiao and Xin Xiaoyu, holding umbrellas, found a spicy hot pot restaurant. The restaurant was quite lively. As soon as the spicy hot pot was served, a strong spicy aroma filled the air, instantly arousing appetite. Even just smelling it was enough to tempt one. Lin Wanqiao picked up a piece of fatty pork, paired it with a mouthful of rice, and couldn't wait to put it in her mouth. The salty and fragrant meat blended perfectly with the rice, neither oily nor greasy, with spicy and slightly numbing flavors that lingered, leaving a lasting impression. With a big bowl finished, feeling still unsatisfied, Lin Wanqiao ordered another portion of rice. Such heavy-flavored food would be rare to have in the future. Clearing the plate, Lin Wanqiao gulped down half a bottle of iced cola and burped without any decorum. This greedy look made Shen Xiaoyu chuckle helplessly. Wow, dear, quick look at the group, they're saying there's a typhoon tonight. A girl from the next table exclaimed. No way, where did you see that? Her companion seemed skeptical. In the class group, hurry and look, someone forwarded the meteorological station's message, saying they've detected an unprecedentedly strong typhoon forming suddenly over the Pacific Ocean. This typhoon is developing at an alarming speed and is expected to make landfall in Province Z by tomorrow morning, with wind speeds exceeding level 16. WC. I saw it too. What the heck, there's a typhoon in May? Exactly, and it's so sudden, a super typhoon, how come there was no warning at all? So are we going back to school this afternoon? Let's go back first. As the two girls spoke, they stood up, picked up their bags, and settled the bill. Ha ha, doesn't that mean we can have a holiday? True, ha ha, but don't celebrate too early. Every time there's a typhoon, they always say it's going to hit, and it ends up veering off. Even as they walked away, the wind carried their bell-like laughter. Lin Wanqiao came back to her senses and found Shen Xiaoyu frowning at his phone screen. Xiaoyu, what are you looking at? I'm checking the Meteorological Bureau's Weibo. Shen Xiaoyu's heart surged as he read the typhoon warning updated at 13:58 by the official account. This ultra-strong typhoon was called Moramiai. Prior to this post, there had been no warning about the typhoon at all. Everything was just as Lin Wanqiao had said earlier. Is this just a coincidence? Shen Xiaoyu looked at Lin Wanqiao with a complicated expression. She was also scrolling through the news about the typhoon, her face showing no signs of surprise. After they finished eating and stepped outside, they found it was pouring more than in the morning, the rain pattering loudly on their umbrella. It was only a little past 2 p.m., but the sky was dark as though it were 6 p.m. Dark clouds rolled overhead, making the sky look like an inverted iron pot, weighing heavily on their chests. Shen Xiaoyu held the umbrella, walking alongside Lin Wanqiao on their way back. Lin Wanqiao sensed that Shen Xiaoyu was feeling uneasy. Xiaoyu, pack your bags and come over to my place first. Even if you don't believe me, a typhoon is coming, it's not safe for you to stay alone at the hotel. I have a spare room at home. Is that convenient? Shen Xiaoyu hesitated, after all, he was her ex, and it felt a bit awkward to go over. Don't worry, I've already spoken to my grandparents. They would be happy for you to come. Before you leave, they specifically reminded me to have you over for dinner. Mentioning the elderly made it hard for Shen Xiaoyu to refuse. Sure enough, he nodded. On the way to the hotel, Lin Wanqiao noticed some residents with a sense of crisis rolling up their sleeves to move appliances upstairs, as private cars continuously left the underground parking lot and parked above ground. But there were also mocking voices saying they were making a fuss, there were typhoons every year, and how many really made landfall? Thunderous warnings without much rain, the last serious flood was over 20 years ago. The journey from the restaurant to the hotel took just over 20 minutes, and Lin Wanqiao could clearly feel the wind getting stronger, with raindrops hitting her face like pellets, so they quickened their pace. Once at the hotel, Shen Xiaoyu quickly packed his bags. At this moment, Lin Wanqiao received a call from Lu Jianan. Xiao Chao, the wind is getting stronger, hurry back. Okay, I'm on my way back. Be careful on the road. After hanging up, Shen Xiaoyu had already finished packing, and the two of them quickly headed downstairs to check out. Lin Wanqiao used an app to order a taxi. Seeing the app show that the car was still 2 kilometers away, she felt a wave of anxiety. In just a short moment, the wind had picked up, hinting at the power of a strong typhoon. Despite the previous typhoon arriving at 2 a.m. the next day, this one had started early. 5 minutes later, the taxi still hadn't arrived. Lin Wanqiao refreshed the vehicle tracking repeatedly. Your order has been cancelled by the driver. She placed another order, but no one accepted it for a long time. What's wrong? Shen Xiaoyu asked as he saw Lin Wanqiao anxiously tapping away at her screen. No one is accepting the order. What do we do? It's 1.5 kilometers back on foot, with such strong winds. Without hesitation, Shen Xiaoyu took off his jacket and put it on Lin Wanqiao. What are you doing? In such heavy wind and rain, the car's windshield is completely unclear, no driver would take the order, so waiting here is useless. We should take advantage of this moment to leave, let's hurry back. Shen Xiaoyu said this while putting the umbrella into his backpack, slinging it to his chest, holding one hand on the suitcase, and the other firmly wrapped around Lin Wanqiao's shoulders. The warm touch made Lin Wanqiao's heart flutter. Hold on to my clothes and follow me. Lin Wanqiao gritted her teeth, stopped being pretentious, and immediately followed Xin Xiaoyu into the rain. The wind and rain mixed together, hitting her face like dense bullets, painfully stinging like needles. Her clothes were instantly soaked by the rain, sticking tightly to her body as the wind blew. The branches of the greenery had already begun to bend, shared bicycles lined up by the roadside were blown over, and cars were flashing their hazard lights, stopping one after another on the road, making every step a struggle. Xin Xiaoyu tried his best to shield Lin Wanqiao's body behind him, hoping to block some of the wind and rain for her. The route that usually took more than 20 minutes took them almost an hour to complete. Lu Jianan opened the door to find 2 drenched chickens. After taking a shower, they sat on the sofa drinking warm ginger soup. Lin Wanqiao sighed with comfort, feeling that home was indeed the best place. The old couple had already prepared the guest room in advance. Saying they prepared it, it was just laying clean beddings on a small bed. The room was still filled with supplies, with a narrow path cleared for a person to walk through. As the door opened, both Xin Xiaoyu's eyes and luggage fell to the ground with a thud. Chapter 15. At 9 p.m., the super-strong typhoon had made landfall with pouring rain. The whole world was filled with flying sand and stones, and the sounds of heavy objects falling and glass shattering were constant. Before going to bed, Lu Jianan and Xin Xiaoyu carefully checked every window, confirming they were secure and leak-proof before feeling at ease to go back to sleep. Even with thick double-layered vacuum-reinforced glass, the roaring winds outside could still be heard clearly. However, that night was the most peacefully Lin Wanqiao had ever slept. The next morning she woke up, glanced at her phone, and saw it was 8:45. Lin Wanqiao got up, opened the curtains, and looked outside. The wind had not weakened at all. The greenery trees downstairs in the community were almost completely uprooted, leaning in various directions. One tree had even snapped power lines, tilting dangerously into a black private car, its windshield shattered, electric wires sizzling on the ground. She wondered if the driver inside was safe. Not far away, the bike shed at the mall was nowhere to be found. All the electric bikes inside had toppled over. The mall's 2 large glass doors had been blown open, leaving only a hollow entrance through which wind and rain rushed in. The ground was littered with shattered glass. Lin Wanqiao saw that many windows in the opposite building had broken, with residents waving their hands outside, calling for help. Lin Wanqiao stopped looking, pulled the curtains shut, changed out of her sleepwear, and pushed open the bedroom door to step outside. Xin Xiaoyu was assisting Yang Yujun. Whatever was said made her burst into laughter. Feeling that his work was being taken, Lu Jianan had a face full of grievance when he saw Lin Wanqiao come out. "Jiao Jiao is up, come eat breakfast," Yang Yujun called out. Lin Wanqiao nodded and quickly went into the bathroom to wash her face and brush her teeth. Breakfast was lavish. 2 steaming baskets of soup dumplings, a plate of fried eggs golden on both sides, a large pot of century egg and lean meat porridge, and freshly ground soy milk that exuded a strong bean aroma. "Hurry and try this." All of this was made by Ayu early in the morning. "I become his helper, he's really so capable." Yang Yujun was very pleased with Xin Xiaoyu, her eyes almost disappearing from smiling. Hearing the praise, Xin Xiaoyu scratched his head shyly. In fact, when Lin Wanqiao and he were together back then, to save money, it had been Xin Xiaoyu who cooked. Over the years, he had gradually improved his cooking skills. She just didn't expect that after so many years, things seemed even better. The family was happily gathered around the table, eating a steaming hot breakfast. Lin Wanqiao scrolled through the messages in the owner group while eating. The owner group was filled with cries of despair. Some owners wailed that the glass of their living room window was blown out last night, the wind was too strong to repair, and rainwater flooded their homes. Their family could only huddle in a small room and now even had to take turns guarding the kitchen door to keep it from blowing open, suffering greatly. There were many such families. Someone broke down, receiving news from their hometown early in the morning that their family home couldn't withstand the storm and suddenly collapsed at night. Their parents were trapped underneath, and their life or death was unknown. They, however, were stuck here and couldn't even go to say a last goodbye. Yet these were quickly overshadowed by continuous calls for property maintenance. There were even people laughing, relieved that they didn't have to go to work these few days. Lin Wanqiao scrolled for a while, feeling bored. Just as she put down her phone, pinging notifications came in. Picking it up again, it was all messages from Yi Qian. Clicking on the voice message, Yi Qian's excited voice rang out. First, she asked if Lin Wanqiao was safe and marveled that her news was actually true. Then, she said she almost got scared to death last night and ended by feeling grateful that she listened to Lin Wanqiao's advice. Otherwise, she might be huddled under her blanket crying for her parents right now. Chatty yet warm. Lin Wanqiao, still worried, nagged her to lock the door and absolutely not go outside, to which the other side repeatedly agreed. Thinking of Yi Qian's nodding like a garlic peeler, she couldn't help but chuckle. After finishing breakfast, Xin Xiaoyu rushed to clear the dishes, and Yang Yujun's smile reached her ears. Lu Jianan was frustrated, this conspicuous bag. Outside, the wind howled fiercely, and the family stayed inside to cook. Taking advantage of the moment when other supplies were still relatively sufficient, cooking smelled wouldn't attract attention. When supplies gradually ran low later, cooking would be more dangerous, especially heavy-smelling dishes. So, the four of them split up the work. Lin Wanqiao was in charge of washing and preparing the vegetables and steaming the rice, while Yang Yujun and Xin Xiaoyu were in charge of cooking. And the extra Lu Jianan was once again abandoned, forced to sulk on the balcony fiddling with vegetable seeds. For convenience, all the dishes were cooked in one big pot. At first, Xin Xiaoyu was a bit confused, this way the fridge wouldn't fit, and they surely wouldn't finish eating it all. But thinking of what Lin Wanqiao had said before, he no longer thought much about it and quickly immersed himself in the task. The two stoves worked in tandem. Before long, green pepper stir-fried meat was coming out pot after pot, all packed into the pre-prepared stainless steel bucket. Next was braised pork, beef brisket with potatoes, mapo tofu, sauerkraut fish, and curry chicken cubes. Even with the range hood set to maximum, it was of no use. The whole kitchen was filled with delicious aromas, which wafted through the window cracks and were soon washed clean by the rain. The family was busy from morning until 9 p.m., barely making do with the remaining congee for lunch. After everything was done, they all collapsed on the sofa, unable to stand. Gulu gulu. Someone's stomach protested. They exchanged looks, and laughter burst out. After a while, Lin Wanqiao struggled to get up and went to the kitchen. There was still rice in the rice cooker. She dished out 4 bowls of rice, took out the braised pork and mapo tofu made during the day, plated them, and quickly made a seaweed salad. Finally, she brought it to the dining room, calling everyone to dinner. Seeing the steaming braised pork on the table, Xin Xiaoyu's eyes flashed with surprise. The dishes made in the morning were still hot by evening? Moreover, those stainless steel buckets that were obviously moved to the living room and hallway, how could Lin Wanqiao bring out the dishes from the kitchen? No. It's not right. Where did those barrels go? Those barrels were 7.5 people high, almost a meter in diameter. It took 2 people working together just to move them slightly. All afternoon, everyone was busy in the kitchen and Lin Wanqiao only stepped out briefly. Damn it, they just vanished into thin air. Xin Xiaoyu suddenly looked at Lin Wanqiao. Noticing the shock and curiosity in Xin Xiaoyu's eyes, Lin Wanqiao understood but still smiled brightly, eating the food in front of her. Throughout the meal, Xin Xiaoyu was absent-minded. After washing off the smell of oil and smoke, Lin Wanqiao leaned half against the bed, drying her hair with a towel while scrolling through messages on her phone. Knock, knock, knock. The door's not locked, come in. Xin Xiaoyu opened the door with a complex expression. Lin Wanqiao's room was also filled with various cardboard boxes, barely leaving space to walk. Xin Xiaoyu moved a box to sit down, watching Lin Wanqiao dry her hair, unsure of how to start the conversation. These past 2 days, seeing everyone's rooms piled high with supplies along with the silent cooperation between her parents and Lin Wanqiao, he had to believe, despite his reluctance. But what happened today? Chapter 16. What's meant to come will always come. Lin Wanqiao put down the towel and sat up straight. Actually, there's something I didn't tell you last time. Xin Xiaoyu's ears perked up, sitting up straight. I'm sure you're also puzzled about where the stainless steel barrels filled with vegetables went today. Lin Wanqiao casually dropped a bombshell. Actually, I have a personal space where I can store and retrieve anything at will. Xin Xiaoyu was blown away, both shocked and bewildered. Not giving him a chance to recover, Lin Wanqiao pulled out a bag of sunflower seeds from thin air. It must be an illusion, definitely an illusion, Xin Xiaoyu blinked. A magic trick? He looked behind Lin Wanqiao. Bang! A folding bed appeared out of nowhere and crashed down heavily onto the bed. Xin Xiaoyu's heart jolted. Now do you believe it? It seemed he was struggling to digest this. Lin Wanqiao wasn't anxious, she quietly waited for him to accept the reality. The clock by the bed ticked away, seconds passing endlessly. Xin Xiaoyu's frowning brows gradually relaxed. However, he seemed to remember something, a hint of sadness crossing his face. He raised his head, staring motionlessly at Lin Wanqiao's bright face. The hand resting on his leg trembled slightly. If everything she said was true, the apocalypse, rebirth, space. She said she struggled alone in the apocalypse, killing until her own death. So, why was she alone? Where was that other person? Xin Xiaoyu was smart, he had almost guessed the truth but couldn't dare to believe it. If it were true, then what kind of inhumane torment had Lin Wanqiao endured? He couldn't bear to imagine how this bright, delicate girl could wield a knife to drive away the demons surrounding her. And where was he at that time? At this thought, Xin Xiaoyu couldn't help but blame himself. Actually, you came to look for me about a week after the storm passed. She picked up on the guilt in Xin Xiaoyu's eyes, but I had just found out they were deceiving me into a marriage, and I fought with them, then they locked me in the attic. He was raw and foam. Later, the neighbors told me, that day you only wanted to confirm my safety. They said I didn't want to see you, and without giving you a chance to speak, they beat you at the door and even pushed you down the stairs. Lin Wanqiao was choked. They actually. Lin Wanqiao's flat sheet was wrinkled beneath her, she closed her eyes to hide the pain in them, and sobbed, they even treated me as a gift to please others, drugging me. What? Xin Xiaoyu jumped up suddenly, speechless with anger, his hands trembling, and it took a long time for him to shout it out. Beasts! Beasts! A bunch of beasts! No wonder Lin Wanqiao was here, completely unwilling to mention that man at all. The fiancé he thought should have protected her and cared for her in the apocalypse. No wonder when she first spoke about the apocalypse, besides the desolation of struggling to survive, there was also the dead soul like extinguished ashes. Xin Xiaoyu regretted it, why he let go so easily back then, why he didn't force her to stay by his side, then none of this would have happened. Unfortunately, there is no if only. Lin Wanqiao patted her face, calming herself down. But luckily, they didn't succeed. Although the process was life-threatening, I still escaped in the end. You know what happened next. Now it's good, I have you, and grandfather and grandmother, all the important people are safe beside me. I am very content. She smiled at Xin Xiaoyu, in this life, we must be good together. Yes, we will definitely be good. After turning off the light for Lin Wanqiao, Xin Xiaoyu returned to his own room. Lying on the bed, anger, regret, and guilt intertwined in his heart, making it hard to calm down for a long time. The next day, both of them appeared at the dining table with big panda eyes, shocking the two elders. Lu Jianan and his wife exchanged glances, having experienced similar things themselves, they guessed what happened and did not ask too much, just urged the two to eat more vegetables. After dinner, Yang Yujun quietly cooked 2 eggs for the two to use on their eyes. As usual, they browsed the group messages for a while. Unknowingly, someone started it, and a group of people were joking and showing off their supplies at home, completely unaware of the huge price they would pay for their actions in the future. Who still looks down on homebuddies, look at my boxes of instant noodles and soda. Jealous, right? While saying this, they attached a photo of instant noodles piled on the bed. Whoa, I usually just order takeout, I've never bought food, I've been eating snacks for 2 days straight, I'm about to throw up. It was clearly a young workaholic. Ha, beautiful lady, I have plenty of food at home, come over, I'll treat you to a feast, French wine and Australian lobster, all for you. A tattooed brother sent a video, tattoos even reached his fingers, pointing at a wine cabinet full of wine, bragging about his collection. An owner who had no food, gnawing on dry bread for 2 days, speaking of which, I don't know whose house it was yesterday, but all day long, all kinds of meat smells kept floating over, tempting me to death. I even dreamt about eating braised pork. Once the typhoon is over, I have to go to a restaurant for a big meal. The group was suddenly flooded with various food pictures. There were also worries that this typhoon had blown for 2 days and nights, and if it continued, their boss would deduct wages again. The group was lively, but the property management's safety reminders were quickly drowned out, and they had to send several times. Cutting out of the group, Lin Wanqiao browsed today's news. The official government account of Sea City posted that several rescue teams sent out yesterday encountered danger shortly after starting rescues, unfortunately losing more than 10 people, and now they could only pause the search, waiting for the wind to lessen. With a month of continuous wind and rain, the harsh environment did not allow the government to carry out rescues. This meant that everyone would only rely on the food stored at home for the next month. And how many families could have food in their refrigerators for a month? The people showing off their food today would only be seen as delicious lambs to those who would starve for over a month in the future. Lin Wanqiao stopped looking at her phone. The vegetables prepared yesterday were still far from enough. In the future, when the power and gas run out, although she had a generator and fuel in her space. But we only have so much gas left, we better hurry and keep cooking while we still can. Another day of battle in the kitchen. For the next week, Lin Wanqiao and Yang Yujun, along with others, stayed around the kitchen, rolling up their sleeves and working non-stop. The space was gradually filled with all kinds of food. Braised lion's head meatballs, twice-cooked pork, marinated meat, spicy hot pot, stir-fried pig liver, chopped chili fish head, dry pot pork intestines. All these dishes used up a lot of gas and took a lot of effort to make. As soon as they were hot and fresh, Lin Wanqiao packed them into the space. Chapter 17. The typhoon raged wildly for a whole week. The drainage system of the small town was still from over 10 years ago, and it already flooded easily when it rained. After a week of heavy rain, now the road outside the building was full of muddy yellow water, and at the deepest spot, it might have gone past a person's calf. The small stream around the community, which was usually dry, was now gushing yellow-brown muddy water onto the road, and the waves on the surface were blown messy by the violent wind. The typhoon not only didn't stop, it looked like it was getting even stronger. Nervous emotions spread in the homeowners group chat. Someone was almost out of food and kept shouting for help from property management in the chat. But the reply was, the property management couldn't help either, not that they didn't try. The gate of the neighborhood was held shut by the wind, and it couldn't be pushed open at all. Anyone who tried to go out was blown over right away, so no one could leave. Their own staff was still stuck in the office. In the end, they could only suggest that the resident ask others in the same building for help first. Does anyone have rice? I can trade instant noodles. I'm so sick of eating these every day I could throw up. This was the guy who showed off a whole bunch of instant noodles last time. Me, I still have rice, but I finished all the vegetables long ago. I really can't eat plain rice anymore. At least instant noodles have a few green leaves. Bro, which building are you in? I'm in building 4, room 302. I'm in building 6, aha. The fat guy was heartbroken. Whoa, I'm almost out of food at home. Who was the kind big brother last time who said he'd treat me to a meal? Someone immediately tagged Tattoo Big Brother. No response. If this keeps going, someone's really gonna die. Doesn't the country care anymore? What can they do? Didn't you see the news? It's not just us. Almost the whole was hit this time. So many people from the national and government rescue teams died. How many people did they even save? We can only pray for ourselves now. The person upstairs is right. This is almost a global disaster. My aunt is in the beautiful country, and it's just as bad over there. Their government didn't help at all. God. At this moment, someone sent a message that instantly got everyone's attention. They say there's a young couple renting in our building who already ran out of food for 2 days. Last night, the guy went out risking everything, tied fitness sandbags to his feet and carried 2 dumbbells in his backpack. Even so, as soon as he stepped out of the building, the wind slammed him headfirst into a rock. The girl cried and knocked on doors for a long time before someone helped drag him back. No one knows if he's alive or dead now. One stone stirred up 1,000 waves. The group chat instantly turned into a noisy marketplace. Last night when she fell asleep, Lin Wanqiao did hear some faint crying, mixed in with the howling wind, not very clear. Unlike the tense atmosphere among the other residents, things here were peaceful and happy. In the living room, Xin Xiaoyu was playing chess with Lu Jianan. Old Lu seemed to have met his match, frowning and staring at the board with clenched teeth. Lin Wanqiao thought for a moment and also sent a help message in the group. She said her home had no food stored because they were renovating before, and now they were almost out of everything, hoping some kind people could help. She promised big thanks in the future. A while ago, the 2 elders did bring back some supplies, and though they were hidden in boxes and carefully kept from others' eyes, there was still the worry of people with bad intentions. There's nothing wrong with playing the pity card. She sent this message mainly to stop people from eyeing her stuff, not expecting anyone to generously donate. Sure enough, her message was soon drowned out. A week ago, the vegetable seeds Lu Jianan planted in the sunroom had already sprouted tender green shoots. Rows of them huddled together, looking very lively. Lu Jianan carefully removed the plastic film covering them and watered them a little. Although there were 1,000 gene of vegetables stored in the space, it would be hard to grow ordinary vegetables in extreme weather in the future, especially during the 2 years of eternal night when it was dark and there was no sunlight at all. Dreaming of fresh vegetables would basically be wishful thinking. While it was possible, he preferred to grow his own first and save the stored goods for the future as much as possible. In the evening, the family gathered around the dining table for dinner. After a few days together, the elderly couple was extremely satisfied with Xin Xiaoyu. Besides being a great cook, Xin Xiaoyu was also very perceptive, grabbing all the heavy and dirty work at home. This made Yang Yujun smile all day long. At first, Lu Jianan felt a bit displeased seeing Xin Xiaoyu work so hard immediately upon arrival, making his wife smile so widely. However, after Xin Xiaoyu repaired his antique watch, who felt jealous? Not at all. At the dinner table, Lu Jianan kept serving dishes to Xin Xiaoyu, almost pushing his granddaughter aside. While the family happily ate, the doorbell rang. Everyone's chopsticks paused at the same time, and they exchanged glances. Lu Jianan gave Yang Yujun a knowing look. Across from him, she understood immediately. Who is it? Yang Yujun called out towards the door while quickly picking up the dishes on the table to rush to the kitchen. Xin Xiaoyu hurried to open a crack in the window beside the dining room, and the cold wind rushed into the house, diluting the aroma of the food. It's me, Gu Weifan. It's Granny Li. Lin Wanqiao recognized the voice at the door. Seeing that there was only a plate with a few bites left of garlic stir-fried water spinach and 4 rice bowls, she confirmed there was no problem and walked over to open the door. I'm here. The door opened. Granny Li stood at the door, holding a red plastic bag. Granny Li, what brings you here? Seeing her old friend from the same village, Yang Yujun came over quickly to greet her. Often, in such stormy weather, why are you here? Come in and sit. Granny Li waved her hand, refusing. No sitting, I just brought you something and will leave. As she spoke, she opened the plastic bag in her hand and handed it over. Inside were potatoes, still covered in dirt, looking like 2 to 3 gene. Yang Yujun looked confused at Granny Li. Why suddenly bring potatoes to my house? Yang Yujun didn't know. Did Lin Wanqiao not know? It must be because of the help message sent in the group this morning. But she really didn't expect that someone would be willing to give away supplies in such a situation. Seeing Yang Yujun not accepting the potatoes, Granny Li pushed them into Lin Wanqiao's hands. It's not anything good, just take it. My eldest granddaughter saw when she was playing with her dad's phone this morning. Xiao Qiao asked for help saying there was no food at home. Lin Wanqiao shyly glanced at Yang Yujun, who understood. Often, take the stuff back. This child Xiao Qiao is too inconsiderate. Although our food storage is running low, we won't starve. You have 6 people in your family, it must be even harder. Yes, Granny Li, I was just speaking nonsense online. Lin Wanqiao quickly pushed the potatoes back. Sister Yujun, how many years have we known each other? Why be polite? Just take them. My husband just harvested a batch of potatoes from the fields, although it's not much, it can still fill our bellies. Granny Li insisted, placing the bag of potatoes into Lin Wanqiao's arms, ready to turn and head downstairs. Hey! Often, why not come in and sit a while before you go? Granny Li turned her head and waved her hand. No sitting, I need to hurry back and watch Chi-Chi. Lin Wanqiao hugged the potatoes, exchanging looks with Yang Yujun and the others. Now, a favor is owed, and I can only find a chance to repay it later. Chapter 18. Lin Wanqiao's first task every morning is to pull back the curtains and check the water situation downstairs. In the past few days, the water level has risen rapidly. In just 10 days, it has already submerged the first floor's roof. Fortunately, the first floor of the community is the elevator hall, and people start living from the second floor up. However, even though it hasn't been flooded yet, the wind and rain show no signs of weakening at all, and if this continues, the second floor will surely be submerged eventually. The residents on the second floor have long been restless, their mouths blistered from anxiety, complaining every day in the chat group. Another family took the risk to go out, but this time, unlike the lucky boy last time, they were swept away by the flood and never came back. The property management was frantic, sending several messages to remind owners not to venture out and wait at home for government rescue. The atmosphere in the owners group has changed from the light-hearted joy of a week ago to one filled with resentment and quarrels. In the past, residents would simply leave their household garbage at their door, and the property management would send cleaning staff to collect it the next day. But since the typhoon, the property management has nearly come to a halt, and all the garbage from these 10 days has piled up in the corridors, fermenting for a long time. The entire corridor, no, the whole building, now reeks of a foul odor. Some inconsiderate residents, unable to bear the garbage in the corridor, even threw garbage bags down into the water from above. Countless garbage bags were blown about by the wind, some hung on branches, others were torn by sharp objects, spreading filth everywhere. This made life difficult for the lower floor residents, as the stench on the water surface was overwhelming, and even with windows closed, the wind carried the smell in, making them feel nauseous. The group was filled with angry curses. But the residents above continued to act as if nothing had happened, preferring to harm others rather than themselves. Finally unable to tolerate any further, the lower floor residents spent several days confirming that the culprits were at 901, so residents from the second and third floors gathered a group to confront them. At first, 901 was unwilling to open the door and shouted from behind it. This behavior directly enraged everyone. They picked up bricks from the corridor and began to smash the door, prompting 901 to reluctantly open it. The lower floor residents seemed to have suppressed their anger for too long. Seeing 901 still arrogant, they charged up and started fighting, creating chaos. However, after that incident, the situation indeed improved a lot. Meanwhile, the 16th floor where Lin Wanqiao lives felt isolated from the world, as she enjoyed a peaceful life amidst the noisy chaos. Her neighbor, Hu Mingbue, knocked on her door only once to discuss the garbage issue. The two sides eventually agreed not to take out wet garbage if possible, and if it had to be done, to double bag it well. All garbage was placed on the platform between floors 16 and 15, in the fire escape. By closing the fire escape door, even if there was a smell, it wouldn't easily come in. Since then, Lin Wanqiao's family has simply closed their door and lived their own little life. They cooked when they needed to and grew vegetables. Their small life was vibrant and full. During this time, Ruan Feng sent several messages asking about Lin Wanqiao's situation. Lin Wanqiao pretended not to see and ignored them. Seeing her not responding, a phone call soon followed. So she simply turned off her phone. Ruan Feng lived in an old community with only 5 floors. His family lived on the 4th floor, and in the last life, the flood reached the 5th floor. At that time, his family was in a panic, trying to save appliances, and when the house was first flooded, they had to squeeze into a tiny attic of less than 5 square meters, crammed with furniture, where it was almost impossible to move. Before long, as the water level kept rising, the family could only move to the hallway on the 5th floor, but it was already crowded with several other families, resembling a beggar's den. At that time, their food supplies had long run out, and before the government started distributing rescue materials door to door. A family almost entirely relies on Lin Wanqiao to dive and salvage supplies for survival. In this life, she cannot be enslaved, even the heavens can take care of that family. After a busy day, pouring a little drink, turning off the lights, the family gathered together to watch a movie. Waking up one night, the water had already reached the second floor. Lin Wanqiao went downstairs to check, discovering that a crowd had gathered in the middle of the fourth-floor hallway, all there to see the flooding situation. A group of people squeezed together, discussing the severe weather, complaining. "This damn typhoon, how are we supposed to live? I've grown up so much, this is the first time I've experienced such a fierce typhoon. The last time Sea City had a typhoon and flooding was more than 10 years ago when I was just in elementary school. Back then, it was only about 1 floor high. This time, there's not even a hint of stopping. Have you ever seen a typhoon that blows for over 10 days without stopping? It's too strange. Could it be the end of the world?" A weak voice spoke up. Someone echoed the sentiment, and Lin Wanqiao glanced at that person, a quiet little girl, likely from the 5th floor. "You've watched too many movies, it might just stop tomorrow. Sigh, it's been almost half a month since we last worked. Our factory pays by piece, there's no guaranteed salary at all. How much money is this going to cost? Plus, we have a mortgage and car loan to pay. How are we supposed to get by like this? Have you heard? The reservoir halfway up Pan Kwa village suddenly collapsed in the middle of the night, and the whole village got buried in a mudslide. Oh my." Residents on the second floor were wading through ankle-deep filthy water, cursing as they rescued their furniture. TVs, refrigerators, floor sweepers, bed covers, food, one by one, large items were carried out and placed in the stairwell of the upper floor, making the narrow hallway feel cramped suddenly. Furniture could be piled in the third-floor stairwell for now, but people couldn't just live in the hallway, right? Calls to emergency services were met with busy signals. After much effort, someone on the second floor finally got through. On the other end, they said there were too many disaster victims, the area had limited police, and they just recorded the specific addresses for rescue, telling them to wait. Outside, the howling winds roared. Whether there would be any rescue, they all knew deep down. "Xiao Xiao, I remember your family only has you and your wife living there, right? Given my situation, I don't have any choice left. Can we go to your place for a few days? As soon as the rain stops, we'll leave." The man being called out looked troubled. "Uncle, my wife is 6 months pregnant, and my mother-in-law moved in 2 weeks ago to take care of her. There really isn't any space at home." Disappointed, they turned their hopeful gazes toward the surrounding onlookers. Wherever they looked, there were only evasive eyes, not a single person was willing to lend a helping hand. Who would dare agree casually? What if the rain never stopped? What if they ended up being stuck at someone's house? Besides, there was hardly enough food at home. How could they share? If the other side ran out of food, would they expect to just watch while they ate? Better to avoid trouble, the entire hallway suddenly fell silent. Lin Wanqiao watched for a while before going upstairs. On the second and third floors, they began knocking on doors of those they usually had good relations with, but if they didn't say there wasn't enough room, they simply didn't answer. In the end, the two families could only return to the hallway, heads hanging low, and lay down on the ground. The third-floor residents watched this scene with worried hearts. The water level was visibly rising, and if it continued like this, soon their homes would be flooded too. Chapter 19. Lin Wanqiao stood at the window, looking out. Everything was shrouded in mist, and there were many debris floating on the water below, swirling around in the whirlpool. The water level seemed to rise a bit more. "What are you thinking about?" Shin Xiaoyu had quietly walked up behind her. Something seems off." Lin Wanqiao turned around, her face serious. "What's wrong?" "I remember very clearly that the super-strong typhoon landed at midnight on May 3rd in my past life, but this time it arrived in the evening on the 2nd. Lin Wanqiao struggled to recall the memories of her previous life, and the typhoon stopped on the 12th day. The rain had not stopped at all. Look now, the wind shows no signs of weakening. Shin Xiaoyu gazed out the window, and indeed, it was true. I'm a bit worried. If the trajectory is different from our past life, then we don't know what we'll encounter next. Many of our efforts may be in vain." Lin Wanqiao's fear grew as she spoke. Seeing this, Shin Xiaoyu pulled her down onto the sofa to sit. Looking into her slightly panicked eyes, he gently advised, "You have already done very well, preparing so many supplies. This time, whether disasters come early or late, things are still progressing along the same path as our past life, aren't they? The direction of our efforts should be correct." Shin Xiaoyu firmly said, "No matter what happens in the future, you still have me, and you have Grandpa and Grandma. You will never face anything alone. Since heaven has given you a chance to start over, bringing you back to your loved ones, it must cherish what you went through in your last life. This time, it will not grind you down. Don't be afraid, we will work hard together." Years passed, yet the man before her still looked the same as in her memories. His facial features were clean and sharp, and his thick long eyelashes cast a gentle shadow on his face under the soft yellow light. His deep eyes seemed to hold starlight, and a warm smile played at the corners of his mouth, making people feel comforted and secure. At this moment, Lin Wanqiao suddenly felt relieved. Yes, even if this life is different from the last, she is no longer alone. Alright, let's go eat. Seeing Lin Wanqiao's mood had restored, he called for her to get up for lunch. Today, Lu Jianan cooked, making Lin Wanqiao's favorite pickled vegetable stir-fried spring bamboo shoots. Heating oil in the pan, he added minced ginger and garlic, a little chile, pickled vegetables, and cured meat to stir-fry until fragrant. Finally, he added the pre-boiled spring bamboo shoots and stir-fried for a while, seasoning with salt, sugar, and MSG before serving. The spring bamboo shoots were crunchy and tender, salty with a touch of sweetness, and paired with rice, they were simply amazing. Lin Wanqiao ate bite after bite, exclaiming how satisfying it was. Eat more, spring bamboo shoots are good for clearing heat and resolving phlegm. Seeing Lin Wanqiao enjoying it, Lu Jianan beamed with joy. Your grandpa dug these in the bamboo forest near our old house last month. There were so many growing there, and we specially picked the tender ones, bringing back 2 bags. Your grandpa and I boiled them in more than 10 large pots. There's also a patch of water celery growing there, which will taste incredible when stir-fried with cured meat. But it will spoil soon, too bad we can't go out right now. Yang Yujun expressed a bit of regret. After finishing the meal, Shen Xiaoyu went to wash the dishes. After half an hour of digestion, Lin Wanqiao connected the USB drive to the TV and played the downloaded workout video, getting the elderly couple to exercise together. Staying cooped up in this 100 square meter space every day, their exercise was completely lacking. In the apocalypse, having a strong body is crucial, especially as the elderly needed to strengthen their fitness even more. After half an hour of following along, all 3 were covered in sweat, taking turns to shower. Yang Yujun turned on the shower, and after a few seconds, the pipes made a hissing sound. There was no water left. Trying again to turn on the faucet, still no water. Jianan. It seems like there's no water? Yang Yujun shouted to the outside. Hearing this, Lin Wanqiao quickly walked to the kitchen, turned on the faucet, and indeed, after draining what little water remained, nothing else would flow out. In her past life in City B, when the water was cut off, the gas also soon followed. Turning on the gas stove, it still lit, but it would probably run out soon. Grandma, you put on your clothes to avoid catching a cold. I will boil some water for you. Lin Wanqiao released a small barrel of water from the space water tank and placed it on the kitchen floor. She picked up a ladle to scoop water into the kettle. After filling it, she placed the kettle on the gas stove to heat it up. Then she poured the hot water back into the bucket, cooling it to warm, and finally brought it to the bathroom for use. This way, the family took turns boiling water and took simple showers. Other residents also realized the water was cut off, cursing the heavens, but there was nothing else to do. In the end, they could only obediently collect rainwater for use. Some families, who still had a bit of mineral water left, also planned to save it for cooking. It's too extravagant to use for bathing. Throughout the entire building, except for Lin Wanqiao's 1602, there was a strong sense of unease. Around 11 p.m. that night, the family had gone to bed as usual. Suddenly, a fierce argument erupted downstairs, followed by a loud thump, as if something heavy had fallen. Lin Wanqiao was kept awake by the noise, so she changed out of her pajamas and prepared to go downstairs to see what was happening. As she opened the door, she ran into Shen Xiaoyu and Lu Jianan, who were also heading out. The 3 of them went downstairs together. A crowd surrounded the entrance of 1502. This has nothing to do with me. I didn't touch her. Anyway, I just wanted to stay for a while. If you won't lend it, then don't. Why lie on the ground and pretend to be dead? Are you trying to swindle someone? As they got closer, they saw an elderly man lying in the middle of the crowd, his face pale, lips turning a shade of blue, hands weakly slumped to his sides, breathing shallow, clearly in critical condition. A young man was kneeling on the ground, tightly pursing his lips, repeatedly performing CPR. Lin Wanqiao recognized him. The young man was Huang Bolin, the owner of 1502, and the elderly man on the ground was his mother. Huang Bolin himself was a doctor, but it seemed he specialized in general surgery. Bolin, the oxygen is here, step aside, quickly. Huang Bolin's father pushed a large cart, on which stood a blue oxygen tank, wearing an oxygen mask, his eyes red and straining to push through the crowd. Huang Bolin urgently opened the equipment, placing the mask over the elderly woman's nose and mouth, confirming the oxygen monitor was operational, then leaned down to listen to her heartbeat, his face darkening as he carefully examined her eyelids. After a round of resuscitation, she was slightly better but still in danger. Huang Bolin lifted his head, his sharp gaze piercing through the culprit, his face reddened like a tomato, rage spilling over as he shouted, "If anything happens to my mother, I will never let you go." The man being glared at instinctively shrank his neck, then straightened up defiantly and argued, "Stop scaring me. I didn't do anything. How was I supposed to know she was sick? Just a few words and she falls ill, can you blame me for that?" Huang Bolin, infuriated by the other's shamelessness, stood up, ready to punch him, but was held back by the crowd. I already told you my family has no space for you to stay, but you didn't listen. You pointed fingers at my mother. When she angrily retorted, you sprayed filth all over, causing her to have a heart attack. If I don't hit you, who should I hit? You all knew she was sick but didn't take precautions. Who can you blame? It turned out the residents of 301 saw the water rising and, fearing the worst, attempted to borrow a place to stay, only to be refused by Huang Bolan's mother. Unwilling to give up, 301 resorted to moral kidnapping, claiming Huang Bolan, as a doctor, should have saved her. Huang's mother, insulted by the other's accusation, got angry, leading to an argument that caused the elderly woman to suffer a heart attack. Bolan, look. Your mother doesn't seem well. Huang's father noticed his partner's face had turned even whiter. Huang Bolan hurriedly crouched down to check, becoming more serious with each glance. He lifted his head, tears welling in his eyes, pleading with everyone, does anyone have fast-acting heart-saving pills, or maybe something for heart pain? Please, if you have them, lend me some to save my mother. Their home had run out of medicine days ago. The onlookers exchanged uneasy glances, and not a single person stepped forward. There were many elderly individuals with heart conditions, but given the situation outside, no one dared to offer their life-saving medicine. Lu Jianan quietly tugged on Lin Wanqiao's sleeve and whispered, Xiao Xiao, Uncle Huang's family is very nice. When you were away, he and your grandmother would help me for free when I had a headache. If the medicine you stockpiled has these pills. Lin Wanqiao understood Lu Jianan's intention. Even if he hadn't mentioned it, she planned to help. In this apocalyptic time, owing a favor to a doctor might be more valuable than hoarding supplies. A clear and beautiful female voice reached everyone's ears. I have. Chapter 20. Lin Wanqiao finished speaking and immediately turned to go upstairs. She closed the door and took out a box of heart-saving pills from the space. Opening the medicine box, there were 3 small yellow gourd-shaped bottles inside. Lin Wanqiao took one of the small gourds and put the remaining medicine back into the space. She opened the door and ran downstairs. Seeing her come, everyone quickly made way for her. Huang Bolan took the bottle, thanked her, then directly opened the cap, pouring out 15 small pills. One hand supporting Aunt Huang's upper body, the other gently prying her mouth open, he placed all the medicine underneath her tongue for her to hold. After 3 minutes, Aunt Huang's complexion visibly improved, and her breathing slowly steadied. Another 2 minutes passed, and Aunt Huang trembled as she opened her eyes, meeting the worried gazes of her husband and son, a murky tear slipping down her cheek. Huang Bolan checked again, confirming that Aunt Huang was out of danger, finally letting out a breath. Seeing that Aunt Huang was safe, everyone chose to make polite comments about resting well before leaving. The culprit of today's troubles had disappeared without a trace. Uncle Huang carefully helped Aunt Huang back to their room to rest. Lin Wanqiao and the others also turned to prepare to go back. Wait! An anxious shout came from behind Huang Bolan. Turning back, they saw Huang Bolan holding up the small gourd bottle, hesitating to speak. What's wrong? Thank you, sister, today without your medicine, my mom might not have made it. You're welcome, we are neighbors, it's the least I could do. This is Uncle Lu's medicine, right? There are still 35 pills left inside, keep it. Huang Bolan handed the bottle to Lin Wanqiao, but she just glanced at it without accepting. You keep this bottle of medicine, right now, Aunt Huang needs it more than we do. Though Huang Bolan really wanted it, he knew what a pill meant to someone with heart disease. He took the medicine back, thinking that if Lu Jianan needed it in the future, it would be unimaginable without it. Seeing the sincerity in his eyes, with no hint of greed, Lin Wanqiao's fondness for him increased a lot. Not wanting to leave the impression that she had plenty of medicine, Lin Wanqiao accepted the bottle without further refusal. Then I'll go back, you take good care of Auntie. If you need anything, just let me know. Okay, thank you so much. Today was such a mess, next time I'll come to thank you in person. Lu Jianan said, no need to be polite. In the past, how many times did you help me and Aunt Yang? If there's anything you need, just say it, I will definitely help if I can. The 3 said goodbye to Huang Bolan and went back upstairs to 1602. Yang Yujun was sitting in the living room with a coat on. After hearing the whole story, she exclaimed angrily, Dr. Huang is skilled, and Uncle Huang and his family are kind-hearted. Usually, when we have even a little headache, we go to Dr. Huang for help, and he doesn't charge money. It's bad enough that some people are ungrateful, they actually force someone to this state. Thank goodness nothing happened, otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. The family chatted for a while and then went back to their rooms to rest. The next day, they woke up to find water had flooded the 2nd and 3rd floors. It turned out that the residents sleeping on the 3rd floor platform were cursing as they moved out, and this time, they directly moved to the 5th floor to avoid having to move again. He unknowingly started to feel that this rain would not stop. Yesterday, the residents on the 3rd floor, who had clashed with Dr. Huang, felt even more anxious as they looked at the rising water level overnight. He did not want to end up living in the corridor like the people on the second floor, with all their needs being met in a tiny space. What a smell that was. But after last night's commotion, who would want to take them in? They could only pray for the rain to stop soon. Today, Lin Wanqiao's family had coarse grains for lunch, paired with a plate of sour and spicy potato shreds and stir-fried broccoli. Having eaten too much rich food recently, they needed something light for their health. The potatoes were still those that Grandma Li sent last time, homegrown and eaten from the countryside. Not taking medicine, primarily focusing on health. In the afternoon, Huang Balan came to knock on the door. Lin Wanqiao invited him in and poured a cup of water. Huang Balan saw the water, took it, but did not drink, placing it back on the coffee table. After the water supply cut off, the clean water in the house could only be used sparingly for meals. His family's stored water was running low, and soon they could only filter dirty rainwater. Knowing the preciousness of water, he wouldn't drink it. "How is Aunt Huang doing?" Lin Wanqiao took the lead in asking. "Much better, I'm really very grateful to you all. My mom woke up, and knowing that it was you who saved her with the medicine, she insisted I come early to thank you. It's a small effort, you are too polite. You saved my mom's life, just saying thank you seems too pale. Moreover, I also know that in today's world, everyone is looking after themselves. Who would be willing to give life-saving medicine to strangers?" Huang Balan's face was serious as he took out a small red velvet box from his pocket and placed it on the coffee table. "Today, I come representing my whole family to thank you for your kindness. I know what is most needed right now is food. But to be honest, our food supply is also running low, we can only barely eat half full each day. I really can't offer much. We thought about it and decided to give this to you. This is my..." Yang Yujun saw Huang Balan wanting to give something and was about to decline. Huang Balan became more serious, saying, "Auntie, please don't decline. I'm really not just being polite. You saved my mom's life, no gift would be too much. And this is not some expensive thing, it's just a little item my mom found years ago. Yesterday I saw the jade pendant around Xiao Chao's neck and thought you might like jade, so I brought it out." Yang Yujun picked up the small box from the coffee table and was about to push it into Huang Balan's hands, but he moved faster. He quickly stood up from the sofa, walked to the door, opened it, and bade farewell to everyone. Seeing this, the family no longer insisted on refusing and stood up to see Huang Balan down the stairs. Shutting the door, Lin Wanqiao opened the red velvet box, and an ancient-looking jade ring lay quietly inside. Lu Jianan leaned over to look. "This ring doesn't seem cheap." Xin Xiaoyu picked it up to examine it closely. "Indeed not cheap. I saw a similar one while discussing business with a boss before. It was said to be bought for over 200,000. This one looks just as good, if not better. It will definitely be more expensive." Upon hearing it could cost over 200,000, Lu Yujun was shocked. "Such a valuable thing, how can we just return it? A single pill is not worth this much." Lin Wanqiao pondered for a moment and closed the lid. "Forget it, a ring in exchange for Aunt Huang's life is worth it. Moreover, this is their heartfelt gesture, and even if we return it, they would not accept it." Xin Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. Lin Wanqiao casually tossed the box into her space and then began to cling to Yang Yujun's arm, acting cute. "Grandma, I want to eat chicken and vegetable soup tonight. This morning I went to the balcony and saw that the chicken vegetables Grandpa planted can be picked now. They're tender and the best taste. Okay, tonight I'll cook chicken and vegetables for Xiao Xiao, and add some braised pork with preserved vegetables and mushroom stewed chicken." Well, health preservation has failed. Chapter 21. After dinner, to digest, the family routinely gathered in the living room to do exercises together. Yesterday's experience with Huang's mother made the elderly feel an unprecedented sense of crisis about health, so they practiced with great seriousness to avoid being a burden to Lin Wanqiao and the others in the future. After a session of exercises, everyone was drenched in sweat. After boiling water and taking a shower, they comfortably got into bed to rest. Lin Wanqiao leaned against a soft goose-down pillow, with a thin blanket covering her legs. Her thoughts entered the space. She wanted to take another look at that jade ring. During the afternoon, she hadn't looked closely. At the time, she just felt the ring shimmered with an ancient luster, unlike ordinary items. However, when she took out the velvet box from the space and reopened it, it was completely empty inside. Lin Wanqiao couldn't believe it as she closed and opened it again. Still nothing. Back in the space, she searched carefully, but found nothing. The box was still there, but the jade had disappeared into thin air? Lin Wanqiao was utterly confused. She was sure the jade ring was in the box when she put it in this afternoon. Entering the space again, she looked around, feeling that something was off. She recalled that last time she entered the space, the 20 large shelves were tightly packed together, with boxes next to boxes, leaving no room at all, but now there were gaps of about 2 palms between the shelves. Could it be that the space has grown larger? Lin Wanqiao couldn't believe it and confirmed again carefully. She used her mind to push all the shelves back together, and the extra space amounted to a full 8 square meters. The height of the space was still 5 meters, meaning there was suddenly an extra 40 cubic meters of space. Thinking of the missing jade ring, Lin Wanqiao fell into deep thought. Could jade really make the space larger? Suddenly, Lin Wanqiao remembered the jade bracelet she had casually tossed into the space after leaving the gold shop, and hurriedly checked. Sure enough, it was gone. No wonder she always felt something was off while stocking up before. It seemed that the space had already grown larger when it swallowed the jade bracelet. It was just that the change was small, and she hadn't noticed because she was too busy. This time, the space swallowed the jade ring, and the change was so significant. Could the quality of jade also affect the size of the space? If jade can make the space larger, then she could continue to stock up supplies in the future. That way, she wouldn't have to be stingy with the supplies in the space anymore. Realizing such exciting news, Lin Wanqiao wished she could throw in a few more jades to test, but unfortunately, she didn't have any jade items left in her hands. She could only wait for another opportunity. Lin Wanqiao was so excited that she couldn't sleep at all. After a long wait until dawn, she couldn't wait to get up and brush her teeth and wash her face. Her parents were already up. Seeing Lin Wanqiao surprisingly not sleeping in, they both showed expressions of surprise. The hot water isn't ready yet, Chow Chow, please wait a moment. Lin Wanqiao then sat on the sofa, humming a song while scrolling through her phone. What a wonderful mood in the morning. Her parents were even more curious. When the family sat around the dining table for breakfast, Lin Wanqiao could hardly wait to announce the surprise she discovered last night. Both her parents were astonished to hear that the space could also grow larger. Chow Chow, are you saying that as long as there is jade, it can increase the space? This is just my guess, but I don't know if only jade can do it, or if other materials would work. Also, is there a quality requirement for jade? Because before, Grandma's jade bracelet was swallowed by the space, and I didn't notice much of a change. Lu Jianan immediately stopped eating, put down his bowl, and hurried to his room. He rummaged under his bed for a long time and finally brought out a Paishio ornament, placing it on the table. Here, it's jade, should we try it? This ornament was something Lu Jianan had bought at a street stall because he thought it was auspicious, and it cost him 500 yuan. Theoretically, it could be considered jade. The family looked at Lin Wanqiao with anticipation. Lin Wanqiao was also curious to see if the space would swallow it, so she placed her hand over the ornament, and in an instant, it disappeared. Her consciousness followed into the space, only to find the ornament still sitting there intact. Lin Wanqiao felt discouraged and shook her head at the three of them. It seems not every jade works. This ornament is just the most common Hetian jade, and its quality is quite poor, far from the quality of the ring Dr. Huang gave. Well, it seems we can only wait for another opportunity to try. Although they stayed home every day, Lin Wanqiao's family still lived a vibrant life. After breakfast, Lin Wanqiao picked up a book on emergency surgical procedures, frowning as she studied it. Lu Jianan cheerfully took Xin Xiaoyu upstairs to weed and fertilize the vegetables. Yang Yujun watched a soap opera while knitting a sweater. Time quickly passed until noon, and as Yang Yujun set down her needle and thread to prepare lunch, she heard a wailing coming from the hallway. She opened the door to listen carefully. Chow Chow, it sounds like they are shouting that the gas is cut off? Lin Wanqiao was not surprised at all. In her past life, when the water was cut off, the gas went out at the same time. Yang Yujun went to the kitchen to check, and sure enough, she couldn't light the stove anymore. However, thanks to Lin Wanqiao's prior warning, she panicked for just a moment, then quickly calmed down and took out the induction cooker to continue making lunch. The homeowner group chat was already a chorus of complaints. No water, no gas, how could they live like this? Now, they could not endure any longer. Lin Wanqiao knew that soon the electricity would be cut off too. Without power, no internet, no water, no gas, they would truly be crying out to the heavens without answer, and to the earth with no response. To survive, the homeowners all showed their ingenuity. Those with induction cookers like Lin Wanqiao's began to use them. Those without could only dismantle wooden furniture, find a stainless steel bucket or basin to catch the wood to prevent burning the floor, and use the most primitive way to start a fire and cook. It rained every day, and the air was very humid. The damp wood generated thick smoke, filling the house with black clouds, and they couldn't open the windows to ventilate, making them cough and cry continuously. However, Lin Wanqiao had no time to pay attention to others. She quickly immersed herself in her daily studies. Not long after, the water level had already risen to the third-floor platform. Without waiting for rescue, Units 301 and 302 had to fend for themselves, salvaging important furniture, food, bedding, and other essentials, just like the people on the second floor. Although they knew no one would take them in, the two families still went upstairs to knock on doors, hoping for shelter out of a sense of trying. As expected, no one took them in. Instead, they were humiliated at Unit 901. Just days prior, 901 had quarreled with the second and third floors over trash being thrown down, and now it was their turn to retaliate. They seized the opportunity to mock their neighbors. Unit 302, furious from the insults, turned and went downstairs. They would live in the corridor if necessary, refusing to put up with this humiliation. If the second floor could live, so could they. But 301, still hopeful, simply went directly to the top floor. Surely the top floor would not be flooded. When 301 knocked on 1602, Lin Wanqiao was feeling gloomy because she couldn't understand the professional terms in her book, so when she opened the door, her face was sour. Chapter 22. Lin Wanqiao opened the door. What do you want? At the door stood a middle-aged couple who, upon Lin Wanqiao's opening of the door, kept glancing at her and the room behind her, their eyes darting around with cunning expressions. An elderly person was holding a 6 or 7-year-old boy, who was constantly clamoring to watch television, until the elder scolded him. Lin Wanqiao recognized the middle-aged man. He was the one who almost caused An Huang to die 2 days ago, so her expression turned even colder. Seeing Lin Wanqiao's unfriendly attitude, the man rubbed his hands and forced a smile. It's like this, I am the owner of 301. Since the water has risen, we really have nowhere else to go. We are all neighbors, could you lend us a place to stay for a few days? Before Lin Wanqiao could refuse, the middle-aged man quickly added, we won't stay for free, we can pay. I have no space in my house, I won't lend it to you. This man caused An Huang to have a heart attack, nearly killing her, and he didn't even apologize but flipped the situation around. Lin Wanqiao would be foolish to invite trouble into her home. She was about to close the door when the man stepped in quickly, blocking it from closing, even trying to squeeze inside. Sister, please, just let us stay for one night, we can sleep in the living room. Don't come any closer. I said there's no space for you, and we are not familiar with each other. Find someone else. Seeing Lin Wanqiao being so cold, the woman sat at the door and began to wail loudly. People nowadays. Why are you all so cold-blooded? Living in such a big house and refusing to help, are you just watching us die? Next door, 1601 seemed to hear the noise and opened the door to look over here. The woman cried even harder, oh God, please open your eyes and see. Our whole family is going to be harmed. Xin Xiaoyu and the others had already arrived when the man forcefully pushed the door open. Seeing the woman making a scene, they felt a wave of disgust. The commotion attracted quite a few nosy neighbors who came to watch. I'm not your mother, I am not obligated to take care of you. If you have the energy to scream here, why not go home and move out more things? Hearing this, the woman became furious, pointing at Lin Wanqiao and telling everyone, look. A younger generation speaks so viciously, I really don't know how her parents taught her. Some people probably also felt that Lin Wanqiao's words were inappropriate and advised, young lady, don't speak so harshly. They just want to borrow a place to stay for the night, no need to curse. Lin Wanqiao coldly glanced at the nosy person in 1601, saying, just staying overnight? Then why don't you let them stay at your place? Anyone who thinks they are pitiful should hurry and take them in. Anyway, my house has no place to lend. Everyone's gaze shifted to 1601, while 301 also looked expectantly. 1601 was so frightened that he quickly closed the door. The middle-aged man saw his wife making things worse and exchanged a glance with the elderly woman. Sister, don't get angry, my wife was just too anxious and didn't mean any harm. Adults can manage in the corridor, but look at my mother and son, they really can't endure such an environment. Can you let the old and the children stay just for today? We will think of a way to leave tomorrow. The elderly woman behind him understood the man's signal and was about to kneel down with the little boy in front of Lin Wanqiao's family. This is a blatant moral kidnapping, how could Lin Wanqiao endure it? Just as they were trying to force the little child to kneel, Lin Wanqiao pulled out the bone-cutting knife she had tucked behind her back and struck the marble wall at the doorway twice. Everyone saw a flash of silver, and the wall immediately cracked, with stones and debris tumbling down. Everyone was stunned by Lin Wanqiao's sudden act of drawing a knife. Lin. Lu Jianan also advised, all right, stop crying. These neighbors usually seem so friendly, but who would have thought they would act like this when trouble strikes? People are hard to understand. From now on, let's not provoke others, but also be wary of petty individuals. No matter who knocks on the door in the future, don't open it alone, bring a knife. The whole family nodded in agreement. The drama on 1602 was also spreading in the group chat. Some scolded Lin Wanqiao for being cold and heartless. No matter how unwilling she was, she shouldn't have pulled a knife. A small number of people felt that Lin Wanqiao's actions were satisfying. Unit 301 was clearly trying to put the blame on others. If they wouldn't lend, they acted spoiled and even almost harmed Dr. Huang's mother last time. There's no need to be polite to such people. She didn't care how others assessed her, but she noticed someone mentioned that Unit 301 had actually been taken in by Unit 501. Unit 501? Lin Wanqiao tried hard to remember. Unit 501 seemed to be renting to a young girl, not the owner. She had seen her once in the elevator when she just moved back. The girl wore black-framed glasses and had neat shoulder-length hair tucked behind her ears. She looked to be only about 20, quiet and a bit shy. The chat was still buzzing, saying that Unit 301 had set their sights on the young girl living alone, knowing she was easily embarrassed, and had repeated Lin Wanqiao's side of the story at Unit 501's door. In the end, the girl, feeling shy, agreed to let them stay for one night. Lin Wanqiao felt it was a pity Unit 501 had invited a wolf into the house. In the future, it would be easy to invite trouble but hard to get rid of it. However, everyone had their own choices and would be responsible for their own decisions, so she wouldn't meddle. No matter how hard the wind and rain blew outside, the family quietly lived their lives behind closed doors. Chapter 23. Since the water level had been rising higher, the lives of the lower-level residents had become increasingly tough. Not to mention the inconvenience of having no water and gas, just dealing with household garbage had turned into a big problem. At first, everyone placed it in the hallway, but over time, the wet waste rotted, leading to a terrible stench that attracted countless flies buzzing around the hallways. So, some people started throwing garbage into the toilets, like toilet paper, melon peels, fruit seeds, cigarette butts, and then pouring a bucket of rainwater to flush it down. However, after a while, the sewage pipes of the community gradually became completely blocked with garbage, and the toilets and floor drains of the lower-level residents began to backflow with sewage. Yellow-brown sewage mixed with excrement flowed freely on the floor, blocking here and there. The smell was absolutely nauseating. The owners' group chat changed to another heated topic again. Lower-level resident, those in the upper floors should have some civic sense, stop flushing poop and garbage down the toilets. There's poop all over my floor now. If you don't let us flush the toilets, then where should we throw it? Should we put it in your bowl? Those living in the hallways, can't you stop pooping in the stairwell? It's too disgusting, that smell, I can't block it even with the door closed. What kind of person lives on the 5th floor and goes up to the 7th floor to poop? Once I stepped in it when I walked out. Right, after you poop, can't you at least pick it up and throw it away? It would be better to throw it in the water. Although Lin Wanqiao lived high up, there was still some impact on her. The toilet and sewer occasionally emitted a faint stench. One day, Shin Xiaoyu found several cockroaches at the toilet drain. Luckily, he noticed early and killed them all before they could crawl into the room. Since the toilet was already unusable, Lin Wanqiao decided to completely seal the drains. She took out cement and sand from her space, and left the job to the two men at home. The two men mixed the cement and crouched by the drain, slowly pouring it in. Because the pipes had bends, they couldn't pour much before it was full. Soon, they sealed all the openings in the house. Next to the toilet, Lin Wanqiao placed a rectangular litter box, so from now on, they would have to use cat litter when going to the bathroom. Since they had started working, Lin Wanqiao decided to seal all the vents in the house as well. The windows were also fitted with 2 layers of insect nets, and when the weather heats up in the future, countless mosquitoes and ants will breed. Even living on the 16th floor, they can still crawl up here. From this day on, no one cared about throwing garbage into the water anymore, and it couldn't be controlled. On the 15th day of the typhoon, power was cut and the internet went down. People were too tired to complain, and even if they wanted to, they couldn't get it out. Lin Wanqiao had just finished a call with her best friend Yi Qian before the internet was cut off, confirming that the other was doing well, before hanging up the phone. Once the internet was gone, the world suddenly became quiet. Although there was a solar generator installed at home, the wind howled outside, and the continuous rain made the sky above almost always dark. Where could sunlight come from? Before the rain stopped, they could only switch to a diesel generator. But luckily, with the strong wind and heavy rain, the generator was installed on the roof, so the sound of the machine couldn't be heard at all. Shin Xiaoyu graduated in engineering, and it was nothing to switch out a generator. He and Lu Jianan managed to finish it before dark. The removed solar generator was temporarily retrieved to a safe space. Worried about being discovered that they had power, Lin Wanqiao and Yang Yujun didn't rest in the afternoon, but covered every window in the house and any place that could let in light with thick curtains. To save diesel, the family only turned on one light in the living room at night. Although it was somewhat dim, it was enough to see clearly. They didn't use an induction cooker to cook. Instead, they had dinner from what they had made and stored earlier. After a busy afternoon, Lin Wanqiao brought out braised lion's head, stir-fried garlic shoots with meat, steamed fish head, and soup with baby cabbage to nourish everyone. In the dim light, the family ate especially deliciously. At this time outside, in the night darkness, some windows emitted a flicker of candlelight, while most remained pitch black. After eating, the family routinely practiced exercises for half an hour. Before they had even finished, familiar crying sounds came from downstairs. When will this end? Lin Wanqiao mumbled, going to the kitchen to grab a knife, preparing to go downstairs to check. Before she could step out, the knife was snatched by Shin Xiaoyu. Looking up to meet his sullen face, Lin Wanqiao sheepishly touched her nose. He said nothing to her, just held up a candle and opened the door, leading the way outside. Lin Wanqiao had no choice but to follow closely behind. Again, it was room 1502. This time, a person was lying on the floor of Dr. Huang's living room that Lin Wanqiao didn't recognize. Onlookers around were chatting back and forth, and Lin Wanqiao understood most of it. It turned out that the pregnant wife of Xiao Zhao from room 601 tripped on a stool in the dark and fell, causing stomach pain, hence, they had to find Dr. Huang. But Huang Bolin was just a general surgeon, how could he handle obstetrics and gynecology issues? Room 601 came knocking, and as a doctor, Huang Bolin had to let them in, carefully examining to confirm that Xiao Zhao's wife had used her hands to brace herself during the fall and didn't directly hit her abdomen. For now, the fetal movements sounded fairly normal, and there was no spotting, so there should be no major issues. But he wasn't a specialist, so he couldn't give a clear answer in one go. Instead, it was due to a long time without food, and severe malnutrition might have been extremely detrimental to fetal development over time. But now, Xiao Zhao's wife kept crying about her stomach pain, and he found himself utterly helpless, as there were no suitable medications at home. Xiao Zhao was in a dilemma, helping his wife while his mother-in-law wouldn't leave Dr. Huang's home. You're a doctor. How can you not care about the patient's life? Last time your mom was like that, and you found a way to save her. My daughter is just having a stomach ache. How can you tell me there's nothing you can do? Huang Bolin, feeling helpless, could only patiently explain once more. But he never expected the other party wouldn't listen at all. Don't say I have no medicine. Even if I did, I'm not an obstetrician, I wouldn't dare to give her anything. You're causing a scene here. It's better to let the patient go back, have a good rest, and take in more nutrition. I don't care, you're a doctor, you must find a way to save my daughter. If anything happens to my granddaughter today, I'll die in your house. Huang's father was originally resting with Huang's mother in the room, but upon hearing these words, he could no longer hold back and rushed out, pointing at Zhao's mother-in-law, scolding, "You old hag. You're pushing your luck." Zhao was supporting his wife with one hand and trying to pull his mother-in-law up from the ground with the other. Mom, just give it a rest, don't make things difficult for Dr. Huang, let's go back. You useless thing. How could my daughter end up with a coward like you? You can't even earn a decent living, and now you can't even provide her with a hot meal. What's growing in her belly is your son. The old woman got up and slapped Zhao across the face. Is this for real? Family members are hitting each other. The onlookers quickly took a big step back, fearing they might get caught in the crossfire. Lin Wanqiao took the opportunity to squeeze beside Huang Bolin. Zhao was stunned by the slap from his mother-in-law and couldn't speak for a long time. The old woman turned around and was about to pounce on Huang Bolin. In a flash, Lin Wanqiao kicked out and sent her flying half a meter away. The crowd. Zhao's wife screamed, "How can you hit someone?" The onlookers also criticized, "Yeah, why not talk things over? Why come straight to hitting?" Shen Xiaoyu pulled out a big knife from his pocket. The crowd. Lin Wanqiao had a fierce expression and shouted, "Keep talking, and I'll hit you too. Hurry up and get lost." Zhao knew that Lin Wanqiao was not someone who just talked tough. If she said she would actually hit, so he quickly pulled his wife and mother-in-law away to run. Lin Wanqiao looked at the onlookers. "Do you have any objections?" None. Ha, let's go home and wash up and sleep." Instantly, the crowd scattered like birds and beasts. Chapter 24. Once everyone had left, Huang Bolin smiled wryly and thanked Lin Wanqiao and the others. "You saved me again this time." Lin Wanqiao waved her hand. "It's nothing, we're neighbors." Huang Bolin's big ring brought her quite a surprise. This small favor wasn't even a big deal. "That's true, but you really offended that family with your kick." Lin Wanqiao shrugged, not bothered at all. "It won't matter much. I just can't stand her like that. Since she won't reason with you, then I can only use my fists." Huang's father laughed heartily after hearing this, looking at Lin Wanqiao with approving eyes. His son was too kind-hearted, often unable to turn down requests. After a long day at the hospital, when a neighbor came to see a doctor, he couldn't bear to refuse and ended up working overtime at home. In this day and age, being too kind can backfire. If his son hadn't been too soft-hearted today, they wouldn't have given 601 an opening to make trouble. "Now I owe you another favor, I don't even know how to repay it." Huang Bolin disliked owing favors, he believed in repaying any kindness received, and he was a bit serious about it. However, Lin Wanqiao helping out tonight wasn't entirely out of obligation, she had her own little thoughts. These days, she had been reading medical books at home. At first, they were quite basic and she understood them, but once she encountered the complicated, she couldn't catch up. Since the internet was cut off, her reading progress had stalled. If she could receive guidance from Huang Bolin, she'd surely improve a lot. If Dr. Huang insists on repaying this favor, then help me with one thing. Please, go ahead. I'm feeling quite bored learning medicine at home, and there are many things I don't understand. If Dr. Huang doesn't mind, could you guide me occasionally? Huang Bolin was very surprised to hear Lin Wanqiao was studying medicine. But thinking of Lu Jin and also having heart disease, it didn't seem so strange. Of course, that's fine. What book are you using now? Lin Wanqiao told Huang Bolin about the book she was reading. After listening, he frowned and thought for a moment before turning back to his room and bringing out a stack of slightly old but good textbooks. These are my textbooks from medical school, they're suitable for someone starting from scratch. The book you're reading is still a bit too advanced for you. Once you understand these few books, you can then learn the others. Dr. Huang is indeed a good person. Lin Wanqiao immediately felt happy. This was much better than just stumbling around alone. After thanking Huang Bolin, Lin Wanqiao and Xin Xiaoyu, holding their books, returned to their home. Xin Xiaoyu was a bit gloomy. Although he had snatched the knife today, he couldn't outpace Lin Wanqiao's kick. Next time, he had to be quicker, or he'd seem like a useless man. The hot water at home was already heated. After briefly explaining the situation to Lu Jianan, Lin Wanqiao went to wash up in the bathroom. It was too energy-consuming to read at night, so it was better to save some power. A night without dreams. In the morning, Xin Xiaoyu had already made 3 fresh noodles, throwing in a handful of bean sprouts freshly released by Lu Jianan. They were crisp and refreshing. Although the windows at home were closed, continuous rain made it a bit damp inside. Lately, the walls at home were always wet. When touched, water could still be wiped off. Washing clothes was hard to dry, and even if they did, they carried a foul smell. Lin Wanqiao simply turned on the dehumidifier. Running it for 2 hours a day significantly reduced the dampness. When visiting Dr. Huang's house for advice in the afternoon, Huang's father said it was still too damp. Many places at home had grown mushrooms, which meant extra meals. Huang Bolin explained seriously, in humid weather, the mushrooms growing indoors are mostly toxic fungi from bacterial contamination, which are inedible and can cause gastrointestinal issues or be life-threatening. Unexpectedly, someone really had a problem with mushrooms that afternoon. A family of 3 came to Huang Bolin, supporting each other, all clutching their stomachs, sweating from pain. Learning from the previous 2 lessons, Huang Bolin didn't let them in this time. Instead, he asked a few questions through the door and told them to go home and induce vomiting, and if they had laxatives, to take some. Other residents, who were already starving, also thought about eating mushrooms, but upon seeing someone in trouble, they quickly changed their minds. In the following days, Lin Wanqiao's daily routine besides reading and exercising also included running to Huang Bolin's house to learn something. Life went on easily and peacefully. Thoughtful Xin Xiaoyu noticed that the wind lately seemed to have calmed down a bit. Lin Wanqiao looked outside through the window and saw that the water splashes on the surface had indeed decreased. It seemed the wind would stop soon. Ha! What's that? Xin Xiaoyu, with keen eyes, saw something strange floating in the distance, swaying gently towards them. Lin Wanqiao took out binoculars to look in the direction he pointed. That was not garbage, it was clearly a decomposing corpse. The body was face down, dressed in colored clothing, with shoes long gone. It had clearly been dead for a while. The exposed skin had highly decomposed, appearing a dirty green. The rotting flesh was swollen like an inflated balloon, with the chest and abdomen bulging, stretching the clothes. Lin Wanqiao put down the binoculars. It's a dead person. Xin Xiaoyu froze for a moment and then came to his senses. The typhoon had caught everyone off guard. They were fine in their new high-rise, but the town had many old and broken buildings where countless people must have been buried under collapsed houses that night. There would definitely be many such corpses in the water. Xiao Qiao, you, what are you 2 looking at? Yang Yujun, seeing the 2 mumbling at the window for so long, couldn't help but be curious. It's nothing, we were just saying the wind seems to have calmed down, it might stop soon. Yang Yujun was also happy to hear this news. For days, the outside was filled with banging sounds, making it hard to find peace. Although the windows at home had been reinforced, they still shook, and over time, she began to worry they wouldn't hold out. That's great. It's been blowing for almost a month. If it doesn't stop, everyone will be at their limit. Indeed, most families had some food stored up. A week was manageable, but very few could last a month. There is no water or electricity now. Even if there is rice, how can we cook the meal? Yang Yujun suddenly remembered something important and quickly told Lin Wanqiao and others. By the way, early this morning, Uncle Huang downstairs said that a thief broke into 501 last night. Lin Wanqiao felt a little familiar. 501? Xin Xiaoyu reminded her, the family that used to live in 301, they caused trouble at Dr. Huang's house and later were taken in by 501. Remembering now, 501 was the house where a little girl used to live. Thief? Did they catch the thief? Not at all. I heard that when they got up early, they found their door open, and their things were a mess. The valuable gold and silver jewelry were fine, but all the stored food was gone. Chapter 25. The typhoon howled, and people inside the building couldn't go out, while people outside couldn't come in. Who would the thief of 501 be? A few days ago, several families had been starving and knocking on doors for food. Lin Wanqiao had already sent several groups away. Everyone's situation wasn't much better. They didn't even have enough to eat themselves. How could they lend to others? Even if some families still had stored food, once they lent it once, there would be a second, third, and fourth family rushing in. Then, a family would cry and linger at the door. Wouldn't that just invite trouble for themselves? Sigh, in such weather, we don't know when it will end. And they stole all the food. This is cutting off people's livelihood. It's simply inhumane. Lu Jianan also joined the conversation. Who do you think did it? Lin Wanqiao thought for a moment. I don't know who did it, but I am curious why the several families living in the fifth floor corridor didn't notice anything? Besides 301 being taken in by 501, the other three households had all moved into the corridors on the 5th and 6th floors. The elevator had long stopped, the corridor was the only way up and down. Furthermore, prying open a door couldn't happen without some noise. How could these people not notice anything? Or perhaps they were the ones involved? That's right, 501 thinks so too. They argued with those in the corridor for a long time this morning and insisted on searching their luggage, but the others naturally refused, and it almost turned into a fight. With the wind and rain so strong, if someone was sleeping deeply at night, it's normal not to hear anything. Lin Wanqiao didn't think so. Perhaps the people in the corridor just turned a blind eye. Why should they be like mice squeezed into a damp and cold corridor, while others sleep in warm, comfortable beds? Human nature is like that, it can't stand others doing better than oneself. The family staying in 501 actually has the audacity to cause a scene. It is said that the food they brought is almost gone, they finished it in just a few days after moving in. But the little girl, having lived alone for a long time, had hoarded some food. Initially, when they were taken in, it was agreed they could only stay one night in the living room, but they just refused to leave. The child got hungry and stared at the little girl eating, and the girl, being shy, softened her heart once, and then there was a second time. In the end, the whole family took advantage of the little girl's kindness. Everyone fell silent upon hearing this. They couldn't call the police or track down the thief. The 501 burglary incident could only end in silence. But it rang alarm bells for Lin Wanqiao. Such things would only be the beginning, not the end. When people are left with only despair and darkness in their hearts, evil will thrive unchecked in the dark. Today, 501 was stolen from, for the sake of survival. Tomorrow they might don masks to rob others. If it were just theft, that would be fine, but we worry they might resort to armed robbery out of desperation. Lin Wanqiao shared her worries with her family. Everyone thought it made a lot of sense, but what could they do to prevent it? How about, we install another door? That way, even if the lock is pried open at night, it can buy us some extra time. Lin Wanqiao still had a security door from before the renovation in her space, along with a brand new iron grill door. There was also plenty of cement left. I think that's a good idea. Xin Xiaoyu was the first to agree. I agree too, but where should we install it? Lu Jianan raised his hand. Lin Wanqiao suggested, how about at the stairway entrance? The size of the iron gate is just right. Will the neighbors have any objections? Yang Yujun was a bit worried. She had always been kind, a person who respected neighborly friendliness and never wanted to cause trouble for others. They shouldn't. Installing the gate will benefit them without any drawbacks. I'll go across soon to talk it over with them. The family reached an agreement and decided to take action immediately. Xin Xiaoyu and Lu Jianan went to knock on the door of 1601. Lin Wanqiao prepared in advance, taking the iron railing out from the storage room. It was still brand new. To prevent suspicion, she and Yang Yujun used a dirty rag to wipe some dust onto it. They also placed some cement and sand at the entrance. Before long, Xin Xiaoyu and Lu Jianan returned. Xin Xiaoyu nodded at Lin Wanqiao. The neighbors agreed. Once the gate is installed, each family gets a key. Just as they worked together to lift the iron gate out of the house, the door across opened. The owner of 1601, Hu Minggui, came out with a smile. Seeing them lifting the iron gate, he hurried over to help. Wow, this gate is quite heavy. Where did you find such a good iron door? You have the cement ready too. Lu Jianan casually mentioned it was leftover from previous renovations, giving no further explanation. They worked together to lift the door to the stair landing and leaned it against the wall. The old fire door was two wooden doors without a lock, left open all year round. But from a safety perspective, an iron door wasn't good for an escape. However, under the current special circumstances, such considerations were secondary. If anything happened, a pile of rotten wood wouldn't hold anything back. The wooden door frame on the wall were full of glue and nails, making it easy to dismantle. Xin Xiaoyu, holding a hammer and chisel, knocked down the old door in less than 5 minutes. The noise of knocking on the 16th floor attracted quite a few residents from downstairs. Dr. Huan also came looking for the sound. Xiao Qiao, what's happening? Lin Wanqiao replied confidently, I heard 501 had a burglary, we're a bit worried in installing a gate here. Someone in the crowd snarked, how much food does the family on the 16th floor have? Installing a gate to guard against thieves. Exactly. This is a public area, if you block it like this, how can we come up? Lin Wanqiao's sharp gaze swept toward the troublemaker. The latter was alarmed by the murderous intent in her eyes and immediately shrank back, too afraid to speak. Well, I forgot that this person could be like a fire, willing to take a knife even, and kick old ladies. Our house may not have food, but the elderly has heart disease, and lacks medicine and care. If we encounter a thief in the middle of the night and get scared, that would be troublesome. Furthermore, this is already the top floor. Why are you wandering near our door? What are you plotting in your mind? Dr. Huang also spoke up in defense. They're installing a door, it doesn't affect anyone else, so let them do as they wish. Alas, too bad I don't have tools, or I'd want to install a gate too. Since being trapped at home, he wasn't going to work anymore, but Dr. Huang was busier than when he was at the hospital. Every day it was either someone with a stomach upset from drinking unclean rainwater knocking at his door, or someone who was food poisoned from undercooked food being brought over. Once they reached his doorstep, if he had the heart to refuse entry, they'd keep knocking, annoying the whole family. If only they could also install a gate in the hallway, that would be so much better. Amid their talk, Lin Wanqiao had already drilled installation holes in the wall, and the iron door frame was secured in the doorway, tightening the expansion bolts one by one. Lu Jianan, having prepared the cement, saw that the door frame was fixed and called Hu Minggui to help pour cement into the gaps between the door frame and the wall. 2 hours later, a large, black iron door firmly blocked the hallway leading to the 16th floor. Alright, it's best not to open the door for 24 hours, once the cement dries, we'll be good to go. Lin Wanqiao was packing up tools while reminding everyone. Hu Minggui took a key and then returned to 1601. Chapter 26. May 24, 2023. The wind had died down somewhat, but the heavy rain continued unabated. The water had completely flooded the 3rd floor. Advance to the 4th floor boldly. Compared to the chaos of others, life in 1602 was simply a paradise. The Lin family lives a fulfilling life every day. Although the water and electricity have been cut off, during the day, running the diesel generator for 2 hours produces enough power. It can supply the dehumidifier, the induction cooker, and even charge the power bank for use at night with a small lamp. Yang Yujun takes advantage of these 2 hours to cook and store vegetables and to boil water. The remaining time is spent with a pad in front of her, watching emotional dramas while knitting scarves and sweaters. Lu Jianan is busy all day just with the vegetables on the balcony. Every day, it's windy and rainy, and with the sun not shining well, the vegetable leaves are turning a bit yellow. The first thing he does when he gets up in the morning is to lift the heavy curtain blocking the window, letting natural light in, and then start weeding and fertilizing. At night, he has to huff and puff to put the curtain back and plug in the supplemental light to charge the little ones. Lu Jianan's daily hard work allows the Lin family to enjoy fresh green vegetables each day. Meanwhile, Lin Wanqiao occasionally helps in the kitchen and sometimes plays chess with Lu Jianan. More often, he squats in front of the indoor exercise bike with a toolbox, tinkering away. The bike was bought by Lin Wanqiao for fitness, as there aren't many activities one can do at home, jumping around isn't possible. In addition to practicing exercises daily, he also urges everyone to ride the exercise bike for about an hour. In his words, he's researching how to install a motor on the exercise bike. If successful, riding it for 4 hours a day could charge a 2000 mAh battery, though it's not much, it's enough for nighttime lighting. By comparison, Lin Wanqiao is actually the most idle person. Aside from her daily studies, she doesn't have much serious work to do. Since the 501 theft case was left unresolved, incidents of theft in the building have intensified. People understand silently during the day, but at night, they tear off their disguises, covering their faces, and sneaking into homes under the cover of darkness. Some homeowners discover them and even reveal shining knives to rob them openly. What is covered is not just their faces but also the dwindling conscience. The brave struggle desperately against them, while the timid cower in corners, shivering. For a time, everyone in the building was anxious and fearful. Yet, those who were already completely impoverished at home instead had a glint of malicious joy in their eyes. There are indeed families eyeing 16 floors. After all, whenever the Lin family appears, everyone looks radiant, and one's spirit cannot be hidden, clearly indicating sufficient supplies. Thinking about the 2 doors blocking the way, plus the fiery temper of 1602, those who value their lives decide to back off. But the extremely hungry people do not have the luxury of rationality. In recent days, the big iron gate has been pried a few times, but Lin Wanqiao bought a door of too good quality. It couldn't be pried open after several attempts. Using brute force only caused a loud noise, quickly alerting those inside, making the intruders flee in a hurry. As the last hint of light in the sky quietly fades, aside from the howling wind outside, the entire building is eerily silent. The Lin family has just lit a small lamp and is ready to eat when they hear the iron gate being knocked on from outside. Lin Wanqiao and Lin Wanqiao exchange a glance, silently agreeing that one should grab a knife from the kitchen and the other take an electric baton from storage. Carefully opening the door, they lift a candle and head to the hallway. It is Grandma Li from the 8th floor. The two immediately relax their tension. Grandma Li, what's wrong? Grandma Li glances warily at the door of 1601, smiling and saying, Chow chow, it's nothing, my grandson Chi Chi is too naughty and has torn a hole in his jacket. We don't have this color of thread at home, so I wanted to see if your grandma had any? As she speaks, she shoves a small piece of clothing into Lin Wanqiao's hand. Grandma Li's expression is not right, there must be something else going on. Grandma Li, why don't you come in? No need, Chi Chi is still at home, just hand me the needle and thread and I'll leave. Okay, please wait a moment, I'll look for it. Shin Xiaoyu stayed with Grandma Li while Lin Wanqiao returned home. She unfolded the clothes in her hands, and a note fluttered down to the ground. The handwriting on the paper was crooked, clearly a child's writing. But the content made Lin Wanqiao and others gasp. Whom we said your family has grain, encouraging everyone to create trouble, be careful. Lin Wanqiao lowered her voice. Grandpa, Grandma, it seems Grandma Li has come to warn us. That damn Hu Mingwei actually came up with this rotten idea. Xiao, what should we do? Yang Yujun was a bit flustered. If Hu Mingwei gathered a group to strong-arm them, they would be outnumbered, and then... Lin Wanqiao gently patted Yang Yujun's hand, reassuring her, don't panic, let's discuss it later. Grandma, you go get the needle and thread, Grandma Li is still at the door. Oh, okay. Lin Wanqiao took out 2 pieces of cured meat and a small bag of rice, packed them in a plastic bag, and wrapped it with the clothes Grandma Li had given her. She took the needle and thread from Yang Yujun and opened the door to walk outside. Grandma Li was still waiting at the iron gate. Lin Wanqiao opened the iron gate, handed over the clothes and needle, and feigned nonchalance. Grandma Li, please take a look, is this color right? As the heavy clothes were wrapped in her arms, Grandma Li understood Lin Wanqiao's intention. Wanting to refuse but afraid of revealing anything to apartment 1601, Grandma Li pretended that nothing happened and could only hold the clothes tightly. The color seems to be about right. Thank you, child. You're welcome, it's the least I can do. Last time Lin Wanqiao asked for food in the group, only Grandma Li sent over a bag of potatoes. Today she came to remind them, so this bit of food was indeed a proper return. Then I'll head back now. Ayu, it's too dark. You accompany Grandma Li down. Shin Xiaoyu went downstairs to see Grandma Li off. Lin Wanqiao stood by the iron gate, watching the two go downstairs, but her ears were tuned to the sounds from apartment 1601. The wind and rain were too loud, she couldn't hear anything. When Shin Xiaoyu returned, the two locked the iron gate and went back to their home. Yang Yujun and the others were already waiting anxiously in the living room. Seeing Lin Wanqiao and Shin Xiaoyu come back, they couldn't wait to speak. Xiao, Ayu, what should we do next? There are several families in our building who moved down from the village together. They know us well and will never join Hu Mingwei in doing something immoral. Lu Jianan frowned slightly and continued to analyze. Those who can be instigated by Hu Mingwei are probably a few who are usually restless. Grandpa is right. Hu Mingwei has the key to the iron gate. This has to be a coordinated plan. I think we should subdue him before he opens the door. We need to set an example. Besides, we have weapons. No matter how many people are outside the iron gate, it won't matter who wins or loses in a fight. Lin Wanqiao wasn't afraid. She had electric prods, chainsaws, daggers, and sabers in her space, all intended for moments like this. Shin Xiaoyu agreed. The other side might want to take action quietly while apartment 1602 was asleep and might not be fully prepared. Having advanced knowledge of the danger also allowed them to be prepared. Chapter 27. Since they decided to fight back, they had to make preparations in advance. Yang Yujun was too timid and was directly excluded from the combat team. From now on, the three of us will take turns keeping watch at night, spreading out our bedding in the living room. Each person will guard for 3 hours, then wake the next one. If anything happens, wake us immediately. Lin Wanqiao took out the weapons and infrared night vision goggles she had prepared long ago, one for each person. Shin Xiaoyu chose the saber. Lin Wanqiao tucked a dagger into her waistband, but feeling it wasn't enough, she took out the rechargeable chainsaw. Lu Jianan and Yang Yujun were older and not suited for leading the charge, so they were given 2 electric prods for self-defense. They agreed to execute the plan immediately. So, during the day, everyone attended to regular activities, spending the remaining time trying to rest as much as possible to save energy for the night. At night, they turned off the lights, keeping weapons within reach and sleeping in their clothes, taking turns watching. 2 peaceful days passed by. On the 3rd night, at last, someone couldn't hold back. Lin Wanqiao nearly woke up the moment Shin Xiaoyu touched her. In the darkness, Shin Xiaoyu spoke in a low voice, "They've come." After that, he went to wake Lu Jianan and Yang Yujun. Lin Wanqiao felt around her side, found the night vision goggles, and put them on. Instantly, the darkness was no longer a hiding place. She stuffed a dagger into her bosom, then grabbed the chainsaw, and quietly approached the door, opening the peephole to look outside. Lu Jianan and the others quickly gathered at the door. Through the peephole, she saw Hu Mingwei from room 1601 had sneaked out of his home and was quietly closing the door. After shutting the door, he stood still and carefully listened toward room 1602, ensuring there was no sound. Only then did he pull out a key from his pocket, aiming to unlock the door. Perhaps it was too dark to see, or perhaps he felt guilty for what he did. He fumbled for a long time without finding the keyhole. From the peephole, Lin Wanqiao couldn't see what was happening outside the iron door, but she faintly heard an impatient urge. "Hurry up. Shoo. I'm looking for the keyhole." Lin Wanqiao nodded to Shin Xiaoyu and the others and suddenly opened the door. The two of them rushed toward Hu Mingwei in a flash. In the dark, he was fully focused on unlocking the door, but didn't expect to be suddenly kicked down, crashing heavily against the wall, nearly spitting blood. Before he could get back up, intense pain shot through his hand, and the key fell to the ground with a clatter. Shin Xiaoyu wouldn't give him a chance to yell. After stabbing him, he covered Hu Mingwei's mouth with one hand and directly dislocated his arm with the other. Lin Wanqiao quickly picked up the fallen key. The people outside only heard a few muffled sounds from within, unaware of what had happened, anxiously asking, "Brother Mingwei, what's going on?" Two blinding beams of flashlight suddenly shone in. The people outside instinctively raised their hands to shield their eyes, taking a while to see clearly. Hu Mingwei was shoved down, kneeling on the ground with his hands tied behind him, blood seemingly on his arms and clothes. Beside him stood a man holding a tang knife about 50 centimeters long, the blade glistening with what seemed to be blood, his gaze colder than the knife itself. On the other side, a woman wore a faint, mysterious smile as she played with the chainsaw in her hand, her eyes briefly revealing a hint of concealed murderous intent. Two elderly folks behind them held electric rods aimed at the crowd outside, their bright flashlight beams originating from them. "Everyone, what are you doing gathered here, not sleeping at this late hour?" Lin Wanqiao said with a cheerful smile. Outside the iron door, many familiar faces appeared. Counting carefully, there were actually about 10 people. As the situation seemed exposed, the crowd felt a bit guilty, their expressions complex, eyes flickering. But that guilt was quickly overcome by greed, and they confidently shouted toward the inside, "We're almost starving. Why don't you share your food? Hiding to eat alone, what's wrong with sharing a little with us?" One person spoke up, and the rest instantly regained their confidence, joining in. "Exactly. Don't you fear retribution for standing by and doing nothing? Anyway, whether you give it voluntarily or not, you will have to. Be smart and hand it over, or you'll regret it." Lin Wanqiao pointed at the kneeling Hu Mingwei and asked, "Did he tell you that my family has food?" "Yes, and so what? Brother Mingwei said he smelled meat coming from your house every day. Even though we can't smell it downstairs, just look at how radiant you all look, full of energy, and look at us." Having starved for so long, everyone outside looked pale, their faces sunken, showing clear signs of malnutrition. In contrast, Lin Wanqiao and the others looked plump and healthy, a stark contrast indeed. "Even if we have supplies, it's our lifeline. Who says we have to share it with you?" Refusing to drink the toast only to end up with a penalty drink. A leading man waved his knife and came to pry the door lock. His hand just rested on the door. Shin Xiaoyu swung his knife swiftly, cleanly severing 2 fingers from the man's hand. The man clutched his hand, letting out a scream like a dying pig. Shin Xiaoyu's resistance instantly angered the crowd, they surged forward, forcefully crashing against the door. Lin Wanqiao pulled out a dagger from her pocket, intent on joining Shin Xiaoyu, when she suddenly heard Yang Yujun's voice beside her, "Xiao Xiao, you, quickly step aside." Yang Yujun, not knowing when she had arrived, was carrying a kettle of hot water as she walked out of the house, steam billowing from the open lid. Seeing this, both of them quickly stepped aside. Yang Yujun reached the iron gate, raised her hands, and poured the scalding hot water over the crowd pressing in at the door. In an instant, cries of despair echoed throughout the entire building. "My face! My face! Heavens, it's burning me alive! Damn it! Is this inhuman? How can they pour boiling water?" With this kettle of boiling water, the front row of people immediately lost their fighting ability. Lin Wanqiao couldn't help but look at her with new eyes, usually seeming so delicate and timid, like someone who wouldn't dare hurt a chicken. This elderly lady showed a fiercely courageous side. Starting up the chainsaw, Lin Wanqiao shouted at the crowd outside, now in disarray, "Anyone not afraid of death, keep coming." Hearing the buzzing of the chainsaw, some people trembled like leaves in a storm. You're committing murder, that's against the law." "Oh, then call the police and see if they come. Besides, today we are defending ourselves, so even if we end up at the police station later, we won't be afraid. We don't harm others, but if you push our family to the brink of death, don't blame us for being ruthless. Either way, we all end up dead. Killing one is not a loss, killing 2 is gain. Come on." Lin Wanqiao held the roaring chainsaw in one hand, and with the other, she pulled out her keys, ready to open the door. Shin Xiaoyu tightened his grip on his tang knife, and Lu Jianan also switched on his electric baton. "Damn, these lunatics are playing with fire. They are just here for survival, not to risk their lives." In an instant, the crowd turned and fled in all directions. One person, in a panic, misstepped and tumbled down several flights of stairs. The people behind couldn't dodge in time and ended up stepping on him. Suddenly, the staircase was in complete chaos. Chapter 28. Seeing people vanish without a trace, Shin Xiaoyu turned to Hu Mingwei beneath him and said, "What do you have to say?" At this moment, Hu Mingwei was terrified out of his wits, desperately begging for mercy. "I was wrong, please spare me this time." Lin Wanqiao stepped heavily on his injured arm. Spare you? If we hadn't discovered it early, we would be the ones kneeling and begging for mercy right now. Tell me, would you spare us? Hu Minggui's face was streaked with snot and tears as he repeatedly bowed his head. I beg you, I was wrong, I truly was wrong. I won't dare again. For the sake of our years as neighbors, please let me go. Suddenly, the door to room 1601 flew open. Two figures rushed out, pouncing on the man on the ground. It was Hu Minggui's wife, Luo Yakan, and daughter, Hu Tingting. They had not known about Hu Minggui's plans beforehand. He had only told them to stay home tonight and not to come out no matter what noise they heard. But with such a commotion outside, even they understood what was happening. No matter how bad Hu Minggui was, he was still their husband and father, so they couldn't help but run out to plead for him. Sister, please let my dad go, he's not a bad man. We have no food left at home, Dad did this for me and Mom. The girl looked only about 16 or 17, her big, watery eyes brimming with tears, her hands firmly protecting Hu Minggui behind her. Please, spare my husband. Looking at the two women in front of her, trembling in fear yet still resolutely standing by Hu Minggui, Lin Wanqiao let out a gentle sigh. The purpose of today was to intimidate, not to bring about complete destruction. They couldn't push them too hard now, even a cornered rabbit could bite back. Let today's matter go, but if there's a next time, I will never let you go. Thank you, thank you. Luo Yakan felt as if a great burden had been lifted, quickly pulling Hu Minggui from the ground and returning home. Night fell back into calm, as if nothing had happened. Only the howling wind and rain outside bore witness to the heart-stopping moments that had just passed. Lin Wanqiao and the others confirmed that the iron door and lock were intact, returned home, and closed the security door, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Lu Jianan and Yang Yujun got home and collapsed on the floor without even dropping their equipment. It was terrifying. They had never encountered such a tense and thrilling scene in their lives. Lin Wanqiao turned on the light, took off her night vision goggles, went to the kitchen to boil water again, and called everyone to wash off the dirt on their bodies. She didn't feel much, as such scenes had happened countless times in her past life, let alone injuring someone. She had even killed more than once or twice. After a night of turmoil, the family was exhausted, and after showering, they returned to their rooms to rest. After tonight's ordeal, surely no one would dare to challenge 1602 for a while. They could sleep peacefully. Lin Wanqiao fell asleep quickly. Little did she know how many people downstairs would be unable to sleep tonight. As night faded, the distant sky began to brighten, like a slowly unfolding white paper, and the sleepy city would awaken, beginning a new day's struggle. Lin Wanqiao held a bowl of glutinous rice and sat outside the window to eat. The steamed glutinous rice grains were distinct, still steaming. Sprinkled on top were crispy fried dough, fragrant dried shrimp, and chopped green onions, finished off with a generous ladle of delicious mushroom minced meat soup. The tasty breakfast made Lin Wanqiao feel exceptionally happy. The battlefield from last night still lingered, with a pool of blood left on the floor, and no one to clean it up. While Lin Wanqiao and the others were cleaning the corridor, Dr. Huang came up. Xiao Qiao, how are you? Are you hurt? Last night's commotion on the 16th floor was too loud, and Dr. Huang listened anxiously from behind the door. Though he wanted to help, the atmosphere was too tense, and he was powerless. With elderly parents at home, going up might just complicate things. He could only come early to check whether they needed help. Thank you, Teacher Huang, we are all fine. Lin Wanqiao held great respect for this teacher. That's good. Xiao Qiao, come here. Dr. Huang pulled Lin Wanqiao to a corner far from 1601 and whispered, this morning, several groups knocked on my door asking me to treat their external injuries, and I refused by saying I had no medicine. You all have offended too many people this time, and from now on, I'm afraid. Lin Wanqiao understood that Dr. Huang was worried about them being targeted, but there was nothing she could do. Should they just let that group of trash trample them? People are most afraid of the strong. Once they back down, the next time they will pounce even harder. There will be a long time ahead. Teacher Huang, don't worry, we know what we're doing. After confirming that Lin Wanqiao and the others were safe, Dr. Huang returned to 1502. On the 16th floor. Given Hu Minggui's betrayal, the iron door had to go. Lin Wanqiao would not allow herself to protect a beast like Hu Minggui with the iron door she had labored over. Xin Xiaoyu and Lu Jianan worked together to take down the door leaf of the iron door, leaving just a doorframe at the entrance of the corridor. When they installed it, they had used expansion bolts and cement, making the doorframe very secure, and taking it down was quite difficult. They could only remove the door leaf. The upside was that it would be easy to reinstall later. While the two were dismantling the iron door, Lin Wanqiao went home and took out the old security door that had been removed from her house before. With the iron door gone, the sense of security was also about to vanish. A new door had to be installed. Lin Wanqiao planned to install it between 1601 and 1602, close to the entrance of the corridor. This way, a small section of the corridor in front of her door would also be enclosed, and from then on, entering her home would require passing through two doors. The dimensions of the security door were slightly smaller than the corridor, but fortunately, there was enough cement mortar to fill in the gaps, ensuring it was still very sturdy. Sounds of knocking and banging echoed again on the 16th floor. But this time, for the first time, no one came to watch, and the door of the neighboring 1601 didn't even open. The second door was installed, and Xin Xiaoyu even set up a hidden infrared camera above the door. The camera faced the hallway, capturing everything in the view of the neighboring 1601 and the hallway. Without the internet, Lin Wanqiao had no idea how Xin Xiaoyu managed to see things in real time on the computer. He even set up a mobile alarm. The power for the monitor was connected to the battery of an exercise bike, consuming only 0.25 kilowatts per day. The electricity generated daily by the family riding the bike was enough to keep the monitor running for 24 hours. In the following days, life in 1602 was very comfortable. Lu Jianan took great care of the vegetables on the balcony, making them lush and green, pleasing to the eye. In these days, the oilseed lettuce and lettuce were ready to be harvested. Lin Wanqiao ate vegetables in all kinds of ways for several days in a row. Oilseed lettuce with oyster sauce, stir-fried lettuce, lettuce wraps with grilled meat, shrimp skins with oilseed lettuce with tofu. With good meals and daily exercise, her physical health improved significantly. Even Lin Wanqiao's period this month was much gentler. Noticing that Lin Wanqiao looked slightly paler than usual, Xin Xiaoyu guessed what it was. So every night, he made a bowl of ginger tea with brown sugar and added a soft-boiled egg to it, urging Lin Wanqiao to eat it. Chapter 29. During these days, the wind had clearly died down a lot. Lin Wanqiao guessed that the typhoon would stop in a few days. The downstairs residents also noticed it. More people were chatting outside in the past few days, with smiles of hope on their faces. Although they still couldn't eat enough, they had something to look forward to, and their spirits returned. On June 7, 2023, around 7 a.m. What woke Lin Wanqiao was no longer the howling wind, but the cheers of survivors. The rain was still falling. Lin Wanqiao rushed to the window and yanked the curtains open. She saw that the raindrops were no longer chaotic like yesterday, falling straight down. The electric wires blown down on the slanted roof across the street had stopped swinging and were drooping against the outer wall. Colorful garbage floated slowly toward her from afar, yet she couldn't tell where it was headed. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the building. Hey! Here! Over here! In front of the opposite building's window, several homeowners were leaning out, waving their hands excitedly and shouting loudly. Following their gaze, several dark figures were rapidly approaching, creating splashes of water as they went. It turned out to be a rescue boat from the government. As soon as the typhoon stopped, the government organized post-disaster rescue efforts immediately. The rescue boat drew closer. As it got closer, she saw people on board wearing raincoats, holding loudspeakers. The sound from the loudspeaker was clear: "Dear citizens, the flood is dangerous, please wait patiently at home for rescue, and do not go outside to avoid unnecessary losses. Dear citizens, the flood is dangerous. Help! My child is starving, please come save us. Over here. Over here. Why aren't you coming closer? What are you all doing? My dad fell and has been unconscious for several days, please hurry and take him to the hospital." The rescue boat circled around nearby before heading to another building, leaving behind only splashes of water. Seeing that rescue was not coming soon, some people began to figure out ways to save themselves. Everyone showed their skills, and the water surface became surprisingly lively. Some took out their wash basins, fitting a large tire outside the basin, quickly tying it together to make a seat for one person. There were even former water fitness enthusiasts who pulled out their inflatable paddleboards. Sea City was a water town, and soon several people were paddling bamboo rafts down below. What left Lin Wanqiao both crying and laughing was that she saw the little yellow duck paddle boat from the park lake in the north of the city. It even had a rain cover. A month ago. These boat tours costing 300 each are now ignored, but now, perhaps even 3,000, people would eagerly grab. For a moment, all kinds of homemade tire boats, rubber rafts, bamboo rafts, and small wooden boats raced in the water, resembling a scene from Venice on water. The heavy rain continued, and the water level still showed a subtle trend of rising. The most urgent problem for people now was still the shortage of food. Among those going out, some headed directly towards the supermarket, while others stopped nearby to fish out floating supplies from the water. No one knows which farmer's ducks suffered misfortune and swam away. Now they leisurely glided on the water in groups of 3 to 5. Upon a closer look, there were actually 20 to 30 ducks, leading everyone to scramble for them. Lu Jianan saw the ducks on the water, and even watermelons floating by. As the crowd chased after them joyfully, he felt a bit envious and proposed to Lin Wanqiao. "Grandpa, look how agile the ducks are in the water. They've been trying to catch them for a while, yet they only get a sky full of duck feathers. It's not only tiring, but if they accidentally fall into the water, it's filled with garbage, excrement, dead rats, and cockroaches. The bacteria must be off the charts. We don't lack food at home, let's not take that risk." Hearing his granddaughter's reasonable words, Lu Jianan gave up the idea, set up a small stool, and sat with tea by the window, happily watching the people below splashing around trying to catch ducks. The government moved quickly. Lin Wanqiao had just finished her lunch when rescue personnel were already visiting house by house to relocate disaster-affected residents. The low-level households that had been affected were all taken away and uniformly settled in a school in the south of the city. As for those who were not affected, each household received distributed rice, flour, meat, eggs, vegetables, fruits, clean drinking water, and candles according to the number of people. In Lin Wanqiao's building, the three families living on the second and third floors, who had been in the hallway for over half a month, quickly packed their bags and followed the rescue boat, not looking back. The residents on the fourth floor were a bit hesitant about whether to leave. The water hadn't submerged yet, but if the rain kept falling like this, it was only a matter of time. Have you made up your minds? Our rescue work is urgent, we can't waste time here. If you don't decide soon, we'll leave without you. The fourth floor steeled themselves, let's go. The earlier they got to the disaster relief point, the better position they could grab. Only the family of the little girl from room 501 stubbornly refused to leave. The disaster relief point had no beds or toilets. Where could they be more comfortable than here? The little girl from room 301 was so anxious she cried. She kindly took them in, shared her food, and now they were refusing to leave. How could there be such unreasonable people in the world? But the rescuers only handled the rescue, they didn't care about this matter. After confirming that no one in the building needed to be moved, they left a week's worth of supplies and went away. Unexpectedly, the couple from the 7th floor also decided to leave. At the beginning of the typhoon, they ran out of food, and the young man who bravely went out hit his head and was unconscious for a long time but survived. Now, he couldn't even get out of bed. With this rescue, they were also sent to the hospital. No one knows how the two of them have persevered for so long. As supplies were replenished, by evening, the aroma of long-missed meals wafted through the cracks of doors in the community. If one overlooked the flooding downstairs, this city seemed to have returned to the warmth of human life from a month ago. To celebrate the end of the typhoon, they decided to indulge, hot pot and barbecue tonight. The smell of delicious food filled the community. Lin Wanqiao's family no longer needed to hide and could eat freely. The government supplies were abundant, including a fresh cut of pork belly and also a variety of vegetables like chrysanthemum greens, asparagus, and white radishes. Lin Wanqiao took out fish, fatty beef, fatty lamb, and various meatballs from storage, and then on the balcony, she pulled up a spinach plant. She started the generator. Under the light, the induction cooker was set on the dining table, and one pot contained red and white soup bubbling cheerfully. Next to it was a barbecue plate, where square pieces of fatty pork sizzled and oozed with oil. Lin Wanqiao picked up a piece of fatty pork, dipped it in the chili powder in front of her, then grabbed some pickled spicy cabbage that Yang Yujuan had prepared, wrapped it all in lettuce, and eagerly put it into her mouth. Delicious. Xin Xiaoyu called out to be careful not to burn her mouth, while adding her favorite shrimp paste into the mushroom pot. In room 1602, the aroma wafted through the air, and laughter echoed from time to time. In a nearby unit of the same community, a male homeowner who was focused on eating rice with stir-fried asparagus and meat suddenly looked up and sniffed the air, saying, "Wow, whose house is grilling meat? It smells amazing." His son also caught the scent. "Daddy, I smell spicy hot pot. I want hot pot too." The man flicked his son on the forehead. Dream on, just eat your food. Chapter 30. A new day has begun. Perhaps seeing that those who went into the water yesterday had some gains, today even more people went in. Lin Wanqiao held a yotio in her mouth, with a pair of binoculars in hand, looking down at the street. On a small platform outside the wall of the opposite neighborhood, a black and yellow object was moving slightly. Lin Wanqiao adjusted the focus and took a closer look. It was a small dog. The dog was drenched in rain, its wet fur clinging to its body, its bony body shivering in the rain. The platform was only half a meter wide, just enough for it to lay down without room to move. Below the platform, less than a meter away, was the roaring flood, which was very dangerous. Lin Wanqiao didn't know how the little dog managed to climb up. The people in the water were too busy looking for supplies to notice. If anyone saw it, it might become a meal. Xin Xiaoyu also spotted the small dog. "Do you want to save it?" Lin Wanqiao slowly nodded. When she was young, she had a dog while living in the countryside with her grandparents. At that time, she didn't have many companions. The dog would walk her to school in town every day and would be waiting for her at the school gate, regardless of the weather. The dog's companionship largely filled the gaps in her not-so-happy childhood memories. Seeing this dog that resembled her own reminded her of that time. "Then let's go save it." Xin Xiaoyu always unconditionally supported Lin Wanqiao's decisions. "Okay." The two told the situation to the elderly, who agreed but cautioned them to be careful in the water. After putting on their raincoats, Lin Wanqiao took out the inflatable boat, inflated it with a pump, and had Xin Xiaoyu carry it down the stairs. On the stairs, they encountered a neighbor, who immediately lit up at the sight of the inflatable boat. "Hey, you have an inflatable boat. Young man, we have been stuck in our home for days without water or electricity, and we can't even cook food. Can we borrow your boat to find some fuel? Lin Wanqiao frowned. No, we won't lend it. We're all neighbors, can't you help us out? As he spoke, he reached to pull the inflatable boat, nearly causing Shen Xiaoyu, who was focused on going downstairs, to fall. Lin Wanqiao got angry and kicked the man down, pulling out a large knife from her arms and pointing it at him, yelling, "Try touching it again." The man's elderly mother saw her son being attacked and immediately cried out, reaching toward Lin Wanqiao's face. "Help! This wench hit my son. How dare she? If she got scratched on her face, it would leave a scar." Lin Wanqiao turned the knife around and slammed. "With this step down, I don't know if it will result in good or bad. We all live in the same building, and you have a rubber boat just for yourself, not caring about your neighbor's life or death. I wonder how your parents taught you." Lin Wanqiao's eyes instantly turned cold as she pointed her knife at the speaker, word by word. "Do you dare to say it again?" Shen Xiaoyu also put down the rubber boat, drawing out a tang sword from behind. "Do you want me to teach you on behalf of your parents, not to take other people's things?" The man swallowed hard, momentarily too frightened to speak. Then, he turned and ran upstairs. Lin Wanqiao and her companion, holding their knives, lifted the rubber boat and walked down, instantly clearing a path wherever they passed. Reaching the window at the third-floor platform. Yesterday, for the convenience of rescue, they had already smashed all the obstructive windows, now only a huge window hole remained. The two placed the rubber boat into the water, then sat in it, rowing towards the opposite community. The rubber boat got closer and closer to the dog, and Lin Wanqiao could finally see its appearance. It was a small one, curled up in the corner of the platform, shivering. The dog seemed to weigh only about 10 pounds, likely still a puppy. Only its face, ears, and back fur were black, while the rest was yellow. It looked a bit like a wolf dog. Its entire body was soaked with rainwater, clinging tightly to its bony frame. Upon closer inspection, many patches of fur had fallen out, revealing old and new wounds. Some had already healed, leaving behind scars, while others still had flesh showing and bled with the slightest movement. A pair of amber eyes cautiously watched Lin Wanqiao and her companion approach. Shen Xiaoyu rowed the rubber boat closer to the platform below, stabilizing it, then helped Lin Wanqiao stand up. Seeing that the two were targeting it, the dog immediately arched its body, baring its fangs, and let out a low growl as a warning. Lin Wanqiao first threw a piece of leftover meat from last night in front of it. Clearly, the dog had been hungry for a long time. It sniffed the meat but still held back from eating. Could it be that these humans want to trick it again and then eat the dog? It actually won't eat? Lin Wanqiao was surprised. This dog was quite clever, knowing to guard against strangers. No wonder it could survive in such an environment. "Don't worry, eat it. I won't harm you." She took out more meat, bit a piece in front of the dog, swallowed it, then placed the remaining meat on the platform, along with a small plastic container of clean water beside it. After doing all this, the two sat back down in the rubber boat and stopped moving. Seeing Lin Wanqiao and her companion return to the rubber boat, the dog cautiously crawled towards the food. It sniffed again, looked at Lin Wanqiao, then back at the meat. It tried licking a piece. So delicious. The dog couldn't hold back any longer and began to wolf down the food. "Slow down, don't choke. Drink some water." The dog didn't understand, and in an instant, the meat was gone. After finishing, it retreated back to the corner. Lin Wanqiao stood up again, and the dog immediately assumed an aggressive posture. "Ungrateful creature." Lin Wanqiao laughed quietly in her heart as she scolded. "You've eaten and drank now, do you want to come with me? There will be plenty of meat and bones in the future." "Woof." Lin Wanqiao lowered herself, pulling out a piece of beef bone meant for soup from her space, waved it in front of the dog, and gently said, "Look, I'm not tricking you." The dog tilted its head toward Lin Wanqiao, as if hesitating. She didn't rush it, patiently holding the bone and waiting. After a while, the dog slowly crawled toward Lin Wanqiao. It crawled right to the platform in front of Lin Wanqiao, sniffing the bone, then lowered its head to lick it. Lin Wanqiao cautiously placed her hand on the dog's head. The little head stiffened for a moment but did not resist, continuing to lick the meat bone. Lin Wanqiao then felt relieved and stroked its little head. "Little one, will you come with me?" "Woo woo woo." She grabbed the flesh at the back of the dog's neck, lifting it up with one hand. Another hand dragged the dog's body. The dog did not struggle, obediently allowing Lin Wanqiao to place it into the already prepared plastic box. "Let's go home." Lin Wanqiao smiled and gave the command. Chapter 31. Back at the window on the third floor of the community, Shen Xiaoyu climbed up to the platform first. Lin Wanqiao handed the box containing the dog up, then climbed up herself, turning back to pull up the rubber boat. As soon as they stabilized themselves, they were met with various dark and ambiguous gazes, some calculating, others envious. Yet there were still some who did not know their place. "Oh, this is a dog, where did you catch it?" An old woman approached, reaching into the box. Woof! The dog bared its teeth and attempted to bite the old woman without hesitation. Startled, the old woman withdrew her hand. This dog doesn't have rabies, right? Can it even be eaten? None of your business. Step aside. Lin Wanqiao picked up the box and was about to leave. Still not allowed to speak? I say, young man, could you lend me your rubber boat if you're not using it? Xin Xiaoyu remained expressionless as he pulled out the air plug. The old woman was so angry she couldn't speak. You. Lin Wanqiao did not wish to entangle with these people, directly pulling out a knife. Step aside. After opening the first anti-theft door, the two entered and changed out of their raincoats, hanging them on the hook at the door. Then they fully deflated the rubber boat and stored it away. Holding the box, they opened the door to their home. The elderly couple had been watching the two from upstairs and had already prepared hot water. As soon as Lin Wanqiao entered, just setting down the box, she was immediately filled with a bowl of hot ginger tea. Lu Jianan squatted in front of the box, clicking his tongue in admiration. This is a wolf dog. Pets like poodles and samoyeds are common these years, it's rare to see such a good dog. The little guy curled up inside the box, cautiously surveying its surroundings. Yang Yujun was somewhat afraid of dogs, not daring to get too close, glancing from a distance. It looks like it has a lot of wounds, so thin, it must have suffered outside. Hey, you see, it seems there's something around its neck. Upon hearing this, Xin Xiaoyu reached out to check the fur around the dog's neck. Woof! The dog growled softly, refusing to let anyone touch it. Lin Wanqiao came out of the bathroom after washing her face, and just happened to see the scene. Little buddy, you're already on a pirate ship, yet still so fierce. Be careful or you won't get food. Woo. Even the dog was being tricked. Let me see, what's around your neck? Lin Wanqiao reached out, and the dog did not resist anymore. She parted the fur and saw a circle of rope tightly knotted, with the dangling part clearly bitten off. The part around its neck had already wedged into the flesh, a slight touch would make blood ooze out. Seeing all its wounds, it must have. A dog was added to the family, and the dog food problem had to be solved. An afternoon family meeting was held. Lin Wanqiao suggested they go out early to search for supplies. Although we have enough supplies stored in our space, there will always be a day when it runs out. Currently, there is still government assistance, and no one has reached the point of desperation. It is still relatively safe to go out and find supplies. Xin Xiaoyu thought even further ahead. I agree. If things really turn out as Jojo said, we don't just need to stockpile food but also many other supplies. Right now, everyone is only focused on food, and nobody wants the other supplies. The elderly couple nodded repeatedly. Lin Wanqiao continued analyzing the necessity of going out now. On the other hand, the supplies we bring back will require more space, and we need to look for Jade and see what we can find. Also, there's the dog's food. Woof! Xin Xiaoyu added a very crucial point. We can only explain the extra things in the house by going out to find supplies. Indeed, if they stayed at home and never went out but never lacked food or clothing, that would be terrifying. Having decided to go out, the next step was to discuss where to go and when to go. The family in 1602 spent the entire afternoon in the house discussing repeatedly. Outside, the torrential rain poured down, and the water level rose visibly. Looking out, rescue boats were busy navigating through the water, with people on board carrying large bags and looking helplessly at their homes about to be submerged, growing increasingly distant. The sound of the rescue boat's engines echoed all night. The next morning, Lin Wanqiao discovered the dog had vomited. The food it ate yesterday was now all over its nest, and its excrement was full of plastic shells. It had only been able to eat those things before. Yang Yujun prepared the dog food and placed it beside its mouth. The dog sniffed it, weakly wagged its tail, and did not eat. Is it sick? It should be. I'll go down to find Teacher Huang. Although she had been working hard these days, she had only learned a little bit of basic knowledge, and the dog's medication was different from humans, so she wasn't confident. Dr. Huang knew Lin Wanqiao's intention and came with a stethoscope. After conducting a full-body examination on the dog, Dr. Huang set down the thermometer and said, its temperature is a bit high, it has a fever. We don't have test strips here to check for canine distemper or parvovirus, so we can't rule out this possibility. Given its current symptoms of vomiting and diarrhea, we can only use symptomatic treatment for now. You can use Monlove, omeprazole, or montmorillonite powder, adjust the dosage for a small child. Also, if it still doesn't eat or drink, you need to give it subcutaneous injections of saline and nutrient solution to replenish its needs. Lin Wanqiao took notes. Okay. By the way, Teacher Huang, you and I plan to go out this afternoon. Only Grandpa and Grandma are at home, and I'm a bit worried. Could you keep an eye on things? Dr. Huang replied with a smile. What are you talking about? Since you call me teacher, I regard you as family. Go ahead and don't worry, just be careful on the way and come back early. In. After sending off Dr. Huang, Lin Wanqiao took the medicine and put it in the dog bowl. Not eating? Force its mouth open and shove it down its throat. The two people and. Seeing that there were only two people on Lin Wanqiao's huge rubber boat, he waved his hand and shouted, "Hey! Come over and give us a hand." Lin Wanqiao waved her hand to indicate that she was busy. Xin Xiaoyu, afraid of being entangled, specially distanced himself from the apartment building and quickened his pace. The crowd immediately erupted in angry curses, accusing Lin Wanqiao and the other person of being heartless. Leaving all the insults behind, the two relied on the tall buildings to identify the direction of Jewelry Street. Usually, it takes only about 10 minutes to drive from Lin Wanqiao's house, but today, paddling the rubber boat and being cautious of the surroundings, they spent a whole hour just to find the iconic clock tower. The commercial street where Jewelry Street is located is the lowest area in the entire county, and now it is a vast expanse of water, with only the pointed top of the clock tower indicating this was once the most prosperous place. Besides Jewelry Street, there are 3 shopping malls in the county, with the 2 largest located right here. To develop the commercial street, all the nearby residents had been relocated a year ago. The mall was already built and in use, but the high-rise residential buildings meant to accommodate the residents had only just laid the foundation. Therefore, looking around now, the area was completely deserted. Finding the location, Lin Wanqiao took out 2 sets of diving gear and handed them to Xin Xiaoyu. Thankfully both of them could swim. After putting on the gear, they hung their defensive weapons on the tool bags around their waists and dove into the water. Lin Wanqiao carefully observed the surroundings, confirming no one was around, before storing the rubber boat in her space. The water was a little murky, visibility was low, and lacking diving experience, they both tied ropes around their waists to prevent getting lost. Moving south from the clock tower, within 500 meters were all kinds of gold and jewelry stores. Lin Wanqiao planned to search each one. The glass doors were locked tight. She took out a pointed hammer and directly began to strike. The water's resistance reduced her striking force, and after a long time of hammering, the door remained intact. Xin Xiaoyu shone a flashlight, signaling her to give him the hammer. He took the hammer, dove down to the bottom of the glass door, and struck hard at the corner edge. The glass door soon showed cracks, then shattered into pieces. Inside, he scanned with the flashlight. Everything in the display case was still neatly arranged, with various items including gold, jade, platinum, and silver. Lin Wanqiao was in charge of collecting jade, while Xin Xiaoyu took care of gold and others. In prosperous times, antiques, and in chaotic times, gold, having come this far, they couldn't let down the hands that had paddled for an hour. She swam to the display case with jade and smashed the glass like Xin Xiaoyu had done. Jade bracelets, jade pendants, jade rings, jade figurines, all tossed into her space. After a round, confirming nothing was left behind, she met up with Xin Xiaoyu, who had already finished searching on his side. The two of them tacitly began looking for the next store. They combed through 3 or 4 stores in a row, surfacing to catch their breath, feeling stuffy in their chests after being underwater for so long. Xin Xiaoyu handed the sack filled with gold to Lin Wanqiao, who took it without even looking and dumped it into her space. "How is it?" Xin Xiaoyu asked. "Is there any change in the space?" Lin Wanqiao probed into her space. The jade items she just tossed in didn't have fewer than 500, now it looked like it had only halved. And the space had only increased by 5 or 6 square meters. Feeling dejected, Lin Wanqiao said, "Half of it isn't usable, and it only increased by 5 or 6 square meters. It seems many of these jewelry stores are just charging an intelligence tax." These unscrupulous merchants were too despicable, with several items priced at 4 or 500,000 still lying intact in her space. All of them were worthless. Hearing this, Xin Xiaoyu comforted her. "It's okay, as long as there's a change, that's good. There are still several stores, let's keep looking. Perhaps there are hidden treasures." Lin Wanqiao nodded, "Okay." After resting for a bit, they dove back down to continue. The 500-meter jewelry street took less than 2 minutes to swim through, but it left both of them utterly exhausted. Most of the jewelry stores, in addition to glass doors, also had a layer of roller shutters. At first, the two were grunting and straining to pry open the locks. Later, they simply dived to the second floor, entered through the window, and then went down to the first floor. Inside, the doors were mostly wooden, easy to open with a twist, and there were no locks. Instead, this led them to discover several hidden little treasures. Especially in the boss's office behind a hidden door, they found 2 large stones and a safe on the bookshelf. The stones were rough and dirty, soaked in muddy water, looking somewhat trashy. Lin Wanqiao almost kicked them aside as junk. It was Xin Xiaoyu who stopped her, suggesting Lin Wanqiao take the stones as well. By the time they finished sweeping everything, it was already dark. The two surfaced, pulled out the rubber boat in the dark, and climbed onto it. Lin Wanqiao changed out of her diving suit and put on a raincoat, then finally asked Xin Xiaoyu why he wanted the 2 ugly stones. "If I'm not mistaken, those 2 stones should be jade rough stones. Something that could be treasured together with the boss and stored in the safe should be valuable." Lin Wanqiao quickly realized and entered her space to look for the stones after hearing this. "Gone." The spot where the rough stones used to be now had only a lonely safe sitting there. The space actually increased by over 100 square meters. The two had swept so many jade items out of the showcase, working hard yet only added 50 or 60 square meters, but these two broken stones did over 100? Lin Wanqiao took out the safe and excitedly shared the good news with Xin Xiaoyu. Those two stones are really great. They are worth more than all we collected before. You, think of a way to open the safe and see what's inside. Xin Xiaoyu reached to lift the safe, picked it up, and then set it down again. Lin Wanqiao was confused. What's wrong? He smiled. No need to open it. Why not? You can pick it up yourself and see. Lin Wanqiao hugged the safe as she was told. Wait. It felt much lighter than before. Shaking it, there was no sound inside. This is? Xin Xiaoyu nodded. That's right. There should be jade inside, and your space has already absorbed it. This meant that the increase of over 100 square meters was also thanks to whatever was inside the safe. They just couldn't know what it was. They sank the safe back into the water and decided to head home. Having spent an entire afternoon, Lin Wanqiao was very satisfied with the outcome of gaining an extra room in her space. Even though they were exhausted after working hard, to avoid raising suspicion, they collected many wooden table legs and branches along the way back, loading them onto the rubber boat for appearance's sake. Chapter 33. On their way back, Xin Xiaoyu paddled, constantly avoiding garbage and sharp objects in the water. Lin Wanqiao held the flashlight, scanning the area for any signs of trouble. Aside from the flickering candlelight occasionally seen from distant residential buildings, the whole world was engulfed in darkness. All that could be heard was the sound of rain falling into the water and the paddle breaking the surface. A dark object floated ahead, and Xin Xiaoyu instinctively steered to the side. Lin Wanqiao shone the flashlight over, and to their shock, it revealed a rotting corpse. Changed out of the dirty clothes. The family just sat at the table to enjoy dinner, each sharing today's gains. Hearing that Lin Wanqiao brought back all the treasures from the gold and jewel stores on the street, Yang Yujun almost dropped her jaw, then worriedly asked, "You took everything from the shops? What if the owner finds out and calls the police in the future?" Before finishing, Yang Yujun shut her mouth, feeling foolish, wondering what she was even thinking. Today, another group of rescue teams came and brought some drinking water, saying the groundwater is all contaminated, and clean drinking water needs to be transported from other places. It's a bit scarce, so we should use it sparingly and collect rainwater for washing clothes. When the supplies were distributed, someone was confused and grabbed a worker to complain about bad food and living conditions, insisting on immediate resolution. If they didn't solve it, they wouldn't let the worker go. What a shame. Who isn't enduring such hardships? Just him being precious, making a fuss for quite a while in the afternoon. Lu Jianan took a bite of food, swallowed, and continued, "Also, the government has us choose a head of the building from each building." Building head? Yes, they said from now on statistics, distribution of supplies, and other coordination will be the responsibility of the building head. At this moment, Yang Yujun couldn't help but scoff. They chose Hu Mingwa. Hu Mingwa? Lin Wanqiao was a bit surprised but quickly figured it out. Hu Mingwa was already a member of the property management committee, often trying to build relationships, frequently adopting a leadership posture to form cliques. Previously, he could secretly incite a group to stir trouble on the 16th floor, proving he wasn't an ordinary person. The building head is not a small role. In the future, all matters will pass through his hands, so it's strange if he can miss anything. Don't mind him, as long as he doesn't mess with us, we won't mess with him. If he dares to play tricks, we are not easy to deal with either. Oh, by the way, the couple from the 7th floor came back from the hospital this evening. I heard the man had surgery and is paralyzed from the waist down. He's practically useless now. Lu Jianan shook his head with regret. In such a natural disaster, it's hard to imagine the days ahead for a paralyzed man and a weak woman. After dinner, Lin Wanqiao squatted beside the doghouse, watching the dog. The dog still looked sluggish. When it saw Lin Wanqiao, it weakly wagged its tail and then closed its eyes again. According to the elderly, the dog had eaten and then vomited everything today. The medicine fed to it was also thrown up, and its bowel movements were all watery. Lin Wanqiao took out a syringe, drew a tube of saline, and pinched the skin on the back of the dog's neck to inject it. She continued until she had injected a whole 150 milliliters of saline. She gently patted the dog's head, comforting, "Little guy, you need to get better quickly." Woo woo. With a day full of gains, Lin Wanqiao felt motivated. They decided not to rest and to continue tomorrow, rushing to seize opportunities while others were still unaware. At 5:30 the next morning, the sky showed signs of dawn. Lin Wanqiao sat at the dining table, munching on soy milk and youtiao, while planning the route for the day. Today's task was a bit heavy, so they needed to set off early. With the sky just starting to brighten, the only sound in the world was the rain falling incessantly. People were still sleeping. Two figures quietly appeared at the foot of the apartment complex. Moments later, a rubber dinghy paddled out of the community, heading towards the clock tower. The shopping mall was 5 stories tall, but now only 1.5 floors remained above water. The two entered through broken windows on the 4th floor, entering the back kitchen of a restaurant, half of which was already submerged, and the rotting ingredients on the counter emitted a foul smell. "Let's start from the 5th floor and sweep down, it'll be easier," Lin Wanqiao suggested. So the two stepped out through the restaurant's front door, climbed the stairs to the 5th floor, and began to scour each home. The 5th floor consisted of early education classes and music rooms. After searching around, they found no useful supplies. Instead, they discovered a tastefully decorated tea house. In it, they found a large number of tea gift boxes. The gift boxes contained tea cakes and loose tea leaves. The two of them tore off all the space-consuming outer packaging, leaving only a layer of plastic wrapping. Lin Wanqiao found a big cardboard box and threw all the unpacked tea leaves into it. In the end, they filled a total of 5 big boxes. They also discovered a large amount of bundled cash in a drawer of a table, roughly counting it revealed over 600,000. Lin Wanqiao accepted it all without hesitation, putting everything into the space. After a second check, they also found 2 bags of cat food and 3 bags of cat litter in a corner, along with hairball paste, nutrient paste, freeze-dried food, and canned cat food. It seemed the tea house owner was a cat lover. The dog should be able to eat it too, right? Lin Wanqiao gathered all of it as well. The two returned to the 4th floor, half of which was a restaurant. The floor was already half submerged in water. Due to the prolonged power outage, most of the kitchen's refrigerated ingredients had basically spoiled. They even found high-quality Angus beef and tuna meat in a Western restaurant's cold storage. There were even several king crabs, but sadly, there was no oxygen in the water, and they had already begun to smell. Although the meat was all rotten, the alcohol and beverages were all intact, with almost every restaurant having a large supply. Lin Wanqiao didn't understand wine, so she just took it all regardless. Alcohol is great for warming up an extreme cold. After sweeping around the restaurant, they found around 400 boxes, and their space suddenly decreased by a third. In addition to the restaurant, there were a few milk tea shops and a snack shop. All the fresh milk in the milk tea shop had expired, so Lin Wanqiao didn't dare to take any. She only grabbed milk powder, tea powder, and packaged coconut jelly. She also picked up the ice machine, water purifier, thermos, and ice cream maker from the shop. These tools would definitely be useful in extreme heat. As for the snack shop, they took everything. Besides cleaning out all the shelves, they also didn't forget the inventory in the warehouse. The remaining half of the 4th floor was a skincare and cosmetics shop. All the top brand cosmetics, like Xiang Nai Nai and Diao Pai, were there. Lin Wanqiao had never dared to buy luxury skincare products before in order to save money, only using a $100 lotion. There isn't a woman who doesn't love beauty. Now that it's free in front of her, how could she resist such temptation? Thus, Lin Wanqiao welcomed a highlight moment in her life, enjoying cosmetics and skincare freely. She swept everything into the space. Lin Wanqiao saw her bright, sparkling eyes, filled with madness and obsession as she continually swiped things. His gaze softened, lingering on her for a long time, with a smile unconsciously tugging at his lips. Chapter 34. In a corner of the 4th floor, there turned out to be a pharmacy. The pharmacy's water was filled with floating medicine boxes, and Lin Wanqiao felt a pang of pain. These were all good things. The two could only collect all the medicines that hadn't been soaked in water. As for those that had been soaked, they left behind the sealed packages and discarded what had been contaminated. The pharmacy also had stethoscopes, blood pressure monitors, and many health products. Lin Wanqiao even discovered several boxes of condoms in the warehouse, with brands. They planned to continue after lunch, as the afternoon work was underwater, which was quite strenuous. They needed to eat well and stay hydrated. The food taken out from the space was just like it had come straight from the pot, steaming lightly. A serving of ginger duck, vinegar stir-fried cabbage, steamed eggs, and a portion of fruit mix. The two enjoyed it with white rice, eating sweetly. After a simple rest, they put on their diving suits and started working. The two jumped over the railing on the 4th floor and entered the water. The 3rd floor was mainly about clothing, shoes, and bags, recently submerged. They could take it back to clean and it should still be usable, but they had already hoarded enough clothes, so it wasn't really needed. So Lin Wanqiao picked and chose, taking only the expensive and favorite items, especially silk fabric, which should be fine after washing. What pained her most was that all the furs from a high-end clothing store were ruined. There was also an optical store on the 3rd floor. Lu Jianan wore glasses, for presbyopia. But Lin Wanqiao didn't bother searching for the degree of the lenses and simply took them all, even snatching the vision testing equipment to see later if it could still be used, and took the vision chart as well, just in case it would be useful in the future. The shops on the 3rd floor had little value, so the two were quick to gather. Soon, they had already gone down to the 2nd floor. The 1st and 2nd floors were a massive imported goods supermarket, but the rolling shutter door was firmly locked. They found a glass window and smashed it to get in. The first thing that caught their eye was the hygiene products section. Shower gel, shampoo, soap, toothpaste and toothbrushes, facial cleansers. They took everything that was packaged. Then came the daily necessities. Thermoses, combs, mirrors, laundry detergent, hangers, as long as it wasn't broken, they took as much as they could. Then was the food section on the first floor. Alcohol, drinks, snacks, biscuits, instant noodles, canned goods, oil, salt, sauces. Fortunately, most things now had double packaging, with a layer of plastic wrapping inside, so they could sweep through almost mindlessly. With more than 150 square meters of added space, soon only half remained. The vegetable, fruit, and freezer sections were completely stripped, and Lin Wanqiao directly skipped over them. She hesitated only in the rice and flour section. "What's wrong?" Xin Xiaoyu asked with hand signals. "The rice and flour are soaked, should we take them?" They definitely wouldn't eat soaked rice themselves, but in the late apocalypse, people would fight for even moldy food, let alone soaked rice. There wasn't much space left, and they still needed to search for supplies elsewhere. If they left the rice and flour behind, it might not be enough. It was hard to communicate underwater, so the two surfaced to discuss. They ultimately decided to take them away. After returning home, they could clear out more space in their room to create some leeway. On the other hand, they might find jade stones to expand their space in the future. If they didn't take these supplies now, they might not get the chance later. So the two returned to the supermarket and collected all the rice and flour into the space. They even took all the soaked cat and dog food, as the main ingredients of dog food were meat, vegetables, grains, fruits, salt, and fat, which should be fine for humans to eat. But they definitely wouldn't eat it themselves. The supermarket was basically all taken over on the first and second floors. The remaining shops were a digital store, with phones, cameras, televisions, computers, gaming consoles, and even a car sales showroom. In the apocalypse, with no electricity or internet, taking them back wouldn't be much use. But since they were already there, there was no need to look at the counters anymore. The two went to the warehouse, randomly took a few new machines of each type that were unopened. By the time they finished searching the entire mall, it was already past 6 p.m. Having been underwater all day, the two were utterly exhausted. They decided to call it a day. Another mall was only 200 meters away in a straight line, but they could only fight again tomorrow. Lin Wanqiao took out 3 bags of soaked rice, a bucket of oil, and a box of canned goods and placed them on the rubber dinghy as they rowed homeward. Since it was already dark, there weren't any unexpected incidents on the way. The direction home was against the current, and the two of them put in a lot of effort before finally returning to the building's entrance. "This is too tiring, we must find a chance to get the speedboat across the main road." Ever since the typhoon stopped, there have been many people coming and going in the community every day, looking for supplies. The entrance and exit on the third-floor platform were always crowded with a group of people, their greedy eyes fixed tightly on the supplies others brought back, calculating how they could take advantage. Before they even approached the platform, Lin Wanqiao had already drawn her knife. Some people just forget the pain once they heal, they won't stop until they catch something. Sure enough, as soon as the two got close and saw the rice and canned goods on the inflatable boat, everyone's eyes immediately lit up, surrounding them. A middle-aged man with a full beard smiled creepily and reached down from the platform, wanting to help Lin Wanqiao pull the supplies up. Xin Xiaoyu, with his icy face, said, "Step aside, you're blocking the way." Without waiting for people to move, Xin Xiaoyu supported himself and swiftly flipped up onto the platform, startling the man who nearly stumbled over. "Who do you think you are?" A dog biting Lu Dongbin doesn't recognize a good person's heart. Xin Xiaoyu ignored him, standing firm before turning to take the supplies Lin Wanqiao handed him. Once all the supplies were moved up, Lin Wanqiao climbed onto the platform as well. Finally, they pulled the inflatable boat up. The bearded man, with a shameless grin, rubbed his hands and asked, "Little brother, where did you get all this rice and canned goods?" Xin Xiaoyu didn't even look up, busy letting air out of the inflatable boat, casually replying, "Fished it out of the water." "Where did you fish it out? Are you going out again tomorrow? Can you take us with you?" "Yeah, little brother, with more people, we can do better. You two only gathered this little bit in a day, but if you take us along, there'll definitely be more." "No." Xin Xiaoyu replied decisively without hesitation. Seeing Xin Xiaoyu had neatly folded the inflatable boat, Lin Wanqiao lifted a bag of rice and placed it on his shoulder. She pushed through the crowd, letting Xin Xiaoyu go first while she stayed behind to watch the remaining supplies. "Little girl, you're wrong about this. Your inflatable boat is so big, it can easily carry a few more people. Why be so stubborn? If you think we're taking advantage, we can negotiate. Or how about we share the supplies we find?" Lin Wanqiao snorted and didn't respond. It's not that she was stingy, how could they play extraordinary with these people tagging along? While they were talking, Xin Xiaoyu returned. This time he brought Lu Jianan down with him. Going back and forth was too slow, so they simply made one trip. "Get out of the way." Seeing the three of them about to leave with the supplies, the bearded man panicked. "Damn woman, you're asking for it. The man reached for the canister box Lin Wanqiao was carrying, his palm glinting with a cold light. Chapter 35. Lin Wanqiao was utterly annoyed. Every time she went in and out, she had to deal with these people, exhausting her. Before the bearded man's hand could touch her clothes, Lin Wanqiao waved her knife, a flash of white light flickered, and blood splattered everywhere. Ah! The man's scream was as if a pig was being slaughtered, echoing through the corridor. He held his hand, staring in disbelief at the two fingers quietly lying on the ground. Not far from the severed fingers lay a small folding knife, now opened. Clearly, the bearded man had intended to steal ruthlessly. Damn it! I'll fight you to the end. In fury, the man disregarded his bleeding fingers and lunged at Lin Wanqiao wrathfully. Shen Xiaoyu had been watching the bearded man's movements. When he lunged at Lin Wanqiao, he suddenly swept a kick at the man's lower body. The bearded man felt a sharp pain in his leg, his knees buckled, crashing to the ground with a dull thud. Before the man could catch his breath, Shen Xiaoyu kicked him again, sending him to the wall, raising a cloud of dust. Crouching at the wall, the bearded man coughed incessantly, but each cough brought excruciating pain in his chest, blood dripping constantly from the corner of his mouth, looking horrific. Help! Murder! Help! Some people in the crowd screamed. A scrawny, monkey-like man, seemingly a companion of the bearded man, saw him fall and ran upstairs. Seeing that no one dared to stop them anymore, Lin Wanqiao and the others hoisted the rice and canned goods and were about to leave. The crowd held their breath, stepping back to make way. But after taking only a few steps, a noisy thumping of footsteps came from above. Lin Wanqiao looked up and saw Hu Mingwei hurrying down the stairs, followed closely by the scrawny man. Turns out he went to get reinforcements. Seeing Lin Wanqiao, Hu Mingwei came to a sudden stop. The scrawny man behind him bumped right into Hu Mingwei's back unexpectedly, yelping in pain. The latter stumbled, nearly falling down. Why is it you guys? Hu Mingwei's mind was racing with 1,000 curses, wondering why this scrawny man had to provoke her. Guaigo, it's her, she stabbed someone with a knife. The scrawny man thought he had brought reinforcements and suddenly felt emboldened. Hu Mingwei was the building supervisor, able to speak directly with officials, and he wondered how this woman would still act so arrogantly. Now that he was here, Hu Mingwei had no choice but to uphold justice. What exactly happened? Lin Wanqiao snapped, can't you see what happened? They just asked to borrow a rubber boat, how could you hurt someone? Just borrowing a rubber boat? Lin Wanqiao looked at the scrawny man behind Hu Mingwei with a half-smile. The latter's eyes darted away. Isn't it? They wanted to borrow something, and if that didn't work, they were going to rob us. The knife is still lying on the ground. If I don't defend myself, I would be the one lying there. Hu Luzhan, don't you know how to deal with a robbery? Hu Mingwei was taken aback, his hand instinctively reaching for his injured arm, which still ached after all this time. The scrawny man hadn't participated in the earlier incident and momentarily didn't understand, still shouting, my big brother just wanted to help. At the end, she coldly said to the skinny monkey man, if you want to extort the supplies I worked so hard to find, you have no chance. Oh my violent temper. The skinny monkey exploded with anger, rolling up his sleeves and getting ready to rush at Lin Wanqiao. Hu Mingwei quickly stopped him, saying, Diaozi, don't be impulsive. Go, it's not that I don't give you face. Look how arrogant this woman is. If we let her be, how will we brothers survive in the future? Lin Wanqiao, do you really not want to calm things down? If this gets to the police, there will be no turning back. She was not afraid of threats. Lin Wanqiao had seen all kinds of people in this apocalypse. Still the same words, if you want to call the police, then go ahead. Fine. Diaozi, let's leave it at this for today, you help your brother home. When the government sends people next time, as the building leader, I will definitely uphold justice for you brothers. The skinny monkey flattered Hu Mingwei, saying, thank you, go. Lin Wanqiao was impatient, have you finished? Step aside. The three of them carried dozens of pounds of supplies up 13 flights of stairs. When they arrived home, they were panting heavily and immediately drank a big cup of water. Yang Yuchuan was curious about why Lu Jianan took so long to help downstairs, so Lu Jianan told her everything that happened downstairs in detail. After hearing it, Yang Yuchuan was a bit worried. Xiao, what if Hu Mingwei really calls the police? Grandma, just rest assured. The government doesn't have time to deal with such trivial matters right now. Besides, what is Hu Mingwei? He can only act tough in this building, outside the community, he is nothing. By the way, how is Nian Gao doing? Nian Gao is the name Lin Wanqiao gave to her dog, just like the dog she raised when she was a child. That little dog at the time suffered from canine distemper, vomiting and having diarrhea. After the vet checked it, he shook his head and said there was no hope. Lin Wanqiao hugged the puppy, crying as she took it home, feeding it some fried rice cake she ate, and miraculously, the dog started to recover the next day. Naming the dog after that experience was her hope for it to overcome illness and recover soon. Today it hasn't vomited, nor has it had diarrhea, but it still can't eat much. I followed your method and gave it a nutrition injection. Lin Wanqiao squatted in front of the doghouse. The dog was sleeping with its eyes closed. Nian Gao, wake up. The dog opened its eyes, glanced at Lin Wanqiao, and did not respond. It wouldn't recognize such a childish name. Chapter 36. After 2 consecutive days of water recovery, Lin Wanqiao and Shen Xiaoyu were a bit exhausted and decided to take a day off. The next morning, the dog's appetite had clearly improved, and it finished the small yellow fish in its bowl, making Lin Wanqiao even more convinced that she gave it a good name. To be safe, Lin Wanqiao still gave the dog some medicine and a nutrition injection. After eating, Lin Wanqiao collapsed on the sofa, her mind entering the space to sort through the supplies gathered over the past 2 days. The supplies that didn't get soaked were put together, and those that had some water were sorted based on their condition. The well-packaged ones were grouped together, while the badly damaged ones were unpacked and categorized into small boxes. The electronic devices brought back from the digital store were handed over to Shen Xiaoyu to tinker with. After a round of organizing, Lin Wanqiao felt slightly exhausted, but fortunately, the space had cleared up quite a bit. When she opened her eyes, she saw Yang Yuchuan rubbing her knee joints. After days of rain, Yang Yuchuan's rheumatism had acted up again. Lin Wanqiao had plenty of rheumatism medication, but this disease is chronic, requiring long-term treatment. However, these Western medicines contain hormones and immunosuppressants, which can be a big burden on the body if taken for a long time. She remembered that she had brought back a lot of white liquor, so she thought of making some medicinal wine for Yang Yuchuan. Thinking about how she had only learned medicine for less than 2 months, she scooped a few cups of rice into a plastic bag, took a book, and went downstairs to 1502. Huang Bolin was very happy to see Lin Wanqiao visit. Her student was highly perceptive and had a pretty good character. Huang Bolin opened the door and let Lin Wanqiao in. Ciao ciao. Are you here to learn today? Hello, Teacher Huang. I have finished the course you assigned last time, but there are some parts one don't understand, so I came to ask you. Mr. Huang saw Lin Wanqiao and was very happy. This girl has courage, and his son is too weak, so it's good for him to spend more time with her. Ciao ciao, come and sit here. Mr. Huang poured tea for her, then cleared out the living room and went back to the room to take care of his old partner. Huang Bolin listened carefully to the questions Lin Wanqiao raised, and patiently answered one by one. They took turns asking and answering, and time quickly passed. By the way, teacher, I want to make some medicinal wine to relieve rheumatism for my grandma. How about this formula? Lin Wanqiao handed her carefully thought-out formula to Huang Bolin to see. She was still in the foundational stage and was a novice in traditional Chinese medicine, so this formula was something she had pieced together from various materials, feeling unsure inside. Huang Bolin studied Lin Wanqiao's prescription carefully, and marked a few places with his pen. Replace this Radix notopterygii with 25 grams of Radix lediburielli, add 24 grams of mountain pepper root, and use 500 milliliters of white wine. Cut the first 3 ingredients into small pieces, put them in a clean container, add white wine, seal, and soak for 15 days, then filter out the residue for use. Besides rheumatism, this prescription can also be used for acute sprains and muscle strain of the waist, suitable for both oral and external use. After Huang Bolin finished revising the prescription for Lin Wanqiao, he suddenly sighed, Xiao Xiao, you have great insight, but unfortunately, I am not a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, and my theory is quite shallow. I can't teach you much in this area. Our traditional Chinese medicine department has a Director Qi, a master of national medicine. It cost a lot to invite him to our hospital, if you could learn from him. What am I thinking? Director Qi has long stopped accepting disciples. Lin Wanqiao had no intention of that. She learned some medical skills just to help her family when they have headaches or fevers, not seeking perfection. Thank you, teacher. By the way, here's something for you. Lin Wanqiao took out a bag of rice from her pocket and handed it over. I'm sorry for troubling you to take care of my grandpa and grandma these days. Huang Bolin pushed the item back, displeased. You already called me teacher. What does this little favor count for? Besides, I haven't really helped much. It's you who has helped me so many times before. If anyone should be thankful, it's me thanking you. One thing at a time, you teaching me medicine is already a thank you. My brother Ayu and I will definitely need to go out to find supplies in the future, and the elders at home will inevitably trouble you for care. You should just accept it, otherwise, I won't dare to come again. Seeing Lin Wanqiao's determined attitude, Huang Bolin could only accept with helplessness. Lin Wanqiao held her book, planning to go upstairs to have dinner. In the hallway, she ran into Hu Minghua, who was just coming down from the 16th floor. As soon as he saw Lin Wanqiao, his body shivered involuntarily, and he immediately showed a smile. Sister Wanqiao, what a coincidence! I was just about to find you. Looking for me for something? Lin Wanqiao was quite annoyed dealing with Hu Minghua. This person is cunning and much harder to handle than those straightforward fools. It's like this, after going back last night, I thought about it over and over. As the head of this building, I have the responsibility and obligation to solve problems for all the residents and maintain harmony and friendship among them. Less nonsense, can you get to the point? He rubbed his nose and smiled awkwardly. I just spoke with the Biao brothers and convinced them not to call the police, so don't worry, sister. Oh. Lin Wanqiao pretended to leave. Hey, wait, I haven't finished talking yet. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. We discussed it, and we cannot call the police, but on the condition that your family lends us the inflatable boat. I will gather everyone's needs and represent them to borrow the inflatable boat. I guarantee it will definitely be borrowed and returned well. What do you think? After Hu Minghua finished speaking, he looked at Lin Wanqiao, his eyes revealing a hint of expectation. Lin Wanqiao thought carefully. There was not just one inflatable boat in the space, but also 2 speedboats. Lending a boat doesn't affect much. The most important thing is that right now, my family has meat to eat, while others can't even drink a drop of soup. If this goes on, those people will get hungry and we might have another group blocking our door like last time, which is troublesome. All right. Lin Wanqiao nodded and said, but I must say this up front, if it gets damaged, you will have to pay me with grain. You are the building manager, so I will only ask you. Moreover, you know what a rubber boat means in these times. I'm not a saint, I can't lend it to you for free. Borrowing it requires 1 pound of rice and 1 liter of water as payment, and the borrowing time will also be decided by me. Hu Minghua felt a surge of joy in his heart. He was prepared for Lin Wanqiao to refuse borrowing the boat, but now that she was willing, her conditions weren't too harsh, and he quickly agreed. Great, don't worry, sister, I promise I will keep my word. Hu Minghua patted his chest and took the opportunity to add, I heard government officials say that the supermarket in the north of the city wasn't damaged much because they moved the supplies upstairs in advance. It has now been taken over by the government and is operating normally. Should we go check it out together tomorrow? Lin Wanqiao's heart stirred. This was good news. Lin Wanqiao readily agreed, sure, let's meet at the 3rd floor platform at 8 a.m. tomorrow. When she got home, she shared the agreement made with Hu Minghua with Xin Xiaoyu and the others. Everyone expressed their approval. It was better for them to go out looking for supplies than to keep monitoring their home. After lunch, Lin Wanqiao and Xin Xiaoyu began to make medicinal wine. They sliced the clean medicinal herbs and cut clean gauze to pack the herbs tightly into a bag. They washed the jars with sealing lids 3 times with hot water, dried them with a paper towel, ensuring no oil or water remained. This step was crucial. If it wasn't clean, a whole jar of medicinal wine could be ruined. Then, they placed the gauze bag in the jar and poured in 50-degree white liquor for soaking. Finally, they sealed the jar and placed it in a cool, dark place. From now on, they just needed to stir or shake it properly every day to ensure the liquor and herbs could mix well, soaking it for half a month. When using it, they only needed to filter out the herb residue and drink or apply the clear liquor. Fortunately, there was enough white liquor and medicinal herbs stored in their space, and the 2 of them made 6 jars in one go before stopping. Chapter 37. The next morning, Lin Wanqiao got up early. In the living room, she practiced Tai Chi, which she had just learned from a video a few days ago, until she was lightly sweating all over before heading to the bathroom to wash up. The elderly had less sleep and were already busy in the kitchen preparing breakfast. Lin Wanqiao walked over to the doghouse and took a can of dog food from her space to open for the dog. This can was found during their last search at a tea house. Although there was dog food in the space, it was still retrieved from the water. Even if the dog food bag was sealed well, Lin Wanqiao didn't plan to feed that to the dog. So currently, the dog's main food was still the homemade dog meal by Yang Yujun. The elderly knew they couldn't go out looking for supplies like Lin Wanqiao and Xin Xiaoyu, feeling they weren't contributing to the family and making the young ones worry about them, and there was a subtle sense of guilt in their hearts. With the addition of a dog, they took on the responsibility of caring for it, and with the dog's health improving day by day, they seemed to find new purpose, diligently studying dog food every day. So, this dog was eating nutritious and healthy food every day. This morning, seeing that the dog was about half recovered, when it saw Lin Wanqiao coming to feed it the can, it wagged its tail so hard it was hitting the floor with a loud thump. Today's breakfast was Lu Jianan's specialty, savory pancakes. The surface of the pancake was baked to crispy perfection, and tearing it open revealed layers that were soft and fluffy. Brushing on a prepared seafood sweet and spicy sauce, taking a bite into it was a delight. Lin Wanqiao held a savory pancake in one hand and soy milk in the other, eating happily. The dog smelled the scent, whimpering under the dining table, wanting a bite to eat. Yang Yujun saw this and went into the kitchen to bring out the dog food that had already cooled down. By the time the 4 people and 1 dog were full, the clock had pointed to 7:55. It was time to set off. Lin Wanqiao took out the 600,000 cash she had scavenged from the tea house and stuffed it into the hiking backpack, each of them carrying one with Xin Xiaoyu. The hiking bag was very large, and when they stuffed in 300,000, it somehow didn't look full. Based on Lin Wanqiao's experience in B City in her past life, the whole city was likely to be cut off from the internet and electricity, and supermarkets would possibly only accept cash. Moreover, after a while, this cash would be too hard to even use for wiping. The two of them finished packing, shouldered the rubber boat at the entrance, and opened the iron gate to set off. When they reached the third-floor platform, Hu Minggui was already there with a crowd, whispering to each other about something. Lin Wanqiao took a quick glance. They were all familiar faces. Hu Minggui and his daughter, Hu Tingting. The skinny monkey, Biaozi, who had just fought the day before. The male head of household from room 301, who wouldn't leave room 501. And Xiao Zhao from room 601, who had just caused a scene at Dr. Huang's office with his mother-in-law and pregnant wife. Surprisingly, everyone was also carrying a backpack, which seemed to be stuffed with quite a few things. Among these people, other than Hu Tingting, Lin Wanqiao didn't really like anyone else. As soon as everyone saw Lin Wanqiao and the others coming down, they immediately stopped whispering and looked unfriendly at the two. Only Hu Tingting gave Lin Wanqiao a polite smile. The girl inherited her mother's stunning beauty, especially her sparkling eyes, shining with enchanting light. Although only 16, she had already blossomed into a charming girl. Perhaps due to the baby fat not having completely faded, she looked somewhat cute and lovely. You finally decided to come down. We've all been waiting till our legs were straight, the head of room 301 said with sarcasm. Lin Wanqiao raised her hand to check her watch. It was 1 minute to 8. What does it matter to me that your legs are straight? It was agreed to meet at 8, you can wait and complain to whoever you want. The atmosphere was not good, and Hu Minggui immediately laughed it off. That's right, it was set for 8, we were just a bit anxious and came early. Wanqiao, please don't take it to heart. As he said this, he gave a wink to the skinny monkey again. At this moment, a huge crowd gathered at the school gate, crowding onto makeshift boats, most of them carrying large bags and dragging their families, nearly blocking the entrance completely. The crowd was noisy, as if protesting something. Before Lin Wanqiao could hear the content clearly, the rubber boat had already moved away from the school, leaving all the noise behind. 15 minutes later, they arrived at their destination. This Huiman supermarket in the north of the city is located in a building that has only 6 floors, with the basement and first floor. The second and third floors used to be an old cinema, while the fourth, fifth, and sixth floors were originally rented out to companies as offices, but have been empty since they moved out. In recent years, as the county town developed southward, the north has gradually fallen into decline, and Huiman Supermarket's business has been barely hanging on. Being in an old area, the drainage system is bad, and during rainy seasons in the past, there have often been cases of rainwater backing up, causing the supermarket to be flooded several times. This made the owner very sensitive to stormy weather. Just recently, when Sea City issued a typhoon warning, the owner worked all night to move the goods up to the 5th floor. This allowed the supermarket to remain intact, and it is the last supermarket left in the county. At this time, the windows near the water surface on the 3rd floor had already been removed, leaving only a large doorway as the supermarket entrance. A big red paper was pasted on top of the doorway, with Huiman Supermarket entrance open for business written in large, flowing characters. The area to the right of the entrance was cordoned off, with a large section marked with a warning line, while people dressed in camouflage raincoats operated speedboats, dragging boats in and out. It seemed that these people were soldiers. Strangely, the boats they were dragging behind them were all shapes and sizes, more like the makeshift vessels seen a few days ago made by ordinary folks. What were they doing? Chapter 38. The water surface at the supermarket entrance had been covered with long foam boards. At this time, it was already crowded with people, forming a long line that stretched for over 10 meters at a glance. Xin Xiaoyu raised his hand to check the time. It was only 8:25. The supermarket opens at 9, and they thought they arrived early, but unexpectedly, they were still late. As soon as their rubber boat entered this water area, 2 staff members dressed in military raincoats drove speedboats over to direct them to dock their boats by the foam boards. Dock the boat, everyone get off. Xin Xiaoyu was the first to flip off the boat, stand firm, and then reached out his hand to Lin Wanqiao. Holding Xin Xiaoyu's hand, Lin Wanqiao also stepped onto the foam board. Although the foam board was secured, it was still on the water, so stepping on it felt a bit wobbly, with a soft feel underfoot. She had to adjust for a while before finding her balance. Worried that Lin Wanqiao might lose her balance and fall, Xin Xiaoyu kept holding her hand tightly. Once all 7 people were on land, the staff handed them 2 number tags with the number 26 written on them. This is your number tag. After you buy your items, give one of the tags to the cashier. Someone will help you load your things onto the boat. Once you reach the exit, give the other tag to the staff, and they will bring the boat to you. After speaking, someone took out a rope, tied the rubber boat to the back of the speedboat, and directly towed it away. Everyone carefully walked forward in a slow line toward the front. While walking, Lin Wanqiao turned her head to look back. This process was smooth and efficient. Who knew a supermarket could offer such thorough service? Noticing Lin Wanqiao's confusion or perhaps wanting to show off his insider knowledge, Hu Minggui said, "This is the only supermarket left in the county. In recent days, many people have come to buy supplies. With items being moved back and forth on the water, when there are too many people, things can get chaotic. A couple of days ago, the people at the exit were too slow loading the boats, and those behind pushed forward. A few people lost their footing and fell into the water along with their goods. What's even more terrifying is that there were people fighting over a bag of rice, bleeding, and even some jumped in to rob while heading back from the supermarket. It is said that several people have already died. For the safety of the people and to facilitate the supply of future goods, the government simply took over this supermarket. The common folk only have to queue up to pay, and they need not worry about anything else, which improves efficiency and keeps order. Moreover, look. Hu Mingyue pointed not far away and said, during the supermarket's operating hours, there are armed police patrolling the water area within a 3-kilometer range, so there's no fear of robbery along the way, it is very safe. This scene was something Lin Wanqiao had never seen in B City in her past life. In her previous life, she only saw the collapse of social order after a disaster, with people fighting against each other. The government initially made efforts to save people, but the results were minimal. As the disaster gradually escalated, even the official organization slowly fell apart and became a pile of loose sand. Looking at the busy figures of patrol officers on the patrol boat in the distance, Lin Wanqiao gently squeezed the large hand holding hers. The young man turned back to look at her. Lin Wanqiao smiled and said, I am confident again. There were still half an hour before the supermarket opened, and they stood in line, discussing their shopping plans for a while. On Hu Mingyue's side, since it was a centralized purchase, they had already prepared a list. He held the list and assigned tasks to everyone, striving for precise strikes and to hit the target in one go. Sister Wanqiao, what do you plan to buy? Hu Mingyue asked after assigning tasks. The two of them naturally did not lack supplies, they came this time just to quickly use up the cash on hand. So, she casually replied, of course, we'll buy some food and necessities. Then let's split up after we go in, and we'll meet at the exit by 10 o'clock. How about it? Everyone nodded in agreement. At 9 o'clock, the supermarket finally started to let people in. The entrance led directly to the fire escape, and they needed to climb stairs up to the 5th floor. Upon entering the 5th floor, they immediately saw bags of rice and cases of mineral water piled on the ground, with a sign next to it saying, limit of 1 bag of rice and 1 case of water per person. The rice was clearly repackaged. Shen Xiaoyu picked it up and weighed it, saying to Lin Wanqiao, 5 pounds. Only 5 pounds? Lin Wanqiao frowned. The rice, priced at 200 per bag, was shockingly only 5 pounds, making it 40 per pound. In the past, this kind of rice was only 2 or 3 per pound. They went to check other grains. Rice, glutinous rice, millet, flour, fresh meat, leafy vegetables, all had price increases and were limited in purchase. However, prices for coarse grains like potatoes, sweet potatoes, oats, sorghum, and soybeans were slightly better, and purchase limits were not strict. In the snack and beverage area, there were no purchase limits, but the shelves were already running low. Even with such outrageous prices, people were throwing goods directly into their shopping carts, blinking not even once. Occasionally, someone gasped in a low voice, a pound of pork tenderloin costs 100, it was only 50 yesterday. So outrageous. A companion whispered back, don't say that, it's good enough that some are for sale. If this rain continues day and night, who knows when the supply will be cut off? Indeed, if you don't buy it, there are plenty of others who will. Lin Wanqiao didn't lack food, but to look the part, she still placed some limited purchase rice, flour, pork, and vegetables into her shopping cart. She also added some cooking oil, salt, and sugar, then they headed straight for the 6th floor. The 6th floor sold household items. Compared to the crowded 5th floor, there were very few people shopping here. As soon as they got up there, Lin Wanqiao immediately felt the air was much fresher. Perhaps it was because the owner was hurriedly moving goods, or perhaps there weren't many buyers, but aside from items like toothpaste and shower gel that were organized, the rest of the goods were simply sorted and piled haphazardly together. In an inconspicuous corner, Lin Wanqiao saw sleeping bags, tents, and other outdoor goods all thrown on the floor. She bent down and carefully rummaged through this pile of garbage. These products clearly looked like items that had been unsold for years, covered in a layer of dust. Lin Wanqiao had already stocked up 4 sleeping bags in her space. But there was an extra dog at home, so another one had to be bought. There were only 3 sleeping bags, and turning them over and over, the one with the highest cold resistance could only withstand -20 degrees, which was far from the -40 or 50 degrees in the extreme cold period to come. But better than nothing, in the future, there would be opportunities to find better ones for the dog. Lin Wanqiao put all 3 sleeping bags into the shopping cart, glanced at the price, 50% off, 500 each. Surprisingly, there was no price increase? Also, looking at the dust level, it was obviously something that usually couldn't be sold. At this moment, outside was a mess, everyone couldn't even fill their stomachs. Who was the fool that would be full and run outside to go camping? It had to be sold at a discount. In the next second, Lin Wanqiao realized that she was that fool. Chapter 39. At this time, Shen Xiaoyu also found something, bringing it over and tossing it into the shopping cart. a telescope, a compass, and a bunch of electrical tools that Lin Wanqiao couldn't name. The ice maker and water purifier we brought back last time ended up taking in some water, and the wires are a bit damaged. It's good that there are plenty of electrical tools here. I'll buy them and see if I can fix it. Ayu, you're really amazing. Lin Wanqiao looked at Xin Xiaoyu with adoring eyes. She sincerely admired Xin Xiaoyu, he could fix anything. She knew nothing about this. Without Xin Xiaoyu's help, even if she bought a bunch of generators and filters, she'd just be staring blankly without knowing how to use them. Xin Xiaoyu met the burning gaze of the girl and felt a loud boom in his head, blood rushing to his face, and his ears turning red. He quickly shifted his gaze away and cleared his throat awkwardly. To cover his embarrassment, he pointed in another direction and changed the topic. You want 2 1500L round rainwater collection tanks. Even found 4 boxes of dog food. What a treasure of a boss. When they finished their round, a chubby man with a bit of a beer belly approached them and asked, "Are you the ones looking to buy winter jackets?" "Yes. I am the supermarket owner. I spent a lot of money on this batch last year, hoping to use it myself, but now I can't. If you really want it, I will give you a discount. You name a price, and if it's right, we'll take it." The owner thought for a moment and said, "The cost of these things, not counting the agent fees, was over 150,000. How about I sell it to you for 7% off, 100,000, to make it round? Everything is brand new, you can rest assured." Lin Wanqiao and Xin Xiaoyu exchanged glances. 100,000 was already a steal, but together their backpacks only had 60,000. Bargain. Xin Xiaoyu suddenly showed a difficult expression, pretending to be disappointed, and sighed to the owner, "To be honest, I used to be a mountain climbing enthusiast, and I plan to take this back as a keepsake. The equipment is good, but unfortunately, the extra money in hand isn't enough." Lin Wanqiao advised, "How about we forget it? We need to buy other things too. In this world, it's more important to fill our stomachs, let's wait until later to buy it." Hearing that the price was considered high, the chubby owner immediately spoke up to keep them. "To be honest, I can't use these things." "Name a price, I'm a straightforward person. We only have 60,000. 60,000. While the chubby owner hesitated about whether 60,000 would be a huge loss, Lin Wanqiao dropped another thunderbolt. "We also want those 2 water tanks, those dozens of boxes of charcoal, alcohol fuel, dog food, and all these in our shopping cart." "What?" The chubby owner jumped up immediately. "Just those 2 water tanks alone cost 40,000. You. He pointed at Lin Wanqiao and the other person, trembling, unable to speak. Lin Wanqiao guessed that what he wanted to say was, "You might as well just rob." Xin Xiaoyu felt a bit embarrassed. "The price is a bit low, not intentionally trying to pressure you, we really only have this much money left. If it's too hard, let's forget it, sorry to bother you." Saying this, he pulled Lin Wanqiao and was ready to leave with the shopping cart. "Wait." The chubby owner stamped his foot, seeming to make a major decision, gritted his teeth and said, 60 it is, I'll package everything for you. But it must be cash. All at once. Sure. Fearing the owner would change his mind, Lin Wanqiao immediately agreed. "There are too many things, our boat won't fit. Can you help deliver?" The chubby owner turned pale, about to spew national essence. Lin Wanqiao quickly waved her hand, just kidding, we'll come ourselves." "But really, today's boat won't fit. Besides these things in the cart, could you help us package the rest? Tonight we will come with a bigger boat to take it away." The two went to the office with the chubby owner to pay, and he handed over a pickup slip, agreeing to meet at the supermarket exit at 8:30 tonight to pick up the goods. The rice, flour, and oils in the shopping cart were directly reported as number 26 and handed over to the staff for loading. Having bought what they desired and spending all their money, Lin Wanqiao felt great joy as they walked out of the office, humming a tune. Seeing her so happy, Xin Xiaoyu couldn't help but curve his lips into a smile. "Chow chow." A female voice called out. They turned to the sound and saw a lively young girl waving excitedly at them. Chow chow, it's really you." The girl rushed over and hugged Lin Wanqiao tight. "Great. It's so good to see you." Lin Wanqiao helplessly let the girl pull her along, bouncing, while passers-by curiously glanced their way. It was her long-suffering best friend, Yi Qian. Chapter 40. Okay. Lin Wanqiao calmed Yi Qian down and pulled her to introduce Xin Xiaoyu. "Let me introduce you, this is my best friend since childhood, Yi Qian, who lives next door at Xiangjiang International. Cici, this is my Ji friend, Xin Xiaoyu, who is currently staying at my home." I understand. Yi Qian raised her eyebrows at Lin Wanqiao. Lin Wanqiao had often heard about the past between her and Xin Xiaoyu, so upon knowing that Xin was now living in Lin's house, she immediately pretended to understand everything. "Qian, why are you here? Alone?" "Oh, no, I came with my dad and a few neighbors from the same community. They are still inside shopping. Speaking of this, I must thank you." Lin Wanqiao was puzzled. Thank me for what? Yi Qian leaned closer to Lin Wanqiao and whispered, have you forgotten those things you sent me? At first, my parents didn't think much of it, but now my mom is constantly talking about how grateful she is to you. As she spoke, Yi Qian's smile faded, and her expression grew serious. After more than 20 days, every household was basically out of food. In our building, someone got so hungry they started risking it to eat things pulled from the water. As a result, trouble struck that day. A child in one family ate a dead fish pulled from the water and started vomiting, having diarrhea, and convulsing uncontrollably. Stuck at home, unable to go out, the parents could only knock on doors asking for medicine. Poor child had a high fever for 2 days and ultimately didn't make it. Chow chow, if it weren't for you, we might have had the same fate as them. My parents have been saying they want to thank you every chance they get. Lin Wanqiao waved her hand. Do we still need to say thanks? As long as you and your parents are safe, that's all that matters. So, did you come here to stock up on supplies? Yi Qian nodded slightly, then shook her head. We have enough food at home for now, so we're not out. Then you guys. A few days ago, my mom suddenly fainted, and my dad and I were really worried. We quickly took her to the hospital in a rubber boat. Speaking of which, it's really thanks to the rubber boat you sent. The doctor said my mom had an acute illness, and if we had sent her later, it could have caused a brain blockage. Is Auntie feeling better now? Yi Qian's eyes turned red, and her hands shakingly held Lin Wanqiao's. She got an injection at the hospital and is much better now. But, they only gave her a week's worth of medicine and sent her home. In my mom's situation, she has to take blood pressure medication long-term, otherwise next time it might not. Saying this, Yi Qian raised her hand to wipe her eyes. My dad heard someone say there are scalpers here selling goods, everything you can think of, so we came hoping for some luck. Those neighbors borrowed our boat to come shopping with us. Lin Wanqiao nodded thoughtfully. So that's how it is. It was obvious that hospitals must be overcrowded right now. With a large population of high blood pressure patients, medical resources could only become tighter. But there are scalpers here? She hadn't noticed that. Shenqian, we can go home now. Ye's dad brought 3 men pushing shopping carts from the distance. Hello, uncle. Lin Wanqiao greeted Ye's dad. Xiao Xiao, you're here too. Did you come to buy things? Ye's dad was clearly happy to see Lin Wanqiao. He wanted to thank her for the supplies but had to hold back with outsiders present. Yes, uncle. I've already bought what I needed. How about you? Did you get Auntie's medicine? Ye's dad looked a bit disappointed. Not yet, we'll have to go back and find another way. Lin Wanqiao comforted him. You don't have to worry too much, you will find it. I will also help you see what I can find. If they really couldn't find it, she still had plenty stored in her space, and she could find an excuse to share some with them. However, if it was true that scalpers were selling goods, she was really interested. Although she had stocked up on a lot already, there was still something very important she had not managed to get her hands on. Accompanying Yi Qian and the others to the checkout, they were well informed and already knew that only cash was accepted, so they naturally took money out of their pockets when it was time to pay. But there were others who didn't know, and when they heard only cash was accepted, they immediately refused. Why do you only accept cash? This is illegal. Exactly. You can't do this. No one told us we needed cash, we've come all this way and we have to solve this problem. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves, instantly attracting a crowd to clamoring. We're not refusing to pay, our money is in the bank, you can check. The internet and power are both down, we can't withdraw our money, can't the government think of a way to help us common folks? Faced with the anger of the crowd, the staff could only patiently explain that the supermarket could only accept cash at the moment, and if they had no cash, they could wait at home for government assistance. But the lower the staff's attitude, the more people pressed on, grabbing their collars with the firm resolve to not let go until the issue was resolved. More and more people crowded at the checkout. Those with money began to complain about the ill manners of those without, while those without money were upset to see others smoothly receive their supplies, and a conflict broke out. In an instant, chaos erupted. Bang! 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 3 gunshots rang out. Several armed police warned the crowd, anyone who dares to stir trouble will be taken away. Confronted with the dark muzzles of the guns, the previously boisterous crowd scattered like quail. A group finished their checkout smoothly and headed towards the exit. At the exit, Hu Minghua and a few others were already waiting, and Hu Tingting was chattering non-stop. Lin Wanqiao went over and made a brief introduction. She had made arrangements to return with Yi Qian for some support. Hu Minghua readily agreed. After all, they had a car full of supplies. Although there were patrol police, there were times they couldn't cover everything. Handing over the number plate to the staff, soon, someone dragged their rubber boat to the exit, already loaded with goods. They carefully helped each other onto the boat. Under the staff's guidance, 2 rubber boats paddled away from the exit, creating space for those behind. Although Lin Wanqiao's rubber boat was spacious enough to hold 10 people, it was now filled with supplies, and with 7 people squeezed together, it felt cramped. The majority of the boat was filled with rice and water bought by Hu Mingwa and his companions. In terms of quantity, it was definitely more than what one person would need. Lin Wanqiao was confused. Didn't they say there was a purchase limit? The skinny monkey replied a bit smugly, of course, ordinary people have limits, but do you know who our guide is? Things were prepared early here. We're not just here for this bit of rice and flour, we also. Diaozi. Hu Mingwa sternly interrupted the skinny monkey. The skinny monkey was startled by the fierceness in Hu Mingwa's eyes and quickly tucked away his bragging riches. Feeling his abruptness, Hu Mingwa smiled and shifted the topic to Lin Wanqiao. Don't listen to him ramble. By the way, did you only buy this much? Lin Wanqiao, with keen eyes, had already spotted the small green object poking out of the skinny monkey's pocket. It was a dark green walkie-talkie. Chapter 41. A walkie-talkie? It looked like it might be military grade. This was something the supermarket didn't have. She had underestimated Hu Mingwa's capabilities. Retracting her gaze, Lin Wanqiao smiled wryly at Hu Mingwa. I wasn't as well informed as you. I didn't know cash was needed to check out. These things were actually bought for me by my friend. Yi Qian, following behind them, found Lin Wanqiao's words a bit puzzling but nodded in agreement. Hu Mingwa understood the sarcasm in Lin Wanqiao's words and awkwardly apologized. Look at my head. Sister Wanqiao, I'm sorry, I've been busy these days and totally forgot. I should be punished. I almost made you come for nothing. Please have the kindness to forgive me this once. Lin Wanqiao snorted softly and ignored him. Whether it was intentional or a real forgetfulness, everyone knew the truth. If she had a choice, she wouldn't want to be associated with such petty and sly behavior. She didn't know how Hu Mingwa had climbed up to which connections. For safety's sake, it's better not to fall out. But the premise is that the other party does not provoke me. On the way back, sure enough, we occasionally saw armed patrol boats passing by. The journey was calm and peaceful. At the intersection of the neighborhood, Yi Qian's boatmen separated, and the two agreed to meet again at the supermarket at the same time in 7 days. When they reached the bottom of the building, everyone discovered that the water level had risen again and again. When they set off, the platform on the 3rd floor was half an arm's length above the water, but in just half a day, water had already entered the platform, and the depth was at least ankle deep. Always acting as the invisible person, Xiao Zhao stepped in first, and several men passed supplies from the small boat into the corridor. Diaozi, move the supplies to your place first. After counting, let everyone know to gather at your door at 8 a.m. tomorrow, and we will distribute the supplies then. Hu Mingwa instructed the thin monkey, who immediately patted his chest and assured he would watch over the supplies. Sister Wanqiao, everyone is busy and tired today. How about I give you your boat rental fee together tomorrow during the distribution? Lin Wanqiao had no objections. As long as it was delivered tomorrow, it was fine. She had no interest in staying any longer. She pulled Xin Xiaoyu, and the two shouldered their belongings, leaving for home without looking back. As they reached the corner, she unintentionally glanced down. She saw Hu Mingwa pulling out a small plastic bag from a box and handing it to Xiao Zhao. A voice faintly floated in the wind. Xiao Zhao, your wife is still pregnant. Take this can of milk powder and red dates, you will need them later. Brother Gue, I don't have any money right now. Hey! Since you called me brother, what do you mean money? This is my goodwill. Xiao Zhao was somewhat flattered, unsure where to place his hands. The thin monkey laughed heartily and patted Xiao Zhao's back, teasing, take it. Follow Brother Gue, and you'll have plenty of good things in the future. Xiao Zhao's eyes seemed a bit red as he accepted the items and sincerely thanked, thank you, Brother Gue. If there's anything I can help with in the future, just let me know. Lin Wanqiao scoffed inwardly, buying people's hearts was quite a skill. When the two got home, it was just in time for lunch. At the dining table, Xin Xiaoyu recounted today's events to the elders. The elders felt a bit emotional listening. Times have changed, even with money, you can't buy things, and there's a limit on purchases. Isn't this back to the days when you couldn't even buy food without green tickets? They had been cooped up at home for too long, and the only way to get outside information was by listening to Lin Wanqiao and the others describe it, so each time Lin Wanqiao returned, the elders asked many questions. Lu Jianan and his wife longed for the outside, considering the dangers outside, and to avoid causing trouble for Lin Wanqiao and the others, they never spoke up. Lin Wanqiao could see the longing in their eyes and actively suggested, recently, there are patrols nearby, and it's relatively safe. How about Grandpa and Grandma come with me tonight to get the goods and get some fresh air? Is that okay? Lu Jianan's eyes suddenly lit up with excitement but quickly dimmed again. Maybe it's best to forget it, I and your grandma can't be of much help. It's no problem, there won't be much work. After we get the goods, we can just hide them in a corner. Lu Jianan chuckled, alright then. Yang Yujun glared at him, somewhat disdainful, can't you sit still? What's so good outside? Look at how those two children never have an easy time when they go out, they just add to the chaos. While she was criticizing Lu Jianan, she reminded Lin Wanqiao, Xiao Xiao, it's better for grandma to stay at home. Don't go. You should go early and come back early. Just me and grandpa is enough. Don't worry, we'll be back soon. I'm not at ease leaving you alone at home, so you will stay home with you. No. Xin Xiaoyu rarely opposed. Lin Wanqiao looked at him in confusion. When it gets dark, it'll be unsafe. It's better for me and grandpa to go, you and grandma can stay at home. You can't carry all that stuff back either. It's too conspicuous, I'll just set up space over there, it's much simpler. At this moment, the dog came over and rubbed against Lin Wanqiao's feet. Lin Wanqiao's mind flashed with an idea, stop arguing, I'll bring Nian Gao along, I think it has almost recovered, just right to go out and exercise. With that, she squatted down and petted the dog's head, Nian Gao, let's go get your food together tonight, okay? Woof. Everyone stopped insisting. In summer, the sun sets later, it wasn't until 7:30 p.m. that it finally got a little darker. It was time to set out. Both were wearing black raincoats, with wide hoods nearly covering half their faces. Lin Wanqiao took out 2 headlamps and put one on herself and one on Lu Jianan. Woof woof. I want one too. Looking down, Lin Wanqiao almost burst out laughing. At the moment, there was no suitable raincoat for the dog. Yang Yuchuan wrapped it tightly in layers of red plastic bags and tape, not leaving out its head. Only its 4 paws and dog face were exposed. With a black and smelly dog face wrapped in a red cape, it looked just like Grandma Wolf. Ha ha ha. The dog had a resentful look. Alright, I'll make you a headlamp next time, this one is too big for you. Lin Wanqiao was afraid if she laughed more, the dog would get angry and bite her. No matter whether the dog understood or not, she continued, you're in charge of keeping watch, if there's a problem, remind me. Don't bark easily outside, got it? Woof. Before leaving, Xin Xiaoyu still felt a bit uneasy, handing Lu Jianan a modified electric baton and some pepper spray. Here, take this. I've improved this baton, wear gloves and shake off the water on it before use, even if it rains a bit, it'll be fine. And for this spray, just aim it at their eyes and press it. Sure. The 2 people and... The engine was rumbling loudly. Lin Wanqiao rode towards the designated spot. As she got closer, she saw that each boat was filled with boxes of supplies, and soldiers were guarding each boat. It seemed the government was indeed working hard to ensure the basic survival supplies for the people. But this was just the beginning, everything was not so difficult yet. What would happen when the disaster worsened? Stop the boat, stop the boat. What are you doing here? Ahead, a soldier drove a speedboat, suddenly blocking their way. Dogsy immediately arched its back and bared its teeth. Lin Wanqiao patted the dog's head to calm it down, while handing over the delivery order to explain their purpose. The soldier looked at the delivery order, then glanced at them and said, wait here. They waited for no more than 5 minutes when the chubby boss arrived on a boat with an employee. Follow me, everything is ready for you. The chubby boss led them to a corner. Once they arrived, there was indeed a small boat parked there, bulging with supplies under a thick waterproof cover. The chubby boss pointed at the boat, it's all here. Can you move it by yourselves? We're too busy right now and short-staffed. If you need our help, you will have to wait another hour or so. No need, we can handle it ourselves. Thank you for your hard work. Alright, I'll get back to work. Stay safe. Lin Wanqiao remembered what happened during the day and hurriedly called out to the chubby boss, wait. What is it? It's like this, I have a very close friend whose family is sick and urgently needs antihypertensive medication. The hospital has run out of medication. I wanted to ask if you know of any way to get it. During the day, Yi Qian mentioned there were scalpers here, and later saw those things in Hu Minggui's hands, making her secretly suspect. After some thought, this scalper was likely the boss of this supermarket. First, his supermarket was taken over by the government, and seeing him entering and exiting with official personnel, it was clear he had official contacts. Second, after all, this was his territory, he cannot allow others to conduct business on his own land. Even if there were others, there should be a relationship of mutual benefit. After hearing this, the chubby boss hesitated, well. Seeing his reaction, she felt she was right. Don't worry, we only want to buy medicine to save lives. Whether or not it works, we won't go around spreading rumors. If you have a way, just name your price. The chubby boss, seeing Lin Wanqiao's sincerity, no longer concealed anything. To be honest, I do have some channels to acquire small supplies. About the medicine you mentioned, in the past, it would have been no problem. There's a pharmaceutical company in the East City, but this time, that area was hit hard, and the channel is cut off. I need to find solutions elsewhere. How much do you need and when? I will help you find it if I can. A pharmaceutical company in the East City? Lin Wanqiao felt a stir in her heart. Then please keep an eye out for me, the more, the better. I will come back in 7 days. All right. Same rule as always, cash only. Okay. After the chubby boss left, Lin Wanqiao and Lu Jianan worked together to align their boat with the supply boat and secured it with ropes, stabilizing it for easier transfer later. Because it was raining, there was a layer of waterproof cloth covering the supplies. Grandpa, I'll move it, you stay on the rubber boat. Their boat had no way to shield from the rain, so they had to act quickly, trying their best not to wet the charcoal and other water-sensitive supplies. Fortunately, their supplies were relatively lightweight. Working together, they finished packing within 10 minutes. Dogsy caught the scent of dog food and excitedly circled around the box of dog food. After finishing their business, they headed back home. Once they exited the supermarket spotlight, everything around them was suddenly pitch black. If they didn't turn on the headlight, it was nearly impossible to see anything with their hands. For safety's sake, Lin Wanqiao waited until the boat was in a secluded area before turning off the headlight, reaching out to store all the goods into her space. Then she turned the light back on. Woof! Dogsy was stunned, running excitedly to the edge of the boat searching everywhere, occasionally emitting soft whimpers. Lin Wanqiao gently patted Dogsy's head. Stop looking, I've put it away. I'll show you when we get home. Dogsy tilted its head and looked at her. It seems unable to understand. But since the master did not give orders, it quickly stopped entangling itself and continued to lie at the bow of the boat, keeping watch. Chow chow. Lu Jianan was rowing, suddenly speaking up. Are you looking for blood pressure medicine for Qian Qian's mom? Yes. How is her mom doing now? I heard she has gone home now. The hospital has no medicine to treat her, so we have to think of another way. Don't worry, I still have some stocked here. If we really can't find the medicine, I will give her some first. Lu Jianan hesitated for a moment and said, if one day I and your grandma. Forget it, never mind. Lin Wanqiao was puzzled. Lu Jianan seemed a bit off today. She originally intended to take him out for some fresh air, as staying at home for too long might lead to mental issues. But it seemed to have the opposite effect. Grandpa, don't think too much. As long as our family is together, everything will be fine. Lin Wanqiao thought for a moment and cautiously said, Grandpa, I plan to go to the pharmaceutical company in the east of the city tomorrow and the day after to search for supplies. You heard what that boss said earlier, there might be some useful things. Do you want to come with me? Lu Jianan waved his hand to refuse. I'm just an old bone, I don't want to trouble you. You should pay attention to safety outside. Okay then. Chapter 43. They returned to the community and it was already past 9 in the evening. The two entered the community quietly, heading towards their own unit building. The whole community was dark, with no light or sounds from people moving about. Yang Yujun and Xin Xiaoyu had been nervously waiting in the living room all night. Upon hearing the sound of the doorknob turning, they rushed to open the door in 2 quick steps. Seeing the two of them and the dog return safely, Yang Yujun sighed in relief. Was the journey okay? Lu Jianan seemed a bit absent-minded. Jianan? Oh, it was quite good, the journey went smoothly. Yang Yujun was confused by Lu Jianan's attitude. It was as if he had lost his soul after going out. Xin Xiaoyu secretly winked at Lin Wanqiao, wondering what was going on. Lin Wanqiao shook her head while taking off her gear, indicating that she did not know either. Look at you both all wet, hurry and take a shower. Don't catch a cold later. I've kept hot water in the thermos. To save fuel, the generator had been turned off long ago, and the hot water for bathing had to be pre-boiled and poured into the thermos for later use. Lin Wanqiao and Lu Jianan took turns quickly showering in the bathroom. Xin Xiaoyu also took a dry towel to wipe the dog's damp fur. Nian Gao, did you behave today? Woof. Shoo. Be quiet. Remember, no matter where you are in the future, don't bark easily. If someone finds you, they will tie you up and roast you for. Unable to wait to verify her guess. The owner of Huiman Supermarket is in the business of buying and selling. He probably obtained the medicine from the pharmaceutical company in the east of the city, and it was cut off due to a natural disaster. Lin Wanqiao had not finished speaking, but Xin Xiaoyu understood. You want to go there to find medicine? She glanced at Xin Xiaoyu, this person still understood her so well. Yes. I have heard people mention this before. It is said that this company has some advanced biotechnology. I don't really understand the details. I just know that years ago, several county governments fought hard to bring this company to our county, and there must be many treasures there. Lin Wanqiao had only learned medicine for less than 2 months and knew that even if she got her hands on that cutting-edge technology, she wouldn't know how to use it. But just because she couldn't use it didn't mean others couldn't. So I not only want to find medicine, but I also want to try my luck. If I can bring back some medical equipment, that would be even better. Even if we can't use it ourselves, maybe one day it could help us find a way out. Seeing that Lin Wanqiao had made up her mind, Xin Xiaoyu didn't ask more. When do you plan to leave? I want to leave tomorrow night. So soon? Xin Xiaoyu didn't want Lin Wanqiao to go. Since the disaster, she had either been searching for supplies in the water or resisting those who coveted their supplies, almost non-stop. Even a strong body would eventually wear out. But facing Lin Wanqiao's reasoning, he had no counterargument and only regretted that he couldn't help her. Lin Wanqiao didn't know Xin Xiaoyu's thoughts and explained, I want to avoid any potential issues. Medical supplies are becoming tight, and there are smart people out there. I'm afraid that if we wait until everyone reacts, it will be too late for us to go. Also, the pharmaceutical company is located in a small industrial area, and there are other factories nearby. We can search for other supplies along the way. Okay, I'll follow your lead. After discussing, the two returned to their rooms to rest. Before sleep, Lin Wanqiao routinely entered her space to organize the supplies she had gathered today and calculate the amount consumed over the past few days, only sleeping soundly once everything was in order. What she didn't know was that everyone else had not slept a wink that night. Perhaps having stayed up too late the night before, Lin Wanqiao lazily stayed in bed until after 9 the next morning. While having breakfast in the dining room, she saw a small brown paper bag on the table. Curious, Lin Wanqiao opened it and found some rice and 2 bottles of mineral water inside. Yang Yujuan saw her looking and hurriedly explained, this was sent over early in the morning from across the street, saying it's payment for using our boat. Lin Wanqiao nodded and closed the bag. He also asked me to ask you if we are still going to the supermarket tomorrow. They want to go out again and borrow our boat. Just bought food and now going out again? Lin Wanqiao was confused. Yang Yujuan was also puzzled, I thought the same. How can we eat so quickly? Also, this morning, old Granny Li came by and asked if I wanted to go buy rice together. They all buy from Humin Gue. Each family gets a 5-kilogram bag of rice, a kilogram of pork, and 4 bottles of water for 2,000 yuan. 2,000? Lin Wanqiao couldn't believe her ears. Although the supermarket had purchase limits, a bag of rice only cost 200 yuan. These items combined wouldn't cost 500 at most, but Humin Gue dared to charge 2,000. How outrageous. No wonder he was so enthusiastic, selling white powder couldn't make money this quickly. Xiao Xiao, do you think we should remind old Granny Li and the others not to be fooled by Humin Gue? Yang Yujuan had a good relationship with old Granny Li and wanted to warn them, but she was afraid of offending Humin Gue and causing trouble for her family. Lin Wanqiao felt Humin Gue was untrustworthy, but it was someone else's business. Besides, those people had come to her doorstep before to threaten robbery, she didn't need to meddle in that matter. Grandma, let's just ignore this matter. 10 sentences from us won't weigh as much as one from Humin Gue. We don't want to be blamed later and create trouble for ourselves. And I suspect that after some time, money is no longer useful. Rather than just keeping cash, it's better to exchange it for food now, which is good for them too. She thought for a moment and added, it's just that Grandma Li helped us before, when times get tough later, we can quietly help her back. As for Humin Gue, who profits from disaster, she doesn't need to do anything. She just has to wait for the day when money becomes worthless, and heaven will take care of him. Hey, okay, I'll listen to you. Chapter 44. Xin Xiaoyu was a diligent person. Today, he got up early again and was busy on the balcony, while Lu Jianan helped beside him. When Lin Wanqiao came up after breakfast to see, he had already installed the filter. She didn't hesitate and immediately took out the 2 rainwater collection tanks she bought from the supermarket. They planned to install these 2 tanks on the balcony, with the collection opening extended outside the window to collect rainwater, and the outlet connected to a water pipe leading directly downstairs. This way, Yang Yujun and the others wouldn't have to carry water upstairs and downstairs with a basin every day, which wasn't safe for the 2 elderly people. The rainwater collected from outside is still murky after settling. Even if a layer of filtering system is added, Lin Wanqiao wouldn't dare to let her family drink it. In the future, the water for their family's drinking and usage will still come from the water that Lin Wanqiao stored in her space. Anyway, the amount stored is more than enough for a family of 5. After the water tanks are installed, regularly adding some disinfectant tablets will probably ensure no big issues arise. From now on, the household needs for washing and bathing will be taken care of. When the extremely hot weather arrives, the 3,000 L of reserved water can last a long time. While Lin Wanqiao was squatting on the balcony with Xin Xiaoyu, figuring out how to connect the filter to the water tank, Yang Yujun's voice came from downstairs, Xiao Xiao. Come down quickly, Dr. Huang is here. Hey. Coming. Lin Wanqiao replied while casually wiping her hands on Xin Xiaoyu's shirt, leaving a yellow stain on his white t-shirt. Xin Xiaoyu. Well, as long as you're happy. T.T. Huang Bolin stood at the door without entering, and upon seeing Lin Wanqiao come down, he smiled at her. Xiao Xiao, I'm going back to the hospital. Oh, I see. Teacher Huang, are things okay on your mom's side? Huang Bolin's lips curled into a bitter smile. My mom's illness can only be treated with rest. Remaining home isn't of much help. The hospital has urged me several times to return, and I can't delay it any longer. Besides, only when I go back to work can my mom have her medication. Lin Wanqiao nodded. Indeed, the hospital must be crowded now, and they urgently need people. Huang Bolin specially came over, surely not just to say this. Teacher Huang, if you need any help, just let me know. Ciao ciao, even though you call me teacher, I haven't really taught you much. Instead, you've helped me a lot, and I've actually regarded you as a good friend in my heart. I won't use formalities. After I go back to work, my parents will rely on you more. Especially my mom. If anything happens, I'll feel more at ease knowing you are there. So that's what it was about. She readily replied, Teacher Huang, don't worry. In the future, if uncle or aunt have anything, just come to the 16th floor to find me. I just happen to have my grandparents at home. They would be glad to keep each other company. That's even better. I can come back every Sunday. If you have any questions about studying, we can discuss them then. By the way, if you encounter an emergency, you can also come to the county hospital to find me. After Huang Bolin finished explaining, he went back. Lin Wanqiao didn't rush to close the door. Looking at 1601 across the hall, she thought for a moment and walked over to knock on the door. Who is it? A woman's voice came from inside, and then the door opened. It was Hu Minggui's daughter, who greeted Lin Wanqiao with a polite smile. Sister, are you looking for my dad? Lin Wanqiao nodded. It seemed the family was having lunch. The smell of stir-fried green peppers and meat came rushing in as the door opened. The little girl shouted back, Dad! Wanqiao's sister is looking for you. After saying that, the little girl gave a smile to Lin Wanqiao and returned to the dining room. Lin Wanqiao thought Hu Minggui himself was not that great, but his daughter was raised well, and she was much more sincere than her father. Hu Minggui heard the voice and came over, instantly putting on a forced smile upon seeing Lin Wanqiao. Sister Wanqiao is here. Have you eaten lunch? Why not come in and eat a little? Not wanting to waste time with him, she cut straight to the point. My grandma told me about your borrowing the boat. I won't be going out these days, so you can use the boat, but there are two things: it must be returned in perfect condition, and I will charge 1 pound of rice and 1 liter of water per day. This time going to the pharmaceutical company, there is a factory nearby. Lin Wanqiao planned to search all at once and might stay outside for a few days. She didn't want these people to know that only the elderly were left at home. Anyway, there is also a rubber boat and a speedboat in the space, so it was fine to lend them. All right. You can rest assured, Hu Minggui was also very happy. Earning was far more than just a pound of rice. In the evening, I'll leave the rubber boat at the door, you can take it yourself, and don't disturb me. After Lin Wanqiao finished speaking, she turned and went back to her own home. Seeing Lin Wanqiao leave, Hu Minggui's face instantly turned cold. He closed the door and returned to the dining table to continue eating. His wife, Luo Yakan, saw him come back with a cold face and asked with concern, Honey, why are you unhappy? Hu Minggui snorted coldly. These young people have a little capital and suddenly think they are high and mighty, giving me attitude, not knowing what's good for them. One day, they will fall into my hands, and then I'll settle the score with her. Luo Yakan saw her husband was angry and tried to please him by adding 2 pieces of meat to his bowl. Don't be angry, be careful not to harm your health. Come on, eat more meat to nourish yourself. You've been busy running around lately, and Ting and I haven't been able to help. In the future, we both will rely on you. Hu Minggui's expression softened a little upon hearing Luo Yakan's compliments. Seeing this, Luo Yakan gave her daughter Hu Tingting a wink. Hu Tingting filled her father's glass with beer and cautiously said, Dad, last time at the supermarket, Uncle asked when he can go out with us. Things are tough at Grandma's house. When Hu Minggui married Luo Yakan, he was just a poor boy from the countryside. His wife's parents were both working, and they were initially unwilling to marry their daughter to him. He had always felt looked down upon, unable to hold his head high in front of his in-laws. Now they were asking him to survive, and he suddenly felt proud of himself. Got it, let's see then. If he makes something of himself, he can come along with me, I won't treat him poorly. Luo Yakan's face lit up with joy upon receiving her husband's promise. Oh wow. Over here, Lin Wanqiao returned home and reminded Yang Yujun and the others not to go out much these days and not to tell outsiders they had gone out. In the afternoon, with nothing to do, Lin Wanqiao thought of playing with the dog and started teaching it some simple commands. The dog was very smart and learned a few commands after repeating them 3 or 4 times. Lu Jianan saw this and praised, Good dog. When we come back this time, I'll try to train it systematically, Shin Xiaoyu said joyfully like he had discovered a treasure. After resting enough in the afternoon, Lin Wanqiao was full of energy again and organized the equipment she would need for staying out overnight. However, most of it was already prepared in the space, so she didn't need to do much. At 4 a.m., she and Shin Xiaoyu quietly left the community under the cover of darkness. Chapter 45. Pharmaceutical Company. The pharmaceutical company is located in a relatively remote area, heading east towards the city until near Xiangshan. That area is a large industrial zone. The night was both a cover and an obstacle, making it hard to determine the route by nearby buildings. The two could only rely on a compass to find their way. Paddling the rubber boat, they sailed eastward. If a building blocked the way, they would go around it. After nearly an hour of rowing, the surroundings gradually became free of buildings. Lin Wanqiao confirmed they were far from civilization and took the speedboat out of her space. From now on, they would use the speedboat to shorten their time. The sound of the motor was particularly piercing in the quiet night. They braved the wind and waves, and in less than half an hour, they reached their destination. A vast expanse of warehouses. At this moment, everything below the third floor was submerged in water. The beam of the flashlight swept over, revealing scattered buildings standing unmoved amidst the rising and falling water. Not knowing their exact location, they could only rely on the flashlight to sweep over one by one. Fortunately, each company would place a sign on the roofs of their warehouses. After searching for about 10 minutes, the two finally spotted a tall building with the large characters Ruehan Pharmaceuticals hanging from it. They circled around the building and finally found a broken window. Shin Xiaoyu used a hammer to knock off the remaining shattered glass, clearing a hole large enough for two people to pass through. Lin Wanqiao nodded at him, put away the flashlight, turned on the headlamp, and took the lead in descending into the water. Shin Xiaoyu followed closely behind. After collecting the speedboat, the two swam into the window hole. This floor should be the office area. As the headlamp moved, what they saw was all documents and office desks floating on the water's surface. The entire floor had been opened up, making the space feel very spacious. Looking ahead, they did not find what they wanted. The two swam around and soon found the stairs leading up to the fourth floor. The water only reached halfway up the third floor, and as they emerged, Lin Wanqiao felt a sudden lightness on her body. The fourth floor was almost identical to the third, also a large office area. There shouldn't be many useful things here. You search that area, I'll search this area, and let's make it quick. Each floor of this pharmaceutical company was quite large, and there were at least 7 or 8 more floors above. They had a lot to do today. After dividing the work, the two began searching through the office desks one by one. Most of the items were documents and office supplies. Lin Wanqiao tossed anything useful into her space. Unopened tissues? Got it. Hand cream? Got it. Dried fruits, chips, or soda? Being someone who enjoyed life, got it. A power bank? Got it. A pair of stinky shoes? Next. An unopened package? Open it. When she saw what was in her hands, Lin Wanqiao regretted it immediately. Damn it, who bought this sexy little underwear? She tossed it away like a hot potato and kicked it under the desk. Although the office was large, there weren't many practical items, and soon the two had finished searching. Shin Xiaoyu found a cardboard box to put things in. Lin Wanqiao glanced over, and it was mostly similar to what she had found. They threw everything into their space and headed towards the 5th floor. They tried to push open the fire exit door, but it was locked. The two exchanged glances. The real target had arrived. In the wilderness, they were no longer cautious and broke the door down forcefully. What came into view was a long corridor, with all the rooms on either side closed. They tried to push the nearest door. It was locked too. Looking at the sign on the door, it read surgical instruments. Break the door. Inside was a pure white room filled with rows of stainless steel shelves. The shelves were neatly lined with boxes. Each shelf was labeled for organization. The entire room radiated a cold glow, like surgical instruments. Lin Wanqiao hesitated in front of the shelves. Seeing she didn't move, Shin Xiaoyu asked, "What's wrong?" She looked miserable. Too many, not enough space, what do we do? The space they had expanded last time, after all these days of filling, only had about 60 square meters left. This one room had already taken up at least 30 square meters, and there were still several floors left to search. It was impossible to take everything back. Then let's just take what we urgently need. Hemostatic forceps, tissue scissors, surgical knives, retractors grabbing 20 boxes of each. Let's go, next place. Shin Xiaoyu was now experienced at breaking down doors, and Lin Wanqiao pried open the door in just 2 minutes. In the adjacent room, there were traditional Chinese medical devices that caught Lin Wanqiao's interest. Surgical conditions were too strict, and in the apocalypse, traditional Chinese medicine was the most practical. Stethoscopes, pulse monitors, electric acupuncture devices, gua sha boards, blood pressure monitors, and other instruments she couldn't name. She gathered 20 boxes of each. For consumables like acupuncture needles and syringes, she decided to take even more. The two of them pried open room after room like this. Blood oxygen monitors, defibrillators, CT scanners, oxygen machines, masks, and gas masks. Unknowingly, the darkness in the corridor faded away, replaced by a hazy white light. Daybreak arrived. The two sat on the floor of the corridor, resting against the wall. Lin Wanqiao pulled out 2 tuna seaweed rice balls, one for each, and had them with milk as breakfast. After eating and resting well enough, the two brushed off the dust from their pants and set off upstairs. There was a designated elevator inside, but sadly, it had long lost power and was out of use. Xin Xiaoyu could only swing the hammer, grunting as he continued to pry open the fire door. The entire 6th floor was separated by transparent glass, and at a glance, all that could be seen were laboratories. Lin Wanqiao and her companions simply didn't understand any of this, they couldn't even name the equipment. Well, they could only pick up what they found at random. Constant temperature incubators, centrifuges, sterilizers, pH meters, microscopes, she only recognized these. At the edge of the laboratory, they discovered a cold storage room. To their surprise, the cold storage had a backup power source. At this moment, the power indicator showed only 3%. The cold storage had no password, it simply opened with a gentle pull. As soon as it opened, a gust of cold air hit them, and Lin Wanqiao couldn't help but shiver. What is this? Lin Wanqiao's eyes lit up as she saw the items inside the cold storage. Insulin, targeted cancer drugs, and various vaccines. In the apocalypse, minor illnesses and ailments could still be endured, but getting cancer or diabetes was truly the end. If they had arrived even a little later, the cold storage would have run out of power, and these precious medications would have all been ruined. The CEO of the pharmaceutical company, for some unknown reason, had not come to transfer them in time. The small cold storage was only about 10 square meters. Lin Wanqiao carefully gathered all the medicines into her space, categorizing them as she did so, and was careful not to be reckless like before. Just in case, she took the instruction manuals for each medication and placed them together with the drugs. The 7th floor had an identical laboratory layout and also had a cold storage, but unfortunately, the power there had already run out, and the door wouldn't open. Even if it did, what was inside was probably spoiled. To save space, Lin Wanqiao took items very sparingly along the way and stacked them as high as possible in her space. Even so, by the time the two arrived on the 8th floor, the remaining space was almost used up. And yet, the items on the 8th floor were exactly what she wanted the most, a pharmacy. Darn it. Seeing Lin Wanqiao's expression filled with disappointment, Xin Xiaoyu couldn't help but pat her on the head, gently coaxing, "Alright, let's sit down and eat something, we can think of a plan while we eat." Once busy, time passed quickly, and upon checking, it was already noon. Both of them were covered in dirt, so they simply sat on the floor. Lin Wanqiao pulled out a roasted duck, 2 boxes of rice, and after thinking for a moment, she also retrieved 2 bottles of chilled soda. Being out in the world, they couldn't deprive themselves. Even after witnessing Lin Wanqiao's space ability multiple times, Xin Xiaoyu still felt astonished when he saw a golden duck, as if freshly pulled from the oven, appear in her hands. This world is truly incredible. Lin Wanqiao turned her grief into appetite and gobbled down her food. So many treasures, she couldn't take them all. 555555, T.T. While the two were still agonizing over how to bring the items back, little did they know, danger was quietly approaching. Chapter 46. 10th floor. In a splendidly decorated suite. A lean man was reclining in a boss's chair with his feet up. He had droopy eyelids, a cigarette dangling from one hand. He was exhaling smoke from his mouth and showing an impatient expression on his face. On the sofa opposite him sat 2 young men, bored and playing cards, with their arms covered in tiger and leopard tattoos. "Boss." A short, chubby man with a broad face rushed in, panting heavily. "Did you see clearly?" the thin man asked as he sat up, his voice rough. The chubby man nodded, breathing heavily. "Yes, I saw clearly, a man and a woman. They are on the 8th floor eating right now. I've been watching them for a long time, they're probably just here for supplies. They plan to continue searching upstairs in the afternoon. Do they have weapons? I didn't see any. Their bags are not big, looks like they didn't pack much, but..." The man playing cards on the sofa threw down his hand, slapping the cards on the coffee table with a sharp sound. "Damn it, coming to our turf to steal, is life so boring? Boss, let's go bury them." The boss casually grabbed a teacup from the table and smashed it down. "Brainless fools, always thinking about fighting and killing. Let Fatty finish." "Fatty, continue, but what?" "But those two are a bit strange. I've been watching them since they went to the 6th floor lab. They obviously came for supplies, but every time they went in empty-handed and came out empty-handed. After they left, I snuck in to check the room, and things were indeed rummaged through, a lot was missing." The person who got smashed rolled his eyes. "Damn Fatty, are your eyes broken? How can you count the stuff in that warehouse? I've told you many times, stop staring at adult films all day, it's like you're possessed." Fatty was a bit unhappy with his brother's doubt and tried hard to defend himself. "How could I be wrong? All the goods in the cold storage on the 6th floor are gone." "What the hell did you just say?" The boss instantly exploded with rage, standing up suddenly. He had just found a buyer for that batch of goods, had collected the deposit, and was about to make the deal tomorrow. Now that the goods were missing, how would he explain it to the buyer? "I swear. They're all gone. The boss grabbed Fatty by the collar, yelling, "You said they went in and out empty-handed, how could the goods be missing? Could there be accomplices?" "That's why I said those two are strange," Fatty said with a sad face, his chubby face tightly furrowed. "I've watched for a long time and confirmed that there were no accomplices. The goods were missing only after they went in. And just now, the food they ate seemed to have appeared out of thin air, it definitely didn't come from their bags." The boss and a few other brothers were momentarily speechless, this was indeed too strange. The boss, in disbelief, confirmed again, "You saw clearly where they got the food?" Fatty hesitated a bit. They had their backs to me, I didn't see clearly." Seemingly to prove that he was right, he anxiously added, "But I'm sure, it definitely didn't come from their bags." "Boss, what should we do?" The boss sat back down with a pale face and thought for a while. "As long as there are no accomplices, it'll be easy, it means the goods are still here. First, we need to control them, no worries about not getting information. Xiaogui, Achi, you two get a gun. Let's be cautious." Xiaogui grinned, showing his big yellow teeth, and said ominously, "Whether they are human or ghost, one shot and they'll confess. Be quiet. Xiaogui, Achi, you two flank from the other side, Fatty, you come with me." Meanwhile, Lin Wanqiao and another person were still eating and discussing how to bring as much medicine back as possible, unaware that danger was approaching. Xin Xiaoyu's ears twitched, he put down the bowl and scanned the area front and back. "You, what's wrong?" "It's nothing, maybe I misheard something. I just have this feeling that I heard some noise." After carefully checking again and confirming that there was nothing unusual, he picked up his lunch to eat again. Fatty hid in the dark, looking enviously at the two people, and quietly said to those around him, "Look, boss, they can still eat roast duck. We can only gnaw on tasteless bread all day. Oh my, that smell is so delicious." The boss looked at him with a look of frustration. "Shut your drooling mouth. It's all dropping onto my shoes. Once our deal is done, you can have as much roasted duck as you want, you worthless piece of trash." On the other side, the two little ghosts had already circled to the back of the door, giving the boss an okay gesture. "Go!" The group rushed towards Lin Wanqiao and the others at the same time. "Don't move! Damn it! Don't move!" Xin Xiaoyu jumped up almost as soon as they charged out, elbowing the leading fat guy out of the way and reaching for the hammer at his waist. He had let his guard down because everything had gone too smoothly, even putting the knife in his bag. The fat guy was hit in the stomach by Xin Xiaoyu's elbow and nearly cursed in pain. But Xin Xiaoyu didn't give him a chance to fight back, swinging the hammer towards the fat head, but his arm was intercepted mid-air, and then he received a punch to the face. Lin Wanqiao reacted quickly, pulling out a dagger to support, but was abruptly grabbed from behind. She immediately turned the dagger's tip towards her attacker and thrust it back. "Ah!" A piercing scream echoed through the empty corridor. Lin Wanqiao turned around and saw that the person who had grabbed her was now kneeling on the ground, clutching his stomach. "Aki! Damn it!" The other person saw his companion's state, instantly showing fierce intent, raising his gun to point at Lin Wanqiao's head, ready to pull the trigger. "Little ghost." The boss's voice came through. "First, investigate the status of the goods." At this moment, Xin Xiaoyu was also being threatened by a gun pointed at his head. Lin Wanqiao didn't expect they would have a gun, she had really been too careless. Seeing that the two were restrained, the boss instructed his men, "Bind them first." The fat guy, beaten badly by Xin Xiaoyu, had a swollen face. Hearing the boss speak, he spat a bloody mouthful on the ground, cursing while grabbing the rope to tie up Xin Xiaoyu. Still a bit unsatisfied, he kicked Xin Xiaoyu a couple of times while tying him up. Xin Xiaoyu remained silent, his eyes locked onto Lin Wanqiao. The two were roughly pushed into a corner, forced to sit with their hands tied behind their backs. All their weapons and backpacks had been searched and taken away. "Is this what you call unarmed?" The boss saw Aki clutching his stomach, breathing more out than in, and couldn't help but kick the fat guy. The latter mumbled in defense, "But I really didn't see anything." "You still want to argue?" The little ghost emptied the contents of their bags onto the floor. Knives and flashlights clattered to the ground with a heavy thud. The boss's mood darkened. He grabbed Xin Xiaoyu by the collar and yanked him up, then slapped him hard, clenching his teeth and asking word by word, "Now tell me, where are my goods?" "What goods?" "I don't know." Xin Xiaoyu replied flatly. The boss let out a cold laugh from deep in his chest, raising his gun to press against Xin Xiaoyu's temple. "Are you trying to play dumb with me? I've been watching you for a long time. Not going to talk, huh? We came here just to look for food, but didn't find anything. You can see for yourself, everything is right here." The boss nodded at the little ghost. The little ghost immediately understood, raising his hand to slap Lin Wanqiao in the face. "Let her go." Xin Xiaoyu got anxious seeing them about to hit Lin Wanqiao. "If you have something to settle, come at me." "What kind of men are you to hit a woman?" The boss laughed loudly, feeling sorry for her. "I was hoping you wouldn't." If you don't speak, I'll let him keep going. My brother here? He doesn't hold back. Shin Xiaoyu didn't know how much they had seen, he could only keep playing dumb. What goods are you talking about? The stuff in the cold storage on the 6th floor, where did you hide it? Shin Xiaoyu retorted, there were so many goods, how could we too quietly take them all? Besides, those things need to be refrigerated, they would spoil if taken out. We have no equipment to carry them, so it wouldn't matter. Everyone was momentarily stunned, as if there was some logic in what he said. The fat guy jumped up, poking his finger at Shin Xiaoyu, don't play dumb. I clearly saw you both enter, as soon as you left, everything inside disappeared. If it's not you, then who? Besides, you somehow managed to take out so much food out of thin air, right? There's definitely a problem. Things appearing out of thin air? Do you even believe that yourself? Lin Wanqiao's cold voice rang out. Besides, since it's our first time here, how could we know in advance what there is and prepare the tools to move it? Lin Wanqiao raised an eyebrow at Fatty, who knows, maybe you hid the goods yourself, crying thief. Damn, this woman is no good. Fatty quickly withdrew his finger, anxiously looking at the boss. Sure enough, the boss was staring at him with fierce rage in his eyes, almost ready to explode. B-boss, it's not me, definitely not me. If it isn't you, then where do you say they hid the goods? Fatty swallowed, his mind suddenly racing, no, wait. If you haven't been in the cold storage, how would you know there are a lot of goods inside? And how would you know they would spoil without refrigeration? You're lying. That's because you just said that batch of goods, which must mean there's quite a lot. Also, it's obvious that if it's stored in cold storage, it needs to be kept cool, Lin Wanqiao replied, rolling her eyes at Fatty, then added, we're not as stupid as you. Damn, not only did she counterattack, but she also threw personal insults. Fatty was in tears, lunging at the boss's leg to plead his innocence. Boss, I've been right by your side. I only came down to keep an eye on them for a short while. In such a brief period, how could I have moved all the goods and hidden them? Boss, you have to believe me. The boss kicked Fatty away in disgust. What a disgrace. Enough. Get over there. He walked up to Lin Wanqiao, pinching her chin with one hand, forcing her to look up and meet his gaze, his cold eyes scrutinizing her face. You want to sow discord among us, he said affirmatively. Fatty is too much of a fool to do something this clever. No need to say anything, he continued, leaning close to Lin Wanqiao's neck and inhaling deeply, savoring the moment as he licked his cracked lips. So good. Women are meant to be in bed. Don't think you can act tough now, after a while, you'll be begging me for it. As he spoke, the boss leaned in to kiss Lin Wanqiao. Watching the full face approaching, with a mouthful of yellowed teeth and the stench wafting out, Lin Wanqiao turned her head away in disgust, struggling to dodge, but with her upper body tightly. I don't care how you transported the goods before, since you are still here, it means they will come back. Shin Xiaoyu nodded. The boss asked more questions about his accomplices, including tools, numbers, and the route they took to come in, and Shin Xiaoyu answered them all with lies. They will come back at night, as long as you let us go, I can help you get the goods back. He was buying time. Only by attracting the other party's attention to a fictional enemy could they have a chance to escape. At that moment, his hands were quietly rubbing the rope with a dagger behind his back. The boss, having gotten the answers he wanted, relaxed, now he had the upper hand and could set up a trap, eventually capturing them all, so his goods would be safe. He gazed playfully at the fallen Shin Xiaoyu, suddenly breaking into a confident laugh. Let you go? Sure, but one thing leads to another. You caused the loss of one of my brothers, so we must settle the score. Before the words fell, he grabbed Lin Wanqiao, pulling her toward a room. Keep an eye on them, he instructed his two subordinates. After I'm done, it will be your turn. Shin Xiaoyu's eyes widened with rage, almost revealing the dagger in his hand, struggling to get up while being punched and kicked again. Damn! Move again and I'll put you down. The little guy, irritated, pulled out his gun and clicked the safety off, pressing it against Shin Xiaoyu's head. At the last moment before Lin Wanqiao was dragged into the door, she quickly gave Shin Xiaoyu a reassuring look. Chapter 48. Though anxious, Shin Xiaoyu knew this wouldn't solve the problem, he could only pretend to fall back to the ground, exerting more effort to rub the rope behind him. The boss yanked Lin Wanqiao into the room, roughly pushing her to the ground, and turned around to lock the door. Before the door closed, Lin Wanqiao saw that at the back of the room there were two large MRI machines, nothing else at all. Lin Wanqiao's heart wailed, it was too clean, not even a thing she could use to defend herself. The moment the door closed, the light was cut off, and darkness enveloped everything. Bang! A flashlight was turned on, a beam of light shining toward Lin Wanqiao. She saw the boss coming toward her step by step, grinning while holding a flashlight he had taken from their bag. She could only retreat step by step, her brain racing. Now her hands were tightly bound, and even if she had a weapon, she couldn't use it. Quickly, her back hit the MRI machine. There was nowhere to go, no retreat available. The boss saw this and laughed loudly, continuously spewing filthy words. You're so fresh, don't tell me you haven't been touched yet? Let me take good care of you, I promise you won't want it to stop. As he approached, Lin Wanqiao's hands felt the machine behind her, and suddenly she had an idea. Stop. One more step, and you'll lose your life. Lin Wanqiao shouted loudly. The other party seemed startled, standing still, shining the flashlight around Lin Wanqiao's direction. A woman with no strength, also tightly bound, what kind of threat could she pose? It was just a bluff. Ah, good sister, soon I'll give you my life. Saying this, the boss lifted his leg again, walking toward Lin Wanqiao. But in the next second, he stood frozen in place, stunned. The huge MRI machine behind Lin Wanqiao suddenly vanished without a trace. What the hell, he couldn't even scream before. The vanished MRI crashed down heavy where he had stood. Bang! The entire floor shook from the impact. The man was crushed before Lin Wanqiao's eyes, warm blood splattering onto her face. Oh, I told you coming here would cost you your life, but what a waste of such good equipment. The loud noise in the room startled the 3 guards outside. The chubby guy, being the closest, yelled toward the door, Boss, what happened? Silence, no one responded. He stepped forward again and knocked on the door, Boss? Still, no one answered. He twisted the doorknob, but it was locked from the inside. The little brat held the gun, looking at Xin Xiaoyu, too scared to move, and said to Fatty, Is something wrong? Fatty, go check it out. Fatty swallowed hard, knocked a few more times on the door, and still heard no reply. He simply picked up the hammer from the ground and started to pry open the door. The door was soon pried open. Creak! Fatty held the flashlight and swept it inside. From his angle, he could only see 2 large machines in the room. The woman was still tied up, sitting on the floor, her head down, leaning against one of the machines, motionless. The boss was missing. Fatty shouted a couple more times, but the empty room gave not a single response. Outside, the little brat was getting anxious. Fatty, what's going on? Where's the boss? I don't know. I'll go in and take a look. You keep an eye on the guy, Fatty replied casually. Fatty gathered his courage and stepped toward Lin Wanqiao. Halfway there, the woman on the ground suddenly lifted her head and showed him a ghostly smile. Fresh blood dripped down her cheek, following the lines of her face, looking especially eerie and terrifying. Ah! Fatty screamed out in fright. But his scream was quickly drowned out by a loud crash. Indeed, the huge machine behind Lin Wanqiao was suddenly pulled into space and then crashed heavily down onto Fatty. Perhaps the machine was too big, and with such frequent use of space, Lin Wanqiao's mental strength was wearing thin, causing her to feel dizzy suddenly. Outside, the little brat heard Fatty's scream and rushed to the door of the room, not caring about Xin Xiaoyu anymore, gun in hand. Lin Wanqiao resorted to the same trick again. Maybe she was too exhausted to aim properly, or maybe the other side had seen the gruesome bloodstains on the ground and was on guard. At the moment the machine was falling, he dodged it. Female monster. The little brat was filled with fear and pulled the trigger at Lin Wanqiao. At that moment, Xin Xiaoyu had just broken free from the ropes and rushed at the little brat in a few quick steps. Bang! With Xin Xiaoyu's leap, the bullet went astray, grazing Lin Wanqiao's cheek as it flew past. Xin Xiaoyu tightly grasped the little brat's wrist holding the gun. The other side flinched in pain and kept swinging punches at Xin Xiaoyu's face. Thus, the two rolled around on the ground, grappling wildly. Lin Wanqiao could only muster her energy and painstakingly crawl toward the two. Bang! The gun went off again. The little brat covered his neck, looking at Xin Xiaoyu in disbelief, a huge gash on his neck gushing blood. A wheezing sound came from his throat, and then he fell to the ground, no longer moving. The handgun dropped on the ground, and Xin Xiaoyu, breathing heavily, was gripping a sharp dagger. Lin Wanqiao jumped in shock and quickly scanned Xin Xiaoyu's body. No gunshot wounds were found. Hey you! Are you okay? Where did that bullet go just now? Xin Xiaoyu got up and quickly squatted down beside Lin Wanqiao. I'm fine. It was a misfire, it didn't hit me. He crouched in front of Lin Wanqiao, gently using his thumb to wipe away the blood on her face, revealing a long burn scar where the bullet had grazed her. Thinking of how she had almost been harmed and had suffered, Xin Xiaoyu could no longer hold back and pulled Lin Wanqiao into his embrace. Lin Wanqiao sighed with relief upon knowing he was fine. But the wide and warm embrace trembled uncontrollably at that moment. It's my fault for being useless, making you protect me. His eyes turned red, his voice choked, tears streaming down his sharply defined face one by one. Lin Wanqiao was too weary to comfort him, feeling a heavy drowsiness sweep over her, and soon her consciousness sank into darkness. When she opened her eyes again, it was pitch black outside, with a small pile of firewood burning on the ground. Awake? Xin Xiaoyu's hoarse voice came from above her head. She lifted her eyes and unexpectedly collided with a pair of burning gazes. The flickering firelight reflected in his eyes, gathering into sparkling streams of light deep within his gaze. As if in a sea filled with love, ready to swallow her whole, it also irresistibly made people want to immerse themselves in it. She wanted to get up, but realized she was lying in his arms, covered with a blanket. Slow down. Shin Xiaoyu supported her as she slowly sat up. He then picked up a cup of water from the side, ready to feed her. Lin Wanqiao was a bit flattered and hurriedly reached out to take the cup. I can do it myself, I can do it myself. Shin Xiaoyu dodged her hand, stubbornly bringing the water to her lips. Drink slowly, be careful it's hot. With no other choice, Lin Wanqiao stopped insisting. She was indeed thirsty. Once the warm water went down, she felt like she had come back to life. How long was I asleep? 4 hours. No wonder it was already dark, but she felt her energy returning. Guliolu. Lin Wanqiao awkwardly glanced at him. Are you hungry? How about eating something first? Shin Xiaoyu nodded. Lin Wanqiao reached into her backpack and took out 2 portions of rice with toppings. After this lesson, even if no one was around, she didn't dare take things out carelessly anymore. She had to pretend a little. Chapter 49. Unexpectedly, Shin Xiaoyu seemed like he was addicted to feeding, picking up chopsticks and shoving a piece of meat into her mouth. I can eat by myself. You're injured. Injured? Is he talking about this little scrape on my face? Ayu, I didn't hurt my hands. Shin Xiaoyu remained silent, still insisting with his hand. Lin Wanqiao felt a bit helpless, having no choice but to eat the food he pushed to her mouth, bite by bite. The fire flickered, one person quietly fed while the other silently ate, each with their own thoughts. I'm full, Ayu, you should eat too. At her words, Shin Xiaoyu gently put down his bowl and chopsticks, and didn't eat anything, just sitting aside fiddling with the fire in front of him. Just as Lin Wanqiao couldn't help but want to ask him what was wrong, he suddenly turned around, locking eyes with her. Chow Chow, I want to protect you. He leaned down, gazing at her, as if pledging, speaking each word clearly, I will use my life to protect you, and not let you suffer any more harm. Lin Wanqiao thought he was just stimulated by her near miss today and spoke to comfort him. Yes, you have always been protecting me, I know that. Shin Xiaoyu shook his head. No, what I want to say is, you can rely on me more, you don't have to be so strong all the time. In the past, if you had trusted me completely, after that incident, you should have told me right away, and we could face it together, instead of bearing it alone. Hearing you talk about what happened in our last life, I just want to slap myself. Why did I trust those hurtful words from you back then so easily? Letting go so easily brought you so much suffering. Not being able to protect you well is my fault. In the last life, it was me who. Chow Chow, in the future, no matter what happens, don't take risks alone. Right now, I may still be too weak, and may need you to save me, but I can't be useless forever. I will strive to become stronger, strong enough to stand by your side, strong enough to protect you completely. In this quiet and lengthy night, the man slightly turned his head towards her, their warm breaths almost touching. She leaned against the wall, listening to his confession. For a moment, she was stunned, as if the surrounding air had also come to a standstill. The experiences from the last life left her with an indelible shadow. Even if she lived again, with the experiences from her past life and the support of space, she reunited with her family, living 1,000 times better than others in the apocalypse. But she was still afraid. Afraid that all of this was just a fantasy before her death, afraid that if she was not careful, she would repeat her mistakes and lose everything in front of her, afraid that one day, she would again be reduced to a situation of competing for food with vicious dogs. So, she kept trying to stock up on resources and constantly plan for the future. For her, having died once already, death was not terrifying. The only thing she feared was losing her loved ones again. None of this was wrong. However, if every difficulty and danger lay ahead of them, too much protection, not letting them do things for the ones they love, is actually a harm to them. Just like grandpa and grandma, they already feel that they have no value and even think they have become a burden. After understanding this, Lin Wanqiao took a deep breath and turned back to smile brightly at Shin Xiaoyu. All right, I will listen to you. From now on, no matter what happens, we will face it together. He gazed at her, his eyes, deep as the night, gradually becoming clear and bright, as if the long-covered haze was slowly dispersing. The warm glow of the fire reflected on their faces, both showing an unnatural flush. The night was quiet, only the firewood crackled in the fire pit from time to time. The iceberg that lay between them seemed to be slowly melting in the warmth of the fire. After a tiring day, the two of them simply continued to rest. The next morning, as dawn broke, they casually stuffed a couple of buns into their mouths and went back to work. It turned out that after Lin Wanqiao fainted last night, Shin Xiaoyu found the owner's suite on the 10th floor, which was also where those people stayed. The two of them had rested all night in this suite. Since they were here, they decided to search directly down from this floor. Last night the darkness was heavy, and Lin Wanqiao did not see the situation in the room clearly. Now, taking a closer look, she could not help but gasp. They should be at the entrance of a reception room. In front of them, the deep brown wood paneling gave off the scent of pine, the golden patterned floor tiles reflected their shadows, and the gilded wall paintings were simply luxurious. The luxurious and intricate crystal chandelier overhead, even unlit, could still reflect colorful lights under the sunlight. This room seemed to be at least 100 square meters. At a glance, the most eye-catching was a circle of gold-brown sofas placed in the center, looking soft and comfortable, and in front of the sofas was a huge LCD display screen, surrounded by an intricately carved marble background wall. A wooden screen separated the reception room into two. Behind the screen was an exquisite wooden tea table, covered in brocade, with a set of ancient-style tea utensils quietly waiting. A row of ebony display shelves was filled to the brim, standing like solemn guards behind. Lin Wanqiao's mouth opened in an O shape, not expecting this pharmaceutical company had such a luxurious place. Yesterday I took a brief look around. This place is huge, with several rooms, all exquisitely decorated. The entrance has several layers of security, but it has been vandalized. I guess it should be the office of the company's CEO. After saying this, Xin Xiaoyu pointed at the coffee table. You see, in the living room and bedroom, cigarette butts, liquor bottles, and trash are scattered everywhere. Unlike what the previous owner would leave, those few people should have been hiding here yesterday. Lin Wanqiao nodded in agreement and suddenly remembered something, quickly asking, "Did you check upstairs? There's no one else here, right?" Upstairs there is only one parking level and a rooftop. The direct staircase is inside this suite, and the public passage cannot go up at all. I only took a glance. There shouldn't be any place to hide. You don't need to worry, that group can stay here. They must have searched already. During the pause in Xin Xiaoyu's explanation, Lin Wanqiao carefully admired the surroundings. The sofa and coffee table were actually from top luxury furniture brands like Polyform and Baker. Lin Wanqiao touched the smooth coffee table and clicked her tongue, marveling at the world of the rich, truly unimaginable. This seemingly unremarkable small coffee table could actually sell for hundreds of thousands. However, no matter how luxurious things are here, they are not worth a single medicine in the apocalypse. After pondering the life of the rich, indulged in extravagance, they began to get down to business. Let's keep it tight. Lin Wanqiao was thinking about the pharmacy she found yesterday. Today's task was to search this building completely, and there were several small factories nearby that also needed to be visited. It can't be delayed for too long. There are only 2 elderly people and a dog at home, and she really doesn't feel at ease. The reception room looks luxurious, but in reality, there isn't much to take. However, very soon, Lin Wanqiao was smacked in the face by her own ignorance. Chapter 50. When she rummaged through a cabinet and found 5 or 6 boxes of cigarettes, her eyes gleamed with excitement. These cigarettes, besides some well-known brands, had several beautifully packaged boxes of cigars that looked very expensive. Although Xin Xiaoyu and Lu Jiangan both don't smoke, she could sell them. The number of heavy smokers is vast, with 2 out of 3 people smoking. In the end times, when ordinary people are struggling to find food, how could they afford cigarettes? But there are still the rich. For them, cigarettes are a necessity, and especially these good ones. Let's search some more, maybe there are other good things. Lin Wanqiao felt excited and began to carefully search again. Where there are cigarettes, there must be alcohol. She really found neatly stacked boxes of Mao Tai in another cabinet. Goodness, the years on them were quite long, and there were boxed tea leaves stacked beside the Mao Tai. This clearly looked like something the company boss would use as gifts. These cabinets should have been stuffed full once. On the floor, 4 opened boxes of alcohol lay scattered, with several empty bottles turned upside down. There was still a large stain left by spilled liquor on the tiles, and several cigars had even been discarded halfway. How frustrating. It seems that the crowd yesterday really enjoyed themselves here. But now all of this has become hers. Lin Wanqiao was so happy that her mouth almost reached her ears. She quickly stored the cigarettes and alcohol into her space. Xiao Xiao, come and take a look at this. Xin Xiaoyu seemed to have discovered something on the other side. What did you find? Lin Wanqiao walked over. Xin Xiaoyu was standing in front of a display shelf behind the tea table. On the shelf were some tea sets, porcelain, and small potted plants. At first glance, aside from being exquisite, they had no practical value. Seeing Lin Wanqiao's confusion, he gently turned a jade display piece with both hands, and with a click, he pushed it in front of the shelf center. The shelf split in 2, revealing a dark door hole on one side. They actually used a display shelf to create a hidden door. You could find something so concealed? Xin Xiaoyu took out a flashlight from his bag and explained, I saw that this display piece was made of jade and wanted to see if it would help your space. But this small item couldn't be moved, so I knew something was off. The 2 turned on the flashlight and stepped inside. Wow! The 2 were again dazzled by the luxury inside. The entire room was surrounded by solid wood storage cabinets. Behind transparent glass doors were densely arranged bottles of red wine, with an intoxicating aroma wafting around them. On both sides of the room stood 2 intricately carved white jade columns, and in the center was another space that seemed to be inside the far end of the room. A private wine cellar, so extravagant. There's even a room inside, let's go take a look. The 2 walked toward the inner room. Antiques. The room was filled with antiques. Countless paintings and calligraphy from different eras hung on the walls. There's a door here too. Lin Wanqiao tried to push it but couldn't open it. Xin Xiaoyu took out his tools and began to pry at the lock, but this door lock seemed especially reinforced and was very hard to pick. As Xin Xiaoyu focused on his work, Lin Wanqiao held the flashlight and surveyed the surrounding antiques. Gold-plated Buddha statues, bronze mirrors, porcelain, jade, jewelry, embroidery, ancient coins, calligraphy, paintings. There was even bronze ware. Even if Lin Wanqiao didn't understand, she could see that if some of these items were leaked out, the boss would definitely face serious consequences. No wonder the entrance was set up so secretly. But she never expected that even more serious consequences were yet to come. Got it open, Xin Xiaoyu said after much effort. Finally pried the door open. The two shone their flashlights inside. Damn! Even the usually civilized Xin Xiaoyu couldn't help but curse. Handguns, submachine guns, rifles, sabers, broadswords, leaf knives, bows and crossbows, handcuffs. This was simply a small weapons cache. Some weapons had scratches and dirt, showing they had seen use and were likely old, probably no longer functional. But the vast majority were polished shiny, and even came with bullets and arrows. Gulp! Lin Wanqiao swallowed. Are there other rooms? Xin Xiaoyu circled the room, checking carefully, and shook his head at her. There shouldn't be any more. That made sense. Lin Wanqiao couldn't think of anything else worth hiding more than firearms. She pointed at the handguns on display. Should we take some? Though guns couldn't normally be displayed in public, they could save lives at a critical moment. If it hadn't been for the other side carrying guns last night, they wouldn't have been completely powerless to resist. Xin Xiaoyu was also tempted. It seemed boys had a genetic craving for weapons. He reached for a handgun, gently caressing its body. Let's take some useful ones, rifles are too eye-catching. Lin Wanqiao nodded. Okay, then let's take handguns and crossbows. You choose here, I'll go check outside. I think I saw some ancient jade among those antiques, it might help my space. She returned outside the weapons cache and headed straight for the ancient jade. She found that other jade items were carelessly placed on the display shelves, but only two were displayed on a platform covered with black velvet, cloaked in a rectangular glass cover. It was a pair of fish-pattern jade tablets and a string of jade beads. Needless to say, these were definitely the most valuable. Lin Wanqiao carefully moved the glass cover from the top. Luckily, it wasn't welded shut. She gently placed the glass cover on the ground and turned back to observe the jade pieces before her. These jade tablets were half the size of a palm, split into two, warm and smooth, adorned with fish patterns, the fish slightly raised, her thumb ran over them, and she could feel the fine scales carved into the fish bodies. Remarkably, a round red bead, the same red as the jade, linked the mouths of the two fish, sparkling and beautiful. Compared to the jade tablets, the string of green beads was less eye-catching but still smooth and round, not ordinary items. For a moment, Lin Wanqiao was reluctant to use such exquisite pieces to feed her space. Thinking of all the medicine downstairs that she couldn't take, she gritted her teeth, closed her eyes, and collected both pieces of jade into her space. Immediately afterward, her consciousness eagerly followed into the space. The ancient jade had indeed vanished, and the original boundaries of the space were fading, appearing in the distance, then instantly disappearing again, expanding further away. 10 meters. 50 meters. 100 meters. 200 meters. Centered around Lin Wanqiao's position, the entire space continuously expanded, growing larger. Just as she was about to lose sight of the boundaries, the expansion stopped. It was impossible to estimate how much the space had grown with the naked eye. She could only take a steel pipe and measure it roughly back and forth. Oh my! The data from her measurements made Lin Wanqiao feel incredulous. This time it had expanded at least 7 or 8,000 square meters, as big as a football field, and the height had increased from the original 5 meters to over 30 meters. Incredible! Lin Wanqiao was thrilled beyond words, instantly forgetting her regret for the ancient jade. Now, she could even fit a castle into her space if she wanted. Her consciousness pushed out of the space, and she looked around at the antiques surrounding her, swallowing hard. She wondered what would happen if she tossed all these things inside. Chapter 51. While her mind was still thinking, her hands had already started to move. Perhaps because she had already fed good things in the front, there weren't many ripples from the jade pieces thrown in later, they only added a little bit. Even several items remained untouched in their original places. Picky? Or did the rich boss receive fake goods? No time to think too much. Not knowing if the space only devours jade, Lin Wanqiao also tried to collect other antiques. Porcelain vase, no response. Jewelry, no response. Famous paintings, no response. Ancient bronze wares, no response. It turns out only jade would be swallowed by the space. Thinking about the big earthquake later, Lin Wanqiao decided to collect all these treasures of human civilization. After all, the space is sufficient now, and it would be too pity if they got damaged in the future. So she carefully packed them one by one into the space, separately allocating a corner to neatly arrange them. If humanity has a chance to rebuild their home in the future, she could donate these items. After collecting everything, Lin Wanqiao ran back outside and collected all the red wine along with the wine cabinet. It feels great not having to save space. When she returned to the weapons depot after finishing everything, Xinshaoyu was still picking and choosing, putting down a tang knife and picking it up again, looking reluctant as if he was cutting off his own flesh. Lin Wanqiao couldn't help but chuckle, boldly saying, "If you like it, just take them all." Xinshaoyu looked up, his eyes suddenly brightening, "But our space can't hold it." She looked at him, her lips unable to suppress a smile. "Your space got bigger?" Xinshaoyu immediately realized, seeing her pleased manner, that it must be quite big. Lin Wanqiao's eyes sparkled with joy. "Yes, I found a treasure, and it expanded by a few thousand square meters. Even if a helicopter comes, I can fit it in, let alone these little things." So impressive. Xinshaoyu couldn't help but be amazed. Xinshaoyu had already organized the guns and matched bullets. Lin Wanqiao touched them one by one, packing them up to take away. The two quickly cleared out the entire weapons depot. After thinking for a moment, she pulled out a small pistol and another 6 bullets, handing them to Xinshaoyu. "You take one too, for self-defense." After coming out of the secret room, they searched a few bedrooms, and each one surprisingly came with a dressing room and bathroom. The bedding was all high-quality silk, and even the toiletries out front were luxury goods. Unfortunately, Lin Wanqiao had some resistance to using things used by others, so she didn't take any. Fortunately, there were still 2 unopened bags of bedding in the wardrobes of each bedroom. In a storage room between 2 bedrooms, they discovered a large stock of toiletries. The tissues were even subdivided into kitchen paper, napkins, face towels, antibacterial skincare paper, wet wipes, etc. Simply extravagant to a fault. "Rob the rich to give to the poor, rob the rich to give to the poor," Lin Wanqiao muttered as she collected. In the largest dressing room, the cabinet doors opened to reveal a row of high-end suits and shirts, some even still had tags attached. There was also a drawer full of watches, Patek Philippe, Vacheron Constantin, Rolex, Cartier. All useless items. The two didn't look sideways, continuing to rummage through the cabinets. Xinshaoyu pulled out 2 bundles of cash. An estimated 300,000 to 400,000. Just take it, use it up while you can." Lin Wanqiao took the money he handed over and casually opened the next drawer. Seal oil pills, deer antler tonic spray. And a drawer full of adult products. She felt a boom in her head, a rush of heat to her cheeks, and her ears and neck began to burn hot. By the time she reacted, she quickly slammed the drawer shut, the wood making a dull thud. But it was too late, a faint laugh sounded by her ear. "And no, nothing, let's keep looking," she stammered, quickly turning around, pretending to search again, but her stiff movements and flushed face betrayed her feelings of intense embarrassment and anger at that moment. But after the shyness faded, she began to secretly pound her chest and stomp her feet. In the apocalypse, these things were precious, hard to find, and now they were gone just like that. Lin Wanqiao became somewhat distracted, struggling internally over whether to sneak the treasure away while Xinshaoyu was not paying attention. No, if he found out. What to do if you misunderstand yourself as a casual person? One needs face, just like trees need bark. Even if she usually acts carefree, she wouldn't dare be so open in front of someone she likes. In the moment of her internal struggle, Xinshaoyu had already packed things into a box and set it in front of her. He left behind a sentence, "Put it away, you'll need it later," and ran off. Hearing this, Lin Wanqiao's mind instantly buzzed, completely unable to turn. Needing it could also mean something that can be sold. Yes, it must be like that. Calming her emotions, she pretended to be casual and took the items. She continued searching, finding a massive collection of books and various film resources in the study. Until she was sure there was nothing left in the entire apartment, the two finally got up to return to the pharmacy downstairs. The 9th and 8th floors were both pharmacies. Without the limitation of space, Lin Wanqiao no longer hesitated, accepting everything that came her way, even taking the shelves and organizing them by category. To her surprise, the variety of medicines was very rich. Not only were there the antihypertensives that Yi Qian needed, but also medications for pets. All right. She finished collecting the medicines and wiped the sweat dripping from her forehead. This building should be fully searched, right? Xinshaoyu thought for a moment and pointed upward. The top floor has a parking lot. Do you want to go take a look? Sure, since we're here, it's better to mistakenly check than miss anything. The two of them puffed and climbed up to the 10th floor. The garage was well lit, with neatly parked cars taking up the space. Lin Wanqiao didn't know much about cars but could recognize a few names. Hummer H1, Mercedes G-Class, Porsche 718 sports car, Volkswagen Phaeton, and a big one, a camper van. All were new cars, shining as bright as possible, the sunlight reflecting off their bodies, leaving two rural bumpkins dumbfounded. Xin Xiaoyu opened the door of a sports car and sat inside. Lin Wanqiao followed suit and sat in the passenger seat. The keys were right on the center console, so he started the engine. The engine roared to life, and the central screen lit up. As Xin Xiaoyu pressed the gas pedal, the car emitted thunderous rumbles. Lin Wanqiao turned to look at the man lost in the thrill of testing the car, feeling somewhat emotional. If this were before the apocalypse, the seat she was in would be a lifelong dream for many women. If she drove it down the street, it would surely cause countless screams. But now, such an expensive beast would forever rot in this concrete tomb. Xin Xiaoyu only experienced it for a moment before turning off the engine. After a brief discussion, they agreed that while it was a pity for the luxury car to rot here, it wasn't practical for them. Instead, the off-road vehicle and camper van might be useful in the future. So Lin Wanqiao only stored the Hummer and the camper van in her space. They went further up and seemed to reach the rooftop. Just as they were about to leave the building, Lin Wanqiao, with keen eyes, noticed two flat objects peeking out above the rooftop. She walked closer to take a look. "A helicopter," she exclaimed. Chapter 52. What kind of power does this boss have? There's even a helicopter parked on the rooftop. The two of them circled the helicopter several times, trying to pull the cabin door. It wouldn't open. Let's look around nearby, the key might be close by. They searched the rooftop but found nothing. Just when they were about to give up, Xin Xiaoyu suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Oh right, it might be that. Saying this, he hurriedly ran downstairs, and in less than 2 minutes, he returned with a small box in his arms. When I was searching the bedroom earlier, I saw a locked drawer. Inside was only this box. When I opened it, there was a key inside. I thought it was useless and set it aside. Now it seemed, locking it away so carefully must mean it was a valuable key for the helicopter. Xin Xiaoyu opened the box and lifted up the key for Lin Wanqiao to see. It was just a small brass key, not much different from an ordinary rural door key. Could this be the helicopter's key? Lin Wanqiao expressed her doubt. Let's try it and see. Saying this, he aimed the key at the lock on the cabin door and gently turned it. Click. The two looked at each other in astonishment. Could it really be? They climbed into the cabin, constantly observing the interior. This was a small helicopter. The space inside was quite limited. Aside from the pilot and co-pilot seats, there were only 4 passenger seats arranged opposite each other. Lin Wanqiao was very excited. Ayu, with this plane, we won't be afraid during the big earthquake in the future. Extreme heat, extreme cold, and everlasting nights, she had responses for all these, but for earthquakes, she had no complete assurance. If there was a helicopter, she wouldn't be afraid at all. No matter how the ground collapsed, flying into the sky would be safe. Seeing her so happy, Xin Xiaoyu didn't want to dampen her spirits, but he had to interrupt. But the problem is, neither of us can fly it. Lin Wanqiao paused for a moment, then calmed down to think carefully. It seemed she thought of something and began to search inside the cabin. What are you looking for? Xin Xiaoyu asked with a frown. The manual. There must be a manual. She didn't even lift her head. Any machine has a manual, furniture, appliances, cars all have, and surely airplanes do too. Most people wouldn't lose it. Hearing her say this, Xin Xiaoyu joined in to help search. The limited space didn't have many places to hide things. The two quickly found a thick flight operation guide in the storage compartment of the cockpit. Great. With this we're good, we have plenty of time to study it slowly. Lin Wanqiao held the manual up, her face blossoming with a bright smile. They then checked the fuel tank. Full to the brim, heaven helps us. Lin Wanqiao looked at the treasure in the space, clapped her hands and said, let's go. On to the next place. Nearby the medical company were several big factories, but most of them were already submerged. It was already past 4 in the afternoon. In 2 or 3 hours it would be dark. They planned to continue searching without a break. They drove the dinghy around looking for a glass factory. The factory only had 4 floors, and 3 of them were already underwater. As expected of a glass factory, the two struggled for a long time to break one window. They climbed in. The 4th floor was an office, and there was nothing they wanted. The products should be downstairs. After some discussion, they decided to dive down and search. During the everlasting night, there was acidic rain that lasted half a year. Acid rain is highly corrosive. After long periods of washing, even steel and concrete couldn't endure it. But there was one thing that was not afraid, and that was glass. They changed into diving suits and put on waterproof headlamps, going down into the water one behind the other. 3rd floor, nothing. 2nd floor, nothing. 1st floor, something. The water was somewhat murky, but it was barely recognizable. They saw large sheets of finished glass standing against the wall in the shipping area. Although the cardboard wrapping was soaked, it remained intact. The words on the packaging, nano-coating, acid-resistant, high-temperature, corrosion-resistant, were particularly eye-catching. This is it. Lin Wanqiao picked the largest piece and collected more than 50 pieces in one breath. After leaving the glass factory, they found an auto parts factory nearby. Based on the models of those two cars in the space, they found some matching tires and some spark plugs, headlights, and other parts, then they left. They searched through the industrial area like this, taking what was suitable, discarding useless items along the way, and moving to the next place. The industrial area wasn't very big. By sunset, they had almost exited its range. At the last stop, they encountered a surprise. A small liquefied petroleum gas storage station. The entire storage station had been submerged, with only two huge metal storage tanks still above water, hinting at what was sunken below the water's surface. As the sky grew darker, the two couldn't help but speed up, diving into the water to start searching. The water was somewhat murky, plus the darkness and poor visibility. The two searched for over half an hour but found no trace of the gas tanks. Let's keep looking, if not, then forget it. Lin Wanqiao surfaced, taking a breath of fresh air. They had been out for 2 days and 2 nights, and she was afraid the elderly at home would worry. After searching underwater for half an hour, just when they were about to give up, Xin Xiaoyu's hand touched a cylindrical object. I found it. He signaled to Lin Wanqiao with the flashlight. Lin Wanqiao also swam to his side and indeed saw a hazy shadow, looking like a can-shaped object, shimmering with the water waves. She reached out to touch it, confirming it was undoubtedly a gas canister. Lin Wanqiao moved along, collecting one after another. In one breath, she collected 20 to 30 cans before surfacing with Xin Xiaoyu to gasp for air. At this moment, the sky had completely darkened. The surroundings were pitch black, with only the sound of rain pattering on the water's surface. Just as they were about to dive back in to retrieve the remaining gas canisters, a light suddenly flashed in the distance toward them. Someone was there. The two quickly turned off their headlamps. Through the wind, a man's hoarse voice vaguely reached them. Old Song, are you sure the liquefied gas station is here? I can't see anything. Another voice calmly replied, it's definitely here, I've been doing this for how many years, I can't be wrong. Hey, Old Song, there seemed to be a light ahead just now. Could it be someone else like us here to collect gas canisters? You must be mistaken, this place is so remote, who would think to come here? Stop being paranoid. Someone is coming. Lin Wanqiao whispered to Xin Xiaoyu, let's retreat, we have enough, let's leave some for others. The two quietly backed away, blending into the darkness, slowly swimming away. Only after confirming they were far away did they take out the rubber boat and climb aboard. After paddling for half an hour, they finally dared to switch to the speedboat. As the speedboat's motor roared to life, it whizzed across the water like the wind. When they approached the county town, Lin Wanqiao placed 2 gas canisters and a box of instant noodles at the rear of the boat, as supplies they had found during their trip. While driving, they constantly felt someone was tailing them. Xin Xiaoyu turned back with the flashlight, and in the distance, there was indeed a dark shadow following them. It seemed they were eyeing their supplies. The two decisively accelerated. The speed of the speedboat was not something that could be reached by human paddling. In no time, they had shaken off the tail. When they reached the neighborhood, they did not switch back to the rubber boat. Once they experienced the speed of the speedboat, they didn't want to go back. Who would want to paddle the rubber boat again? They simply decided to carry the speedboat straight across the road. The roar of the speedboat attracted many residents to peek out from their windows. Unfortunately, it was too dark to see clearly. In the end, the speedboat stopped beneath Building 31. This household really had skills, even a speedboat. People could only envy secretly. Chapter 53. As the two carried the gas canisters upstairs, people kept opening their doors to sneak a look. Upon seeing the fierce pair from 1602, they swiftly banged shut their doors. The two placed the gas canisters at the entrance of the 16th floor. Just as they were about to take out the keys to open the iron gate, the anti-theft door was opened from the inside. A black and yellow figure rushed out first. Whoa whoa whoa. The dog leaped onto the iron gate, its tail wagging like a windmill. Lu Jianan and Yang Yujun followed, quickly coming forward to open the iron door. You finally came back. Seeing the two return safely, Yang Yujun felt relieved. The dog rushed up and pounced on Lin Wanqiao. Alright, I missed you too. Be good, I still have to work. Lin Wanqiao rubbed the dog's head hard. The speedboat is still downstairs, I need to go down again. Xin Xiaoyu put down the gas canister on his shoulder and said to everyone. Lin Wanqiao also prepared to go down, but was stopped by Lu Jianan. You should hurry home and rest, I'll take you down. Yang Yujun also advised Lin Wanqiao, listen to your grandfather and hurry home to wash up, look at you, all covered in mud. Alright, the hallway is dark. Grandpa, watch your feet carefully. Lin Wanqiao took a refreshing hot shower, and after finishing, she grabbed a dry towel to dry her hair as she came out. Xin Xiaoyu and the others had already returned. When Lin Wanqiao came out, Xin Xiaoyu also took his change of clothes into the bathroom to wash up. Xiao Qiao, what happened to your face? Lu Jianan noticed the scar on her face caused by a bullet scrape. Yang Yujun also saw it and was extremely worried. How did you get hurt? Once she said this, she hurried back to her room to find medicine and gently applied it to Lin Wanqiao's face. I accidentally scratched it. It's nothing, it will be fine in a few days. You're a girl, you should protect your face. Yang Yujun felt a bit heartbroken, seeing such a long burn, not knowing if there would be a scar. Lu Jianan looked at Yang Yujun applying the medicine and couldn't help but advise, Xiao Qiao, let's go on fewer adventures in the future, we've stocked up so many supplies, I think we should be good for a while? Yeah, we're almost out of things, just a few more trips should be enough. How about we take a break for a while, and go out when the water recedes? Lin Wanqiao shook her head and explained patiently, we need to search for supplies as soon as possible, people have already started to react and are looking for them. It will be too late once the water recedes. The older couple understood that Lin Wanqiao was right and could only give up. Don't worry, both of us and I know our limits, we won't go to dangerous places. By the way, while we were gone these 2 days, nothing happened at home, right? Lu Jianan replied, nothing much. Your grandma and I went out to play chess and chat with Uncle Huang during the day, and returned home at mealtime. He thought for a moment and added, oh, right. The neighbor whom Mingue came by once to knock on the door, delivering supplies for the government. This time the amount was clearly less than last time. Your grandma and I remembered what you said and ignored him, brushing him off. In the following days, Lin Wanqiao stayed home quietly. In the meantime, Hu Mingue came once to inquire about the assault boat, while also delivering the rent for the rubber boat. Lin Wanqiao casually made up a reason and sent him away. With nothing to do at home, Lin Wanqiao started to train the dog to use the cat litter box. Although the dog had developed a habit of going to a specific spot, they still had to clean up after it, and throwing the poop bag away was not easy, plus it always left a smell in the house. When the dog went to its usual spot to go potty, Lin Wanqiao brought it to the cat litter box. At first, the dog didn't understand what she meant and just tilted its head at her. Lin Wanqiao squatted by the cat litter box and pretended to poop, but the dog still looked confused. Until she pinched her nose and dropped a fresh dog poop into the cat litter box, burying it in front of the dog. Woof! Lin Wanqiao was in tears. Finally, it knew how to go to the bathroom. Training the dog wasn't her talent, she should leave that to Xin Xiaoyu. But Xin Xiaoyu had been cooped up in his room these days, not knowing what he was tinkering with. One day at noon, the whole family sat at the dining table having lunch, while the dog busily worked under the table, guarding its food bowl. Ah you, what have you been researching lately? Lin Wanqiao asked curiously. That crossbow I found last time feels pretty useful, it's powerful and doesn't attract much attention. But there are only about 20 arrows that go with it, so I want to try making my own arrows. Lu Jianan listened and became interested. Oh? How's that going? Xin Xiaoyu shook his head a bit dejectedly. The shafts are not too difficult to make, but the arrowheads are a problem, wooden ones don't have enough piercing power, they need to be made of steel. Lin Wanqiao patted his shoulder, encouraging him, I know a bow club in the south of the city, let's go check it out next time. We might find what you need. As soon as she finished speaking, the dog was already nudging her foot with its empty bowl, begging for more food. Recently, the dog had been eating more and more, even though she had collected a lot of dog food last time, it was not enough for its appetite. Lin Wanqiao could only mix dog food with rice to feed it. Hey, look, hasn't the rice cake grown a lot? She suddenly realized that the little, skeletal dog she had saved long ago had unknowingly grown to knee height. Woof! Only then did you, the one who cleans up after it, notice. Lin Wanqiao made a silence gesture towards it. Don't bark so loudly at home, okay? Saying this, she looked up at Xin Xiaoyu and said, Ayu, you train Yangao. Sure. The next few days, their home returned to the previous pace of staying indoors. During the day, the elders would finish their meals and go downstairs to chat with Dr. Huang's parents, while Lin Wanqiao resumed her intense study of medical books. Xin Xiaoyu became the busiest person in the house. He transformed an old cotton-padded coat into a protective bite sleeve, training the dog during the day to respond to commands and bite. At night, besides tinkering with his gear, he would also study the operation manual for helicopters. Not only that, but he also noticed Lin Wanqiao's slightly pale face from her period, and personally made her ginger tea to warm her. The interaction between the two was seen by the elders. They were pleased, although the two had previously gotten along well, there was a distance that felt like they were treating each other with formality. It seemed they each had their own worries, always feeling a layer between them. Now, it finally felt like a normal young couple. Soon the day that Lin Wanqiao and Yi Qian had agreed upon arrived. Early in the morning, Lin Wanqiao packed her bag, preparing to head to the supermarket to find Yi Qian. Since it was just to deliver blood pressure medication to Yi Qian and not for shopping, it was relatively safe, so she didn't take Xin Xiaoyu with her. She mainly wanted to take the elders out for some fresh air. But Lu Jianan had a chess game scheduled downstairs and was unwilling to go out. After a bit of persuasion, Yang Yujun finally agreed to go out with Lin Wanqiao. After this week, the water level had risen again. The third-floor platform had already been submerged, with the water level pressing up towards the fourth floor. Xin Xiaoyu helped Lin Wanqiao place the inflatable boat into the water, gave a few reminders, and then went back. The two boarded the boat and headed straight for the supermarket. Chapter 54. As the inflatable boat sped away, the surrounding buildings quickly receded. Raindrops hit their faces, painful and sharp. In less than 15 minutes, they arrived at Huimen Supermarket. Entering the supermarket was the same process as last time. Once inside, Lin Wanqiao clearly felt that the crowd was larger. Perhaps the government's relief supplies were gradually unable to keep up with consumption, leading many residents to start shopping. Arriving at the agreed spot, Yi Qian had not yet come. Lin Wanqiao, taking advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention, stuffed 100,000 yuan into Yang Yujun's backpack. Go shopping, buy whatever you like, I'll head straight to the fat boss's office to find someone. Reaching the office door, Lin Wanqiao hadn't pushed the door open yet when a loud sound of a palm slapping a table echoed, followed by the fat boss's deep male voice. What the hell? Can't get in touch? Damn it, I paid the deposit, the boat is arranged, and you disappear on me? Another male voice replied, we have been waiting at the meeting point for a day and night, and there's not a ghost in sight. These worthless idiots dare to take my goods. What do you want this for? I'm just looking for something to do. Lin Wanqiao made up an excuse, not caring whether the other person believed it or not. For a fat boss in this business, the most important thing is to ask less and to meddle less. Clients should not ask where the boss gets the goods, and the boss should not ask clients what they plan to use them for. So while the fat boss felt doubt in his heart, he still answered with some words. This is easy to find, should be no problem. All right. How much is today's medicine? I have cash. The fat boss quickly tore off a piece of paper and scribbled down a few lines, handing it to Lin Wanqiao. 10 boxes in total, 20,000 yuan. You can find Xiaoli at the cash register, she will give you the things. Lin Wanqiao achieved her goal and stood up to say goodbye. The fat boss was feeling troubled and did not say much, just waved his hand toward her. On her way to the cash register with the note, Lin Wanqiao happened to run into Yi Qian, who was waiting for her. Xiao, you're here. Yes, father was next to Yi Qian and smiled, greeting Lin Wanqiao when he saw her come over. Uncle Yi, I was just about to look for you, I got the medicine. Yi Qian got excited and held her hand. Really? That's great, Xiao, you really know how to get things done? Yes, father also lit up with excitement. Good child, it's really thanks to you. Uncle cannot repay you right now, but once this disaster passes, our family will definitely thank you properly. Lin Wanqiao winked at Yi Qian, who are we to each other? Her family is my family, uncle, you should not be so distant. Let's go to the cash register, the things are ready. The three of them arrived at the cash register. Excuse me, who is Xiaoli? A thin middle-aged woman looked up at them, I am. Lin Wanqiao handed her the note written by the fat boss, which she took and read carefully twice. 20,000 cash, once you pay, I will go get the goods for you. Yi Qian covered her mouth in disbelief. Yes, father, confused, asked, sister, did you make a mistake? This medicine is only over 40 yuan a box? Then he turned to Lin Wanqiao and asked, child, how many boxes did you buy? Your aunt can't use that many. The middle-aged woman grew impatient when they expressed their concern about the price, 10 boxes for 20,000, I didn't make a mistake. Do you want them or not? If not, don't waste my time. Seeing this, Lin Wanqiao spoke up, yes, we want them. She pulled out 20,000 yuan from her backpack and placed it on the cashier's desk, here's the money, please count it. Yi Qian wanted to stop Lin Wanqiao from taking out 20,000 yuan so easily but was calmed by Lin Wanqiao's glance. The middle-aged woman confirmed the amount and left to get the goods. Yes, father felt anxious, Xiao, 10 boxes of medicine cost 20,000. How can we afford that? Lin Wanqiao pulled the two of them aside and explained quietly, in the current situation, there are no supplies anywhere. It's tough to get things. These 10 boxes are sourced through a special channel from the boss. It's definitely not the normal price. Once supplies are even scarcer, even with money, we might not be able to buy them. Yes, father and Yi Qian exchanged glances. After hesitating for a while, Yi Qian spoke, Xiao, we understand what you're saying. But 10 boxes will only last 4 to 5 months. My mom needs medicine year-round. If it continues like this, I'm afraid we can't afford it. Lin Wanqiao squeezed Yi Qian's hand. Don't worry, I'll cover the cost of today's medicine. Besides, a few days ago, I managed to get another 20 boxes from somewhere else, which should last auntie for a year. Yes, father was adamant that Lin Wanqiao shouldn't spend her money. She pulled Yi Qian aside and whispered, Shen, to be honest, I already know that this disaster won't stop, it will only get worse. You must prepare yourselves mentally and stock up on supplies as much as possible. This money can still buy medicine now, but in a few days, it might only be enough to burn for fire. So it doesn't matter whether I pay today or you do. Yi Qian's eyes widened in shock. Is it going to get even worse? But everything Xiao Xiao said before came true. She wouldn't lie to herself. She opened her mouth but couldn't say a word. If this isn't the worst of it, she couldn't even imagine what would come next. Lin Wanqiao supported Yi Qian's trembling shoulder and comforted her. It's okay, I'm here with you. Just tell your parents about this, but don't let it get out. Also, remember what I told you before, absolutely don't let others know you have stored supplies, and don't help others casually. Although Yi Qian found it hard to accept at the moment, she still nodded. At that moment, a middle-aged woman had already returned with medicine. Lin Wanqiao took the medicine and stuffed it into her backpack. Yi Father still wanted to refuse, but Yi Qian pulled him and whispered a few words in his ear. After hearing this, Yi Father's gaze towards Lin Wanqiao was complex, filled with confusion, shock, and more than anything, gratitude. The three waited at the exit for a little over 10 minutes when Yang Yujun came out after finishing her shopping. Lin Wanqiao asked, besides the limited rice and oil, she only bought some needles and threads, spending only a few thousand. When the four parted, Lin Wanqiao gave all the medicine to Yi Qian, including the 20 boxes she had taken out from her space early and put in her bag. Coincidentally, all 30 boxes of medicine were from the same manufacturer. It was unclear whether it was a coincidence or if she inadvertently got the fat boss's goods. On the way back, Yang Yujun kept grumbling with indignation. I had only heard you guys say that things were expensive before, but seeing it today is just too outrageous. It's one thing for food to be pricey, but I can't believe a sewing needle cost me 50. Lin Wanqiao was at the bow of the boat, steering seriously, while listening to her grandmother's hearty grumbling. A warm surge of happiness rose in her heart. Chapter 55. After coming back from the supermarket this time, Lin Wanqiao stayed home for a few more days. In the daytime, she boredly watched Qin Xiaoyu train the dog or pulled the elderly couple to practice aerobics. The dog was making rapid progress. It could understand basic commands and recognize specific items like knives, bandages, medicine, and backpacks. Every time the training ended, it would carry its tattered training outfit over to Lin Wanqiao's feet, wagging its tail as if to brag. And Lin Wanqiao couldn't help but reward it with a few freeze-dried treats each time. Keep going. On Saturday morning, Dr. Huang returned, bringing back some bad news. The city's grain reserve bureau was running low on supplies. The province originally had emergency food reserves, but they also suffered heavy losses. They did distribute some to each city, but it wouldn't be much. In short, they might have to tighten their belts moving forward. The county hospital's dozen backup generators were running all night to ensure normal power supply to the hospital. But even so, the shortage of medicine was making it hard for doctors to treat patients without the proper tools. When faced with mild patients, they were basically not given any medicine and were directly sent home to recover on their own. The entire hospital was filled with helpless cries and curses, a complete mess. Lu Jianan and the others listened, feeling quite melancholy. However, Huang Bolan's words reminded her that with the government facing a supply shortage, it meant they likely wouldn't sell to the public anymore. She still had about 200,000 cash on hand, so she needed to spend it quickly. What she thought came to pass. Hu Mingue invited her to the supermarket again. This time they took a liking to her speedboat and proposed to borrow it, still offering to pay her the original price. Lin Wanqiao rejected without a second thought. The speedboat uses a lot of gas, I can't bear to use it myself, so don't even think about it. If you think the rubber boat isn't useful, just return it to me, I won't lend it anymore. She still had the rubber boat in her space, but only one speedboat. Hu Mingue replied sulkily, then forget I said anything. In the afternoon, Lin Wanqiao drove the speedboat to the supermarket all by herself. The fat boss was very generous this time, providing a large box of carbon steel arrowheads, estimated to have around 1 to 200 of them. These things weren't hard to come by, and no one wanted them, so they weren't expensive. He only charged her 40,000. With over 100,000 at hand, Lin Wanqiao decisively shifted her focus to the supermarket. Sure enough, the supermarket stock was low again. Putting the prices aside, grain purchases were now limited and required an ID and household registration book. Since Lin Wanqiao couldn't buy grain, she opted for daily necessities. No matter if it's useful or not, I took it all. Anyway, all this money must be spent today. The staff busily loaded all her supplies onto the boat. After sailing a good distance away from the supermarket, she repeated her trick, finding a secluded corner to stash most of her supplies into her space, leaving only 1 or 2 items on the boat for show, and continued heading home. Hey, help! A faint cry came from ahead. Lin Wanqiao turned off the engine and looked up to find the source of the voice. She saw a door plank floating up and down about 50 meters in front of her, with a weak man lying on it. The man was lying on the door plank, his upper body on it, while his lower body sank in the water, calling for help towards a rubber dinghy in front of Lin Wanqiao. Those three people in front of her couldn't be anyone other than Hu Mingyue and his crew. On a 10-person rubber dinghy, there was a full load of packed supplies. Lin Wanqiao had to admit that Hu Mingyue was somewhat capable. She didn't know which connections he had made to gather so many supplies. "Dad, let's save him." Hu Mingyue's daughter, Hu Tingting, took pity on the man when she saw him looking so miserable. The man in the water begged, "Help me, I can't swim." Hu Mingyue didn't want to involve himself in trouble, as there were things on the boat needed by his clients along with the usual supplies, which he couldn't afford to mess up. So, he ordered the thin monkey beside him, "Biaozi, ignore him, keep going. This batch of goods needed to be delivered before dark. Please, don't leave me behind, I'll pay you. I have money. I'll give you 200,000. The man spoke earnestly, and a glimmering tear ran down the corner of his eye. "I hurt my leg, just drop me off at the hospital entrance, I won't cause you any trouble, I can give you an IOU. Hu Tingting's heart suddenly flooded with sympathy, and seeing this, she tugged at Hu Mingyue's sleeve, pleading with her father to save the man. While begging, the girl cast a hint of help at the thin monkey. Go, why don't we just take him along? The hospital is just up ahead, it won't take long. Besides, 200,000. Hu Mingyue looked at the sky and finally compromised. With this extra delay, they would still get the goods delivered. "Biaozi, pull him up, but be careful not to tip the cargo." They completely didn't notice that the man's lower back was wet from the water, pressed against him revealing a long shape outline. Lin Wanqiao watched everything coldly, a mocking smile creeping up her lips. Asking for death. She carefully observed the surroundings ahead. Sure enough, in the derelict building to the left, a cold light flashed by. The man had been pulled up, and both his pant legs were down, making it hard to see if there were any signs of injury. He was now sitting on the rubber dinghy gasping heavily. Seeing this, Hu Tingting took a bottle of mineral water and handed it to the man. "Uncle, have some water." "Thank you, little girl." The man smiled as he reached to take the water from Hu Tingting. Just as his hand almost touched the water bottle, his smile vanished, his eyes turned cold and sinister, and his hand transformed into a claw, reaching for Hu Tingting's neck. Ah! The water bottle fell to the ground, and... "From now on, it's mine." The bearded man didn't care at all. After hijacking the goods, he would just sink the people back into the water. Who would know it was them? The pirate who was saved onto the ship scolded, "Hurry up, squat down and cover your head, or else." The girl's delicate neck instantly showed a streak of blood. Hu Mingyue's face turned red, breathing heavily with anger. The other four people all had knives, and Tingting was still in their hands. The two of them definitely had no chance at all. But the client for this batch of goods was someone he couldn't afford to offend. He should have been more careful. If it weren't for the recent smooth sailing, he wouldn't have been so careless. Hu Mingyue was very frustrated, but it was too late to do anything, so he could only accept his fate and squat down, holding his head. The skinny monkey saw that the big brother had given up resisting, so he quickly squatted down as well. Seeing this, the bearded man started to open the rubber dinghy to check the goods. As the box was opened, a piece of classic Chinese slang popped out of the bearded man's mouth. "Damn! Red wine, Matsusaka beef, French foie gras. What the hell, even with ice packs?" The few pirates exchanged glances, surprised. When did it become so luxurious? People sure can make others angry with their wealth. "We're rich, brothers." Lin Wanqiao, hiding behind, also couldn't help but be shocked. It seemed like the apocalypse was only for the poor. The rich still held a lot of resources and lived a life of excess. After checking the goods, the bearded man didn't move them, but instead had his men cover them back up with the waterproof cloth. He directly ordered them to tie the dinghy to the speedboat behind. It seemed like they were going to hijack both the goods and the boat. Hu Mingyue realized this and became anxious. "Big brother, we've given you the goods. Why are you taking my boat as well? How are we supposed to go back? Besides, this boat isn't mine, I won't be able to explain it when I get back." But the bearded man didn't even look at him. He gave his underlings a signal. Two of his subordinates, seeing the signal, drew their knives and moved toward Hu Mingyue and the skinny monkey. If Hu Mingyue still didn't understand, he'd be an idiot. They were going to kill them and silence them. He and the skinny monkey had done business over the past few days, how could they not be on guard at all? Seeing this, Hu Mingyue quietly stretched his hands behind him under the waterproof cloth. There was a dagger hidden inside. "Damn you!" The skinny monkey shouted loudly, suddenly standing up, and kicked the approaching pirate hard. The pirate, unprepared, was knocked down to the ground. On the other side, Hu Mingyue also pulled out his dagger and started swinging it wildly at the approaching pirates like a madman. The two subordinates hesitated and didn't dare to approach. Damn! The bearded man didn't expect them to still dare to resist. "What are you all staring at? Get over there and fight." Saying that, he personally rushed forward and stabbed toward Hu Mingyue and the skinny monkey. Dad! Tingting was so scared she froze, her voice full of sobs as she screamed. The pirate who had been holding her, seeing the chaos on the other side, gritted his teeth and raised his knife to slash at the girl's neck. Just as it seemed too late, something happened in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! An arrow shot through the air, heading straight for the pirate's throat. Thud! The sound of the sharp blade entering flesh. The pirate behind Tingting looked at the arrow stuck in his neck in disbelief. The fletching was still trembling due to the impact. The pirate's body fell backward and crashed heavily into the water, splashing up a huge amount of water. The sudden change occurred so quickly that everyone hadn't even had time to react when the second arrow arrived. This one pierced the bearded man's arm. Not far away, on the speedboat, Lin Wanqiao slowly knocked a third arrow. Haven't touched a bow in a while, getting a bit rusty. Sigh, I really should practice more. The pirates, seeing that Hu Mingyue had outside help and that the attack was from a distance, panicked. Especially the bearded man, whose arm holding the knife had been shot by Lin Wanqiao. Now continuing the fight was like letting themselves be slaughtered, so he quickly jumped onto the speedboat to escape. The two subordinates also rushed toward the speedboat. Seeing this, Hu Mingyue would never let them go. He grabbed one pirate by the back of his shirt and slashed with his knife. The sharp blade cut into the pirate's back, and a bright red streak of blood appeared instantly. The robber cried out in pain, "Ah!" Another accomplice turned and kicked Hu Mingyue. Taking advantage of Hu Mingyue's instability, the injured robber also escaped onto the speedboat. Lin Wanqiao did not shoot the arrow again. There were only a few arrows, with one less, she couldn't waste it on a person like Hu Mingyue. If it weren't for the fact that they were waving knives around on her rubber boat, threatening to damage it, she wouldn't have bothered to intervene. The bearded man and his companions hurriedly started the speedboat and rushed forward, forgetting that they had tied the rubber boat to the speedboat. The speedboat suddenly charged ahead, dragging the rubber boat along. The cargo on the boat tilted dangerously because of inertia, and the items stacked on top tumbled into the water. Seeing his cargo fall into the water, Hu Mingyue's eyes reddened in an instant, biting his knife, and he was about to rush onto the speedboat to fight the robbers. The robbers, seeing this, decisively cut the rope and sped away. The splashes of water drenched Hu Mingyue's face. Lin Wanqiao steered her boat alongside the rubber boat and looked at the mess of boxes floating on the surface of the water, feeling a little pained. What a waste of things. Are you okay? She asked Hu Tingting. I'm fine, thank you, sister, Hu Tingting replied, timidly covering the wound on her neck. Lin Wanqiao saw the robber's body floating in the water, grabbed it without hesitation, and pulled it to the side of the boat. She swiftly removed the arrow with a swoosh and, without changing her expression, wiped the arrowhead and put it back in her bag. The skinny monkey watched Lin Wanqiao's calm movements and couldn't help but shiver, pulling back slightly. This woman is too calm. She definitely isn't new to killing. At this moment, Hu Mingyue also gathered himself and thanked Lin Wanqiao. Lin Wanqiao shook her head. Hu Mingyue thought she meant he didn't need to thank her, so he forced a smile, about to say some flattering words. However, she spread her hands. 2 arrows, 2 boxes of beef. What? Not okay? My arrows are limited edition, 1 less means 1 less. Besides, 3 lives for 2 boxes of beef isn't worth it? Lin Wanqiao was unhappy. Hu Mingyue quickly waved his hands. No, it's only right, but I only have this much left of my cargo, the client. Before he could finish, the skinny monkey tugged at Hu Mingyue's sleeve, signaling him to drop it. This woman is ruthless, he's scared. All right, Hu Mingyue agreed with reluctance. Lin Wanqiao unceremoniously lifted 2 boxes of beef onto her speedboat. Before leaving, she threw back a sentence, "Don't forget to pay the rent for these 2 days." With that, she sped away, leaving Hu Mingyue gritting his teeth behind her. After Lin Wanqiao left, the 3 hurried to retrieve the boxes that had fallen into the water. When they opened them, everything was soaked. The red wine was still alright, but the foie gras and beef had suffered, and they definitely couldn't be delivered now. Hu Mingyue threw the beef he was holding hard onto the ground, his veins bulging on his forehead, so angry that he couldn't utter a word. Hu Tingting, seeing Hu Mingyue's terrifying expression, understood that today's mess was entirely her fault for bringing in danger, shrinking back and not daring to speak. Brother Gue, what should we do next? We only have less than half of the cargo left, should we still deliver it? Deliver. It'd be worse to not go. We can only go and talk our way out of it. After this incident, when the 3 arrived at their destination, it was already dark. The black-clothed men waiting at the entrance saw them arrive and immediately scolded them. What's wrong with you? Why are you only arriving now? Master, he has been waiting inside, ready to explode. Hu Mingyue lowered his head and continuously apologized. When the black-clothed men checked the cargo on the boat, they were instantly furious. Hu Mingyue, what the hell are you? The man in black had no interest in listening to his complaints, and directly waved his hand to let his subordinates move the good things inside. Turning back, he coldly said to Hu Mingwei, "You don't need to tell me all this. He Xiao isn't giving you so many benefits just to hear you whine. If you can work, then work, if not, get lost." "Yes, yes, yes." Hu Mingwei hunched over and kept assuring, "It's He Xiao who looks highly of me. Today was an accident, I promise it will never happen again." "Fine. I'll give you some face. Consider this shipment as your tribute to He Xiao. Today's matter will not be pursued. If there's a next time, just get lost." After speaking, the man in black turned around and walked through the gate, leaving Hu Mingwei with a gloomy face. This shipment was a loss, all the hard work before was almost in vain. Gu. The skinny monkey hesitated to speak, as Hu Mingwei had promised him 500,000 after delivering this shipment. Hu Mingwei looked at him, gritting his teeth, and managed to squeeze out 2 words with difficulty. "Go home." Chapter 57. The water level continued to rise, and soon the residents of the 4th floor reluctantly moved out. Quickly, an expected piece of news arrived. The supermarket announced it would suspend operations. Next, they could only wait for government aid. However, it was clear that the government's aid supplies were starting to dwindle. During the latest supply, each person received only 2 pounds of rice and 2 white radishes for a week. Meat and water were completely gone. Workers on the government transport boat delivered this news and then left, leaving the residents wailing. "How can we survive with just 2 pounds of rice for 7 days? Not even 50 grams per meal, and it's not even as big as my fist. My child is still growing, how can we just eat white rice with radishes every day? Yeah, last week each household received half a pound of pork, and now there's no meat at all. What is the government doing?" Someone saw Hu Mingwei in the crowd and quickly asked him. "Building chief, help us think of a solution, we can still keep paying for supplies." Hu Mingwei was also a bit stunned when he suddenly learned this news. What's going on? Is the government also running out of food? The line he had connected to was relatively stable until suddenly this morning they said they couldn't find the goods. What should he do with so many orders in hand? Those people were all influential figures, he couldn't offend them. No, he needed to go out again later. Hu Mingwei felt a bit annoyed, and his words became somewhat harsh. "I'm just a messenger, what can I do? Besides, the supermarket has already cut off supplies, where can I get you something to buy?" Seeing Hu Mingwei's bad attitude, someone shouted discontentedly, "Mingwei, what kind of attitude is this? Don't think everyone is unaware. You profit from the price difference from us. The supermarket sells rice for 40 a pound, and you turn around and sell it to us for 100. Now that you've made enough money, you don't care if we live or die." Everyone instantly rose up against him. "Yeah, I've heard that, so you're quietly getting rich. In such a time, you're still shamelessly scamming everyone, aren't you afraid of being struck by thunder? I see you and Zhang Biao go out every day to haul goods, often moving things back home." The crowd was getting more and more agitated. "Let's go to his house and see." Seeing the situation escalating and about to spiral out of control, Hu Mingwei hastily tried to save the situation. "Folks, don't get excited, I'm not saying I won't help everyone. I do go out to haul goods, but I'm volunteering for the government to deliver supplies to households. The government's supplies are all counted, there's no hiding them. If you don't believe me, ask Zhang Biao and Xiao Zhao." Everyone looked toward the skinny monkey. The skinny monkey also cooperated with Hu Mingwei's act, nodding vigorously. Yes, we are volunteering, don't wrongfully accuse Gu." Seeing them speak so sincerely, some people were half convinced but still questioned, "You're in cahoots with Hu Mingwei, so of course, you'll help him speak." Hu Mingwei gave a glance to the silent Xiao Zhao. The latter hesitated for a moment, remembering what he had received before, and quietly said, "It's true, when the government supply boat came before, I heard they indeed asked Gu for help transporting." Perhaps Xiao Zhao is usually quite honest, so everyone stops questioning him when he says this. "Then what do you think we should do next?" Hu Mingwei, seeing that no one is targeting him any longer, quickly shifts the topic. "We have to go out and look, we absolutely cannot just stay at home waiting to die. It's easy to say, but we don't have a boat. Besides, where can we go to search? If we don't have a boat, we can find a way. There are many capable people in our community, I believe they won't just stand by and watch us die," Hu Mingwei said, glancing at Lin Wanqiao. It's easy for you to say. Even if we had a boat, everything is flooded. The government can't even find supplies, what good will it do for us to go out? There might not be any on the water, but there could be something underwater. At the very least, if anyone has extra food at home, they shouldn't hide it, we should all contribute. Only by working together can we get through this tough time." Oh, how sarcastic. Of Hu Mingwei's 3 statements, 2 were directed at her. Lin Wanqiao wasn't silly enough to take the bait publicly, she took her portion of supplies and went straight home. Once at home, she handed the rice bag to Yang Yujun to put away. Yang Yujun opened the bag, and Lin Wanqiao caught a glimpse. The rice looked off. Lin Wanqiao felt uncertain and called Lu Jianan to take a look. It was slightly yellow. Lu Jianan picked up a bit and smelled it carefully. There was a faint, indescribable odor. This rice is problematic. Aged rice doesn't smell like this. Lu Jianan has farmed for a lifetime, he can't be mistaken. It was Xin Xiaoyu who said, "This rice isn't pulled out of the water, is it?" They suddenly realized. Very logical indeed. Yang Yujun originally intended to pour the rice into the rice jar, but now, unsure, she stood there with the rice bag. Can we still eat it? If it really came from the water, we'd better not eat it. There are so many bacteria in the water, and we don't know how they handled this rice. It could cause trouble if we eat it. Should we throw it away? Yang Yujun hesitated, feeling uneasy about throwing it out when many people outside can't even afford a meal. Lin Wanqiao also didn't plan to throw it away. Let's keep it for now and see. If others eat it and nothing happens, then we can eat it too. Since that day, Hu Mingyue truly began to lead people out to scavenge for supplies. Although they returned with varying amounts of loot each time, there was still not enough to resolve the problem. Moreover, they didn't have professional diving equipment. Relying solely on holding their breath to salvage was too inefficient. After several days of struggling, several young people collapsed. These people had their eyes on her before. Having learned from past lessons, this group didn't dare to confront her head-on and began to use deceitful tactics instead. Several elderly women gathered at the 16th floor corridor, crying and lamenting their miserable lives from behind the iron gate, attempting to play the emotional card. They thought they could move her with their pity, as if refusing to lend them equipment was akin to cutting off their lifeline. Lin Wanqiao was already as calm as still water, completely ignoring them. She closed the door and let them wail. The house had been soundproofed during renovations. Once the security door was shut, not a sound could be heard. The fact that they could wail showed they still had strength. The elderly women howled for an hour, and upon seeing that 1602 had no intention of opening the door, they didn't dare to knock and had to give up. Having failed their mission, they could only turn to Hu Mingyue for help. They knocked for quite a while but got no response. Who would have thought that Hu Mingyue was at home in a furious rage? At this moment, his face was pale, his eyes wide with anger, veins bulging on his neck, and whatever he touched he smashed. The floor was littered with broken dishes and cups. He had been trying to contact his family these days, only to receive the news that money could no longer be used for transactions. He had worked hard, humbling himself and putting all his savings into cash, only to see it all turn into a pile of worthless paper. How could he not be furious? His wife and daughter watched as Hu Mingyue nearly lost his mind, not daring to approach and comfort him. Huddled in her room, shivering. Hearing noises outside the door, the old ladies did not dare to provoke bad luck anymore and could only return home dejectedly. All the residents on the 16th floor are insane. Chapter 58. Life in this little paradise of 1602 went on day by day. Lin Wanqiao had no mood to care about others, but every time the two old ones returned from Dr. Huang's house, they always brought some gossip. During this time, almost every household in the building took turns to go out with Hu Mingyue to fish for supplies. At first, they were quite successful, but as more and more people went out to search for resources, it gradually became difficult to find enough supplies. Even more frightening was that those who had been hungry for a long time were unwilling to continue starving and turned their eyes to others' supplies. Several cases of robbery had already occurred nearby. Even reporting this to the government was useless, as the government was already overwhelmed and could not manage it. The Li family is really despicable. They actually let a 60-something old lady risk her life. Yang Yujun returned home fuming. Lin Wanqiao quickly poured a cup of water for Yang Yujun. "Grandma, what happened?" Beside them, Xin Xiaoyu and Lu Jianan also perked up their ears. Yang Yujun took a sip of water, caught her breath, and said indignantly, "It's about your grandma Li. The ungrateful Li family actually sent their own mother into the water to fish for things. Your grandma Li is over 60, how can she do that job? She just went out once and fell." "What? You mean Zhuzi let his mom go fish for things?" Lu Jianan's eyes widened, unable to believe. Zhuzi is Grandma Li's son. That's right, ungrateful wolf. Poor Afan has taken care of their couple's child for so many years. Lin Wanqiao pressed her lips together and remained silent. That's how the world is. But even if they felt unfair for Grandma Li, maybe the person involved was willing. How is Grandma Li? Is her injury serious? I went to take a look, she fell and hurt her leg, it's swollen a lot, and she can't get out of bed. Speaking of this, Yang Yujun became even angrier. Afan is really something. I asked Zhuzi to take her to the hospital to check if it's broken, but Afan absolutely refuses to go, insisting that she's fine. What's fine? Isn't she just afraid of bothering her son? As Yang Yujun spoke, she looked at Lin Wanqiao and suddenly had an idea. Before she could speak, Lin Wanqiao anticipated her thoughts. I will go see Grandma Li. We still have a lot of medicine for bruises at home, we can bring some to her. At the beginning of the apocalypse, Grandma Li helped them many times, and Lin Wanqiao had always wanted to repay her kindness. Yes, Jojo, I'll feel better knowing you're going, Yang Yujun said as she got up and headed to the kitchen. Your Grandma Li looks so much thinner, you should bring some food too. Yang Yujun quickly packed a bottle of medicinal wine and filled a large bag with rice. They had plenty of fresh meat at home, but giving that away might arouse suspicion, so she took out 2 sticks of cured meat instead. Lin Wanqiao carried a large bag of items and went to Grandma Li's house downstairs. Oh, Wanqiao is here, come in. The one who opened the door was Grandma Li's eldest son, Zhang Taizhu. Your grandma just came back, why are you here? Zhang Taizhu led Lin Wanqiao in while asking his wife to fetch water. Grandma Li's daughter-in-law, Jiang Suitsui, was initially reluctant to fetch water. After all, water was precious now, and they themselves were reluctant to drink it. Seeing the items Lin Wanqiao was carrying, her mouth immediately broke into a smile, and she warmly said, "Oh my, you're here and brought so much." While saying this, her hands reached out to receive the items without hesitation. Lin Wanqiao handed the items over and asked, "Where's Grandma Li? I want to see her." "She's in the inner room." In the inner room, Zhang Taizhu led Lin Wanqiao towards the north bedroom. As soon as she entered the bedroom, the whole room immediately became dark. In a small room, there was only a wooden bed, and a plastic stool served as a bedside table. The entire room exuded a dark, damp smell of mold. Grandma Li lay on the bed and saw Lin Wanqiao, struggling to sit up. Seeing this, Lin Wanqiao hurried over to help her up, placing a pillow behind her. "Grandma Li, I've heard from my grandma about you, how are you?" Before Grandma Li could answer, Zhang Taizhu spoke up impatiently. "My mom is fine, she just twisted her ankle at home, she will be better after resting in bed for a few days." Twisted at home? Lin Wanqiao internally looked down on this timid man without responsibility. Grandma Li did not refute, only a trace of sorrow glimmered in her cloudy eyes. They had family matters, and she had no right to criticize. "Is the sprain serious?" "I learned some things from Dr. Huang, if you trust me, I can take a look." "Good child, Grandma is fine, I appreciate your kindness. Go back and tell your grandma not to worry about me." Grandma Li looked at Lin Wanqiao with a bit of comfort. "Yes, Wanqiao, you should hurry back." Zhang Taizhu also wished Lin Wanqiao would leave quickly. After all, it was better for fewer people to know about his mother going out to find supplies. "Grandma, let me take a look, don't take the sprained ankle lightly. If the ligaments are hurt and not treated in time, it could be troublesome, it might affect your walking in the future." When Zhang Taizhu heard she might not walk in the future, he grew anxious. If she stayed in bed, not only would there be no one to take care of the kids and cook, but someone would have to come every day to serve her. "Mom, you should let Wanqiao take a look, she learned medicine from Dr. Huang, maybe she can really help you." Grandma Li hesitated. Since her fall, her calf had been in excruciating pain with no signs of improvement. Seeing that she was loosening up, Lin Wanqiao slowly lifted the blanket and carefully checked in the light coming from outside the door. The entire calf, centered around the ankle, was swollen high. The swollen area was red with purple, with no visible wounds, indicating internal injury, and it was clearly serious. To check for fractures, she asked Grandma Li to bear with it as they gently pressed on the swollen area. Almost the moment Lin Wanqiao touched her skin, Grandma Li gasped in pain but still held back and let Lin Wanqiao continue. "The bone should be fine, no fractures. But looking at your condition, there might be some bone cracks. What to do?" Hearing about bone cracks, Zhang Taizhu grew even more anxious. "You can only rest in bed, keep up your nutrition, and never get out of bed to work until the injury is healed." Lin Wanqiao said this for Zhang Taizhu's benefit. "Usually, supplement more calcium, my grandma bought calcium tablets before, and there are 2 bottles left, I'll bring them to you. Also this medicinal alcohol, apply it every day, gently massage to promote absorption, it will heal faster." When Grandma Li heard that Lin Wanqiao had brought medicine for her, she was unwilling to accept it. No, this is medicine for your grandma, how can it be given to me?" "Oh, Mom, Wanqiao means well, you shouldn't refuse." Zhang Taizhu was afraid Lin Wanqiao was just being polite and would really take it back. Chapter 59. Grandma Li looked at her eldest son with some disappointment. She had experienced widowhood early on, worked hard to raise her 2 sons, married them off, and then came to help her eldest son take care of grandchildren, cook, and clean. Unexpectedly, disaster struck, and she did not foresee that her son would completely disregard her old age, pushing her to go out and fetch things for the family. Since she was injured and bedridden, her son and daughter-in-law treated her as if she was invisible, often speaking sarcastically, insinuating that she was now useless and a burden. In the end, it was those outsiders like Lin Wanqiao who cared about her more. Lin Wanqiao did not know what was on Grandma Li's mind at that moment, directly pouring some medicinal wine, rubbing it warm in her palm, and then carefully beginning to massage the wound. "I made this medicine myself, and showed it to Dr. Huang. He said it's fine. If you find it helpful, I'll bring you some more next time." As she massaged, she shared some precautions with Zhang Taizhu, but whether he was listening or not, she did not know. In the kitchen outside, Zhang Suetsue looked at the pure white rice and the fragrant cured meat in the bag, feeling immensely envious. They are living so well, actually giving such good things to others. Their family must have saved quite a lot. After finishing applying the medicine, Lin Wanqiao took out 2 bottles of calcium tablets from her pocket and placed them on the bedside, reminding a few more times before planning to leave. Chow chow, go back and tell your grandma not to get too angry. I'm fine, come play at home when you have time. Okay, grandma, you rest more, I'm leaving. Lin Wanqiao turned to leave but thought of Grandma Li's son and daughter-in-law's appearance, and added, my grandma asked me to bring you some food. You've lost weight and need to eat more to recover. As she said this, she looked at Zhang Taizhu, speaking word by word, I will come to see you again in a while. Although this couple was unreliable, they still cared about their reputation. As long as she pointed out that the things were meant to nourish Grandma Li, and that she would come back to check, they wouldn't dare mistreat Grandma Li. Alas! Grandma Li weakly responded, tears welling up in her eyes. Having lived a whole lifetime, how could she not hear that Lin Wanqiao was nudging her son and daughter-in-law? After Lin Wanqiao left, Zhang Suetsue mysteriously pulled Zhang Taizhu into the kitchen, pointing at the things Lin Wanqiao had brought, whispering, look, dear, what she sent. Zhang Taizhu saw the large bag of food and exclaimed, so much. There's even cured meat. Great, finally no more eating radish porridge. The quality of this rice was clearly good, far better than the relief grain sent by the government last time. Speaking of that relief grain, one didn't know where it came from, it always tasted like a sewage drain, and recently his stomach had been aching slightly. Zhang Suetsue rolled her eyes at her husband's lack of insight. Why are you only thinking about eating? Don't you realize, if they are willing to give away such good stuff, what does that mean? What does that mean? Zhang Taizhu asked, puzzled. Zhang Suetsue felt frustrated, giving him a light smack on the head, have you forgotten what Hu Mingyue said before? Zhang Taizhu suddenly realized, you mean, that their family stockpiled a lot of grain? As the building leader, Hu Mingyue often revealed, intentionally or not, that Lin Wanqiao's family didn't lack food at all, and that they looked down on the government's relief grain. And then? Zhang Taizhu didn't understand what his wife was getting at, their family having grain was none of his business, and he couldn't eat it anyway. Did you forget what Hu Mingyue said before? He said that the government's grain will become tighter in the future, and who knows, everyone might have to starve like before. Zhang Suetsue became more excited as she continued, their family has stockpiled so much food. In times like this, shouldn't we help each other and get through this tough time? We used to be in the same village, how can they just enjoy themselves behind closed doors and ignore us? Zhang Taizhu understood, but he recalled Lin Wanqiao's fierce demeanor before, and immediately hesitated. Don't be unrealistic, you know what kind of person she is. They forced her to take things before, and what happened? You forgot about how that guy Biaozi had his finger cut off? He still struggles with chopsticks now. How do we know it won't work if we don't give it a try? Zhang Suetsue looked at her husband's cowardice with some disdain. Look, didn't she say she would come to see my mom again in the future, too? Certainly, she will bring something along, let's not offend her, okay? Do you want to have porridge with radishes occasionally, or do you want meat every meal? This. Just listen to me. Zhang Suetsue made the final decision. Over here, Lin Wanqiao had no idea she was being monitored during this trip. She returned home and informed Yang Yujun about Grandma Li's situation. Yang Yujun sighed in relief upon hearing that the bones should be fine. While chatting with Yang Yujun, the dog ran over, tugging at Lin Wanqiao's pant leg, wanting to play. Did you not train today? Lin Wanqiao found it strange, the dog shouldn't be here at this time. You, what are you doing? Isn't the dog training today? Lin Wanqiao found Shin Xiaoyu, who was focused and hard at work with a soldering iron in his room. Shin Xiaoyu put down his tools and quickly wiped the sweat from his face, then moved a chair for Lin Wanqiao to sit down, before picking up a black transformer from the table. I'm modifying an electric shock device. What do you need that for? Lin Wanqiao felt confused. Though we have 2 doors, I still feel a bit uneasy. You've seen it, those people have been eyeing our home again, although they haven't dared do anything yet, life will only get tougher, and we can't be sure they won't get any bad ideas later. So? Shin Xiaoyu handed the modified transformer to Lin Wanqiao. So, I plan to electrify the iron gate. Why didn't she think of that? This voltage can be controlled. Normally, it's set at 30 mA, this voltage will feel tingly but won't cause damage. But if triggered once, it will automatically adjust to over 50, which can harm the body but isn't deadly. If truly wicked people come to cause trouble, you can set it to 100, which is lethal. At this moment, Lin Wanqiao looked at Shin Xiaoyu with sparkling eyes, he was truly a treasure of a boy. Is there enough electricity for our home? Currently, they only ran the generator for 2 hours a day, and they took turns pedaling a bicycle to generate power, which only sufficed for normal living. I've calculated, it's fine. Plus, we won't run it during the day, we'll turn it on at night when we sleep. This is smart, it only consumes a lot of power the moment someone gets shocked, and normally, it doesn't use much electricity. The previously installed surveillance could detect situations at the door, but it often produced misidentifications, needed a computer connection, and both devices had to be operational. Additionally, the alarm might not be heard when they were asleep at night. This is still good, simple, and straightforward. Chapter 60. That night, Xin Xiaoyu installed the electric shock device inside the iron gate. To avoid accidentally harming allies, Lin Wanqiao purposely went downstairs to remind a few neighbors who occasionally came to chat with the elderly. Since Grandma Li was bedridden, she didn't mention anything. With this line of defense, Lin Wanqiao no longer worried about leaving the elderly at home. Her restless heart, trapped at home for so long, began to stir again. I want to go get some bamboo on the way back. Xin Xiaoyu also had plans to go out. The first batch of arrows was made from a broken table at home, but after testing, the result was unsatisfactory. The flexibility of furniture wood was far inferior to that of bamboo. When Lu Jianan heard that Xin Xiaoyu wanted bamboo, he immediately thought of a place. Xianshan? Wasn't that where the elderly lived before immigrating down the mountain? Yes, don't you remember the pond where Grandma often took you to wash clothes when you were small? Next to it was a vast bamboo forest, and it was arrow bamboo, particularly slender and straight, perfect for making arrow shafts. Lu Jianan felt a bit nostalgic for his hometown. Speaking of it, his eyes softened. Lin Wanqiao also recalled her carefree childhood spent in her hometown. Every summer, she loved to follow Grandma to that pond to wash clothes. Rather than calling it a pond, it was actually a large reservoir built around it. The edge of the reservoir was shallow, allowing people to go in. There were a row of tall trees, and their dense leaves cast a shadow over the water. Grandma was beating clothes with a stick, while she stood under the shade of the tree, playing in the shallow water, which was particularly cool. Turning over stones in the water, they often caught little fish and crabs that couldn't escape. That's right. Fish. Lin Wanqiao suddenly perked up. She had searched the city, but had forgotten the treasure hidden deep in the mountains and forests. Yu, can you catch fish with electricity? The next day. Xin Xiaoyu patiently taught the two old folks how to control the electric shock device, reminding them not to skimp on the fuel, and to run the generator for a longer time during the day to keep the electric shock device powered. Just as Lin Wanqiao and the others were packing their backpacks and getting ready to head out. Woo woo woo. The dog wagged its big tail, constantly circling around Lin Wanqiao, acting cute. You want to go too? The dog's tail wagged even harder, hitting her leg and causing pain. Thanks to Yang Yujun and their feeding during this time, the dog's injury had not only healed, but it had also grown rapidly, with a bit of fat starting to show on its belly. Let it go with us. I'll watch it. It's too limited at home and doesn't get enough exercise. Xin Xiaoyu spoke up for the dog, mainly because he also wanted to bring it out to test his training results. Alright, but you must behave outside and not run around. If you're caught and eaten, I can't save you. Woof. So, the two of them and one dog left room 1602, carrying a speedboat. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of eyes in the window upstairs was intently watching their departing figures. The speedboat sped along quickly. The dog stood proudly at the bow of the boat, looking majestic. To enter Shangshan, they had to pass through the industrial area where they had previously searched for supplies. After about an hour of travel, they reached the factory area. At this moment, the factory was even more dilapidated than when they had come last time, with many windows already shattered. Based on the signs, it didn't look like it was damaged by rushing water, but rather that someone had come after them to search for supplies. They circled around the edge of the industrial park, and after another half hour of driving, they finally found a small mountain path. Confirming there was no one around, Lin Wanqiao took advantage of the bushes to store the speedboat. The dog was especially excited to be in the mountains for the first time. It wanted to run but was stopped by Xin Xiaoyu's command. Reluctantly, it followed in his footsteps, but its tiny nose sniffing everywhere revealed its excited heart. Xianshan didn't have paved roads. To climb the mountain, they could only take the stone path made by villagers or the narrow trails formed over the years. Since the villagers were relocated down the mountain a few years ago, these trails were neglected and gradually overgrown with weeds, making them hard to find without close inspection. Now, the path beneath their feet was a muddy trail overgrown with weeds. It was raining, making the path especially difficult to walk on. The mud became very slippery when soaked, and in steeper areas, they had to grab onto surrounding grasses and tree trunks to climb up. Lin Wanqiao was so focused on determining the direction that she slipped and nearly fell face-first into the mud. Fortunately, Xin Xiaoyu had been paying attention to her and quickly supported her falling body. Be careful, watch your step. After he said that, he didn't let go. Instead, he held Lin Wanqiao's hand and walked in front of her. You guide the direction, and I'll clear the path. Okay. The warmth of his palm spread through her whole body. The cold rainwater hit her slightly hot cheeks. The two of them stumbled along the path for nearly half an hour before finally finding the stone road that Lin Wanqiao was familiar with. From here, if we walk for about another 20 minutes, we will reach a farm halfway up the mountain. We can rest and eat something there. Lin Wanqiao panted and pointed ahead. But the rain had made the stones even more slippery, and some areas were covered in moss. They took an hour to walk the 20-minute journey, until they finally saw the red brick house hidden behind the shadows of the trees. As they got closer, a small 2-story brick house came into view, but its front door and windows had all fallen, lying shattered on the ground. Xin Xiaoyu let the dog out, and the two of them entered the house to check it out. Inside, the furniture was quite simple. On the first floor, there was just a dining table and 2 long benches, beside which stood a wooden cabinet, and further inside was a cooking area. The second floor had only 2 rooms, and only one room contained a bed and a small wardrobe. Apart from that, there was no other furniture. The two found that the clothes in the wardrobe were still neatly folded, and in the cooking area, there was still a pot of half-eaten, moldy white porridge. It was clear that the owner of the house had left in quite a hurry. Behind the small house was a low pig pen, with empty pig stalls inside. Woof! Woof! The dog's barking came from outside the pig pen. I've found something. Xin Xiaoyu held onto Lin Wanqiao's hand and walked towards the sound. Since they reached flat ground, he had no intention of letting go of her hand. The dog stood at the door of a small grass shelter, barking inside. Xin Xiaoyu asked Lin Wanqiao to stay put while he went over to check inside the grass shelter. After a moment, he poked his head out and exclaimed to Lin Wanqiao with excitement, "Xiao Xiao, there's a nest of chickens here." Really? Lin Wanqiao didn't care about the dirt on the ground and hurried over to look inside the grass shelter. Indeed. In the depths of the grass shelter, there was a bunch of little chicks huddled together, shaking from the rain. Chapter 61. Lin Wanqiao counted carefully, there were 2 large hens and more than 10 little chicks that had just hatched. Woof! The dog, fixated on the huddled little chicks, was panting, drool dripping from his big tongue onto the ground. Seeing Lin Wanqiao look at it, the dog wagged its tail in anticipation of praise. She patted the dog's head perfunctorily and took out a cardboard box from her space to hand it to Xin Xiaoyu. Xin Xiaoyu gathered all the chicks, who were probably too scared by the recent storms to resist, and easily placed them into the box. Oh! There are eggs underneath. Xin Xiaoyu exclaimed in surprise as he picked up one of the hens and saw round, plump eggs beneath it. 1, 2, 3, there are 8 of them. The two of them carried the box to a clean little house nearby, looking worriedly at the chirping chicks inside the box. My space can't hold living things. What should we do? Should we kill them and take them back? Currently, there was enough meat stored in the space, but there would come a day when it would run out. If they could raise these chicks, there would be a continuous supply of chicken meat and eggs. Moreover, these little chicks were so fluffy that Lin Wanqiao felt a bit unwilling to kill them. Xin Xiaoyu sensed Lin Wanqiao's inner conflict. Then how about we take them back first and see? The two decided to keep the chicks locked in this small house and come back for them later. Woof! The dog seemed unhappy, wondering if it couldn't eat the chicks that were so close. The two then walked around the farm again, and aside from discovering some corn and bran feed in one of the houses, they found nothing else of value. So, they set off towards the reservoir halfway up the mountain. Shortly after, they heard the sound of rushing water. As they walked down a small path, a huge expanse of water appeared before them. The heavy rains had turned the reservoir water murky, and it looked much fuller than usual, already overflowing the top of the dam, pouring down rapidly downstream. Once they steadied themselves by the bank, Xin Xiaoyu took out a homemade fishing device from his backpack. It was a square box with a long rod connected at the front, and a circular net attached to the rod. He had made it all night long the previous night. Still don't know how it goes. The working principle of the fishing machine is to emit ultrasonic electric fields, stimulating the nerves, hearts, and respiratory systems of aquatic creatures, causing them to suffer from severe hypoxia in the water, then floating to the surface for easy capture, but they will wake up after more than 5 minutes. Lin Wanqiao took out the rubber boat and placed it in the water, and the 2 people and 1 dog got on the boat. Xin Xiaoyu adjusted the power a bit and then put the rod into the water, the ultrasonic waves making a sizzling sound in the water. Before long, a big bass flipped on its back and floated up from the water. Seeing the fish, the dog couldn't help itself, barking twice and wanting to jump into the water, but Lin Wanqiao quickly grabbed its tail, preventing this silly creature from being electrocuted in the water. The commotion startled Xin Xiaoyu, who immediately lifted the rod. Lin Wanqiao angrily patted the dog's head. The dog understood that what was in front of it was dangerous, but its inherent playful nature still made its body twist and turn constantly. Lin Wanqiao had no way to deal with it and pointed to a distant area of water, saying, "If you want to play, go over there, further away, don't go near the rod." The dog heard this, broke free from her grip, and quickly plunged into the water, swimming off into the distance. Seeing the dog run off to play, Xin Xiaoyu finally turned the current back on. Wherever the fishing rod reached, fish of all sizes floated up one by one. In recent years, the ecology of the reservoir has been well protected, and every fish is big and fat, averaging around 7 or 8 pounds each. Thinking about how these fish were still alive and needed to be killed before taking them home, not to mention needing water and making the house smell of fish, it would be much more convenient to kill them here and take them back. So, on a small boat, Lin Wanqiao scooped up fish at the front while Lin Wanqiao killed fish on the boat, tossing them into the storage space after finishing. In the meantime, the dog returned with a yellow eel, dropping it on the boat to claim credit with Lin Wanqiao. She cast a glance at the pitiful yellow eel, which was already dying from being played with, and quickly took it to kill it as well. The dog looked eagerly at her as she took the yellow eel away. "I'll cook it for you as a treat tonight," she said to the dog. "Woof." The dog wagged its tail excitedly and ran off again. The two stayed in the reservoir for a whole 4 hours. Lin Wanqiao was almost numb from killing fish. With a swift movement of her knife, she gutted them, completely accustomed to the task to the point where she felt like crying. But her speed in killing fish couldn't keep up with Lin Wanqiao's speed in scooping them. Soon the fish on the small boat piled up like a mountain. Until the last bit of electricity in the fishing device ran out, Lin Wanqiao reluctantly put away the tools and crouched down to help Lin Wanqiao with the fish. He finally had a chance to contribute to the family, and he had to do it perfectly. At this time, Lin Wanqiao's storage space was already filled with a huge pile of fish, estimated to be at least 4 or 5,000. "Chow chow, you take a break, I'll handle the rest," Lin Wanqiao said upon seeing Lin Wanqiao's fingers were red and swollen from holding the knife, almost worn raw, and he forcefully took the knife from her. She stood up and knocked on her sore back. "Where's Nian Gao?" Lin Wanqiao noticed that there was no sight of the dog nearby. So she shouted towards the water, "Nian Gao." After a long while, a response came from a distant patch of grass. "Woof." After waiting for a long time, the dog still showed no sign of coming back. This guy has no manners after being out. Lin Wanqiao took out the inflatable boat, got on, and headed toward the direction of the dog. About 50 meters away on a riverbank, Lin Wanqiao spotted the dog. This guy was squatting in the grass, chewing on something. Lin Wanqiao stepped onto the bank, pried the dog's mouth open to take a look. "Mushrooms?" "Spit it out." She quickly reached into the dog's mouth to pull it out. Who knew if this thing was poisonous or not? The dog thought she wanted to eat it and obediently spit it out. "You are not allowed to eat things randomly outside from now on," she said sternly. This was a small forest, and the ground was covered with lots of fallen pine needles and leaves. Stepping on it is soft and fluffy. There were many dry trees on the ground. If looked closely, many yellowish-brown things seemed to be bulging on the dry tree trunks. She walked closer, and wow, a nest of plump little mushrooms. Looking around, there were patches of mushrooms everywhere. Woof. The dog happily picked up another mushroom and dropped it at Lin Wanqiao's feet. She patted the dog's head. "I was careless before, I'll give you extra food tonight." Then she devoted herself to the big task of picking mushrooms, the girl and the dog moving about tirelessly in the woods. While picking mushrooms, she also discovered a large cluster of wild celery by the shore. The tender green celery had long stalks swaying in the wind. Lin Wanqiao pinched a stalk. It was very tender and just right for eating. She didn't know how long she had been at it. The skies were getting darker, and Lin Wanqiao finally finished processing the fish on the boat, only to realize that Lin Wanqiao and the dog were missing. After searching for a long time, he finally spotted the speedboat parked in the distance. "Hey!" Lin Wanqiao also saw Lin Wanqiao. The evening breeze gently brought a wave of floral wood fragrance, and in the distance, the girl, holding a bag of mushrooms, revealed a sweet smile to him. In an instant, he felt that the rain falling on his face wasn't so cold anymore. It flowed into his mouth, sweet like a sip of wine. Chapter 62. "Ah you, thanks to the rice cake, we have good food tonight." Lin Wanqiao happily raised a bunch of celery and mushrooms when she saw Lin Wanqiao coming over. The dog also proudly grunted twice. "Ahem, the rice cake is really great." He patted the dog's head to encourage it. "There's a bamboo forest nearby, I just chopped some bamboo. What do you think?" This kind of arrow bamboo is relatively thin and very easy to chop. She handed the trimmed bamboo to Lin Wanqiao. Lin Wanqiao took the bamboo and touched it, straight, slender, and with good flexibility. "It should work." Lin Wanqiao smiled at his words. "That's good." She stored all the supplies into her space. The mountain path was hard to traverse, and the two prepared to hurry down the mountain before it got completely dark. They quickly returned to the small brick house, grabbed the chicks, and conveniently collected the chicken feet from the room, then hurried down the stone path. Just as they were rushing home, at the entrance of 1602, Zhang Taizhu was holding his right hand that had been shocked by the iron gate, beads of cold sweat rolling down his forehead in pain. The two elders stood behind the iron gate, feeling awkward and constrained, repeatedly explaining. "Zhuzi, please don't touch this gate anymore. Xiao Xiao said it will only get worse the more you touch it." Jiang Suizui, seeing her husband's painful expression, changed her previous flattery and angrily retorted, "Why didn't you just turn off the electricity then?" Facing her old friend's child, Yang Yujun couldn't bear to say harsh words. "You all hurry back, we've done all we can for you, and our family truly has no more food to help you." Jiang Suizui supported her husband with a scoff. "Auntie, do you think anyone believes what you just said? Just look at you and our uncle's complexion, it's as white as a sheet. Now look at us." She shook her oversized clothes, which were baggy due to weight loss, and continued, "Everyone knows Wanqiao can do things. Auntie, please don't hide it anymore. For the sake of my old lady, release a little kindness from between your fingers, that's enough for my family to survive." Yang Yujun was almost amused by her anger. If it weren't for her old friend lying in bed, she wouldn't even want to talk to these unfilial and ungrateful couple. She straightened her face and unceremoniously refused, "We really don't have much left, we can't even feed ourselves, you all should leave." Jiang Suizui raised her voice sharply, "What do you mean you have no food? Your family has food to feed the dog yet says there's no food to aid the villagers. I think you just want to see us die without helping. It's ridiculous that my mother-in-law secretly sent food to you when you were in trouble before. When I didn't know, is this how you repay kindness?" Faced with their unreasonable troublemaking, Lu Jianan was very angry, his face turning bright red. He pointed at the silent Zhang Taizhu and exclaimed angrily, "Zhuzi, say something. Are you going to force us like your wife?" Zhang Taizhu hung his head, remaining silent. That meant he did not deny it. His attitude thoroughly infuriated Lu Jianan. "I tell you, our dog is treated like family. As long as we have one bite to eat, it has one to eat too. Unlike you ungrateful son, your mother worked hard to raise you, even took care of your children, and in old age, you can't even repay her kindness. Two able-bodied young people, how can you have the face to make an old person go into the water to fish? Do you even have a conscience? You are comparing us to our dog, I think you're worse than animals." Jiang Suizui saw Lu Jianan mercilessly tearing away their cover and, in a fit of shame and anger, forgot the electric gate, reaching out to slap it. "Ah!" The scream came as expected. Even though she immediately pulled back after touching the electric gate, the current rapidly paralyzed her entire body, and a faint burnt smell wafted through the air. Jiang Suizui was half in pain and half throwing a tantrum, rolling on the ground while covering her arm, crying out, "Murder! Murder!" Yang Yujun saw Jiang Suizui getting shocked badly and, although she felt a bit soft-hearted, seeing her rolling on the ground made her feel extremely disgusted. No one stopped Jiang Suizui, instead, she became even more excited, shouting even more ridiculous things. "This is killing us! Heaven, open your eyes! My poor mother-in-law, you fed your grain to a group of ungrateful wolves. With hearts like wolves, and lungs like dogs. Not giving anyone a way to live?" Lin Wanqiao came back just in time to witness this dramatic scene. Seeing her, Jiang Suizui and Zhang Taizhu became a bit frightened and immediately got up from the ground. The two shrank back a few steps, finally gathering their courage, and said defiantly, "Did we say something wrong? You have so much grain, what's wrong with helping a villager who comes down from Xiangshan? How do you know that you see that we have a lot of grain?" Lin Wanqiao's face was as cold as ice as she spoke, stepping closer to the two. Seeing her fierce demeanor, they gulped and kept retreating. "Besides, even if I have it, I worked hard for it, why should I give it to you for free? Just because you look ugly? Just because you are shameless? You really talk without thinking. Giving them grain is a favor, not giving is the right thing to do." This couple actually dared to come and morally blackmail her, forcing her grandparents when she wasn't around. She took out a knife from her pocket, pointing it at their noses, coldly saying, "Are you going to scram or not?" Zhang Taizhu didn't dare to confront Lin Wanqiao directly, as those who had challenged her before didn't end well. He just wanted to eat, not lose his life. Jiang Suizui saw the glaring knife pointing at her and instantly trembled like a leaf. She wanted to stubbornly retort but was pulled away by her husband. The two fled in panic. Behind them, Lin Wanqiao's cold voice drifted into their ears. "If there's a next time, don't blame me for not giving you a way to live." The two returned to the 8th floor, still feeling frightened. Looking up, they saw their mother, who was limping, leaning at the door, her furious eyes glaring at them. The elderly woman's face was red, trembling with anger, pointing at them but unable to utter a word. You too." Li Guifan could never have imagined that her son and daughter-in-law would dare to secretly go door-to-door asking for grain in such a shameless way. How would she face Yang Yujun in the future? The elder, exasperated, suddenly went dark before her eyes. Mom. What happened, Mom?" How could she not be sad? Lin Wanqiao and Shin Xiaoyu tried to persuade her for a long time, but she still wouldn't calm down, so they had to take out their trump card. "What do you see here?" She opened the box filled with little chicks. A group of chicks was startled by her sudden movement, desperately trying to burrow under the mother hen. The elderly couple's eyes widened in surprise. "Where did these chickens come from?" "We found them at the livestock farm halfway up the mountain." The other poultry probably ran away, only these few chickens stayed hidden in the grass shed. I thought you might be bored at home, so I brought them back for you to raise. Maybe you'll even get free eggs. Lin Wanqiao even thoughtfully took out chicken feed. Some got wet, just dry them out and they'll be usable. Yan Yuchuan was overjoyed, instantly forgetting her earlier displeasure, holding the fluffy chicks in her hands lovingly. Lu Jianan's eyes were filled with joy as well. They were both born and raised farmers, their blood flowing with the sweat of hard work. Farming was already written in their genes. If it weren't for the government forcing them to migrate down the mountain, they might never have left Shangshan in their lifetimes. Though they have lived in high-rise buildings these past few years, they still often carry hoes, trekking back to the familiar fields to work the land. Being suddenly confined at home for over 2 months, although they had enough to eat and drink, they still felt uncomfortable. Lu Jianan itched to work in the little vegetable plot in the attic, while Yan Yuchuan was simply too bored. Now that Lin Wanqiao brought her this group of chicks, she could finally show her skills. Yan Yuchuan happily hugged the chicks and went up to the attic. There was an empty space there, just right for raising chickens, and it was easy to clean, so it wouldn't smell in the house. Seeing Yan Yuchuan hurriedly rushing up the stairs, Lu Jianan immediately followed and shouted, "You need to set up a fence to separate them, don't ruin my vegetables." Lin Wanqiao and Xin Xiaoyu were left looking at each other, both amused and helpless. "Alright, I'll go cook," Xin Xiaoyu said. Today they had a bountiful harvest, and in the evening, they prepared a feast of all fish. Boiled fish slices, steamed bass, chopped pepper fish head, fried fish chunks, and garlic-flavored eels. There was also a plate of fresh wild celery stir-fried with mushrooms. The entire dining room was immediately filled with delicious aromas, making everyone's mouth water. Although the fish stored in Lin Wanqiao's space was fresh when taken out, it still felt inferior in taste and texture compared to tonight's feast. Not sure if it was the good quality water from the reservoir that made the fish grow well, or if it was the result of hard work that made it taste better. Everyone thoroughly enjoyed the meal, leaving them feeling exceptionally satisfied. Even the dog got a big fatty fish and a bowl of eel soup, happily munching away under the table. After the meal, the family sprawled on the sofa, rubbing their round bellies to digest. "Chow chow, Ayu, Grandma wants to discuss something with you," Yan Yuchuan said carefully. "What is it? You brought back 2 hens and 10 chicks this time. Our house isn't big enough to keep all of them, so your grandpa and I were thinking of giving 2 chicks to Uncle Huang downstairs. We'd like to hear your opinions." The elderly couple often chatted downstairs and got along well with Dr. Huang's parents, who were also farmers. Over time, they developed a friendship, and of course, they thought of their good friends when something good happened. Lin Wanqiao burped and casually said, "Why bother discussing such small matters with me? Just decide on your own. It's because of what happened with Grandma Li that made us anxious. We're just afraid of making another mistake and giving things away," Lu Jianan explained. She thought for a moment and then agreed, "Dr. Huang's family is sensible, they're not that kind of people, so Grandma, you can just send them alone. But what will they feed the chickens? We don't have much chicken feed this time. As long as you think it's okay. The feed isn't an issue, a little bit saved will be enough for the chicks for a day. Besides, Dr. Huang works in the hospital, so he surely has more than enough supplies than an average person. Then let's get 1 male and 1 female, the eggs they lay can hatch into little chicks." The elder's words reminded her, "Right, also save 2 for me, I'll take them to Qianqian's house another day." "Got it." The 2 of them got permission and happily ran downstairs with the chicks to show off. In a dark room on the 8th floor, Li Guifan slowly woke up. The door to the room was open, letting in a faint light. At this moment, she could see that there was no one else in the room besides her. "Zhuzi." Her voice was hoarse, and she made a weak sound. However, no one responded. She struggled to sit up, wanting to force herself out of bed, but then suddenly heard a whispering. "Don't go causing trouble, look at how Mom is, if you make her angry, we'll all suffer." That was Zhang Tieju's voice. "How am I causing trouble? Do you have a conscience? I do this for our family." Zhang Tsuetsue's voice was urgent and sharp. Zhang Taizhu quickly covered Zhang Tsuetsue's mouth and observed the inner room for a moment. After not hearing any movement, he lowered his voice and spoke, "Oh, I didn't mean it that way. We can't compete with Lin Wanqiao, see how she dares to stab people." We can't compete, but that doesn't mean others can't. Who else can you find?" Zhang Taizhu rolled his eyes, "Who would dare mess with that female demon in this building?" Zhang Tsuetsue mysteriously pulled him closer and said, "Not long ago, there were robberies everywhere, Hu Mingue led a team out and got robbed a few times. The worst was when that girl on the 7th floor got hurt because she refused to let go of her supplies." Zhang Taizhu was somewhat confused. "What does that have to do with this?" "They were scared of this and stopped for a while, but recently they went out again and haven't been robbed since." "You know why?" Zhang Tsuetsue said, feeling a sense of pride. "Why?" "Once Hu Mingue's brother-in-law let slip that they know a group of local bullies who specialize in collecting protection fees. No one dares to mess with their protected people. I guess Hu Mingyue and his team must have allied with them. Zhang Taizhu still didn't understand how getting supplies from Lin Wanqiao had anything to do with Hu Mingyue. Zhang Suizui poked his head, irritated. See, you're so dumb. If we can't compete with Lin Wanqiao, what if we go to these people? Would it work? Zhang Taizhu felt uneasy. Besides, we just want her to share some supplies with us. If we can avoid violence, let's avoid it. Those thugs are not easy to deal with. What if they go too far? Zhang Suizui gritted her teeth angrily. She brought this on herself. We can't be blamed. You leave this to me. I'll go ask Hu Mingyue. Will Hu Mingyue help us? You're really a fool. Hu Mingyue had his arm broken by Lin Wanqiao and got humiliated several times. I think he has been tolerating her for a long time. Zhang Taizhu hesitated, wanting to discuss it further, when he was interrupted by a noise from the inner room. Turning back, he saw Li Guifan limping out. Mom! Zhang Taizhu felt a shiver when he saw his mother come out, not knowing how much of their conversation she had overheard. Li Guifan, behind a wall, couldn't hear everything clearly, but even if she couldn't hear, she knew what these two were plotting. She was clear about her son's useless nature. If it weren't for Zhang Suizui encouraging him, he wouldn't even have the brains or guts to think of it. She leaned on the crutch and warned Zhang Suizui, you listen here, I am old, not dead. If you dare to urge Zhuzi to disturb Xiao Xiao and her family, as long as I still draw breath, I will make my son break up with you first. Chapter 64. Yesterday's trip was quite fruitful, and today Lin Wanqiao and her companion planned to go to Xianshan again. Xin Xiaoyu was transforming an electric fishing machine. Yesterday the ultrasonic range was a bit small. Just wait for me a little longer. Okay. Lin Wanqiao replied. Looking around, she didn't see the dog. Normally, at this time, it would know they were going out and would be eagerly waiting by the door. Lin Wanqiao searched around and found it in the attic. Lu Jianan and the others had spread the collected chicken feed all over the ground to dry. Worried that the chicks would escape through the fence and eat the feed, they called the dog to keep watch. The dog was lying in front of the fence. Seeing Lin Wanqiao come, it just wagged its tail and continued to keep an eye on the chicks. But the drool at the corner of its mouth was almost turning into a river on the ground. Did I not give you meat to eat or what? Why are you so greedy? Lin Wanqiao playfully patted the dog's head. She squatted outside the fence, watching the chicks inside. A hen was sitting still in the nest made of grass, eyes closed. Ha! It seemed she saw something under the hen's bottom. She reached under the hen and pulled something out. An egg, still warm. The hen was undisturbed by the theft of its egg, just adjusted its position and closed its eyes again. Lin Wanqiao picked up the egg and examined it carefully in the light from the window. There seemed to be a faint black line. A fertilized egg? This egg had been laid for just a day, so Lin Wanqiao wasn't sure. How could two hens produce a fertilized egg? However, seeing that the chicks were newly hatched, it indicated there had been a rooster around before. Ah, right. Lin Wanqiao slapped her forehead. She hurriedly took out the 8 eggs she had casually placed in the space yesterday. Under the light, the black lines on these eggs were much more obvious. All 8 eggs were fertilized eggs. Lin Wanqiao lifted the hen, putting the eggs back in. She didn't know if they could still hatch after being put into the space. At this moment, Xin Xiaoyu had already repaired the fishing machine and was calling for Lin Wanqiao to set off downstairs. The second time going up the mountain felt much more familiar. The two quickly reached the reservoir, letting the dog run free before starting to work. Killing fish requires bending over for too long, which was too tiring, so Xin Xiaoyu switched their roles. Lin Wanqiao operated the machine while he dealt with the fish on the boat. This time, with an improved ultrasonic range of the fishing device, the efficiency of catching fish was noticeably higher. In less than half an hour, the unprocessed fish on the small boat piled up into a small mountain. Lin Wanqiao could only put the unprocessed fish first into the space. Woo woo woo. The dog's eager whimpering sounded from the shore. Lin Wanqiao thought the dog was just playing. She quickly glanced up and planned to continue operating. You play by yourself, don't make trouble. Wait, what's that in the dog's mouth? In the rainy weather with poor visibility, Lin Wanqiao saw that the dog was holding a dark object in its mouth. That object seemed to be alive, still struggling. Ayu, let's hurry and row over to take a look. The two quickly returned to the shore. The dog wagged its tail excitedly, not waiting for Xin Xiaoyu to give an order before it spat out the mysterious object at their feet. The creature had been bitten in the throat by the dog, blood flowing out, and it was now lying on the ground, breathing more out than in. Lin Wanqiao squatted down to examine it closely. She saw that the creature was covered all over with black bristly hair, short and stiff. Its limbs were short and thick, and its head was long, with upper canine teeth already starting to show and curving upwards. The tusks were still undeveloped but already showed hints. It had a nose somewhat like a pig but was different from a domestic pig. Xin Xiaoyu flipped over the animal on the ground and confirmed, "It's a wild boar." Wild boar? She was somewhat surprised. When she was young, she had heard that wild boars often come out in the fields and damage crops, so the locals would put up electric fences in the fields. In the evenings, after notifying each household, they would electrify the fences to catch the wild boars. However, she only recalled adults warning her not to go out to the fields at night. Never before had they seen a real wild boar. As industrial parks rose one after another at the foot of the mountains, waste gas and sewage were indiscriminately discharged, causing a huge impact on the local ecology, and it had been many years since wild boars had been heard of here. "So this is a wild boar, it really looks ugly," Lin Wanqiao said with some disdain as she fiddled with the little creature on the ground. "Woof." The dog seemed a bit unwilling. After all, this was its catch, how could it be looked down upon? "This is just a piglet." "Nian Gao, where did you catch this?" Xin Xiaoyu asked. The dog, seeing its master about to leave, happily ran in one direction, stopping halfway to wag its tail, signaling the two to follow. Xin Xiaoyu reminded Lin Wanqiao to take out the crossbow and dagger. "Look at that piglet's teeth, it might not even be weaned yet. Nian Gao might have poked into a wild boar's den this time. If you encounter an adult wild boar later, just hide and let me handle it." "Okay." The two of them cautiously followed the dog into the woods, vigilantly looking around. The mountains and forests were full of half-human-high shrubs and thorns, with poor visibility. If a wild boar suddenly sprang out, they might not find it in time. The path led by the dog was a small trail, obviously worn down by large animals frequently passing through. After about 10 minutes, a small mound covered in a large patch of thorny branches appeared before them. One side of the mound had a lot of dirt turned over, right in the middle was a dark hole, and on the edge of the hole were some dead branches and fallen leaves for concealment. Just as the dog was about to dive into the hole, it was grabbed back by Xin Xiaoyu. "Sit," he commanded the dog. The dog was a bit reluctant but still followed the order, squatting to the side with a longing look at them. Xin Xiaoyu gripped the dagger tightly, signaling Lin Wanqiao not to stand at the hole's edge and to move to the side. He listened carefully at the hole's entrance and, finding nothing unusual, turned on the flashlight, crouching down quietly as he approached. He pointed the flashlight into the hole, visibly relieved, and turned back to Lin Wanqiao, whispering, "The adults aren't here, there are only 5 piglets inside." As he spoke, he carefully reached inside and caught the wild piglet that had long been frightened and huddled together. The small body of the piglet twisted as Xin Xiaoyu held it by the neck, continuously letting out shrill cries of eek, eek, eek. He held the piglet and asked Lin Wanqiao how to deal with it. Lin Wanqiao was momentarily speechless. It was definitely impossible to raise pigs at home anymore, not to mention there was no space, but this thing could eat and excrete, completely unlike a chick. She really didn't want to live in a pigsty. So, she could only harden her heart to kill it. Just as she was about to voice this decision, the dog suddenly barked furiously. Chapter 65. Roar. A deep roar echoed through the mountains. A wild boar weighing over 200 pounds, with hard, long black bristles, long tusks jutting out, and dark eyes that seemed to spit fire, was charging at them menacingly while continuously roaring. The huge and powerful body ran at full speed, shaking the entire forest. Xin Xiaoyu was quick and agile, pulling Lin Wanqiao down to roll aside. The two quickly got up, their sharp weapons ready. After getting up, Xin Xiaoyu pushed Lin Wanqiao away to a distance, shouting, "Your aim is better than mine, shoot it with the crossbow from afar." Before his words fell, the wild boar turned and charged towards them again. Lin Wanqiao had no choice but to rush in another direction, and when she looked back, she saw Xin Xiaoyu holding the dagger, dodging to the side at the moment the wild boar was about to crash into him, stabbing the dagger deeply into the wild boar's body. Roar! The creature let out a sharp howl in pain. Lin Wanqiao quickly nocked an arrow and directly pulled the trigger at the wild boar's neck. Whoosh! After firing the first arrow, she didn't even look to see if it hit, and directly knocked the second arrow. 3 arrows shot out consecutively. Although they all hit, the wild boar's thick and tough skin only pierced the surface, causing no substantial harm. The wild boar was thoroughly enraged by Lin Wanqiao, turning around to charge directly at her. Its 2 tusks gleamed coldly, aimed straight at her belly. Seeing this, Lin Wanqiao quickly put down her crossbow and pulled out a dagger, preparing for close combat. However, the wild boar's speed far exceeded her expectations. Before she could draw the dagger, the massive figure was already right in front of her. On the other side, Xin Xiaoyu saw the wild boar rushing at Lin Wanqiao, and his eyes widened in fear as he ran desperately toward her. Just as Lin Wanqiao felt like it was over, a small figure fiercely lunged at the wild boar's head. "Ah whoa! Nyango!" Lin Wanqiao shouted in surprise. She saw the dog hanging onto the wild boar, biting its neck tightly without letting go. The wild boar, in pain, shook its head frantically, trying to toss the dog off. Xin Xiaoyu also arrived, plunging the dagger deep into the boar's neck, pulling down hard, and instantly a spray of blood gushed out. Before long, the wild boar lost strength and fell heavily to the ground. To ensure the boar was dead, Shin Xiaoyu approached and delivered another stab to its heart. As the wild boar collapsed, the dog gradually lost energy, releasing its mouth and lying down, panting heavily. Niangao, are you okay? Lin Wanqiao's keen eyes spotted blood dripping from the dog's belly fur. She parted the bloody fur on the dog's belly, revealing a gaping wound. The wound was not small, about 4 centimeters long, and it was gushing blood. It looked like it had been pierced by the wild boar's tusk. Without time to panic, she quickly pulled out alcohol, iodine, gauze, and needle and thread from her backpack. Ayuyu, hold it down, I'll bandage it. She calmly disinfected her hands with alcohol, put on medical gloves, then soaked gauze in iodine and set it aside for later. She gently pried open the dog's wound to examine it closely. Thankfully, it hadn't punctured any organs. After disinfecting the wound, she exchanged a glance with Shin Xiaoyu, who immediately understood and pressed down harder on the dog. Niangao, bear with it, Lin Wanqiao reassured the dog. She quickly pushed the needle into the flesh, awkwardly stitching the wound closed with her clumsy sewing skills. The dog lay on the ground, whimpering but not struggling. Good dog. Shin Xiaoyu praised as he gently patted its head. Just a bit longer, it will be done soon. Lin Wanqiao made the final stitch, tied a knot, and clipped the thread. Finally, she covered the wound with gauze and wrapped it with a bandage. After finishing the wound treatment, Lin Wanqiao felt uneasy and found a rabies vaccine from her storage to inject into the dog. The job was done. Both of them sighed in relief together. The earlier fight had flattened the grass all around, and the already dead wild boar lay with its eyes wide open, stiff on the ground. This is a male wild boar. If the female comes back, we'll be in trouble. Let's hurry and leave. All right. At this moment, Lin Wanqiao had no remorse and caught all the piglets in the wild boar's den, dispatching them with a swift stroke. There was no time to deal with the carcass, so they simply tossed it into storage. They gathered the fallen crossbow arrows and prepared to leave. To prevent the dog's wound from reopening, Shin Xiaoyu tied the dog securely to his chest with a cloth strip. They retraced their steps and arrived at the edge of the reservoir. It was still early, and seeing that the dog seemed to be okay, they decided to fish a little longer. This time, Lin Wanqiao dared not let the dog run around. She placed it on the boat, gave it some water and canned food, and let it lie still. By the time they finished processing all the fish, night had fallen. Since it was already dark, the two decided to deal with the wild boar's body as well. It must be said that the wild boar has a much higher lean meat percentage than domestic pigs. Almost all lean meat, and the meat is very thick, with a clear distinction between skin and flesh. The two returned to the community under the stars and the moon. The inflatable boat was empty and nothing was put on it, making it seem like they came back without success to avoid being envied by others. But what they didn't know was that, even if they kept a low profile, they had already been targeted by others. The two returned home smelling strongly of fish. The old couple felt heartbroken to see the injured dog. Upon learning that the dog was hurt while protecting its owner, they felt even more distressed. They had already prepared dinner but turned the fire back on to specially stew a big pot of bone meat for the dog. This wild boar meat hasn't been eaten for over 10 years, right? Lu Jianan said, chewing on the wild boar meat with some emotion. That's right, who could have imagined it back then? We farmers one day wouldn't have land to plant, and even wild boars became protected animals, Yang Yujun echoed. Wild boar meat is very different from domestic pig meat. It is incredibly chewy, with distinct fibers, and feels somewhat like eating beef. Come on, Chow Chow, Ayu, it's easy to get a heat stroke from wild boar meat. Drink more soup. Yang Yujun served each of them a bowl of seaweed egg drop soup. Woo woo woo. The injured dog indicated that it wanted some too. We don't drink that unnutritious soup. Come on, Grandma will make you milk powder for calcium. Once the dog heard there was milk to drink, it wagged its tail excitedly. If every meal had meat and milk, it would be willing to be petted a few more times. Are you going out again tomorrow? Lu Jianan asked with some concern, as recent robbery cases nearby had increased, and every time Shin Xiaoyu and Lin Wanqiao went out, the two old ones at home were always on edge. Shin Xiaoyu looked at Lin Wanqiao, he listened to her. Lin Wanqiao also planned to stop. Although there were many resources in Shangshan, they must leave some for others. Even if they caught tons of fish, they might not finish them in a lifetime. We have enough supplies, there's no need to go out looking anymore. I noticed the rain has lessened a lot recently, I guess it might be ending. Really? The two elders exclaimed in unison, their faces full of surprise. If the rain could stop, that would be wonderful. Once the rain stops, the water level will eventually fall, and everyone won't be stuck in this small piece of land anymore. Although they said they weren't interested in going outside, deep down they still missed the days when they could wander around freely. Shin Xiaoyu did not show the same joy as the two elders upon hearing Lin Wanqiao's words. Instead, he frowned, thinking about something. You? Lin Wanqiao called him. Xiao Xiao, what did you say before? What will happen after the rain stops? The two elders also realized what was happening, their joy fading instantly into silence. They remembered Lin Wanqiao had said that after the rain stops, there would be extreme heat. Even if the flood recedes, people wouldn't be able to stay outside for long in such high temperatures, and crops would certainly not survive. People were just moving from one level of hell to another. Lin Wanqiao sighed. What is meant to come will come. We have already made thorough preparations, and we just need to live behind closed doors. The two elders nodded in agreement. I'll visit Qianqian's house in the next few days, bring her some supplies, and remind her to prepare. Since parting ways after delivering medicine last time, Lin Wanqiao hadn't heard from Yi Qian for a long time, so she decided to take some time to visit her. Chapter 66. The dog's injury hadn't healed, and Lin Wanqiao refused to take it out. When Lin Wanqiao went out with her backpack, her expression looked like that of a scorned wife. In the hallway, she unexpectedly ran into the family that had moved to the disaster relief site from room 401. They moved back? Their luggage was piled up in the hallway on the 7th floor, while several adults were cleaning the hallway to set up a sleeping area, and a child sat atop the luggage playing with a plastic bag. The clothes of both the adults and children were all patchy with brown stains, and their hair was greasy and knotted. Seeing Lin Wanqiao wanting to go down, they silently stepped aside to give her room. Yi Qian's house was very close. It took Lin Wanqiao only a few minutes to find the building where Yi Qian lived. She let the air out of the rubber boat and put it away. Yi Qian's home is on the 6th floor. Knock, knock, knock. Knocking on the door of 601. Who is it? Came Ye's father's voice from behind the door. It's me, Lin Wanqiao. Click, the door was opened. Before Lin Wanqiao could greet Ye's father, Yi Qian rushed out. Wanqiao, what are you doing here? Yi Qian saw Lin Wanqiao and smiled widely, hurriedly pulling her in from the doorway. I was just bored at home, so I came to see you. Lin Wanqiao noticed a man and a woman sitting on the living room sofa, devouring cookies, and a little boy playing with toys on the floor. The few of them didn't get up when Lin Wanqiao entered, just glanced at her and continued feeding the little boy cookies. I don't want it, I'm already full, the little boy loudly refused the adult's offers. What do you mean you're full? You've been hungry for so long, you look thin. These cookies are so good, hurry and eat more. The adults ignored the boy's struggles, shoving cookies into his mouth, crumbs falling everywhere. The cookies are too dry, Mom, I want water. His mother scolded, drink water? Are you silly? If you drink water, the cookies will swell up. Are there guests at your house? Lin Wanqiao glanced at Yi Qian. Yi Qian's smile vanished, and she nodded, let's go to my room. Lin Wanqiao greeted Ye's father and mother before following Yi Qian into the room. Make yourself comfortable, Wanqiao. After sitting down, Lin Wanqiao noticed Yi Qian's worried expression and couldn't help but ask. Qian, what happened? Yi Qian looked towards the door and whispered her complaint to Lin Wanqiao. It's those people in the living room making a fuss. Who are they? In someone else's home, eating like that is very impolite, especially with the current scarcity of resources. It's my uncle's family, Yi Qian said with a frown. Lin Wanqiao was puzzled. Didn't your family cut ties with your uncle's family long ago? What's going on now? In the past, Yi Qian had complained to her that her maternal grandparents favored their son and treated her mother poorly. Before getting married, all the household chores were done by her mother. After marrying, they gave her uncle the bride price to get a wife. In recent years, her grandmother suffered a stroke and made her mother serve her for 5 or 6 years. But all the demolition money from the old house went to her uncle. My mother's health is bad now because of serving them all those years. Last time my mom needed medicine, I went to find them, and instead of helping me find it, they scolded me and my dad out. The more Yi Qian spoke, the angrier she became. She pounded her little fist on the bed and took a deep breath, continuing furiously, they said my mom is like a daughter married off, like water spilled out, that she should die outside. How could they have the face to come to your house? And your dad actually agrees? If it were her, she wouldn't even let such people stand at her doorway. She found it unlucky. Yi Qian smiled bitterly, what can I do? My dad and I have to think about my mom, she's not well. As soon as they arrived, they cried a lot, and my mom softened her heart, thinking just to feed them once and send them away. Who knew it's easy to invite a god, but hard to send them off? They've stayed here ever since. It's hard for an honest official to judge family matters, and Lin Wanqiao was also at a loss for words. So what will you do? You can't just let them hang around, can you? Your supplies are nowhere near enough for their gluttony. Those cookies? I didn't give them to them, they clearly dug them out themselves. We can't even bear to eat them ourselves. The root of the problem lies with Yi Qian's mother. Qian, I'll go check on Auntie. I've been learning medicine recently, so I can take a look at her. Yi Qian led Lin Wanqiao to her parents' room, and Ye's father followed in too. He closed the door. Ye's mother lay weakly, her face pale. Lin Wanqiao greeted her and started taking out a stethoscope and blood pressure monitor from her backpack. Yi Qian covered her mouth in surprise. Wanqiao. You actually brought these with you? Lin Wanqiao calmly replied, I came to see Auntie, specially brought them, don't make noise. She listened to Auntie's heart and lungs, then took her blood pressure. Is Auntie taking her medicine all the time? After finishing the check, Lin Wanqiao asked. Yi father quickly answered, yes, she has been taking it, dare not stop. How is her health? So far it looks okay, blood pressure is good too. Just that Auntie's nutrition has fallen behind a bit, needs to pay attention to improving nutrition. Yi father glanced at Yi mother reproachfully, see, I told you to eat more regularly, but you just won't. In truth, he knew deep down that his wife was pretending to have a poor appetite to give the good food to him and Yi Qian. Yi mother smiled upon hearing this, but said nothing. In her heart, she felt that with her body, she would only be a burden to her husband and children, so eating less didn't matter. Lin Wanqiao looked at the door, then turned back and spoke seriously, Uncle, Auntie, there's something very important I need to say today. The three of them looked at her. I received news that the rain should stop soon. The three exchanged glances, joy written all over their faces. However, Lin Wanqiao delivered a heavy blow. You all feel it too, right? The temperature is getting higher and higher. The person who informed me last time said this year's temperature might be higher than any summer in the past, and it will last for a long time just like this wind and rain. Yi Qian shrugged, unfazed, hey, if it stops raining, we can just cool off, it's better than this. If it were that simple, I wouldn't have to come all this way to remind you. That person said extreme high temperature. It's better for you to prepare early. Then, what should we do? Yi Qian started to panic. If that day really comes, water will definitely be the most critical. Lin Wanqiao looked at Yi father and Yi mother. Uncle, Auntie, my strength is limited, and I can't always help you. You must also plan for yourselves and Shanshan. Your family already has enough to deal with, if you take in others. Upon hearing this, Yi mother sighed, it's my fault. You, this isn't your fault. Yi father comforted, knowing his wife was too sentimental. Yi mother's eyes reddened slightly, as if she had made up her mind, and said to Yi father, you should let them go. I have already repaid the kindness of Ma and Pa for raising me all these years, I no longer owe them anything. Chapter 67. While everyone was discussing with the door closed, the door was pushed open. Sis, where did you put the milk? Xiaobao wants to drink milk. The middle-aged man entered and immediately asked for something. Yi Qian unceremoniously replied, what time is it now? Others don't even have clean water to drink, and you want milk? There isn't any. The middle-aged man put on a serious face, unhappy, is this how you talk to your elders, so rude? Sis, how do you teach your child? No manners at all. Yi Qian was about to argue back, but Lin Wanqiao pulled her back. Yi mother coughed lightly and said calmly, Mu, when are you and your wife planning to go back? Feng Mu was a bit incredulous, go back? Where to? Sis, are you trying to kick us out? You staying here isn't a solution. Mom and Dad still need you to take care of them. You can see my situation, Shanshan is just a girl and can't help much, and your brother-in-law is already struggling alone to support the family, I can't help you anymore. Before Yi mother could finish speaking, a woman's voice interrupted. Feng Mu's wife, Sheng Qin, impatiently brought the boy to the door. My sister said we should go back home. Feng Mu said to Sheng Qin. Go home? Home where? The woman's voice was sharp, she didn't want to return to that broken family, where there was nothing to eat or drink and all she did was take care of two old people every day. Mom, I don't want to go home. I don't want to go home. Upon hearing his parents wanted to take him home, the little boy immediately burst into tears. This place not only had enough food but also endless cookies and milk, with soft cozy blankets, he didn't want to leave here. The boy clung to his mother's hand, crying and making a scene. Sheng Qin crouched down to comfort her son, constantly soothing him, little treasure, don't cry, don't cry. Who said we are going home? We won't go home, we will stay here. Feng Mu pointed at his wife and child, saying to Ye's mother, sister, you see it too. Our family has nothing to eat or drink in the old home, and you are here enjoying life. Can you bear it? Have some pity on us, little treasure is your own nephew. Look how skinny he has become. Ye's mother turned her head away, feeling a bit sad, after all, that was her own brother. Yi Qian could not hold back any longer and sarcastically said, enjoying life? Don't you know why my mother is not well? When my mother needed you, you said that a married daughter is like spilled water. After you used my mother, you just tossed her aside. Now that you're not living well yourself, you come back to play the family card. There's no one more disgusting than you. Feng Mu was furious at Yi Qian's words, raising his hand to strike her face. Ye's father reacted quickly and grabbed Feng Mu's hand before it could hit Yi Qian. What are you doing? He shouted at Feng Mu. It was already bad enough that they were eating and drinking at his home, now they wanted to hit his daughter. Feng Mu lost face, his expression very ugly. He retorted, "What am I doing? I'm teaching a lesson to your girl. How dare she speak disrespectfully to her elder? My daughter is not under your control." Ye's father shook off his hand heavily, huffing. "Besides, Qian is not wrong. Since you abandoned your sister before, now why come back pretending to care? You." Feng Mu's face turned red. He never expected Ye's father would be so unrelenting, pointing at him and unable to say a word. Ye's father bluntly continued, "You know what tricks you are playing, now we are politely asking you to leave. If you don't go, don't blame me for being harsh and kicking you out. Well. You are all here enjoying meals while watching our parents and younger brother's family starve. Feng Yu. Aren't you afraid of divine punishment?" Xingqin jumped up and shouted at Ye's mother. In this family, Ye's mother had the softest personality, so Xingqin thought it would be easy to manipulate her. Unfortunately, this time she miscalculated. Ye's mother had already been deeply hurt and remained indifferent to Xingqin's harsh words. Yi Qian would not allow her to humiliate her mother like that and stepped forward to push Xingqin. "Watch your mouth." The boy saw Yi Qian pushing his mother and rushed up, swinging his fists at Yi Qian. "Bad woman. I will kill you, I will kill you. Giving the old woman milk and not giving me, I'll kill you." He had clearly seen Yi Qian sneaking around with a bottle of milk, feeding the old woman. His mother said that the old woman was sick and useless, wasting food when they could eat it instead, yet she dared to give her milk. It was too wasteful. The boy didn't stop at just hitting, he bit Yi Qian's hand. Ah! Yi Qian felt pain and angrily swung her arm, causing the boy to stumble and fall to the ground. She looked at her hand, which was already marked with deep bite marks. Xingqin hurried to help her son and seeing he was fine, stood up wanting to pull Yi Qian's hair, cursing, "Damn bitch! How dare you hit my son, I'll kill you." Feng Mu saw his wife and child being bullied by Yi Qian. He also cursed and stepped forward to hit someone. Originally, this was Yi Qian's family matter, and Lin Wanqiao didn't plan to get involved, but things had escalated to this point. She couldn't just watch her best friend suffer. So she dashed forward and kicked Xingqin right in the knee. When Xingqin fell to the ground, she directly mounted her, one hand grabbing Xingqin's hair, forcing her to lift her face, and the other hand swung. Slap! 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 The entire sequence flowed smoothly. 5 slaps landed, directly stunning everyone present. Feng Mu realized what happened and rushed forward to grab Lin Wanqiao, but Ye's father held him back from behind. Years of hard labor made Ye's father stronger than the scrawny Feng Mu. Just now, the boy who yelled about wanting to hit someone saw Lin Wanqiao's fierce look and immediately shrank back, not daring to approach. The woman, with a swollen face from being slapped, viciously cursed at Lin Wanqiao, "You filthy bitch, how dare you hit me? Let me go, or I will find some wild men to kill you." Still daring to speak filth. Lin Wanqiao got angry, pulled out a dagger from her pocket, and jabbed it into the woman's mouth. Ah! The woman's scream was deafening, blood continuously oozing from her mouth. "Since your mouth can't speak properly, don't say anything from now on," Lin Wanqiao said lightly. Yi Qian looked at Lin Wanqiao with eyes full of admiration. How did she not know her friend could be so cool? "Are you going to leave or not?" Lin Wanqiao pressed the tip of the knife against the woman's neck and asked. The woman, with tears and snot flowing down, made muffled noises and nodded frantically. Lin Wanqiao then turned to Feng Mu, who was restrained by his father, and asked, "What about you?" Seeing that he was at a disadvantage, Feng Mu could only nod in submission. Hearing this, Lin Wanqiao released Xingqin, but the dagger was still pointed at her. Yi Qian hurriedly ran into a room and came out carrying a pile of clothes and a few bundles, throwing them onto the living room floor. "Take your things and get out." Feng Mu and his wife pulled the boy and randomly grabbed clothes from the ground to stuff into the bags, fleeing as if they were being chased by ghosts. Chapter 68. The front door was closed again, and the whole world became quiet. Lin Wanqiao looked at Ye's father and mother. Although today's situation was urgent, those people were their relatives, and she was afraid they would have thoughts about her ruthless actions. To her surprise, when she turned back, she received 3 pairs of eyes filled with admiration and gratitude. "Jiao Jiao, you are so cool," Yi Qian said with starry eyes, pulling Lin Wanqiao to reminisce about how she had turned that dreadful woman into a pig's head. Lin Wanqiao was speechless. How could she not be afraid? She had just stabbed someone's mouth open. "Alright, Chen Shen, today we drove them away, but they might come back or even seek revenge. I can't always be here by chance, you need to stand strong." Jiao Jiao is right, Ye's father agreed, we need to be clear-headed. If disaster strikes again in the future, being soft-hearted will only harm ourselves. Having accomplished her goal, Lin Wanqiao prepared to take her leave. Wait! Yi Qian suddenly remembered and hurriedly called out to Lin Wanqiao. She ran back to her room and quickly returned holding a bulging plastic bag. "You said before that you raised a dog, right?" she said as she opened the plastic bag. "I don't have much to give you." Last time you praised me for my knitting, so I thought I'd cut up some old clothes to make a few outfits for the dog. She felt a bit shy, scratching her head. Don't laugh at me, it's not anything fancy. Just take it back for the dog to wear and play with. Lin Wanqiao rummaged through the clothes Yi Qian made. They were all delicate and cute, surprisingly even including a raincoat. Every time the dog went out, it was wrapped in a plastic bag. It would definitely be happy to see these. I almost forgot, I have something for you too. Lin Wanqiao started pulling out 2 boxes of medicinal liquor, a 10-pound bag of rice, 3 fish marinated by Yang Yuchuan in recent days, and a small paper box with a hollow inside. Yi Qian's eyes widened as she watched Lin Wanqiao take out one thing after another. Wait, Jiao Jiao, your bag doesn't look big, how can it hold so much? Lin Wanqiao felt guilty and didn't dare to answer. She opened the paper box for Yi Qian and the others to see. Chickens. Now Yi's father and mother were also shocked, watching with wide eyes. This is a rooster and a hen. If you raise them well, they can lay eggs and also hatch chicks. Yi's father and mother quickly declined, saying they couldn't accept such precious things. Lin Wanqiao did not waste time with them and directly said that her family could not keep them. If they were not wanted, they could only be killed and served on the table, which would be a pity. Yi Qian, seeing Lin Wanqiao help her, instantly had tears in her eyes, grabbing Lin Wanqiao's hand and trembling. Alright, I'm leaving now. If you need anything, just come find me. Lin Wanqiao returned just in time for lunch. She saw the dog waiting at Yang Yujuan's feet with its bowl, eager for food. The clothes Yi Qian sent today were just for the dog to wear for fun, but it reminded her that she hadn't prepared the winter clothes for the dog yet. However, while she could still hold a knife, it was a bit difficult to handle an embroidery needle. She took out a set of women's cold-proof clothing from her space and handed it to Yang Yujuan, hoping she could help modify it into a dog-sized winter outfit. Upon hearing it was for the dog, Yang Yujuan immediately smiled and took it gladly. Grandma, remember to make it a bit bigger, the dog still seems to be growing. Lin Wanqiao kindly reminded. Do I need you to tell me? Yang Yujuan proudly turned and left. Days passed, and the dog's wounds healed day by day. The scabs began to fall off in the past few days, revealing the new, tender flesh underneath. 2 days ago, the government had just come to deliver this week's supplies. This time, there was no soaked rice, they directly changed to compressed biscuits, and drinking water was no longer 1 per person but 1 per family. This approach made everyone explode with anger. It was hard enough to tighten their belts and get by. Without drinking water, one could die at any moment. But no matter how much they protested, the government could not provide extra supplies. Later, Hu Minggui received instructions and began to guide each household on how to make homemade filters to collect rainwater. Everyone had no choice but to face it head-on. But the things they could use for fuel at home were already scarce. They had used up all the furniture that could be chopped up for cooking. Now adding boiling water, where would they have enough? As a result, many people held onto a sliver of hope, drinking the filtered water directly without boiling it. Soon, the community was filled with cries of "Oh no!" At first, some people went to the hospital, but upon arrival, they discovered the hospital was packed full of patients suffering from diarrhea and vomiting due to eating contaminated food, and the worst part was that the hospital had run out of medicine long ago. Eventually, they could only endure it at home. Some even found Dr. Huang's house, hoping to take advantage of her work to get some medicine. Fortunately, Dr. Huang was mostly at work, and there were only 2 elderly individuals at home. Let alone diarrhea medicine, they couldn't even recognize many words. With Lu Jianan often going downstairs, if he encountered those who were shameless, he could still speak a few words to help. Gradually, no one came to their door anymore. Perhaps everyone had gotten used to their upset stomachs, the community began to recover its old tranquility. But this tranquility was soon shattered one afternoon. Woof! The dog barked lightly towards the front door. Someone is coming, Lin Wanqiao said cautiously to everyone at home. The dog often slept at the front door and was very familiar with the footsteps of the few people who walked by. It would not bark like this otherwise. Lin Wanqiao called over Xin Xiaoyu. The 2 of them looked through the peephole and could clearly see several burly men standing at their iron gate, studying it. Lin Wanqiao pressed her ear against the door. "Gu, the electric pen isn't lighting up, it seems like there's no power," one of the bald men said to the man beside him who was smoking. "Try measuring again, don't point it at just one spot, try the side." The bald man confirmed that the iron gate had no power. "There really isn't, Gu." Saying this, he took off his rubber gloves and directly reached for the doorknob. Seeing this, Gu took the last puff from his cigarette and tossed the butt away. "Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and open it." The bald man and the other 2, upon command, pulled out tools from their pockets and began to pick the lock. Lin Wanqiao and the others inside saw everything clearly. These people's faces were unfamiliar, a few of them had tattoos peeking out from beneath their clothes, clearly not residents of this neighborhood. 3 people were working on the lock, one was providing light, one was handing tools, and one was directly opening the lock. His lock-picking tools looked professional. These people can't be professional thieves, can they? Yang Yujun guessed. Have you ever seen a thief stealing during the day? Lu Jianan rebutted first. Lin Wanqiao scoffed. It wasn't just the boldness of picking locks in broad daylight, these people had even prepared a voltage tester and insulated gloves ahead of time. This is targeted at us, and it seems they know our situation very well, she said quietly. But I've never seen them in the neighborhood, Yan Yujun expressed her confusion. Shen Xiaoyu also understood. Are you saying someone in this building has betrayed us? Lin Wanqiao slowly nodded. Someone was starting trouble again. Chapter 69. During the day, to save electricity, the power to the iron gate is off, only turned on at night. This group of people thought the information was wrong, grumbling while fiddling with the lock. What iron gate has power? I wasted half a day looking for a voltage tester. Stop talking nonsense and hurry up, the boss ordered. What are you doing so early at my door? Lin Wanqiao opened the door, stepping out empty-handed, smiling brightly. Shen Xiaoyu felt a chill at the back of his neck. With her so cheerfully smiling, this group was doomed. Seeing they had been discovered by the homeowner, the few people showed no shame at all and instead became even more arrogant. One short man shouted at Lin Wanqiao, "Pay up for protection, hurry up, open the door." Protection fee? This area now belongs to our boss Ji, everyone has to pay protection fees. Lin Wanqiao feigned innocence, asking, "How are you going to protect us?" The bald man answered impatiently, "In this area, as long as you are under our boss Ji's protection, no one will dare touch you. Don't hesitate, just open the door." Why should I trust you? What if you collect the protection fee and don't do anything? The bald man quickly replied, "Why? Just ask your neighbor across the hall, they can't live peacefully without our boss's protection." Great, in just a few exchanges, they sold Hu Mingue out. Alright, how much is the protection fee? 10 jin of rice per person, 5 jin of pork. Lin Wanqiao pretended to struggle. That's so much, we can't take that much stuff from our home. The bald man banged on the iron gate loudly. What are you pretending for? Premium rice can be given away easily, even the dogs you raise are fat. You must have this little food. Very well. Lin Wanqiao had figured out who was betraying them, so she stopped pretending. She sneered at them and said, "If you have the ability, come in and take it." She signaled behind her toward the security door. Inside the security door, Shen Xiaoyu received the signal, and the power switch was pulled to the bottom in one go. Hearing this, the bald man and the short man grew furious and began violently trying to break the lock. In an instant, a sizzling sound of electricity rang out, conducting through the iron gate and suddenly jolting the two men with their hands on the door. The bald man and the short man were instantly struck by a massive surge of electricity, the shock traveling through their bodies in a blink. Their nervous systems reflexively caused them to spasm violently, gripping the iron gate tighter. The other two lackeys' first reaction was to pull them back, but Go grabbed them. Don't move. Put on gloves before pulling them. Lin Wanqiao raised an eyebrow, at least this one had a bit of sense. Unfortunately, by the time they hurriedly put on gloves and pulled the men back, it was too late. The two men lay stiff on the ground, their 10 fingers all turned grayish-white, lifeless. The security door at home opened. The dog charged out first, showing its teeth at the group from behind the iron gate, continuously growling like a wild beast. Following that, Shen Xiaoyu and Lu Jianan came out with weapons in hand. One was holding a crossbow. 2 men were holding a kitchen knife and an electric baton. After losing 2 brothers, Brother Qi's anger was fully ignited. He spat on the ground, rolled up his sleeves, put on gloves, and drew an axe. Dare to mess with me? Brothers, smash this door. The remaining 2, hearing this, also swung their axes and began smashing the lock on the iron door. Even with such a big commotion on the 16th floor, not a single neighbor was disturbed. No, wait, there is one. Lin Wanqiao saw a head peeking out from the stairway. It was none other than Granny Li's son, Zheng Taizhu. She hadn't planned to settle the score with him, but now he had come knocking on her door. But right now, she didn't have the energy to deal with this scum, she had more pressing matters to handle. Shen Xiaoyu, holding a crossbow, aimed carefully. With a release of his hand, an arrow flew through the crack in the iron door and struck one of the men in the left shoulder. Damn! That hurts like hell. It missed. Shen Xiaoyu was a bit frustrated. He swapped arrows and aimed again, preparing for a second shot. But at that very moment, the door lock gave way. The iron door was opened. Whoosh! The second arrow flew out. The first thug who rushed in was unlucky enough to be shot directly in the heart, clutching his chest in agony as he collapsed. Brother Qi didn't expect these people to be so tough, losing 3 of his men in just a few minutes. He helped another injured thug and retreated behind the fire door in the hallway, not daring to advance. Seeing Zhang Taizhu, who was also observing the situation in the hallway, his eyes quickly turned, and a plan formed in his mind. You, come here. Brother Qi grabbed Zheng Taizhu and used him as a human shield, pressing his axe against his neck as he walked out from behind the door. Drop your weapons, or I'll kill him. Brother Qi threatened Lin Wanqiao and the others. Ha! Lin Wanqiao laughed, dug her ear, and asked again, what did you say? Kill who? Shut the hell up and throw down your weapons. Or I'll kill him. Brother Qi continued to threaten. Lin Wanqiao shrugged, indifferent, oh, then go ahead and kill him. You really don't care if your neighbor dies? Brother Qi was losing his mind. These people weren't following the script. If he dies, how are you going to explain it to his mother? Lin Wanqiao dropped her act and said directly, why should I care if he dies? Do you think I don't know you two are in this together? Hurry up and kill him, or I'll have to do it myself, save me some effort. Brother Qi then realized that Lin Wanqiao's earlier posturing was just a tactic to get them to talk. Realizing this, he threw Zhang Taizhu aside, reached into his pocket, pulled out a dark object, and raised it, pretending to throw it. I don't believe you're not afraid of this. Xin Xiaoyu froze when he saw the object in Brother Qi's hand. His muscles seemed to stiffen. That was a real grenade. Lin Wanqiao also recognized it. There really was a grenade. This meant a real explosion. Forget about them, the whole building could be in danger. Seeing Lin Wanqiao and the others so wary, Brother Qi laughed proudly, scared now, huh? If you're scared, just drop your weapons. Saying this, he kicked one of his thugs. Throw out the ropes and tie them up. 2 long ropes were thrown over. Xin Xiaoyu and the others dared not act rashly and had no choice but to put down their weapons. Brother Qi ordered again, go to the wall, squat down. The 4 obeyed. Brother Qi then told his thugs and Zheng Taizhu, go ahead and tie them all up. As the thugs approached with the rope, Xin Xiaoyu whispered to Lin Wanqiao with a barely noticeable voice, I'll grab the grenade later, you and the old folks get inside the house. Lin Wanqiao slightly shook her head. It was too dangerous. Absolutely not, if the grenade exploded, then he. Xin Xiaoyu flashed a smile at Lin Wanqiao, reassuring her, don't worry, everything's fine. In the blink of an eye, Zheng Taizhu and the thugs were already approaching with the rope. Seeing that Lin Wanqiao and the others had surrendered, Brother Qi prepared to lower his arm that was holding the grenade. But before he could, Xin Xiaoyu sprang up in one quick movement. Reaching for the grenade, he made a bold move. Oh no, he has encountered someone fearless. The little brother preparing to tie up Lin Wanqiao also stopped, hurried to support his boss. Leaving only Zhang Taizhu, standing beside Lin Wanqiao, dumbfounded with a rope in hand. Lu Jianan raised the electric baton and brutally jabbed it into Zhang Taizhu's abdomen. As Zhang Taizhu fell to the ground in pain, he shouted to Lin Wanqiao, quick, go help you, we'll handle this here with your grandma. Xin Xiaoyu was already locked in a struggle with Brother Qi, their hands tightly gripping the grenade, neither daring to let go. Seeing he couldn't separate the two, the little brother grabbed an axe and aimed to strike Xin Xiaoyu. Lin Wanqiao's eyes widened in anger. In a few swift steps, she snatched the axe from the little brother's hands and kicked him fiercely in the chest with all her might. With that kick, the little brother heard the sound of his bones shattering inside his body. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, fell to the ground, and clutched his stomach, letting out a tragic scream. Clang! The sound of something heavy hitting the ground was particularly piercing. Lin Wanqiao turned her head. Brother Qi stared at the remaining pin in his hand, his face full of terror. The next second, he dashed down the 16th floor corridor like a rabbit. In his panic and haste, he missed a step and tumbled down the stairs. Run! Xin Xiaoyu kicked the grenade away and turned to grab Lin Wanqiao to pull her into the room. Lin Wanqiao knew well that in such a narrow corridor, the explosion could easily destroy the building. Running was also a death sentence. But she didn't know if her space could withstand the explosion. At that moment, she had no other choice. She shook off Xin Xiaoyu's hand and went to pick up the grenade on the floor. No! Xin Xiaoyu's eyes widened in rage. Chow Chow! The 2 elders saw Lin Wanqiao reaching for the grenade and were so frightened they nearly fainted. Just as Lin Wanqiao's hand touched the grenade. Boom! The grenade exploded almost simultaneously as it was thrown into the space. Lin Wanqiao felt a buzzing in her head, and a sharp pain spread throughout her body from her head. Her consciousness went blank. Xin Xiaoyu watched her body crumple to the ground like a pile of mud. Chapter 70. Xin Xiaoyu rushed to Lin Wanqiao's side, supporting her, checking her breath, and listening closely to her heartbeat against her chest. The 2 elders were so tense they didn't dare to breathe. How is she? Yang Yujun spoke with a trembling voice. Xin Xiaoyu carefully lifted Lin Wanqiao and carried her home. The elders followed closely behind. He gently placed her on the bed, then finally remembered to answer Yang Yujun's question. Her heart rate is normal, she should be fine. Grandfather and grandmother, please stay and take care of Chow Chow, and keep the door closed. After saying this, he turned and left. Lu Jianan chased after him, grabbing him, and asked, "You, where are you going?" Looking at him, it seemed he was intending to confront those who had escaped. Shin Xiaoyu radiated a fierce aura, his eyes tinged with blood as he subtly pulled away Lu Jianan's hand and coldly replied, "I have to take care of this. If they get away today, there will be endless trouble in the future." Lu Jianan knew he couldn't persuade him, so he could only worryingly remind him to be careful. Shin Xiaoyu nodded, picked up the bow and arrow along with the dagger from the ground, and dashed downstairs. He initially thought that having delayed for so long, the others would have run far away. Unexpectedly, as Brother Qi and the others rushed downstairs, they hadn't heard an explosion and assumed it was a dud grenade, so they turned back to check. In the corridor on the 15th floor, they bumped right into Shin Xiaoyu. "You're looking for death." Shin Xiaoyu's tone was icy, his dark eyes containing a violent aura capable of destroying everything. His veins bulged as he threw punch after punch, striking Brother Qi's face, almost as if he were venting rage. Brother Qi was caught off guard and took several hits in quick succession, staggering backward. But with stairs beneath him, his entire body leaned back. Shin Xiaoyu suddenly reached out and tightly gripped Chiga's collar as he was about to fall. His hand was like a steel claw as he pulled up Chiga directly and slammed him hard against the wall. Chiga slammed against the wall and felt like he was about to spit blood, but before he could cry out in pain, Shin Xiaoyu's hand tightly choked his neck. Suffocation turned his face red. Chiga used his hands and feet desperately to hit Shin Xiaoyu, trying to make him let go. "You, damn it! Let go! Be careful, I'll call someone to kill you," Chiga still shouted arrogantly. Shin Xiaoyu pressed his lips tightly together, his eyes blood red and cold, looking at Chiga as if he was looking at a dead man. A cold light flashed. It was swift and decisive. Warm blood splashed on Shin Xiaoyu's handsome face, his expression showing no change as he casually threw Chiga to the ground like trash. "Ha! Ha!" Chiga lay on the ground, blood frothing from his mouth, blood flowing into his windpipe, making a gurgling sound as if begging for help. His hands desperately covered the wound on his neck, trying to stop the blood gushing out, but it was all in vain. Zhang Taizhu and another little brother saw this scene and were already scared to death, stumbling as they ran down the stairs. Shin Xiaoyu stood still, drawing his crossbow. Whoosh! This arrow hit the little brother's calf directly. Whoosh! An arrow struck Zhang Taizhu's back. Ah! The little brother, hit in the calf, screamed and fell, rolling down the stairs and finally stopping on the 14th floor. He struggled to get up, blood all over his head, but the sharp pain in his leg made him fall again and again. Shin Xiaoyu's face was dark, silent, stepping down the stairs one by one, approaching him. "Please, don't kill me. It was Chiga and the others who called me here, it has nothing to do with me." The little brother had lost all his previous arrogance, tears and snot flowing, begging as he crawled backward. Shin Xiaoyu stopped and raised the crossbow again. "Don't kill me." Seeing he had nowhere to run, he desperately knocked on the door of 1401 behind him. "Help! Open the door, help! Someone's been killed." But all he received in return was endless silence. Whoosh! This time, the arrow struck directly into his heart. The little brother fell to the ground, lifeless. Shen Xiaoyu walked down another floor but did not see Zhang Tiezhu's figure again. Thinking of Yang Yujun and Grandma Li's relationship, he chose not to wipe them all out. He turned and went upstairs, pulling out the arrow lodged in the little brother's chest. This arrow could still be used, it was not to be wasted. After putting it away, he dragged the little brother's body to the window on the 14th floor and threw it directly out. Splash! The body fell from high up into the water, creating a huge splash. He did the same with Chiga's body, throwing it down as well. The hallway was stained with blood everywhere, quite terrifying. But he had no intention of cleaning it up, the more these people feared, the better. This incident arose from an insider. He wanted these people to know what consequences awaited those who had designs on 1602. Downstairs at 802. Zhang Taizhu was desperately knocking on the door. Jiang Chui had been waiting anxiously, and upon hearing Zhang Tiezhu's noise, quickly pulled the door open. "How did it go? Did you succeed?" Her face was full of urgent greed. It wasn't until Zhang Tiezhu's body heavily pressed against her that she became flustered. When she saw the arrow lodged in her husband's back, she suddenly screamed. "Husband! What happened to you?" Zhang Taizhu lay on the ground motionless, his back soaked with a large patch of blood. Jiang Chui pushed him, but there was no response at all. Ah! She was so scared that she fell to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. "What happened? What happened?" Li Guifan, hearing the noise, limped out using a crutch. She saw Zhang Taizhu lying on the ground, unconscious, at a glance. "Taizhu? Taizhu?" No response. She cried out to heaven and rushed to her son's side, trembling as she checked Zhang Tiezhu's breath. Fortunately, there was breath. She looked at the arrow wound on his back, though it was not a vital spot. but it has already penetrated to the bone. She suddenly had a sharp look in her eyes, pointing at Jiang Shui and fiercely asking, "Tell me. What on earth happened? Who did it?" Jiang Shui was so frightened that she lost her mind. She only wanted Zheng Taizhu to quietly follow and see if he was successful. She never thought that Lin Wanqiao and the others could resist those fierce thugs. Jiang Shui panicked. What would she do if Zheng Taizhu died? Facing her mother-in-law's questioning, her eyes shifted nervously, and her mouth stuttered, not daring to tell the truth. I don't know either. Li Guifan saw her daughter-in-law's expression and immediately understood half of it. It must have been this woman who goaded her into doing something. Enraged, she picked up her cane and viciously struck Jiang Shui. But she had injured her foot, and with no support, her whole body lost balance and fell to the ground. Ignoring the severe pain in her leg, she pointed at Jiang Shui's face, her fingers trembling with anger. I want a divorce. Chapter 71. Lin Wanqiao woke up with a severe headache. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw a giant dog head. Woo woo woo. Seeing Lin Wanqiao awake, the dog excitedly wiggled in place, constantly stretching out its tongue to lick her face. Don't lick, don't lick. Lin Wanqiao rejected the enthusiastic dog, wiping the drool from her cheek. Ah, so smelly, very disgusting. Woof. You are awake. Xin Xiaoyu, wearing an apron and holding a spatula, stood at the door with a face full of joy. Lu Jianan squeezed in from behind. Xiao Qiao, you woke up. He turned back to the kitchen and shouted, Yujun, hurry over, Xiao Qiao is awake. The whole family sat neatly by her bedside, asking how she was doing. Yan Yujun touched Lin Wanqiao's head and asked, Xiao Qiao, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Lin Wanqiao smiled and shook her head. She did feel a bit of a headache when she first woke up, but it was already much better now. Yang Yujun held Lin Wanqiao's hand, examining her from top to bottom. Really nothing wrong? That scared us to death. Lu Jianan chimed in, Xiao Qiao, if you feel uncomfortable, you must tell Grandpa, don't just bear it alone. Lin Wanqiao nodded. Actually, there is a little bit. Hearing this, the three of them were all startled and spoke in unison. Where do you feel uncomfortable? My stomach is growling. She pretended to frown and rubbed her belly. The three of them breathed a sigh of relief. Yan Yujun scolded lightly as she hit Lin Wanqiao's hand. You're just messing around, you've scared your grandparents. You must be hungry, you've been in a deep sleep for a whole day and night, you know? Lin Wanqiao was surprised, she had been unconscious for so long. The food will be ready soon, wait a moment, I'll bring it over for you. Xin Xiaoyu said. No, I'm really fine, just go eat in the dining room. Lin Wanqiao quickly jumped out of bed to prove that she was perfectly fine. Seeing her really seemed fine, the three of them also relaxed. It was so hot, and she hadn't showered since yesterday, she felt a bit stale. Lin Wanqiao got up to take a shower. As she shed her clothes, Lin Wanqiao looked at the woman in the mirror. Long hair like ink, lips red and teeth white, a young and innocent face with a pair of eyes full of stories that seemed out of place. Her gaze moved to the jade pendant on her chest. The jade pendant glimmered with a soft bluish-white light, making her skin look like shining white snow. Gathering her courage, she cautiously focused her thoughts to enter the space. She had thought it would be a mess since when she threw the grenading yesterday, she didn't have time to choose a place. She was prepared for all the supplies to be destroyed. But to her surprise, the space was exactly the same as before, with supplies neatly stacked. Only the area where the fish from the reservoir were piled up had exploded extensively. But only a quarter of the fish meat was destroyed. Ah! This was really too lucky. Lin Wanqiao exclaimed excitedly. What happened, Xiao Qiao? Outside, Xin Xiaoyu heard the noise and thought Lin Wanqiao was in trouble, so he rushed to open the bathroom door. She forgot to lock the door. The two of them stood there stunned. Ah! This time, she really screamed. Xin Xiaoyu reacted, his face turning red as he quickly closed the door again. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. His entire face was flushed, like a child who made a mistake, constantly apologizing with his back to the door. In the bathroom, Lin Wanqiao turned red from her neck to her forehead, her whole body burning with heat. She had no interest in continuing to wash up, she simply rinsed her body, grabbed a towel, wiped herself haphazardly, and put on her clothes. Calm down, it's no big deal, we're all adults now. Lin Wanqiao stood inside the door, taking deep breaths, constantly reassuring herself. After adjusting her emotions, she opened the door and walked out. Xin Xiaoyu had not left, he was still standing with his back to the door, and upon hearing the noise behind him, he reflexively turned around. At this moment, Lin Wanqiao was in a set of pajamas, her hair still wet and dripping. Water droplets slid down her delicate neck along her collarbone, soaking her clothes. The thin fabric clung tightly to her body, outlining the graceful figure of a young girl. Having initially managed to control his emotions, Xin Xiaoyu now felt his mind explode with a roar. A wave of heat surged from below, engulfing his entire body and mind. eat. Xin Xiaoyu fled in panic. The elderly couple preparing dinner in the kitchen had no idea about the story unfolding here, calling out, "Dinner's ready, Xiao Xiao, hurry up and eat." Lin Wanqiao returned to her room to grab a towel and cover her hair, only to find her clothes wet from her damp hair, so she changed again before heading to the dining room. Xin Xiaoyu sat stiffly, mechanically shoveling rice into his mouth with a bowl in hand. The elderly couple found it strange that Xin Xiaoyu was just as awkward as when he first came to their home, so they encouraged him to eat more vegetables. Seeing Xin Xiaoyu like this, Lin Wanqiao felt relieved. Having been hungry for a day and night, eating was the most important. As she ate, she asked how those people from yesterday were doing. The elderly couple also looked at Xin Xiaoyu. Those people were dealt with by him, and yesterday, they had been so focused on Lin Wanqiao that they forgot to ask. Xin Xiaoyu set down his bowl and chopsticks, clearing his throat. "I handled all those people, only Zhang Taizhu wasn't severely dealt with, but he's definitely hurt badly." After saying this, he carefully observed the expression on Lin Wanqiao's face, unsure if his unilateral decision would upset her. After hearing this, Lin Wanqiao showed no sign of displeasure but instead praised, "You did the right thing. Those people are vicious, they must not be allowed to go back alive, or next time, they will retaliate even more fiercely. As for Zhang Taizhu, we've shown Grandma Li enough mercy, as long as he doesn't bother us again, we can treat this incident as if it never happened and continue to live in peace." Yang Yuchuan had a complicated expression. She and Li Guifan had not only migrated from Shangshan together but had also been close friends for more than 20 years, a friendship that couldn't be easily broken. But this time, it was clear that her son had leaked their family's information, bringing the bad guys to them. Otherwise, how would they know that their family had food and a dog, and that only they had been shocked by the electric gate? If it weren't for Qiao Qiao having this magical space, their family might have long been dead at the hands of thieves. Forget it, consider it repaying the years of help. In the future, it's best if they don't interact anymore. I'm afraid Zhang Taizhu alone couldn't pull off such a big thing. Xin Xiaoyu had regained his composure and joined the conversation. Lin Wanqiao nodded in agreement. That's right, a person like Zhang Taizhu surely wouldn't know those kinds of people. Didn't you hear them say that Hu Minghua is also someone they cover for? I think this incident must also be connected to Hu Minghua. Lu Jianan angrily said, "That pesky Hu Minghua, always lurking in the shadows, instigating trouble." But we still have no evidence to hold him. Evil people will eventually face their fate, let's just wait. Lin Wanqiao said softly. Chapter 72. The next morning, the iron door of 1602 was knocked on. Lin Wanqiao rubbed her sleepy eyes and went to open the door. It was Grandma Li. Li Guifan smiled awkwardly upon seeing Lin Wanqiao. "Qiao Qiao, is your grandmother at home?" Yang Yujun was busy making breakfast in the kitchen. Hearing Li Guifan's voice, she put down what she was doing and walked over. "Guifan, you're here." Yang Yujun spoke in a flat tone. Seeing her old friend's attitude, Li Guifan knew she was resentful towards herself. "Yujun, I'm here to apologize. My son is useless, he caused you big trouble at the instigation of his wife. It's my fault for not raising him well." Li Guifan sincerely apologized, feeling somewhat ashamed. Unable to seek Lin Wanqiao to treat the injury, she had to pull the arrow out of Zhang Taizhu's back herself and bandage it. Last night, Zhang Taizhu had already woken up. Through him, Li Guifan learned the whole story. Initially, she insisted her son divorce that wicked daughter-in-law, Jiang Cui. Upon hearing Li Guifan wanted her to divorce Zhang Taizhu, Jiang Cui immediately wailed and lamented, recounting her hardships over the years in the Zhang family, pleading with the grandchildren to beg for her. Seeing his wife's pitiful appearance and recalling everything she did for their family, Zhang Taizhu's heart softened. He knelt down to plead with Li Guifan, asking her to forgive Jiang Cui for the sake of the two children. A tear dropped from Li Guifan's murky eyes. She approached to hold Yang Yujun's hand but was subtly dodged away by her. "Yujun, it's reasonable that you don't forgive me." She wiped the tears from her eyes and continued, "I have no choice. The children are still so small. At my age, if I drive that woman away, there will be no one to take care of them. I can't rest easy even in death." Having known Li Guifan for many years, Yang Yujun didn't want to hold grudges anymore. She calmly said, "Guifan, let the past be the past. For your sake, I won't make things difficult for Jiang Cui and them. From now on, let's keep our doors closed and live our own lives." Yujun tears streamed down Li Guifan's face. She realized this meant their friendship was ending. "You have trouble walking, don't stand here. Go back. Take care of yourself." After Yang Yujun finished speaking, she took Lin Wanqiao's arm and walked back. Li Guifan stood there dumbfounded as the door closed before her. After a long silence, she sighed and turned to support herself on the railing as she limped home. Since that day, Lin Wanqiao's family had enjoyed peace for quite a while. In the past, when they went downstairs to stroll, people would crowd around to ask this and that, but now it was as if mice saw a cat, everyone hit upon seeing them. Lin Wanqiao was very satisfied. In these few days, the hallway grew lively again. It turned out that the families from 201 and 202 were gradually returning with big and small packages from the shelter. Several families also came with relatives seeking refuge. It was said that the shelter was now overcrowded. Only those who got there early could secure a good spot. Later arrivals had to squeeze into a corner of the aisle. Some even spread their bedding all the way to the bathroom door. If it weren't for privacy concerns, they might as well sleep in the bathroom. Overcrowding was one reason. Another important reason forcing them back to the building's hallway was the terrible living conditions at the shelter. Although the government provided ready-made food every day, preventing starvation, there was no way to cook, wash, or bathe. Over time, everyone smelled sour from head to toe. Living like this felt like living in a pigsty. Families with relatives to turn to had long left. Who would want to suffer like this? After discussing, the families of 201 and 202 decided that since the government offered relief supplies, they might as well return to the hallway and settled down again. One time, when Lin Wanqiao went down, she found that the bloodstains left from a few days ago had been cleaned up, and the table, chairs, benches, and other items were stacked high. When people saw someone come down, they were no longer surprised and simply moved over to make space. It was now the end of July, and the weather was gradually becoming hot and stuffy. The indoor thermometer had already reached 35 degrees Celsius. The generator at Lin Wanqiao's home had changed from running 2 hours a day to 4 hours a day. At this moment, she was wearing a short-sleeved shirt, comfortably lying on the smooth floor. The electric fan in front of her was lazily spinning, one hand holding a book and the other a popsicle, feeling quite joyful. Chow chow, today is the day to distribute relief supplies. Your grandmother is busy, you should go down and get it, Yang Yujun called down from the attic to Lin Wanqiao. Okay. She put down her book and stuffed the remaining popsicle into the mouth of the dog that had been drooling beside her. Stepping out of the house, a wave of heat hit her face. The few families living in the hallway closed their windows to keep the rain out, leaving only a crack for ventilation. As a result, the entire hallway was damp, stifling, and had a sour smell. Lin Wanqiao was starting to feel nauseous after staying there for a while. She quickly walked to the 5th floor. There was already a group of people arguing fiercely about something unknown. Why don't we get our share? Yes, the person who delivered the supplies just said it was 1 share per person. How did it change when it got to you? The ones shouting were a few who had just joined them these days. Hu Mingyue was surrounded in the middle. No matter how much he explained, those people were not convinced. The government distributes supplies based on the number of people registered in the household. Since you are not registered here, of course, you won't get any. Someone replied angrily, what about us? Do you not care about our lives? You arguing with me does no good. The government didn't send you your share, and I can't do anything about it. Why didn't you argue with the government people earlier? Hu Mingyue hinted at Shouho and a few younger brothers with his eyes. Several men blocked the supplies with angry faces. The leading troublemakers did not dare to confront them directly. Saying this, Hu Mingyue and Xiao Zhao began to count the supplies, organizing them by the number of people in each household, and calling out each household to collect their share. Someone's sharp eyes immediately noticed the discrepancy in the numbers. Wait a minute. How can her family take 5 shares? Hu Mingyue, what are you doing? That person's finger was almost poking into Lin Wanqiao's eye. Yes, I remember her family only had 2 old people living there. You said it was distributed according to the household registration. How could they have 5 people registered? Another person followed up with the question. Hu Mingyue showed a difficult expression and deliberately did not answer. Lin Wanqiao raised her eyebrows, thinking he must be doing this on purpose. Usually, they would distribute from the lower floors upwards, but today it was suddenly reversed. Chapter 73. Lin Wanqiao directly asked Hu Mingyue, am I allowed to take more? It's like this, the household registration for 1602 is 3 people. The reason they got 5 shares is that when the government first did the count, their family already had 4 people, so they reported data for 4 people at that time. Then isn't there still an extra share? They provided a rubber boat for everyone to use. That extra share is counted as rent offset. Someone with a quick mind caught the loophole in Hu Mingyue's words. Wait. You just said the government distributed supplies according to the number of registered people, so we outsiders have no right to complain. But now you say it's based on the previously counted number of people, and we didn't use that rubber boat they lent, so continuing to take 5 shares isn't reasonable, right? Hu Mingyue cast a troubled glance at Lin Wanqiao. Those who didn't know would really think he was being biased. Lin Wanqiao scoffed and said loudly, then how about this? To be fair, I will only take 3 shares, I won't take more. Is that really all right? Hu Mingyue hesitated, wondering when Lin Wanqiao became so easy to talk to. There's nothing wrong. Since the rules have been set, I will also follow them. Otherwise, some people will always think I'm taking advantage. As for the rubber boat, I won't lend it anymore, I only need it back later. How can that be? Immediately, a native opposed. This little relief food from the government is hardly helpful. These past few months, they have relied on a boat to go out and find supplies to support their families. If the boat is gone, they will really be left with nothing. We can't give you the boat. If we give you the boat, what will we do if we have things to do and can't go out? One by one, people stepped up to protest. What does that have to do with me? Lin Wanqiao sneered, bending down to pick up a portion of relief food, lifting it up for everyone to see clearly. It was agreed that the rent would be 1 pound of rice and 1 liter of water per day. You are now trying to fool me with this little relief food. Previously, I let it slide because we've been neighbors for many years. Now that someone is being unreasonable, you can either pay according to the original rent or return my things, you choose. The scene suddenly fell silent. A portion of relief food consisted of just 7 compressed biscuits and a 500 milliliter bottle of water. On average, that is only 1 biscuit and less than 100 milliliters of water per day. Compared to the agreed rent, anyone would know which is better. Old Sher, are these your relatives? You're just going to watch them make trouble? The man named felt a bit embarrassed and scolded his relative, Little Sher, I took you in because we are relatives. If you continue to cause trouble and make it difficult for everyone to live, then you might as well go back. In front of interests, human nature cannot hide. Uncle, that's not what I mean. Little Sher panicked, he couldn't stand another day in that damn shelter. Old Sher waved his hand to indicate not to say more, then turned to Lin Wanqiao and said, Wanqiao, the young man doesn't understand. You don't have to hold it against him. We old neighbors have no objections to the distribution. Yes, we have no objections. The other natives echoed. After all, their share would not be reduced, and any extra was out of their reach. Those who were well fed were being troublesome with Lin Wanqiao. Others secretly pulled their own relatives' sleeves, thinking it's best to avoid trouble. Seeing everyone quiet down, Humingue could only laugh it off and urge the thin monkey to quickly deliver Lin Wanqiao's portion. Sister, your 5 portions. The thin monkey had a flattering expression. Lin Wanqiao stood with her hands behind her back, did not take it, and instead said seriously, I've already said that since there are rules here, I will also guard them. Rent is rent, relief food is relief food, and each has its own account. I can continue to let you use the boat, and I won't make it difficult for you regarding the rent. After all, we have been neighbors for many years, so I will consider the relief food as payment instead. My family only has 3 members registered, so I will only take 3 portions of relief food. After saying that, she took 4 portions of relief food from the thin monkey's hands. Everyone looked at each other, they had never seen someone spit out food that was about to be eaten. Humingue applauded and said, Good. Wanqiao has integrity. Seeing this, others also rushed to praise her. Lin Wanqiao raised her hand to signal everyone to be quiet. Since the rules have been set, I would also like to propose a suggestion. You say it, Wanqiao. She looked around, and the expressions on everyone's faces varied. Then, she spoke in a deep voice, as far as I know, there are families here whose members have passed away or left due to marriage but still have their registrations here. If we distribute according to registered population, it is unfair. I suggest that we first distribute based on registered population and then adjust the allocation based on the actual population so that the extra can be redistributed to those who need it. Humingui's expression tightened, he might as well just provide my ID. Both of his parents had passed away last year, but he hadn't changed his registration. So according to the registered population, his household of 3 could claim 5 portions of relief food. Wanqiao is right, those who are gone should not still have the right to claim living food. I support it. Soon someone echoed. I support it too. Rules are dead, but people are alive. The extra grain can be distributed to those who have none, it's very fair. I support it too. So do I. Humingua's face turned ashen. Skinny Monkey saw everyone siding with each other, and with a worried look asked Humingua, Brother Gue, what should we do? He was the one collecting the grain for his married sister. Divide it as she said. Humingua said through gritted teeth. Lin Wanqiao collected her portion and immediately turned to go home. She knew that receiving slightly less relief grain meant nothing to Humingua, but this person was extremely prideful. Today, publicly humiliating him was a small revenge for his previous dirty tricks against her, otherwise, he would really think she was easy to bully. Back at 1602, Lin Wanqiao closed the door and tossed the relief grain into the space. That pile of relief grain in the space was already collecting dust. Yang Yujun was still in the attic, and Lin Wanqiao curiously went up to see what she was doing. Grandma, what are you doing? She saw Yang Yujun frowning and squatting in front of the chicken coop. Back already? Yang Yujun stood up and patted her back, saying, This hen hasn't laid eggs these days. I don't know if it's the feed we gave or if the hen is getting old. If it doesn't lay eggs, then so be it. Don't squat too long, be careful of your back. Anyway, she still had plenty of eggs stored in her space. Yang Yujun was puzzled. The other chicks were doing well, growing a lot lately, it shouldn't be a problem with the feed. Grandma, since it's not laying eggs, let's just stew it for soup tonight. Thinking of the delicious soup from the old hen made her mouth water. Lin Wanqiao wanted to eat, and Yang Yujun wouldn't refuse, so she immediately went to catch the hen. That evening, almost everyone in the neighborhood was chewing on dry, hard-compressed biscuits. Downstairs at 802. Zhang Taizhu was half lying on the bed with a biscuit in hand. The biscuit was so dry that he was choking, hitting his chest in distress. Mom, do we have any water? I'm about to choke to death. Li Guifan was in the living room and rolled her eyes. There's no water. Don't eat if you can't. Chapter 74. The next day. While everyone was still in a deep sleep, the dark clouds quietly dissipated. In her dream, Lin Wanqiao felt an unusual quietness around her, so quiet that even the sound of tiny flying insects flapping their wings by the window was clearly audible. She suddenly woke up, climbed up, and went to lift the curtain. The morning light was soft, and the sun was rising. The golden morning sun spread across the sky, casting a warm halo over all the buildings. Occasionally, a breeze of early summer brushed by, causing the crystal-clear raindrops hanging from the eaves to be stirred by the wind, plopping down into the water below, creating ripples. The rain has stopped. After nearly 3 months of rainfall, it finally stopped. The water level had stabilized at the 4th floor. Lin Wanqiao glanced at the clock, it was only 6 a.m. Since she was already awake, she decided not to go back to sleep. She changed her clothes, opened the door, and went to wash up in the bathroom. Others were still asleep, and the room was quiet. It had been a long time since she had cooked, and suddenly, she wanted to eat century egg and lean meat porridge. Checking the battery level, it was still at 20%, which should be enough to make a meal. Lin Wanqiao went to the kitchen, put on an apron, and began to prepare breakfast. First, she washed the rice clean and soaked it for later use. Then she started handling the ingredients, chopping scallions, ginger, and wild boar meat, and dicing the century egg. She turned on the induction stove, sautéed the pork with scallions and ginger, then added cool water to the pot. Once the water boiled, she poured in the rice, covered it, and cooked for 30 minutes. As she busied herself in the kitchen, her family also gradually got up. Smelling the delicious aroma coming from the kitchen and seeing Lin Wanqiao up early making breakfast, Lu Jianan and the others felt incredible, so much so that they didn't even notice that the rain outside had stopped. Grandpa, Grandma, the porridge is ready, let's eat together. Lin Wanqiao called out. She opened the pot lid, and a wave of fragrance washed over her. She poured the preserved egg into the pot, added salt and white pepper, drizzled on sesame oil, and mixed it well before lifting it off the heat. So fragrant. Xin Xiaoyu rubbed his eyes and walked into the living room. Ayu, you're up. Let's eat breakfast together, Xiao Xiao made it herself. Yang Yujun winked at Xin Xiaoyu, giving him a knowing look. Lin Wanqiao served each person a bowl, and even the dog had a share. The steaming preserved egg and lean meat porridge was so hot that the dog curled its tongue, but it couldn't help but continue licking. The whole family sat neatly around the dining table, sipping from their bowls of porridge while enjoying their homemade pickled radish. It was simply beautiful. At that moment, commotion erupted outside, as if many people were shouting. What's wrong with those people? Yang Yujun stretched her neck to look out the window. Lin Wanqiao calmly continued drinking her porridge and casually said, maybe it's because the rain has stopped. What? The rain has stopped? The three were taken aback. Yang Yujun rushed to the window first, her face lit with surprise as she turned back to the dining room, nodding at everyone. It really isn't raining anymore. Lu Jianan and Xin Xiaoyu also put down their breakfast to look out the window. Indeed, not a single drop of rain remained. The sun, which had been missing for nearly 3 months, had finally come out, hanging warmly in the sky. Heads peeked out of windows on other floors, some people happily waving their arms and shouting. The rain has stopped. The rain has stopped. Look, the rain has stopped. The old weather is finally over. Some clapped their hands, laughing and crying, so great, we finally made it through. Is the sun really out? Sigh, my clothes can finally dry, I've been wearing these damp underwear for so long, they might start to mold. But the water hasn't receded yet? You silly, the rain has stopped, the water will recede eventually. Things are finally going back to normal, oh my. At this moment, I can't help but long for the days when I worked 9 to 5. Ah. Once the water recedes, I'm going to eat hot pot, barbecue, and crawfish, guarantee no repeats for a week, no, a month. People excitedly embraced each other, jumping and expressing all the gloom that had accumulated in these days. In an instant, the entire neighborhood was filled with a joyous atmosphere. The government also sent personnel in speedboats, going through the streets with loudspeakers making announcements. Residents, please remain calm and do not take risks, we are orderly arranging follow-up rescue and disaster relief activities. Please wait patiently at home. Everyone thought the stopping of the rain was the beginning of hope but didn't expect it was the prelude to hell. Only room 1602 remained as usual. The blazing sun, free from the cover of clouds, mercilessly shone down on the land. In less than an hour, the indoor temperature rose. The thermometer showed the room temperature had already reached 26 degrees Celsius. Lin Wanqiao took the thermometer outside to measure the outdoor temperature. As soon as she placed it outside, the mercury shot up to 28 degrees Celsius and continued to rise. 5 minutes later, she brought the thermometer back, and it showed the outdoor temperature had now reached 35 degrees Celsius. Though this was the expected temperature for the season, it was only the beginning. It would only get more extreme from here. Such bright sunshine called for a solar power generator. One person could handle such a task. Lin Xiaoyu only needed to take the generator out from the space and put away the diesel generator. While waiting, Lin Wanqiao checked the remaining diesel in the space. She had been frugal with it during this time but had still used up 1/5 of the diesel. She felt a bit pained. It seemed she needed to find a chance to look for more diesel in the future. Lin Xiaoyu moved swiftly, quickly setting everything up. Lin Wanqiao had bought industrial-grade solar panels, and once unfolded, they almost covered the entire balcony. When she purchased them, according to the manufacturer, 6 hours of sunlight a day could theoretically produce 14 to 18 degrees of electricity, enough to meet the household's daily needs. Since she made room for the solar panels, the chicken coop had to be moved to the living room balcony. Lu Jianan used a cluttered box to create a small area for them in the corner. The solar panels quietly absorbed heat, continuously providing energy for the appliances in 1602, and the whole family was very satisfied. Though it was hot that day, everyone was immersed in the illusion that their hard times were about to end, not taking it to heart. As the stars shifted, night fell. Several families living in the hallway gathered around makeshift beds made of wooden boards, munching on compressed biscuits, accompanied by a cup of hot water, excitedly discussing the good days to come. The dry biscuits gave them the illusion of eating beef jerky. However, the joyful atmosphere was shattered by a piercing scream. Chapter 75. In room 601. Xu Caixia was at a loss, supporting her daughter Yumanli. Yumanli lay in Xu Caixia's arms, her face pale, with an expression of pain, covering her belly with her hands. That scream had come from her. At this moment, she was already 9 months pregnant, and calculating the time, she would give birth in just over 20 days. Perhaps today was too joyful, and her emotions were too high, as during dinner, she suddenly felt a stickiness below. Looking down, she saw the signs of labor. Her husband, Zhao Kongyang, rushed to the 16th floor to borrow a rubber boat from Hu Mingdui when he realized his wife was going to give birth. However, not long after Zhao Kongyang left, Yuanli, panicking, slipped and fell, and Xu Caixia could only watch helplessly from a distance. The violent impact caused Yuanli to let out a heartbreaking scream, and at that moment, she was in so much pain that she was nearly losing consciousness. "Honey! What's wrong?" Zhao Kongyang ran back home, sweating profusely. As soon as he pushed the door open, he saw his wife lying on the floor, with a large pool of blood beneath her. Even though he had never witnessed childbirth, he knew that this much blood was not normal. Xu Caixia saw her daughter's face drained of color, already panicked beyond control, and seeing Zhao Kongyang return empty-handed, she hurriedly asked, "Yang, where's the boat?" "Sister-in-law said Gaige hasn't returned yet, and the boat has already left," Zhao Kongyang said regretfully, realizing he should have taken his wife to the hospital earlier. "What? What did you say?" Xu Caixia's voice became sharp, rising several tones in disbelief as she screamed, "Without a boat, what will Lily do?" Zhao Kongyang looked at his weak wife and made up his mind. "Mom, take good care of Lily, I'll go borrow a boat from 1602. He was now living by working with Hu Mingdui, and although they didn't get along, he had no choice but to seek help from Lin Wanqiao now. Xu Caixia pushed Zhao Kongyang firmly towards the door. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and go. What do you mean by borrow a boat? If you can't borrow it, don't come back." Zhao Kongyang hurriedly ran upstairs. The moment his hand touched the iron door of 1602, he was jolted by an electric shock. Lin Wanqiao had just electrified the iron door when he arrived. Daring not to touch the iron door again, Zhao Kongyang could only shout towards 1602, "Wanqiao, I'm Zhao Kongyang from 601, are you home? I need to talk to you urgently." No one responded, so he shouted even louder, "Is anyone there? Is anyone there?" He was determined to not leave without someone opening the door. Lin Wanqiao could only turn off the TV series, set down her pad, and walk over to open the door. "What are you here for?" I Zhao Kongyang felt a bit timid. 1602 had a notorious reputation in the building. "Speak quickly." She felt some aversion to those who followed Hu Mingdui, uncertain of what troubles they might bring. "My wife is about to give birth, can I borrow your boat to go to the hospital?" "Is that all?" Zhao Kongyang nodded vigorously, "Yes. My wife fell and is bleeding a lot, can you lend me the boat?" I will pay you rent." "Sure." Lin Wanqiao replied immediately. Adult grievances had nothing to do with children. Ha! Zhao Kongyang was a little surprised. He hadn't expected her to be so agreeable, as he was prepared to beg her. What ha? Aren't you in a hurry? You go back and pack your things, I'll come down to find you right away. With that, she slammed the door shut. Zhao Kongyang stood there, dumbfounded. Suddenly realizing, she hurriedly ran home. Lin Wanqiao explained the situation to her family and then took up the speedboat to head downstairs. Yumanli's contractions were getting more frequent, and she felt pain in her whole body, especially in her lower abdomen, as if something was pulling her down. She was almost fainting from the pain, with broken amniotic fluid and a large pool of blood beneath her, which seemed to be increasing. Honey, how are you? The boat is here, just hold on a little longer, Zhao Kongyang said, stepping forward and grasping Yumanli's hand with concern. Yumanli's eyes were filled with tears. Ayang, it hurts so much. Just hold on, you'll be at the hospital soon, Zhao Kongyang said, seeing his wife's lips turning pale, feeling regretful, and a tear rolled down his face. Ayang, I feel dizzy, so tired, I want to sleep. Mother-in-law Zhu Caixia was anxiously pacing, squatting on one side and wiping her tears. When Lin Wanqiao arrived, she saw this scene. They saw the speedboat had arrived and were about to lift Yumanli. Wait! Lin Wanqiao stepped forward, lifted Yumanli's skirt, and took a look. Yumanli appeared visibly malnourished, there was barely any flesh on her thighs, and the contours of her joints and bones were clear to see. Her lower abdomen was highly protruded, making it especially frightening on her skinny body. This is troublesome, judging by the amount of bleeding. It looks like a placental abruption, and right now, her cervix is fully open, with the baby's head already visible. You won't make it to the hospital in time, Lin Wanqiao said. Do you know how to deliver a baby? What should we do? Zhao Kongyang panicked upon hearing this. Lin Wanqiao shook her head. I have studied medicine for a short time, with no clinical experience, just a half understanding based on feelings. Zhu Caixia exploded with anger. What are you talking about? Zhao Kongyang, hurry up and take Lily to the hospital. Lin Wanqiao took a deep breath and chose not to argue with the old woman. Typically, the bleeding shouldn't be this much, you see, it's almost reached 500 milliliters, and if it continues, it could be fatal. I suspect she's had a placental abruption. If it's not due to an underlying illness, then her abdomen may have been hit recently. Yes, my wife accidentally fell earlier, and that's why. Zhao Kongyang felt as if he had found a lifeline. Wanqiao, what should we do? The baby is about to come out, and it will take over an hour to reach the hospital. It's very likely she will give birth on the way, and safety can't be guaranteed. Lin Wanqiao didn't want to complicate matters for herself, leaving the decision-making to them. Her condition is too dangerous. Look at her, so weak, she's already too exhausted to give birth. Moving her during transport might be overwhelming. If the labor takes too long, the baby could suffer from oxygen deprivation, and postpartum, there could be massive bleeding, with no conditions for a blood transfusion at home. Decide carefully. If you want to go to the hospital, I will take you there, but don't blame me if something goes wrong. I don't know. Zhao Kongyang looked at his mother-in-law. Mom, what should we do? Zhu Caixia was also terrified. At this moment, Yumanli had already fallen into a coma, and no matter how she was called, there was no response. Then, little girl, she's already unconscious, how can she give birth? Zhu Caixia was nearly in tears. Lin Wanqiao shook her head. I can only try, maybe I can make her wake up a little, but I'm not sure. Then hurry up. Let me say clearly, if anything happens, you cannot blame me. Zhao Kongyang nodded vigorously. Wanqiao, you just do it. Life and death are fated, no matter the outcome, I won't blame you. After saying this, he looked at Zhu Caixia. Zhu Caixia also felt helpless and ultimately nodded. Lin Wanqiao got the assurance and pulled out acupuncture needles from her bag, beginning to pierce the acupoints from her memory. Her hands trembled slightly. After all, she had only practiced on herself before, and she was genuinely uncertain. The first needle pierced into the philtrum. The second needle was used to puncture Shixian to release blood. At the tips of her 10 fingers, she quickly pierced each one with a needle, squeezing out the blood. In theory, the patient should be waking up by now. But after she finished, when she looked at Yumanli, she still hadn't woken up. Lin Wanqiao took a deep breath, took off her shoes, let the blood flow from the 10 toes, and finally inserted the needle into the Yongquan acupoint. Ah! Yumanli let out a soft gasp. Chapter 76. She's awake, she's awake. Zhao Kongyang was overjoyed. Wife, how are you? Yumanli weakly lifted her eyes. Is there any energy drink or high-calorie stuff like chocolate at home? Give her some. Lin Wanqiao said. Upon hearing this, Zhu Caixia hurriedly asked, is brown sugar water okay? Lin Wanqiao nodded, that works. Then, she asked Zhao Kongyang to move Yumanli to a clean bed. Ayang, I'm in so much pain. Yumanli tightly held Zhao Kongyang's hand, her eyes brimming with tears. It's okay, it will get better soon. Zhao Kongyang comforted her. The brown sugar water is here. Shu Caixia quickly walked over with the freshly made sugar water and fed it to Yumanli. After Yumanli drank all the sugar water, Lin Wanqiao said to her, from now on, remember, when the contractions come, take a deep breath and push your air down to your abdomen, just like you are trying to have a bowel movement. When the contraction stops, you stop too, don't scream. Yumanli nodded slightly. But when the next contraction came, she couldn't help but scream in pain. Don't scream, push harder. Zhao Kongyang, hold her hand tight so she can push. Okay. Zhao Kongyang immediately complied. Yumanli left deep scratches on the back of his hand, causing Zhao Kongyang to grit his teeth in pain, but he dared not make a sound. Yumanli tried a few more times. Another contraction hit. I can't do it, I can't. It hurts too much, Ayang, I don't want to give birth, I don't want to give birth. She broke down. Zhao Kongyang stroked her damp bangs and soothed her, wife, I'm here. Our son will be out soon, just a bit more effort. Yumanli cried out, no, I don't want to give birth, no more. Shu Caixia felt both heartbroken for her daughter and helpless, only able to stand by and wipe her tears. Oh, my poor daughter, your life is so hard. Can you please shut up? It's so noisy. Lin Wanqiao shot her a glare, don't just stand there, come help her hold her legs. Oh. Lin Wanqiao turned to Yumanli coldly, you better think clearly, the baby's head is already showing. If you waste more energy and take too long to deliver, he could suffocate and die. Yumanli, frightened by Lin Wanqiao's harsh words, didn't dare to cry anymore. Zhao Kongyang, press around her lower back, it can help relieve some pain. Actually, Lin Wanqiao had painless needles in her possession, but she didn't want to be that kind-hearted person. First, she had no clinical experience and wouldn't pierce correctly. Second, if something went wrong after administering the drugs, it would bring her endless trouble. Under Lin Wanqiao's instructions, Yumanli began to push with the contractions. Half an hour later. With a sharp scream from Yumanli. Wow! A wrinkled, white, waxy newborn baby came into the world. Zhao Kongyang and Zhu Caixia both froze as they watched the baby slide onto the sheets. She gave birth? Speechless, Lin Wanqiao was filled with frustration. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and clean him up. Only then did they react and scramble to pick up the baby. It's a son, Mom, I have a son. Zhao Kongyang was as joyful as a child, turning to Yumanli, wife, you gave me a son. Shu Caixia was also smiling from ear to ear, carrying her grandson to one side to wash him. On the bed, Yumanli heard that she had given birth to a son and showed a weak yet joyful smile. Alright, I'll head back now. Just remember to massage her belly more to help deliver the placenta, there's nothing else I need to teach you, right? Lin Wanqiao stood up to take her leave. Let me see you off. Thank you so much today. Zhao Kongyang hurriedly stood up. No need, I didn't help much. You should spend more time taking care of your wife. Lin Wanqiao waved her hand to refuse as she walked out. After she left, Zhao Kongyang and Zhu Caixia looked at the little baby with joy, bathing the child. Mom, why is he so wrinkly, like an old man? What do you know? Newborns all look like this. He will look better as he grows. Mom, he is so small. Look at his tiny hand, it's only as big as my 2 fingers. Not small. He must weigh 6 or 7 pounds, no wonder Lily suffered so much. At this moment, Zhao Kongyang remembered that Yumanli was still lying in bed. He took his eyes off his son and stood up, planning to check on his wife. Yumanli lay in bed as if she had fallen asleep. Zhao Kongyang approached and gently pushed Yumanli. Wife, are you hungry? Eat something before you rest? Yumanli's eyes were tightly closed, pale without a hint of reaction. He pushed again, wife? Still no response. Zhao Kongyang felt something was wrong and pushed harder to wake her up, but no matter how he called, Yumanli remained as still as a dead tree. At this point, he noticed that the sheet under her was soaked with a large patch of blood. Zhao Kongyang panicked, Mom, come quickly. Lily is not right. Shu Caixia put down her grandson and rushed over. Mom, look, Lily has lost so much blood. I can't wake her up. When Shu Caixia saw the large patch of blood under her daughter, she felt dizzy and fell on Yumanli, crying out. Daughter! Wake up, don't scare Mom. Zhao Kongyang also shed tears. Mom, I will go get Lin Wanqiao back. She will surely have a way. Zhao Kongyang said before running away. He just reached the door when he bumped into Hu Mingue and his group returning. Hu Mingue staggered from the bump, Xiao, what are you rushing around for so late at night? Zhao Kongyang, not having time to explain, wanted to go upstairs to find Lin Wanqiao, but Hu Mingue pulled him back. What's going on? Talk to me. Zhao Kongyang dared not ignore him, and Hu Minggui was somewhat annoyed. Zhao Kongyang helplessly said, "Brother Gui, my wife is in labor and is now bleeding heavily. I need to hurry find Lin Wanqiao for help." Hu Minggui's eyes widened. "What good will it do to find her if your wife is in labor? Hurry and take her to the hospital." "Brother Gui, you don't understand. She knows some medical skills. She helped when my wife was giving birth, finding her will definitely be useful. What good is her half-baked knowledge? Do you dare put your wife's life in her hands? Do you trust her or me? Hurry up, get her to the hospital. The boat is still downstairs, I will go with you." Seeing this, Zhao Kongyang had no choice but to go back inside. "Zhao Kongyang, where is she?" Zhu Caixia asked when she saw her son-in-law coming alone. He picked up Yumanli horizontally and said to Zhu Caixia, "Mom, I haven't had time to look for Lin Wanqiao before I ran into Brother Gui. He wants to help us take Lily to the hospital. Hurry, hold the baby, we're setting off." Hu Minggui and his group quickly boarded the rubber dinghy toward the hospital. Chapter 77. That night, everyone in the building was awakened by a series of cries. What's going on? Whose family is mourning? Someone poked their head out of the window and shouted, "Why are you crying in the middle of the night? It's so noisy. It seems to be coming from the 6th floor. Should we go check it out? What's there to see? Hurry back to sleep." Lin Wanqiao was also awakened. She turned on the light and walked to the door to listen closely. This sound seemed like Zhu Caixia's. Could something have happened in 601, she thought to herself? The other 3 people in the house also woke up and came out to ask, "What's happening? Who is crying?" "It seems like it's Zhu Caixia from 601. Lin Wanqiao replied. "Oh? Didn't her daughter already give birth? Could it be the baby is not well?" Yang Yujun guessed. "Grandpa, Grandma, I'll go down and take a look. You all go back and rest," Lin Wanqiao said as she picked up a flashlight, ready to open the door. Shin Xiaoyu said urgently, "I'll go with you." The two of them followed the sound of crying with a flashlight, all the way to the door of room 601. The hallway was already crowded with people watching the scene. When the onlookers saw Lin Wanqiao and the other person coming down, they immediately stepped aside and made way for them. The door of 601 was wide open, and Zhu Caixia's heart-wrenching cries came from inside. "What happened?" Lin Wanqiao asked the onlookers. The old lady Yu from across the hall was the first to answer. "I heard Zhu Caixia's daughter is gone." "Yu Manli is dead?" Lin Wanqiao was a bit shocked, but not too surprised. Looking at Yu Manli's body before, she had always been undernourished, while her child grew so big. This delivery had almost taken her life, and she lost so much blood, it wasn't strange she couldn't make it. Another gossiping neighbor added, "I heard she started failing in the first half of the night, was taken to the hospital, and died there. They just brought her back now." After all, Yu Manli's baby was delivered by her, so Lin Wanqiao decided to go in and take a look. She stepped into 601 and walked into the room. She saw Yu Manli lying on the bed, pale as a ghost, completely lifeless. Zhu Caixia was lying on her body, crying in deep pain. Zhao Kongyang sat on the floor in the corner with a defeated look, staring blankly at Yu Manli. When she heard someone come in, Zhu Caixia raised her head. Seeing it was Lin Wanqiao, she jumped up, raised her hand, and tried to slap her. "What are you doing?" Shin Xiaoyu reacted fast and blocked Zhu Caixia's hand. Zhu Caixia screamed, using her other hand to try to grab Lin Wanqiao, while cursing non-stop, "It's all you. You killed my daughter. If you had taken us to the hospital, my daughter wouldn't have died. You evil witch." Lin Wanqiao frowned. What did this have to do with her? Shin Xiaoyu held back Zhu Caixia's hands, but she kicked hard at Shin Xiaoyu's leg. He wasn't prepared and took a strong hit. Hiss. Zhu Caixia's kick was hard. Shin Xiaoyu sucked in a sharp breath from the pain. Lin Wanqiao pushed Zhu Caixia away with her left hand, then slapped her face hard with her right hand. Zhu Caixia covered her face. "You actually dared to hit me? You killed my daughter and now you dare hit me too? I'll fight you to the death." Saying that, she threw herself forward again. "Mom, stop hitting." Zhao Kongyang, who was sitting on the floor, finally came to his senses. He crawled forward on his knees, hugging his mother-in-law's legs while crying and begging. "Zhao Kongyang, let me go. Lily's dead and you're partly to blame too. Get out." She pulled out one leg without mercy and kicked Zhao Kongyang in the chest. He fell flat on his back. He quickly climbed up and hugged Zhu Caixia's leg again, crying, "Mom, please stop, the baby is still here, please stop, okay?" Zhu Caixia pointed at Zhao Kongyang and cursed loudly, "You useless thing. My good daughter followed you, didn't get a single good day, and now even her life is gone. And you don't even dare to get revenge for her. You coward." The onlookers heard Zhu Caixin's scolding, secretly glanced at Lin Wanqiao, and whispered to each other. I heard the Zhao family wanted to take her to the hospital to give birth, but 1602 didn't agree. They just messed around and delivered the baby themselves, causing heavy bleeding. Later Hu Mingui found out and took her to the hospital, but it was too late. Really? Then 1602 is so evil. Why take on something like that if you're not capable? That's a real life lost. Someone who had been scolded by Lin Wanqiao before sneered, a life? When have you seen them care about anyone's life? They act so arrogant, aren't they afraid of bad karma? Sigh, poor little Zhao's wife, such a good person, died just like that. Yeah, Zhu Caixin's husband died long ago, she only had this one daughter to rely on, now she's gone too. So pitiful. These people didn't lower their voices, knowing they had numbers on their side. Every word reached Lin Wanqiao's ears clearly. Zhu Caixin saw that everyone was speaking for her, so she struggled hard to break free from Zhao Kongyang. Her face twisted in rage. Lin Wanqiao, you, give me back my daughter. Lin Wanqiao coldly spoke to Zhao Kongyang, who was kneeling on the ground. Zhao Kongyang, clarify your words, what exactly happened? He struggled to lift his head and said to Zhu Caixin, Mom, stop causing trouble, Lily's death has nothing to do with Lin Wanqiao. Zhu Caixin spat at him, Pa. If it weren't for her insisting Lily give birth at home, we wouldn't have missed the chance to save her. How dare you speak for her? You're afraid of her, but I'm not, coward. Lin Wanqiao sneered, what a joke, did I not take you to the hospital? Did I force you to give birth at home? I had already sent the boat down, ready to leave at any time. Didn't I say you could make your own decisions? You chose not to go to the hospital, yet you turn around and blame me. Heaven sees what people do, to randomly accuse like this, don't you fear being struck by lightning? Zhu Caixin, not convinced, yelled at her, clearly, you said it's too late to send her out, that's why we didn't. If we had gone to the hospital sooner, my daughter wouldn't have died. Mom, stop talking. Zhao Kongyang yelled, startling Zhu Caixin. This son-in-law was usually soft-spoken and never dared to get angry no matter how much she caused a scene. The doctor at the hospital was very clear, Lily fell and suffered a blow to her abdomen which caused massive bleeding. The hospital's blood bank was out of blood, even if she was sent immediately, she wouldn't have survived. In that situation, if we had insisted on going to the hospital, she could have died on the way. Lin Wanqiao is our family's benefactor, if it weren't for her help, the baby would have also lost its life. Zhao Kongyang tried to grasp Zhu Caixin's hand, Mom, I know you are heartbroken, but this really has nothing to do with Lin Wanqiao. Lily's arrangements are important, and the baby needs our care. I beg you, please stop making a scene. Hearing this, Zhu Caixin crouched down, covering her face and crying in pain. So that's how it is. Those around them also fell silent, looking at Lin Wanqiao with eyes full of apology and respect. Lin Wanqiao didn't care how others viewed her, she silently took Xin Xiaoyu and returned home. Chapter 78. Lin Wanqiao and the others returned home. The elders were worried, waiting in the living room for them. You're back, what happened downstairs? Yang Yujun asked. Lin Wanqiao replied blandly, Yumanli has died. Ah? When you came back last night, didn't you say the baby was already born? How did she die? Massive bleeding, they went to the hospital but couldn't save her. She didn't tell her elders about Zhu Caixin going mad and hitting people to avoid worrying them. Lu Jiangan sighed, alas, throughout history, women giving birth have faced life and death challenges, and in this environment, it really is tragic. Yang Yujun also felt emotional. She looked at Lin Wanqiao washing up in the bathroom and sighed. The relationship between Lin Wanqiao and Xin Xiaoyu had just improved a little when this incident occurred. If they really got together, they would eventually have children, what if? Yang Yujun shook her head, that wouldn't happen. Her Chao Chao was destined for good fortune, it absolutely wouldn't happen. The impact of Yumanli's death was so great on the elders that the next day during breakfast, they seemed somewhat out of it. Lin Wanqiao waved her hand in front of the elders. Grandpa, Grandma, what's wrong with you? Why do you look so gloomy? She found it strange, the two of them were like this early in the morning. It's nothing, maybe we didn't sleep well last night. Yang Yujun forced a smile, by the way, Xiao Xiao, that medicinal wine you made last time worked quite well. Uncle Huan also has rheumatism and has been in pain lately, should we send him some? Sure, we still have plenty at home. If we run out, we can make more. Good, I'll prepare a small bottle for him to take after we finish eating. As the weather warmed up, Yumanli's body began to emit a foul smell within just 2 days. Hu Mingui contacted government workers, and soon a small boat came to take away Yumanli's body. A day later, a small square box was sent back. In such an environment, it was not allowed to hold a proper funeral. Zhao Kongyang managed to get some candles and incense from Hu Mingui, simply lighting them was considered completing Yumanli's funeral arrangements. Once he gathered his emotions, the next day he went to express his apologies to Lin Wanqiao. My mom was too sad that day, please don't take it to heart. Zhao Kongyang said sincerely. I don't mind, you can go back now. Lin Wanqiao said this as she was about to close the door. Please wait a moment. Is there anything else? Zhao Kongyang took out a small bag of red dates and said to her, these red dates were meant to help my wife recover. Now that she is gone, they are of no use to me. I'll give them to you as a way to apologize to my mom. Lin Wanqiao did not reach for them. No, thank you. Zhao Kongyang thought she was being dismissive and quickly explained, we don't have anything good left at home, please accept them, otherwise I won't feel at ease. This Zhao Kongyang, although he mixed with Hu Mingue, had decent character. Seeing his humble appearance, Lin Wanqiao's heart softened. She sighed and said, wait for me a moment. She went back to her room and took out a can of baby formula from her space, then walked back out. With the baby just born, Zhao Kongyang probably couldn't manage to find anything good for feeding. Seeing humanly malnourished during her pregnancy was testament to that. It wouldn't be right to feed the baby compressed biscuit mush, after all. She had stocked up on a lot of baby formula, but she was afraid of attracting attention by giving too much. So she only took out one can. This baby formula is for you, consider it a gift for your son. Zhao Kongyang didn't expect Lin Wanqiao would also give him something, and for a moment, he couldn't believe it. Lin Wanqiao was a bit impatient, pushing the formula into his hands and saying fiercely, take it. Zhao Kongyang took the baby formula, his eyes already filled with tears, thank you so much. His tears made Lin Wanqiao flustered. She quickly threw out, take good care of your son, and shut the door. Time passed to August 2023. In these days, the temperature was breaking new records visibly every day. Today, Lin Wanqiao woke up again in sticky, humid heat. She looked at the clock, it was only 8 in the morning. The thermometer hanging in the room showed that the indoor temperature had already reached 36 degrees Celsius. All the rooms in 1602 had added 2 layers of insulation, and the windows were chosen for their best insulation performance, basically achieving an indoor to outdoor temperature difference of around 10 degrees Celsius. With the indoor temperature like this, she couldn't imagine how hot it must be outside. Her clothes were already drenched as if pulled out of water. She hurriedly pushed the door intending to go take a shower in the bathroom. In the living room, the dog lay sprawled on the floor, too hot to move. Even with a fan in front, the wind it blew was hot, and the dog still stuck out its tongue, trying desperately to cool off. Yang Yujun squatted in front of the henhouse, utterly worried. The weather turned hot suddenly, and several chickens couldn't eat, 2 had already died from the heat yesterday. If this continued, the few remaining ones would be done for as well. She had cared for these little chickens for so long, and it would truly hurt if they died. At this moment, Lu Jianan came down from the attic, holding a bundle of green leafy vegetables, grumbling in his mouth. The oil lettuce and celery I planted have all wilted, I had to cut them all down. In this kind of weather, no vegetables can survive. I wonder if potatoes and sweet potatoes can hold up. He thought about it and found that there were really no leafy vegetables that could endure such high temperatures, so he could only try to grow something else. Xin Xiaoyu came out of the kitchen holding a tray. Grandpa, Grandma, Xiao Xiao, come drink some ice juice. Where did the ice come from? Lin Wanqiao asked in surprise, she didn't remember taking any ice out from her space. Guess. He handed a cup of pear juice to Lin Wanqiao. Pear juice can moisten the lungs and clear dryness. I see you've been coughing a bit lately, drink more. Lu Jianan took the juice and gulped down a big mouthful. Seeing the ice inside, he suddenly realized, no wonder I saw you messing with some machine early this morning. It turns out it's an ice maker. Is the ice maker fixed? Yes. Xin Xiaoyu nodded. Lin Wanqiao was amazed, as if there was nothing he couldn't fix. Yang Yujun also praised, A was really capable, and our Xiao Xiao is so lucky, her eyes are truly good. Xin Xiaoyu scratched his head, feeling shy. Woof. Hey, what about mine? Oh no, I forgot to get some for Niangao. Sharing the blessing, Lin Wanqiao quickly poured some into the dog's bowl too. Woof woof. Extra ice, thank you. Although the ice maker is useful, it consumes a lot of electricity when in use, so it can only be a rare luxury. Luckily, Lin Wanqiao had stocked up on plenty of ice blocks, and if that wasn't enough, she could fetch more from her storage. After everyone drank a big cup of icy fruit juice, they soon felt the heat return once the coolness in their bellies faded away. Yang Yujun opened the living room window to try and get some airflow, but as soon as she opened it, a wave of hot air rushed in, and the glaring sunlight made it hard for her to open her eyes. Oh my, it must be over 40 degrees outside. Never mind, let's close it. Yang Yujun closed the thick curtains as well, it's only a little after 8 and it's already this hot. I wonder what it will be like at noon. Lin Wanqiao monitored the temperature every day, which was rising almost in steps of 5 degrees Celsius. Every day at 2 p.m. was the hottest time, and just yesterday the outdoor maximum was already 45 degrees Celsius. Would today break 50 degrees Celsius? She took out a thermometer and placed it outside the window, waiting for 5 minutes before bringing it back in. When she pulled it away, she accidentally brushed against the hot window ledge, getting burned and jumping back. She looked at her hand and saw a red mark. 46 degrees Celsius. Only in the early morning around 8 or 9. Chapter 79. Yang Yujun and the others gathered to look, gasping in surprise. Oh my goodness, at this rate, how can people survive? Lin Wanqiao grabbed 3 stainless steel basins from the kitchen, pulled out big chunks of ice from her storage, putting one piece in each basin, placing one in front of the fan and the other 2 near the sofa and dining area. All the curtains were drawn tight, leaving only a small gap for light, and all the doors of the other rooms were also closed. Sure enough, not long after, the overall temperature in the living room began to drop, and the air blowing from the fan felt much cooler. The room temperature had dropped from 36 degrees Celsius to 32 degrees Celsius. Yang Yujun even moved the chicken coop closer to the ice blocks. Xiao, using ice like this, isn't it too extravagant? It's over 30 degrees in the room, and your grandpa and I can still bear it. Shouldn't we wait until it gets hotter to use it? Yang Yujun was worried that Lin Wanqiao's ice supply might not be enough. Don't worry, Grandma. We will only use it during the hottest period. We can also turn on the air conditioning for a bit during noon. That way, our ice will last us 5 or 6 years. Moreover, after extreme heat comes extreme cold, so keeping the ice is pointless. Cooking in this heat is torture, and any food left out for a few hours will spoil. Plus, no one has much of an appetite, so everyone just nibbled on ready-made pickled pancakes from storage for breakfast. To prevent heatstroke, Lin Wanqiao also had everyone take some herbal pills for protection. Thus, the family spent the entire day lazily in the living room. Lin Wanqiao even lay down on the floor like the dog, finding it much cooler that way. At noon, when it was the hottest, they finally turned on the air conditioner for an hour, and only then did they start to feel alive. At this time, the outdoor temperature had already reached 51 degrees Celsius. What does that even mean? There has been high-temperature weather in history, with temperatures peaking at 44.4 degrees Celsius. In the days without air conditioning, an average of over 1,000 people died daily in the royal city under the emperor's feet. Globally, the highest temperature ever recorded has reached 49.5 degrees Celsius. Aside from basic actions like baking cookies in a car or frying eggs outside, the wires of electric trams melted due to the extreme heat, causing service disruptions. Some roads showed expansion cracks, and the plastic wall panels of houses melted and warped. Over 700 people suddenly died in just 1 week in a single continent, especially among the elderly with chronic diseases. The high temperature worsened the underlying diseases, leading to death. And now, it is already 51 degrees Celsius outside. Lin Wanqiao is a bit worried that the air conditioning unit's external wiring might overheat. Fortunately, she had placed the external unit in a shaded area, so it wouldn't be directly exposed to the scorching sun. Room 1602 can still live normally, but the others are suffering terribly. People living in the hallway are truly in deep water and searing fire. The gray-white cement walls are scorching hot, giving off wisps of steam. The blazing sun makes them too scared to open the hallway windows, choosing instead to suffocate in the tiny space. With not a breath of wind, the air seems to have frozen. The entire hallway feels like a steam basket, hot enough to make it hard to breathe. Sweat pours down their cheeks and necks, sticking to their clothes, slippery and sticky, the sour smell of sweat mixed with the pungent stench of garbage ferments in the hallway. The men and children simply stripped off all their clothes, wearing only a pair of shorts. Their fragile bodies, accustomed to air-conditioned rooms, make it impossible for them to endure such a hell. Suddenly, laughter and shouts come from downstairs, and Lin Wanqiao stands at the window, pulling the curtains open slightly to see more clearly. Some people can't stand the heat and actually go swimming under the blazing sun. What a bunch of fools. Sure, the water temperature is cool, but long exposure to the sun can dehydrate and dry out the skin, making it very easy to get sunburned. Additionally, swimming in warm water requires more energy, which can cause body temperature to rise. To cool down, the skin's blood vessels expand, leading to insufficient blood supply to vital organs. At the same time, to cool down, the body sweats profusely, causing dehydration. Right now, they can't even meet the daily water intake standards, and if they can't replenish enough water in time, they may very well suffer from dehydration and heatstroke. Not to mention the unknown amount of bacteria and viruses hidden in that murky yellow water. The fun they're having now will lead to severe consequences later. They have to pay for it. Seeing the people in the water having fun, others can't resist either, one by one stripping off their clothes and plunging in. Those who are smarter are soaking in the shadows of the building. Lin Wanqiao carefully looked around again and noticed that the water level seemed to have dropped. It had previously reached the 4th floor, but after these days of high temperature and evaporation, it has now dropped to the 3rd and a half floor. This is indeed good news. Ha ha. Xin Xiaoyu walked over and, seeing the scene downstairs resembling a pot of dumplings, chuckled. What's so funny about that? Lin Wanqiao looked at him in confusion. He pointed at the people downstairs and said, Look, doesn't it look like boiling down in a big fire? Ah. Ha, it really is. In such hot temperatures, the splashes of water being tossed around do look like heaven has set a big fire to boil it down. Considering the power and noise issues, the air conditioning was only on for 2 hours before being turned off, and the family relied on the remaining temperature in the room and ice cubes to make it through until sunset. The outdoor temperature dropped to 45 degrees Celsius. Dinner was still not cooked. They took ready-made old duck vermicelli soup from the space, with each person getting a steam basket of crab roe buns. The food was still hot, freshly out of the pot as it was pulled from the space, and the family ate while sweating profusely. Just after finishing, someone shouted at the door. Wanqiao, are you home? It's Xiao Zhao. They quickly cleared the dishes from the table, even the dog's bowl wasn't spared. Before Lin Wanqiao opened the door, she wiped her mouth. When she opened the door, she saw Zhao Kongyang standing at the iron gate with a bag in hand. Wanqiao, I brought you some relief food, he said, lifting the bag in his hand. It's time to receive relief supplies again. She stepped out of her home and opened the iron gate. Zhao Kongyang felt a refreshing breeze sweep across his cheek as Lin Wanqiao opened the door. However, he didn't think much of it, handing her the bag. It's the same as last time, your family gets 4 portions, can you check? Lin Wanqiao took the bag, opened it to glance inside, and quickly closed it. Aren't you supposed to go down to collect it? Why did you bring it up? Zhao Kongyang scratched his head and said, Anyway, I was just idle. Seeing no one from your family, I brought it up. Just a quick thing. Thank you. Lin Wanqiao casually asked, How is your son? Talking about his son, Zhao Kongyang's smile widened, very well. He eats and sleeps well. He has gained some weight since he was born, but with the hot weather, he sleeps even more. Pay attention, don't let him get heat stroke. It's easy to get rashes in hot weather. Be sure to wash him often and keep him dry. Lin Wanqiao kindly reminded him. Zhao Kongyang nodded, as if remembering something, he added. By the way, try not to go out during the day. Today over 30 people in the entire community have suffered from heat stroke. It's only now that the temperature has dropped a bit, and boats are being arranged to send them to the hospital. At this moment, at the county hospital, Huang Bolin was busily running around in the emergency room. Batch after batch of patients suffering from heatstroke were brought over by speedboats, and the entire hospital was so crowded that even the corridors were full. Currently, the county hospital's generator could only prioritize power to medical equipment and intensive care units, with no extra electricity for air conditioning. Huang Bolin's clothes were completely soaked, his white coat was tossed aside. At this moment, he was surrounded by patients and their families, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Doctor, my back and arms are painful and itchy, and my skin is peeling. Huang Bolin took a glance and made the diagnosis, this is sunburn. Go back and apply ice. Do you have any anti-inflammatory skincare products at home? Put some on your skin. But where would I get ice at home? Physiological saline compress will also work. We don't have any. Doctor, can you prescribe me some medicine? I can't stand the pain. The man looked worried. Huang Bolin called out to his assistant, Xiaoya, do we still have physiological saline in our department? Xiaoya was busy attending to a patient and replied without looking up, gone long ago, not just in our department, the entire hospital probably can't find 10 bottles. Doctor, what should I do? The man broke down upon hearing this. And me, doctor, please look at my baby. She has a fever of 38 degrees Celsius and just vomited all the milk. Doctor, my mother-in-law has a fever too, please take a look at her. She has heart disease. Huang Bolin's head was spinning. Since afternoon, patients with heatstroke had suddenly come in waves, and the hospital was now out of even the most basic medications. How could they treat them? At this time, hurried footsteps approached from afar. Step aside, doctor, please save him. The patient was carried in, now unconscious, his limbs twitching uncontrollably. His entire face was flushed, breathing weakly, and his skin felt as hot as fire. It was clearly severe heatstroke symptoms. Huang Bolin quickly checked temperature and blood pressure. Temperature 41 degrees Celsius, rapid pulse, low blood pressure. Family members, quickly elevate the patient's head and use a wet towel to cool his head. The family members carrying the patient were anxious like ants on a hot stove. It's no use, doctor. We tried that at home. It didn't help at all. He could still talk in the afternoon, but now we can't wake him up. Huang Bolin quickly grabbed a towel from a nearby bucket, putting it on the patient, and poured the last bit of alcohol from a bottle onto a gauze, swiftly wiping the patient's limbs. Our hospital has run out of alcohol, so we can only use physical cooling. After saying that, he shouted to his assistant, Xiaoya, bring some saline to give him. Assistant Xiaoya picked up a bowl of saline, trying to feed it to the patient. But his jaw was tightly clenched, no matter how hard they tried, it wouldn't open, spilling saline everywhere. The family members rushed up to pry the patient's mouth open, fussing for a long time before finally getting a small bowl in. Huang Bolin then injected another medication, turning back to instruct the family, "We are short-handed right now. The blood pressure monitor is here, you measure the patient's blood pressure every 10 minutes. During this time, keep the wet towel on his body. If the blood pressure doesn't come up in half an hour, call me." I transferred him to the intensive care unit. Sigh, okay. Huang Balan was busy until midnight, with patients continuously being sent in. Until the doctor on duty arrived, he finally had a chance to sit in the office and catch his breath. "Dr. Huang, you haven't eaten anything all day, come have a piece of bread." Xiaoya handed him a small piece of bread. "Thank you." He took a bite, and found it very dry. He reached for the water jug on the table only to discover it was already empty, so he had to chew a few more times and swallow hard. Xiaoya also sat quietly next to him, munching on the bread in her hand. In the hallway, a few patients were wailing in agony from pain, or their families were howling like beasts from the grief of losing loved ones. The patient sent to intensive care this afternoon just passed away. Xiaoya suddenly spoke up. Huang Belan turned to look at her. In just half a day, their skin had all turned to sores, acute organ failure caused by high temperature plus infection. It was a painful way to go. She fell silent for a moment and then said, "Over 80 have died today already." Huang Belan knew in his heart that the number of deaths today was more than the past few days combined. Most people were already on the brink of death when they were sent in. Even if he was reincarnated as Hua Tua, without medicine or water, he could only watch helplessly as patients slowly died before his eyes. The hospital now felt like a funeral home, unable to heal or save anyone, and the only function it served was to issue death certificates more quickly. This cursed weather, just when we hoped the rain would stop, it starts getting hot again. Does the heavens want us to die? Dr. Huang, when will this end? Huang Belan did not respond. He didn't know, all he could do was take it one day at a time. By the way, Dr. Huang, I just went and got your salary. Xiaoya pointed at the box on the table. You should be able to go home and rest now? Yes, it's too late, I'll head back first. Huang Belan quickly finished the bread in his hand, took the box from the table, and said goodbye to Xiaoya before leaving the office. It was already past 9 p.m., and in order to save electricity, only one light was on in the hallway, making it look somewhat dim. Huang Belan carefully stepped through the gaps in the crowd. Many patients, after a day of torment, were now sleeping against the walls, stirring only a single eyelid to glance at the noise before falling back into a deep slumber. An hour later, Huang Belan arrived home. Knowing his son was on leave today, Huang's father had stayed up waiting, not having slept. Huang Belan set down the box in his hand and first checked the temperature and blood pressure of the two elderly people at home, only letting out a sigh of relief after confirming they were all right. He opened the box, which contained a neatly arranged small bag of potatoes, 2 packs of compressed biscuits, a bag of instant noodles, 2 chocolates, 4 bottles of mineral water, and a small bottle of medicine. This was his salary for the month. He had his meals and lodging covered at the hospital. These were extra rations. "Dad, the hospital has been too busy these past few days. I can't leave. I have to go back tomorrow. Take these things." Huang's father felt sorry for his son. Every time Huang Belan returned, he seemed to lose weight. "We don't lack anything at home. You take it back to eat. I'm not worried about being hungry at the hospital. I don't need it. You just keep it. Mom's health isn't good, and I'm worried about you too at home." Huang's father patted Huang Belan's shoulder and said with warmth, "You just focus on your work, your mom and I will be fine. Plus, Uncle Lu and Aunt Yan often come to see us. We all look after each other, don't worry." Huang Belan was reassured by his words. He took out the bottle of medicine, poured out a little less than half, wrapped it in paper, and planned to send it to Lin Wanqiao's family the next day. Chapter 81. Dr. Huang has returned, and Lin Wanqiao seizes the opportunity to seek guidance. "You have a very high comprehension. Your theoretical knowledge is more solid than those medical students. What you lack is just clinical experience." Huang Belan was very impressed by Lin Wanqiao's performance. Lin Wanqiao thought Huang Belan was just comforting her and humbly replied, "You flatter me." "I am not flattering you. Everyone in our hospital knows about the incident with Xiao's wife. If you hadn't made the quick decision to give her acupuncture for delivery, both mother and child might have lost their lives on the way to the hospital." Huang Belan truly admired Lin Wanqiao and continued, "Director Chi from our Chinese medicine department said that it was a person who became skilled after self-studying for 3 months who gave the acupuncture to the pregnant woman, and he praised you highly. He also mentioned that it's a shame he no longer takes apprentices, otherwise, he would have great hopes for you." Lin Wanqiao really did not wish to take on a master because her ambitions did not lie there. Learning a few basics that could benefit her family was already satisfying, especially since the circumstances did not allow for more. After Huang Belan explained the difficult points, he took out a medicine bag he prepared last night from the drawer and handed it to Lin Wanqiao. Before she even opened it, she could smell the scent of medicine. Teacher Huang, what's this? This is what our hospital issued. I only got a small bottle. Take some with you, it's very hot, and preventive medicine is good. Lin Wanqiao had plenty of these medicines at home and felt she couldn't take them. So, she placed it on the table and said, "Thank you, Teacher Huang, but I still have some at home, you can leave it for Uncle Huang." Huang Balan didn't insist upon it after hearing that. Lin Wanqiao stayed at Huang Balan's home for less than half an hour and was already sweating profusely. After the small talk, she hurried back home. Wow! As Lin Wanqiao opened the door, a rush of cool air greeted her, and she sighed, "Home is so comfortable." Without comparison, there is no harm. Although it was still 36 degrees Celsius inside, compared to the hell outside, it was like heaven and earth. "Chow chow, come eat some white fungus and lotus seed soup." "Okay, did you put in ice?" "Of course, but since you always have pain each month, eat less ice." While 1602 had the air conditioning on and was enjoying the chilled soup, suddenly a piercing scream erupted from a household on the 5th floor. Not long after, there were sounds of things falling from the opposite household. Ah! What are these things? Damn it, cockroaches! It's cockroaches! Whose house has a cockroach this big? A dense wave of brown cockroaches surged like a tide from the sewer, each roach larger than usual, fully the width of 3 adult fingers, nearly the size of a mouse. Some crawled up the cupboards and climbed onto the kitchen countertop, munching on unwashed dishes. Some spread their dark brown wings and flew onto the dining table. Is it my illusion, or are the cockroaches flying? Oh no, where did so many cockroaches come from? It seems they crawled out of the sewer. Quick, hurry, find something to block it. In addition to those crawling out from the sewer, some cockroaches could even bite through the window screen and squeeze through the holes. These cockroaches did not seem to fear the heat, crawling up heated pipes and walls. The entire community was in chaos, with screams and the sounds of slippers slapping the floor mingling together. However, inside 1602, the doors and windows were tightly shut with the air conditioning running, and soundproofing had been done, so they did not hear the commotion outside. "Nyangao, what are you eating?" Lin Wanqiao suddenly noticed her dog lying on the ground, happily biting a little black object. She walked over and placed her hand on the dog's chin. "Spit it out." Shin Xiaoyu had trained the dog well, and almost as soon as Lin Wanqiao finished giving the command, a drooly cockroach was spat into her palm. Ah! Lin Wanqiao was going insane. Where did this giant cockroach come from? And it's still alive. She reflexively flung the cockroach from her hand onto the ground and stomped on it. Nyango! Just as Lin Wanqiao was about to scold the dog, a shadow rushed toward her and hit her in the face. Where did these cockroaches come from? Lu Jianan stepped out, curious as he saw Lin Wanqiao desperately trying to chase the cockroaches with a slipper. It shouldn't be like this, all the doors and windows are completely sealed, and the sewer has long been blocked, how could there still be cockroaches coming in? Yan Yujun looked at the cockroach corpse, stroking her chest in amazement. What does this cockroach eat to grow so big? Lin Wanqiao looked at the cockroach corpse beneath her feet, lost in memories. In her previous life, after the water receded, there had also been a wave of pests, but back then it was an infestation of rats. Those huge red-eyed rats suddenly popped out from every corner, gnawing at everything they saw and biting anyone they encountered. Those rats not only far exceeded normal size, but more terrifyingly, each rat carried a large number of deadly germs, and many people, not paying attention, got bitten, infected with unknown viruses, and ended up losing their lives to rat bites. In this life, has it changed to mutated cockroaches? Let's find out where the cockroaches are coming in and quickly block the hole. And for sure, don't touch the cockroaches, you never know if they carry viruses. Lin Wanqiao said seriously. While searching room by room, a few more scurrying cockroaches were discovered. Finally, under the balcony's drain, they found that the previously sealed cement had been gnawed open. There was leftover cement in the space, and Shin Xiaoyu mixed the cement properly, sealing all the drain holes thickly again and placing heavy steel plates on top. After examining all possible entries, Lin Wanqiao still felt uneasy and took some cockroach medicine and rat poison, sprinkling it around the air conditioning unit. The outlet of the indoor unit was also covered with fine iron mesh to prevent cockroaches from crawling in through the air conditioning pipes. She sprinkled some medicine in every corner of the house to prevent any fish that got through the net and sternly warned the dog not to touch anything. Yang Yujun looked at the woven bag in the kitchen that had been bitten through by cockroaches, the potatoes inside now pockmarked, feeling both regretful and surprised. These cockroaches are too powerful, I've never seen such large ones in my life. Lin Wanqiao slumped onto the sofa and recounted the situation from her previous life. Hearing that rats had killed people, everyone was stunned. I had only heard that in rural areas some people slept at night and got their ears bitten off by rats. I always thought it was a joke, but I never expected it to be true. Lu Jianan sighed, recalling that the rats he remembered always hid from people. Shin Xiaoyu remembered that Lin Wanqiao had just touched a cockroach and hurriedly reminded her to wash her hands and disinfect. I've already disinfected. She rushed to wash her hands right after squashing the cockroach, thinking of the tragic fate of those infected by germs in her previous life. Her hands felt like they were being washed raw, and even the dog had been dragged to the sink several times to have its mouth washed. This little rice cake needs to change its habit of biting whatever it sees. It shouldn't put everything dirty and smelly into its mouth. As she spoke, she still couldn't help but slap the dog on the head. Wu the dog lay down, feeling wronged, its round eyes telling its sad story. Let's not open the windows when we sleep at night, let's use ice cubes to cool down instead, Lin Wanqiao suggested. During this time, they only used air conditioning and ice cubes to cool down during the day. At night, as the outside temperature dropped, they still preferred to open some gaps to let in the natural breeze. Although it was a bit hot to sleep like this, they still needed to help their bodies adapt to the environment and improve their physique, otherwise, how would they cope with even worse conditions in the future? Based on her experience in the previous life, once the cleanup work was done, there wouldn't be as many snakes, bugs, rats, and ants. Chapter 82. Other people didn't have the enhanced doors and windows of room 1602 to keep out the cockroaches. Some people temporarily used rags to block the drains, but they were soon gnawed through. Others had their window glass shattered during the typhoon, allowing a continuous stream of mutated cockroaches to crawl in along the outside wall. That night, cries of horror echoed through the night sky. The next day, Lin Wanqiao heard that several people had been bitten. As she had guessed, these giant cockroaches were just like the mutated rats in her previous life. They carry a large number of deadly germs. The bitten person, at first, only experiences a red, swollen, itchy wound. Then, the small wound swells up to the size of a bun, and after a few hours, it begins to fester and ooze pus. Even washing it with soapy water and applying anti-inflammatory ointment cannot stop the worsening trend. Soon, high fever, cough, and other infection symptoms appear, and in the later stages, the entire body suffers from muscle and joint pain, while those with weaker health might even have difficulty breathing. At this point, the outdoor temperature during the day has reached 56 degrees Celsius. Some wanted to use a rubber boat to send the sick to the hospital, but under such scorching temperatures, not only could humans not endure it, but even the rubber boat showed signs of melting on the surface. As a result, those who were bitten could only suffer in their homes, waiting for the temperature to drop at night before going to the hospital. However, after delaying for a whole day and night, the extreme heat accelerated the worsening of their condition, and that night several people just stepped into the hospital doors when, in the next moment, they were gone. Even those who managed to reach the hospital did not receive effective treatment because, at that time, the county hospital had already fallen, many inpatients and even medical staff had also been bitten. Recalling how Huang Bolan had left them to care for the elderly, Shen Xiaoyu and Lin Wanqiao, early in the morning, took the remaining barbed wire from their home downstairs to help. The hallway was crawling with cockroaches all over the floor and walls. When they saw people coming, they not only did not hide but flew toward the people, their hard wings flapping could create a gust of wind. Surprisingly, in such high outdoor temperatures, these cockroaches were completely unaffected. Lin Wanqiao, frightened, quickly took out 2 stainless steel items from her storage, one for each person, and swatted away the cockroaches flying toward them. From 1602 to 1502, just this few steps, they astonishingly swatted down more than 100, sounding like firecrackers popping. Mr. Huang and Mrs. Huang, who had been swatting cockroaches all night, were now exhausted, and when they saw Lin Wanqiao and others come to help, they were naturally very grateful. The two sealed off all the broken window spaces with barbed wire and even left some cockroach poison. Afterward, Mr. and Mrs. Huang insisted on stuffing chocolate to Lin Wanqiao to show their thanks. The neighbor across the way, seeing through the peephole that Lin Wanqiao was helping the Huang family solve their cockroach problem, also rushed out to 1502, shamelessly asking for barbed wire. It's all used up, there's none left. Lin Wanqiao decisively refused without hesitation. I clearly saw you had 2 big pieces in your backpack, you just don't want to give it. The neighbor was furious. Right, I don't want to give. Lin Wanqiao admitted, she was no saint, not everyone could get charity from her. The neighbor was furious, pointing a finger at Lin Wanqiao ready to curse. Shen Xiaoyu shot a fierce glare over. Thinking of the bloodstains in the hallway that hadn't been cleaned yet, the neighbor's dirty words became more civilized. You are too stingy, how about you just give us a little if you have extra? Lin Wanqiao chuckled. You're like a bat with a chicken feather stuck to it, what do you think you are? What kind of world is this that you're still thinking about profit? If you want it, bring food to trade. Lin Wanqiao retorted. She was sure the other side wouldn't trade food for it. After all, as long as she was careful, these cockroaches wouldn't threaten life, but without food, it would be disastrous. Sure enough, after hearing this, although the neighbor was angry, he didn't dare to provoke them anymore, so he could only angrily return, bang, shutting the door behind him. With the cockroaches rampant, having bitten and killed countless, the government could not sit idle. 3 days later at night, specialized workers arrived with spray guns to clean the cockroaches from door to door. As the spray gun's flame swept over, a large mass of black cockroach bodies fell from the air like rain, actually emitting a charred aroma. Some people swallowed hard smelling it. Can these cockroaches be eaten? Come on, are you hungry? What nonsense are you talking? Another person looked at him as if he were a fool. The man sneered, just kidding, just kidding. Don't you think this roasted cockroach smells quite nice? It does have a bit of a smell, but that's a cockroach. Who knows how many viruses it carries? Eating that is just asking for a quicker death. After using the spray gun, there was indeed some relief, but before half a day had passed, cockroaches appeared again from who knows where. It was truly treating the symptom and not the root problem. Time arrived at August 15, 2023. Early in the morning, just as the sky was dimly lit. The flood had completely receded. The thick mud below was at least a story high. In the brown mud, various pieces of debris mixed in, including tables and chairs washed out from who knows where, animal corpses, and the household garbage thrown into the water over the past few months, even excrement, all fermented in the high temperature, emitting bursts of foul odor. On the mud, cockroaches, maggots, and others were thickly covering the surface, wriggling endlessly, making one's scalp tingle. A few days ago, the government notified that after the water receded, they would start the mud cleaning work. Each household would clean their own mud in the corridors, while the workers designated by the government would handle the outer mud. Early in the morning, the rumble of bulldozers could be heard working. Lin Wanqiao and Xin Xiaoyu also went downstairs to watch the excitement. At the entrance of the community, several large bulldozers were moving slowly down the center of the main road. With one scoop, the mud was easily lifted, and then the truck bed turned direction, dumping the scooped mud onto the sides of the road, while the bulldozer continued to advance. Following behind were two small bulldozers and trucks. It seemed the government's method was to first clear the main road for vehicles to pass, and then let the small bulldozers load the mud on the sides of the road onto trucks to be taken away. Then they would clear the mud on the subroads, doing it step by step. Many people in the corridor were watching the excitement, chatting back and forth. You say, how long will this take to clean up? I feel like I'm going to become a couch potato at home. Isn't that right? I can only stare at the face of my nagging wife every day, it's like living a nightmare. Thinking like this, going to work still feels pretty good. At that moment, someone with keen eyes shouted, pointing at the bulldozer's truck bed. Look! What is that? Old Luo, why are you so jumpy? Your finger is about to poke my eye out. The person had no time for banter, look quickly. It seems like there is a person in the truck bed of that front bulldozer. Chapter 83. All the attention was drawn to that bulldozer. At that moment, the truck bed of the bulldozer had lifted a scoop of mud but had not immediately dumped it on the roadside. A staff member jogged up behind, whistling as he ran. The bulldozer came to a halt. Someone saw clearly, swallowed hard, and stammered, It looks like a human leg. Lin Wanqiao also widened her eyes to look, and sure enough, in the corner of the truck bed's mud, there was a long, whitish object that resembled a human calf. Under the staff member's direction, the bulldozer driver gently lowered the truck bed and started shaking the mud bit by bit onto the road. As the driver operated, the item inside suddenly rolled out. Wow! It really is a person. From a distance, Lin Wanqiao could only see that it was a highly decomposed female corpse. Her facial features were unrecognizable, completely. The workers picked up the head and tossed it into the body bag. After the body was removed, the excavator quickly resumed its work. TSK, I wonder who the unfortunate soul was, dying here. Alas, how pitiful, I wonder if they can find the deceased's family. Looking like this, it's unlikely. The excavator continued to swing left and right, constantly clearing the road, as if the body discovered moments ago was just a brief interlude. Lin Wanqiao and the others watched for only half an hour before feeling the temperature rise, sweating profusely and losing interest in continuing to watch. Returning home, she took 2 big gulps of ice water. Home is still comfortable, she sighed contentedly. Lin Wanqiao had been using ice blocks without hesitation during this time, and now was the perfect moment to do so. Moreover, with good insulation, the temperature in her home was only 26 degrees Celsius, while outside it was already 38 degrees Celsius. And it was still not even 7 in the morning. The efficiency of the excavator in clearing mud was very high. After 2 hours, Lin Wanqiao opened the curtain again to see that the road at the entrance of the community had already revealed a black asphalt surface. 2 small excavators were preparing to enter the community to clear the mud. Many people had voluntarily gathered to clear the sludge piled up on the first floor. Those with tools held shovels and spades, while those without tools held basins. Theoretically, it's unreasonable for Unit 1602 to just watch without lending a hand in the cleanup of the public area. But with the temperature outside, Lin Wanqiao absolutely could not let Xin Xiaoyu and the others go down. After weighing it over, she took 10 bottles of mineral water and handed them to Xin Xiaoyu, sending them out to distribute, using water as a substitute for labor. Xin Xiaoyu took the water down and returned empty-handed within minutes, sweating profusely. Did they take the water? Did they say anything? He wiped the sweat from his face with a wet towel and replied, Yeah, they took it. They wouldn't have any objections, there were enough hands already, and we weren't missed. Clean drinking water is a hot commodity now, who wouldn't want it? They happily accepted it. As long as they didn't complain. But the work is really tough. Shin Xiaoyu washed the towel and hung it back up. As soon as we dig in, it's all snakes, bugs, rats, and ants, like poking a nest of insects. People with trypophobia would get goosebumps all over. And the smell, oh my, it's worse than a latrine left for a month. Lin Wanqiao was even more worried about people working in this high temperature. Things could go wrong. Although the morning temperature was still bearable, the daytime temperature was rising almost 3 or 4 degrees every hour. She feared it might create a boiling frog effect, with people unknowingly succumbing to heat stroke. But that wasn't something she needed to worry about. Having already sent water as a substitute for labor, Lin Wanqiao felt at ease enjoying herself at home. Once the doors and windows were shut, the roaring of the excavator and the bustling discussions were completely blocked out. As the sun's rays grew fiercer, the temperature indoors rose rapidly. The ice block, as big as a basin, had already melted down to the size of a fist. Her dog began to sprawl out flat, resting its head on the ice basin, tongue hanging long, the tip dipping into the ice water, yet even so, it was still panting heavily. Why is it even hotter today? Yesterday at this time, I could still bear it without air conditioning, but if it keeps rising like this, we'll suffocate. Yan Yujuan complained, wiping the sweat off her neck with a wet towel. The thermometer at home had reached 45 degrees Celsius, and Lin Wanqiao decisively turned on the air conditioning. With a ding, a cool breeze slowly blew over her. They wouldn't still be working down there, would they? Yang Yujuan suddenly asked. Staying outside in this temperature for long was no joking matter. Lin Wanqiao cracked the curtain open a little, and surprisingly, a few excavators were still at work. From the 16th floor, she couldn't see clearly inside the excavators, but just thinking about it was enough to know that in those sealed, air-conditioner-less cabins, it must be like a steamer. Ding, the air conditioner suddenly made a sound. What's wrong? Lin Wanqiao looked up, realizing that the air conditioner had stopped blowing air. She pressed the restart button on the remote control. Drip. Although there was a startup prompt, no air came out. Shin Xiaoyu took the remote from her hand, moved a chair over, and stood on it to seriously check the air conditioner. The electricity is fine, and the indoor unit seems okay. Could it be the outdoor unit that's broken? He got down from the chair and walked toward the equipment balcony, others followed behind him. If the air conditioner is broken, it would be too hard to bear. As soon as the door to the equipment balcony opened, a fierce wave of heat hit everyone, making their heads spin, and their skin felt as if it had been burned by fire. No, it's too hot. Both elders retreated repeatedly. Lin Wanqiao struggled to hold on, while the outdoor unit quietly sat there, its blades had long stopped spinning. Shin Xiaoyu bravely stepped forward, quickly checking the machine, while Lin Wanqiao handed him tools from behind. In just a few seconds exposed to the outdoor heat, they were already drenched in sweat, drops hitting the ground with a hiss, quickly absorbed by the cement floor, vanishing without a trace. It definitely wasn't just 50 degrees Celsius. But she had clearly just checked the thermometer. Could the temperature rise so fast in just a few minutes? Shin Xiaoyu took the screwdriver to dismantle the outer unit, but as soon as his hand touched the scorching machine, he instinctively pulled back. Here, gloves. Lin Wanqiao quickly handed him the protective gloves. Using the little coolness leaking from the room behind them, Shin Xiaoyu quickly removed the outer unit, and after a careful inspection, he shook his head at Lin Wanqiao. It's too hot. This machine can only endure outdoor temperatures of up to 55 degrees. Beyond that, its heatsink cannot function. That means the outdoor temperature has already exceeded 55 degrees Celsius. Lin Wanqiao could feel the ground burning beneath her flip-flops, her blood seemed to rush to her head, dizziness setting in, staying any longer would definitely cause problems. Chapter 84. There was no time to feel down about losing an air conditioner. Lin Wanqiao quickly called Shin Xiaoyu back into the room. Shin Xiaoyu swiftly reassembled the heat sink and closed the tools before quickly shutting the door to the equipment balcony. Without the onslaught of heat waves, everyone felt relieved. How did the temperature rise so much in just a few minutes? Because the door had just been opened, the house's temperature had suddenly shot up. It was now about 37 or 38 degrees. Lin Wanqiao started to doubt her earlier reading. How could it rise from 45 degrees to over 55 degrees in such a short time? Yang Yujun handed them towels soaked with ice water that she had prepared earlier. Quick, wipe yourselves. As Lin Wanqiao wiped her face, she felt a slight sting. In this short time, her skin had been burned by the hot air. The key was that the equipment balcony was even shaded, with no sunlight hitting it. She disregarded the sting on her face and said to Shin Xiaoyu, "Ayu, I still have 2 brand new air conditioners in my space. Should we swap them out?" Shin Xiaoyu turned the heatsink over, inspecting it carefully, delivering a heavy blow to her hopes. The heatsink isn't broken, so it's very likely the air conditioner's overheating protection has activated. Even if you take out a new one, it will have the same result. Ah! Now both elders were stunned. Lin Wanqiao noticed a large blister forming in Xin Xiaoyu's palm from the heat and quickly pulled out burn ointment to gently apply it to his hand. It's too late now, all we can do is add more ice cubes. At the same time, downstairs in the community, the outdoor temperature gradually reached its peak, 60 degrees Celsius. The driver in the loader was now soaked in sweat, the cabin windows half open, heat swirling inside like a steamer. He had planned to finish this little patch and then take a break, but as he kept scooping, he felt as if his blood was boiling, and his vision began to blur. Feeling something was wrong, the driver. In a flurry, he opened the car door and tumbled out onto the ground. He knelt on the hot ground, the burning surface searing his knees, but at this moment, this pain and the heat that twisted the air felt like nothing. He pushed himself off the ground, struggling to stand up. However, it felt as if all his strength had been sucked away. As soon as he tried to rise, his legs gave way again, and despite multiple struggles, it was all in vain. Finally, he collapsed onto the ground, motionless. Someone in the hallway saw him and wanted to help, but as soon as they stepped out of the unit door and felt the burning heat, they quickly shrank back. At this moment, another driver of a dumper also shakily climbed out of his vehicle and wobbled toward the building. Unfortunately, just 2 meters from the building, he fell to the ground with a thud. People quickly dragged him back inside the building. Someone with first aid knowledge began to perform resuscitation, pinching the driver's nose and doing CPR, working hard for over 10 minutes. But when they checked his heartbeat again, it was already gone. People slumped in the hallway, leaning here and there, and no one spoke. Suddenly, someone began to sob softly while covering their face. Just when life seemed to have found hope, it quickly fell into a new hell. The mindset collapsed. Help! Help us, someone save us! Suddenly, a cry for help reached everyone's ears. Room 1602. The dog suddenly barked anxiously at the window. What's wrong? Lin Wanqiao reached out to pet the dog's head, and the dog wagged its tail at her, nervously growling towards the window. What was outside? Even though Lin Wanqiao felt too hot to move, she still got up to pull back the curtains. The glaring sunlight blinded her for a moment. After a while, she gradually saw clearly. Across from her, on the 10th floor of a building, a window was wide open, and thick white smoke was billowing out. A middle-aged couple was holding a child and shouting something out the window. It was on fire. Through the window, she couldn't hear clearly, but looking at their lips, they seemed to be saying help. The smoke was heavy, it seemed that the fire was big. People below the burning floor also opened their windows, sticking their heads out and waving their arms, shouting something. She saw the middle-aged man turn back into the room and come out again with several bedsheets in his hands. He wanted to climb down. The child in the woman's arms was crying heartbreakingly. The woman anxiously comforted the child while looking up to urge her husband to hurry, as flames flickered not far behind them. The man twisted the 3 bedsheets into a long rope and tied several knots in the middle, securing one. A small face turned red under the scorching sun. The woman sat on the windowsill, lingering and afraid to go down. The little boy's crying became weaker and weaker. The man downstairs anxiously comforted the child, urging the woman to come down quickly. She gritted her teeth, mimicking her husband, gripping the bedsheet tightly. Her feet pushed against the wall as she moved down, beads of sweat the size of beans fell down her eyelids. It blurred her vision, and the heat wave hitting her made her dizzy, constantly testing her will. Soon, the man reached her ankle. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, the child on the woman's back suddenly cried out loudly, kicking his legs wildly in the air. The woman was startled, her hand slipped, and she suddenly fell down. The bedsheet tied around her waist split open under the tremendous impact. Ah! The woman, along with the child on her back, fell straight down like a kite. Lin Wanqiao quickly pulled the curtains, not daring to look at the scene below. The height of 10 stories, the outcome was unimaginable. Chapter 85. But the tragedy did not end there. Under the intense heat, the merciless flames grew larger. Soon, it spread to the 11th floor, but the fire escape had already been occupied by the flames. People upstairs could only gather their belongings and flee to higher floors. Crack, crash, crash. The windows finally couldn't withstand the onslaught of heat and flames, shattering one after another. Shattered glass fell to the ground, making loud noises. Ah! My eyes, my eyes. Someone was hit by flying shards of glass, covering their eyes and screaming, blood seeping through their fingers. Others on different floors could only watch helplessly as the fire spread from the 10th floor to the 11th, then to the 12th, 13th. Everyone who couldn't escape in time was forced to run to the rooftop. They extended their hands, waving desperately for help down below. But at that moment, it was a luxury to even hope for a fire truck, let alone to call for help. On the roof, exposed to the sun, many would die of heat before the fire could reach them. Despair filled their eyes. Some turned around and rushed down, better to fight for their lives than wait here to die. Others took off their clothes, shielding their heads and trying to huddle in corners to preserve their strength. Yet no matter what they did, it was in vain. At first, they could still hear cries for help. Less than 5 minutes later, the cries weakened, and then gradually faded away. Everyone on the rooftop tragically died from exposure. The great fire burned through the night until dawn broke. The merciless flames consumed everything and everyone's hope, slowly extinguishing themselves. Those who lost their homes and loved ones in the fire had no time to wipe away their tears before they had to fight for survival. With no supplies and no shelter, they could only take refuge in the narrow, stuffy hallways like cockroaches, waiting for rescue. Or waiting for death. People's sympathy for the tragedy lasted only a few seconds of verbal regret. How are they any better off? After struggling through to the evening, the temperature dropped to 40 degrees Celsius. Finally, they could come out and move a bit. Room 1602, with plenty of ice blocks, managed to keep the room temperature around 38 degrees Celsius during the day. It was still hot, but not unbearable. After the evening temperature outside dropped, the room temperature in 1602 also fell to 26 degrees Celsius. Only then did the family have an appetite to eat. They barely ate a few bites at noon, but it was too hot to have any appetite. Now, when they picked up their bowls again, they found that the food had already begun to emit a foul smell. In just half a day, fresh food had already gone bad. Sigh, what a waste. I will go make another batch, Yang Yujun said as she took the spoiled food to the kitchen to dump it. Grandma, forget it. It's too hot to cook. Let's eat what we have ready, Lin Wanqiao yelled to Yang Yujun. She took out a dish of cold jellyfish salad, bitter melon stir-fried with eggs, and a portion of garlic sprouts stir-fried with meat. It's hot weather, eat some bitter melon to cool down. She even thoughtfully gave a portion to the dog. As soon as the dog took a bite, it planned to spit it out. Lin Wanqiao blared, "Do you dare?" Gulp. It hesitated for a long time, and in the end, swallowed without chewing. Thinking about how the dog had its tongue hanging out all day in the heat, Lin Wanqiao decided to shave its fur. After dinner, she took an electric trimmer to shave the dog. The dog obediently lay on the ground, allowing Lin Wanqiao to work on it. The fur that was shaved off piled up on the floor like a mat of fur. Lu Jianan and the others found it amusing and suddenly remembered, Xiao, can this thing shave hair for people too? Sure, why? Lu Jianan pointed to his own hair and said, give me a bald head too, cool. Okay. The dog, now fur-free, felt obviously cooler, lying on its side, its tail high up. Yang Yujun looked at her well-groomed dog now stripped of its fur, revealing only a layer of pink-white skin, and said with some disdain, so ugly. Woof. The dog was not pleased. You old woman, who cares about looks? In this kind of weather, what matters is temperature. Lu Jianan spoke up for the dog, knowingly moving a chair in front of Lin Wanqiao. Come on, Xiao, make it look nice for Grandpa. Yang Yujun blared, who just said looks don't matter and temperature is more important. Lu Jianan grinned, urging Lin Wanqiao to hurry. Lin Wanqiao cleaned the trimmer and disinfected it before taking it to Lu Jianan's forehead. Before long, a bald head was complete. Alright, Grandpa, take a look, you look handsome. Lin Wanqiao handed the mirror to Lu Jianan. Lu Jianan held up the mirror, touching his bald head, saying, not bad, not bad. Much cooler now, I've even saved money on shampoo. Is it really that cool? Lin Wanqiao felt a bit tempted, as it did look pretty refreshing. Her gaze drifted to Xin Xiaoyu, who was also eager to try. So, that night, the entire family got haircuts. Lin Wanqiao and Yang Yujun both got short haircuts up to their ears, while Xin Xiaoyu also got a very short buzz cut. The family looked at each other, and they all burst into laughter at each other's funny hairstyles. Meanwhile, downstairs, the noise returned. The government's dredging truck started working again. Most of the mud in the community had been cleaned out and taken away, the original greenery had long decayed, and the whole area was now a landscape of yellow-brown muddy ground. With no water to wash the ground, they just left a layer of mud on the surface. Anyway, after the sun dried it the next day, it would easily come off with a wipe. To prevent bacteria from spreading and triggering an epidemic, the government even sent people to disinfect every corner. The air in the whole community was filled with the pungent smell of disinfectant. Come on, everyone come down, supplies are here. Hu Minggui shouted from downstairs. The government supply truck was still parked downstairs, and the workers were moving boxes down, while a short, chubby man stood to the side checking off a list. Hu Minggui leaned in front of the chubby man, quietly slipping him a pack of cigarettes. Old Joe, how have you been lately? The man discreetly accepted the cigarette, slipping it into the list in his hands, and coughed, hey, what else can I say? This damn weather is boiling us in the day, and we still have to come out to work at night. As he spoke, he reminded his subordinates to deliver the supplies to the corresponding buildings. Hu Minggui flattered him, it's tough work, our livelihood depends on you, brother Zhou. How's the He family? It's been hot for so long, I haven't checked on them lately. Old Zhou looked up at Hu Minggui upon hearing this. Seeing that his subordinates had gone to deliver supplies and there was no one around, he lowered his voice, don't say the Yi family hasn't taken care of you. In these days, the government held a seminar, preparing to publicly recruit professionals in agriculture, construction, and research by the end of the month. The benefits and treatment are quite good, but the spots are limited, first come first served. After speaking, he glanced at Hu Mingwei, the meaning obvious. Chapter 86. Hu Mingwei's eyes brightened, but soon he felt discouraged. But I don't understand these things. Old Joe remained calm. Watching a colleague walking over, he quickly said, "What are you afraid of? My people are in charge of the interviews." After that, he waved to his colleague and pointed to Hu Mingwei, saying, "Xiao Wang, theirs are already packed, you give him the same." "Okay, brother Zhou." The staff lifted the boxes stacked on the ground and walked toward the unit building where Hu Mingwei was. Hu Mingwei signed on old Zhou's delivery sheet and glanced at the number on the list, still 2 boxes more than usual. Back at the building, a crowd was already gathered, men and boys basically shirtless to cool down, and the eyes of old and young were all eagerly staring at the supplies on the ground. The thin monkey and Xiao Zhao were guarding the supplies. Hu Mingwei unfolded the sheet in hand and said, "This time the relief food is the same as before, 7 compressed biscuits and a bottle of water per person. Those whose names are called come up to collect." Sigh, biscuits again. Mingwei, when are you going to give some feedback? Let the government change it. Eating dry biscuits every day makes it hard to swallow, my neck is getting thick. Yeah, water is already scarce, at least occasionally get some vegetables or meat to taste. How long has it been since I smelled meat? Hu Mingwei rolled his eyes at the speaker. Do you think the government is yours? Just change it when you want. Besides, in this weather, no vegetables can grow, having biscuits to eat is already good. Grab your stuff and hurry back. Someone joked, "Old Wang, if you want to smell meat, it's simple. Just bake it under the sun during the day." Don't say that, I just need a sprinkle of cumin between me and roasted meat. Sigh, I don't even ask for meat. Just being full is enough. I just wonder when we can get some toilet paper or something. Now, every time after using the toilet, my butt has nothing to wipe with, I have to use a cloth every time, and that cloth hasn't even been washed. Damn, can you not be so disgusting? I'm stating facts. Otherwise, what do you use to wipe your butt? But you don't need to say it out loud. Wiping my butt is okay, but it's stuffy at home. Last time I went to the toilet, I had to prepare 10 pieces of paper, 9 for wiping sweat and 1 for wiping my butt. Amid the noisy chatter, someone walked back dejectedly after receiving the supplies, suddenly feeling something was wrong. Wait a minute, it's usually 500 milliliters of water, why is it only 350 this time? It's no wonder they were so sensitive about the water. A person only got 1 bottle of drinking water a week, which was already not enough, and now it was even less. Others also noticed the water bottle had shrunk and protested. Why is it like this? Water was already not enough, now it's scorching hot, and this little bit of water isn't enough to drink for a day. Before we could collect some rainwater, now there's no water at all. How are we supposed to live? Yeah. I even have no urine left. A group of people jabbered so much that it gave others a headache. Hu Mingwei raised his hands to indicate everyone to listen to him for a moment. I know everyone is having a hard time, but this is the government's decision, and I can't do anything about it. Rather than fighting here, it's better to think of ways ourselves. In this weather, we can't even go out, what can we do? Hu Mingwei looked at this group of stubborn neighbors, somewhat speechless. It's hot at night, but at least we can move around. Our county has so many rivers and lakes, I don't believe we can't find any water. His words enlightened everyone, that's right. Speaking of which, I just remembered there's a big reservoir in Xiangshan, who knows, it might have water. That person was excited as if grabbing a life-saving straw. Yes, that place can't be wrong, and it started being protected many years ago, the water quality should be good enough to drink. There's also the Nanjiang River, it's closer. Just walk 5 miles north from here, and we will be there. In the past, I often went swimming. Everyone seemed to have opened the door to a new world, discussing where to get water with excitement. Hu Mingwei hurriedly distributed the supplies he had on hand to send everyone back. When it was the turn of the little girl from Unit 701, her boyfriend was paralyzed in bed, and she was the only one who came down to collect supplies. Just as Shouho handed over the supplies, a little boy with a line of snot hanging from his nostril suddenly broke free from an adult's hand, rushed forward, snatched the 2 bottles of water from Shouho, and ran away. You little brat, what are you doing? Come back quickly. Shouho hurriedly chased after him. The little boy was only wearing a dirty pair of underwear, and he dashed out of the apartment building in a flash. Isn't that the grandson of Granny Yu? Someone in the crowd recognized the boy. Granny Yu, why don't you call your grandson back? Hu Mingwei shouted unhappily at the shrinking Granny Yu in the crowd. Granny Yu weakly shouted twice, Daodu, hurry back, or I'll spank you. Her gentle tone was so obviously fake that anyone could see through it, the little boy wouldn't be afraid of her. Shouho chased the boy outside, panting and out of breath, as sweat quickly soaked through his clothes. The boy twisted off a bottle cap while running, and in front of everyone, he chugged the water until the bottle was empty, carelessly tossing the empty bottle on the ground and pretending to open another one. The little girl from Unit 701 was almost crying, pulling on Granny Yu's arm and shouting, "Ah! He drank my water, you have to make him return it. Hurry up!" Granny Yu glared at the girl, yanked her arm away, and sharply said, "Haven't I already called? I'm just an old woman, how can I run? If I fall, who will take responsibility? Besides, he's already drunk it, can he spit it back out for you? It's just a little water, why are you screaming so loudly? You, how can you be like this? That was my water." The girl was stunned by Granny Yu's shamelessness. "My doubt he didn't do it on purpose, he was just really thirsty. Why bother with a little kid, you're an adult." Just as the boy opened another bottle cap, Shoho caught up and grabbed him, the bottle slipped from his hand and fell to the ground, spilling water everywhere. Shoho hurriedly picked up the bottle, but there was only half a bottle of water left inside. He had no choice but to drag the boy back. The little girl looked at the half bottle of water shaking in Shoho's hand, her eyes filled with tears, and she pleaded for help from Mumingue. Granny Yu pulled her grandson close and guarded him, watching the crowd warily. The boy had drunk enough water and now nestled in Granny Yu's arms, showing no intention of running again. Humingue's face was dark. "Granny Yu, your grandson drank someone else's water, what do you have to say about that?" Granny Yu straightened her neck defiantly, "What can I say? He drank it, can he spit it back out? Just give her 2 more bottles, and it's settled." Shoho, still hot from running, felt even angrier upon hearing this. "Easier said than done, this water is limited. If you give her 2 more bottles, would you take from your own share?" Granny Yu immediately exploded when she heard her share was going to be deducted. "What? You want to ask a child for what he drank? You didn't guard your things, so who's to blame? Our family has so little to begin with, and now you want to deduct 2 bottles? How are we supposed to live?" The little girl choked back tears. "You know there's no water, how can we survive? Isn't this asking for my life? But there's still half a bottle left. There are 2 of us in my house, how is half a bottle enough?" Granny Yu retorted confidently, "How is it not enough? Your paralyzed person needs to drink that much? You, a girl, can't drink much water anyway, I can only give you half a bottle more, nothing more." You. The girl was stunned by such shamelessness, momentarily speechless from anger. Granny Yu was just taking advantage of the fact that there was only one girl in Unit 701 and was bullying her. "All right," Hu Mingue shouted. "Old you didn't manage your child well. If you've done it, you must admit it. These 2 bottles of water will be taken from your family, and you can take back the remaining half bottle." He signaled the skinny monkey to hand the leftover portion to Olju. Upon hearing this, Olju let out a wail, sitting down on the ground and starting to wipe her tears. "Oh heavens, how can an old woman live like this? You are driving people to their doom. I can't go on." Seeing his grandmother like this, the boy burst into tears as well. The crowd said nothing, silently laughing at her misfortune. Olju's family liked to take advantage of others. During a previous group effort to gather supplies, their family was the best at being lazy and trying to get away with it, taking more than their share. No one cared about the grandmother and grandson's antics, and the distribution of supplies continued. Everyone quietly went up to collect their own portions and left, holding tightly onto their supplies, circling the pair to avoid being robbed again. As Humingue finished distributing the supplies, Olju was still screaming on the ground, but her tears had long run dry. "Enough! Screaming won't help. You need to take care of your kid. In a few days, the rest of us will go out to find water sources. You should come along and work a bit harder, you won't die of thirst. Brother Gue, 1602 hasn't come to collect." The skinny monkey checked the list. Olju sprang up from the ground. "Mingwa, that 1602 is never eager to collect rations, they must not need these things. How about you give me their share? If I give you theirs, how will I explain it to them?" Hu Mingue was amused and angry at the same time. "You just say that's all there is this time, anyway, they don't like to go out, so they won't know." Olju said weakly. "I think you're getting old, and your memory is failing you. Have you forgotten the time Lin Wanqiao kicked you down the stairs? You still dare to deceive her?" Hu Mingue's words instantly stirred up terrifying memories long buried in Olju's mind, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably. After saying that, he no longer paid attention to Olju and tilted his head, signaling the skinny monkey to take the remaining supplies back. "Brother Gue, I'll deliver 1,602 share," Xiao Zhao said as he walked over to Hu Mingue. Hu Mingue gave him a deep look, non-committal. Xiao Zhao scratched his head. He knew Hu Mingue and Lin Wanqiao didn't get along. However, one thing was one thing, he could still tell clearly that Lin Wanqiao had helped him a lot. Brother Gue should understand, right? Hu Mingwei handed Xiao Zhao both his and 1,602's portions. The government has been short on supplies lately. There won't be any extra this time, take these first. All along, the workers delivering supplies would always show Hu Mingwei some favor and leave a few extra portions. Xiao Zhao hung around Hu Mingwei, so he usually got an extra one too. But the skinny monkey clearly saw that the box he was carrying had extra portions, yet Hu Mingwei only gave Xiao Zhao his designated share. Just as he was about to question it, he was stopped by a glance from Hu Mingwei. Xiao Zhao suspected nothing, took the supplies, greeted the two, and went up. Hu Mingwei looked at Xiao Zhao's back with darkened eyes. Once Xiao Zhao's figure disappeared, the skinny monkey finally spoke. Brother Gui, clearly there was enough today. Why didn't you give Xiao Zhao any? I actually feel he has no ulterior motives toward you. I've been fair to him, yet he can't even tell whose side he's on. When he finally betrays me, it will be too late. Hu Mingwei shot a glance at the skinny monkey. You wouldn't be like him, would you? The skinny monkey quickly waved his hands, almost dropping the box he was carrying. No, no. Brother Gui, I would never. My brother and I have grown up with you, now we rely on you for our meals. Betray? I'd have to be tired of living to do that, it's impossible. Hu Mingwei only intended to scare the skinny monkey, so he said, at the end of the month, the government has a job fair. I've already arranged it. You and your brother should go sign up. The benefits are good, and the work is light, it'll help your family a bit. Upon hearing this, the skinny monkey said excitedly, great. So? Hu Mingwei knew he was asking about Xiao Zhao. He won't be going for now. I have other arrangements. Also, I'll give you a list later, and you take the people on that list over there to report my name. After he finished speaking, he felt uneasy and reminded again, remember, don't leak any news, keep a low profile. The skinny monkey nodded repeatedly. After Hu Mingwei finished the arrangements, he hugged his supplies and went home. When Luo Yakan opened the door and saw her husband bringing back a box of supplies, she immediately beamed with joy and hurriedly took the box to the kitchen, then came out gently handing him the already prepared wet towel to wipe his sweat. Hu Mingwei sat on the sofa, half closing his eyes and enjoying Luo Yakan's meticulous service. After taking a sip of the water she handed over, he said slowly, tomorrow, you go call Luo Pu over. I have something to arrange for him to do. Luo Pu is Luo Yakan's younger brother, Hu Mingwei's brother-in-law. Hearing this, Luo Yakan quickly agreed. Ever since her brother started following Hu Mingwei, their family's situation has improved a lot. Hu Mingwei lay on the sofa, recalling what old Zhou said today. Old Zhou's meaning was very clear, these few little brothers around him definitely wanted to secure their positions, and the remaining spots couldn't be cheapened for others. If they can't use the slots, it would be better to sell them. The skinny monkey only had brute strength without brains, and the matter with Xiao Zhao's ulterior motives also reminded him that it's better to leave such tasks to Luo Pu, someone from his own side. Across from 1601, Xiao Zhao was knocking on the door of 1602. Lin Wanqiao saw Xiao Zhao delivering the relief supplies again. She thanked him and was about to close the door. Hey. Xiao Zhao quickly blocked the door, seemingly afraid of being shocked, and hurriedly let go. He felt a bit embarrassed, hesitated for a long time, then finally spoke, I want to ask, my son has been vomiting after drinking milk recently, I don't know what to do. There are many reasons for vomiting milk. It could be due to a large nipple hole, feeding for too long, milk being too hot or too cold, or too thin. Lin Wanqiao didn't know the situation with his son, so she could only recall the theories from her books and answer methodically. Don't let the child eat too eagerly, feed them small amounts frequently. When feeding, and after they are full, be sure to burp them. You can hold the child upright or elevate their back so their upper body stays tilted for about 30 minutes. Xiao Zhao noted everything down and thanked Lin Wanqiao. No need to thank me. By the way, in the future, you don't have to specially deliver supplies to our house, I feel sorry to keep troubling you. I'll remember the time and go get them myself. After all, Xiao Zhao is Hu Mingwei's person, regardless of whether he is sincere, has ulterior motives, or is pretending. It's better to have less contact. Don't misunderstand, I know you and Gaich have conflicts, but I'm just grateful you saved my son, no other intentions. Xiao Zhao quickly explained after hearing the implications in Lin Wanqiao's words. Lin Wanqiao smiled meaningfully, aren't you afraid Hu Mingwei will misunderstand? This. Xiao Zhao hesitated a bit, Gaich will understand, I believe in him. Then it's up to you. Lin Wanqiao ended the conversation here and then closed the door. Chapter 88. Lin Wanqiao originally wanted to casually throw the compressed biscuits into the storage space, but Yang Yuchuan raised her hand to stop her. Lin Wanqiao looked at her in confusion. A few days ago, I fed these biscuits to the chickens, and they all ate very well and grew fat. Today, 2 of them actually started laying eggs. Since we don't eat this, I might as well use it to feed the chickens. So that's how it is. With rice and meat at home, she thought Anai had gotten tired of big fish and meat and wanted to change the flavor. Lu Jianan was carrying a foam box filled with crops up to the attic. He changed the batch of vegetables he was planting, specifically choosing heat-resistant crops like potatoes, sweet potatoes, eggplants, and peppers. Recently, the hottest part of the day, he moves the foam box to the living room to cool down, then moves it back once it cools a bit, making many trips back and forth every day. But even with such careful attention, due to the lack of sufficient light, the potato sprouts still grew weakly. Seeing him frowning, Lin Wanqiao said it was fine. Anyway, she had more vegetables stored in her space than she could ever eat, so she didn't mind this little bit. Lu Jianan wasn't lacking food, he was simply bored at home and wanted to do something to pass the time. He was a farmer by birth and only knew how to tend to crops. Xin Xiaoyu heard that the temperature drop caused insufficient sunlight and tentatively asked, would artificial sunlight work? Lu Jianan slapped his thigh, yeah. How did I forget about this? We can use grow lights. But the hope that ignited in him was quickly extinguished. There were no grow lights at home. I can make one. I received a few LED bulbs before, they probably have a wavelength between 400 and 600 nanometers, which can simulate the red light in sunlight. Xin Xiaoyu said calmly, throwing out an idea. Really? Lu Jianan was so excited he nearly jumped up. Xin Xiaoyu nodded with a smile. Lin Wanqiao patted his shoulder and gave him a thumbs-up look. Does that light consume a lot of electricity? Lu Jianan worried about the grow light consuming too much electricity. Although the family wasn't running short of power now, it was just enough, and he didn't want to cause trouble for the family just to satisfy his hobby. It won't. The light has low power consumption, it won't use much electricity. Plus, we have surplus solar energy every day, even after charging the power bank, we still have excess. Xin Xiaoyu gave Lu Jianan a dose of reassurance. That's great. Lu Jianan was so happy that he danced around, his steps now light and lively. Xin Xiaoyu acted quickly, and by the next afternoon, the light was ready. Lu Jianan treated it like a treasure, immediately shining it on the green seedlings in the living room. Alright, stop fiddling and come help. Yang Yujun poked her head out from the loft, calling out. She was drying steamed sweet potatoes and salted fish on the balcony. The strong sun had evaporated the moisture in just one day. The two worked together to bring everything down. The sweet potatoes had been sliced thinly and were perfectly dried, showing a golden color that made one's mouth water. Lin Wanqiao couldn't help but grab a slice and pop it into her mouth. It was surprisingly not dry or hard, instead, it had a slightly soft and sticky texture. This sweet potato was of good quality, organic and unexpectedly sweet. After finishing one, she wanted to grab another but was swatted away by Yang Yujun. Still eating? Dinner is coming soon. She reluctantly withdrew her hand and asked, what are we having for dinner? They hadn't cooked in a while, and had been eating what was ready in the space every day. Yang Yujun proudly pointed to the salted fish in the basket, this is it. Today your grandpa will show his skills and make some salted fish stir-fried with meat. Lin Wanqiao had loved eating salted fish dishes since she was little, they were especially delicious with rice. She hadn't had them in a long time, and just thinking about the taste made her mouth water. Just when the family was happily discussing dinner, there was a knock at the door. Chow chow, it's me, Huang Bolin. Dr. Huang is back? Yang Yujun quickly put the dishes they had already prepared away, and everyone else hurriedly tidied up the living room to hide things that shouldn't be out. Seeing everything in order, Lin Wanqiao finally opened the door to greet him. Teacher Huang, why are you back so soon? Huang Bolin seemed to have something to say to Lin Wanqiao and gestured to come inside. As he stepped into room 1602, the refreshing coolness enveloped him, reviving his spirits. Xiao Qiao, why is your house so cool? Huang Bolin found it strange, his home was just one floor below, yet the temperature was so different. Lin Wanqiao felt a bit guilty, how could it not be cool? Half of the ice water was currently stored in her space. Maybe it's because the glass used in the renovation was better, plus we keep the curtains drawn all the time, it has a bit of insulation effect. She touched her nose. Yang Yujun brought a small cup of water to Huang Bolin. Dr. Huang, sit down and chat. Huang Bolin hurried back from the hospital, he was really thirsty. Unlike before, he accepted it and gulped it down. After a glass of water went down, he sighed in relief and finally spoke about the matter. Here's the thing, today our department head got some news and quietly told me that government researchers concluded this high temperature weather will last a long time. Lin Wanqiao looked at Xin Xiaoyu and the others, but they had no expressions. Huang Bolin was a bit surprised, why do you all look like you already knew, not reacting at all? Lin Wanqiao laughed it off, it's nothing strange, this cursed weather comes one after another, we are already numb to it, please continue. Oh, where was I? Right, the current issue is that the emergency grain from the government is running low. They are trying to research planting crops that can withstand high temperatures, but they lack manpower and are planning to recruit from society. He glanced at Lu Jianan and the others, anyone with agricultural planting skills can sign up, so I hurried over. I've heard the salary is quite good, not only do they provide meals and housing, but the relief grain is also more than others. Lu Jiannan realized that Huang Bolin wanted him and Yang Yujun to give it a try. He hesitated. Well, neither Yujun nor I know any specialized skills. We've just been digging in the soil for decades, can we do it? Besides, he felt uneasy about leaving Lin Wanqiao at home. Huang Bolin strongly recommended, what they need is exactly people like you old farmers. My dad wanted to go too, but my mom needs care, so he gave up. Uncle and aunt, you can give it a try, even if you get the interview, you can earn some supplies for home. If you don't get it, there's no loss. This news isn't known to many yet, and the slots are limited, once it's full they will stop. Lu Jiannan was somewhat tempted, he hesitantly looked at Lin Wanqiao and the others. After being cooped up at home for these months, watching Lin Wanqiao and Xin Xiaoyu go out for supplies while he and Yang Yujun could do nothing, it felt particularly frustrating. With such an opportunity in front of him, to say he didn't want to go would be a lie. After Huang Bolin finished discussing the matter, he sensibly left space for the family to discuss, and got up to leave. The recruitment fair starts at 6 p.m. at the end of the month, over at the old gymnasium. If you're going, you should go early. Lin Wanqiao saw Huang Bolin out the door, and turned to see Lu Jiannan sitting silently with his head down. Grandpa, if you want to go, just go. She felt quite at ease, as working in a government unit would surely ensure a good environment and benefits. Everyone needs a sense of value to be spiritually fulfilled. Just having material things without spiritual satisfaction is merely an empty shell. After these months, she had felt that Lu Jiannan's mood was low. Yang Yujun was the first to express her opinion. I'm not going. If you want to go, go by yourself. Just taking care of these little chicks is enough for me. Anyway, as long as I'm with Xiao Xiao, I won't go anywhere. Seeing Yang Yujun oppose, Lu Jiannan immediately lost his resolve, rubbing his hands for a long time before squeezing out, well, then I guess I won't go either. Xin Xiaoyu was very supportive. Grandpa, it's fine with me and Xiao Xiao at home, you don't need to worry. Besides, the work location isn't far from home, it's convenient to come back. Lin Wanqiao nodded. Yes, you grow vegetables so well. If they really manage to develop heat-resistant crops, that would benefit all humanity. How rewarding. In the last life, the government did indeed research heat-resistant potatoes and sweet potatoes, but it was only in October, after enduring prolonged high temperatures, that they began. By the time the heat-resistant crops were truly developed and put into production, it was already December. The unfortunate part was that shortly after they were developed, extreme cold arrived, and the first batch of potatoes hadn't even been harvested before they all froze. This time, research started much earlier, a whole 2 months ahead, and she wondered what changes had occurred. Seeing Lin Wanqiao and Xin Xiaoyu supporting him, Lu Jiannan. So I can relax, let's go ahead and try it, but there's no guarantee I'll be chosen. It was a week before the end of the month when Yi Qian came. She brought 8 freshly laid eggs, still smeared with chicken droppings. How about that? Pretty impressive, right? As soon as Yi Qian walked in, she triumphantly showed off her family's eggs. My parents watch those 2 chickens every day, saving any food they can for them, taking care of them like kids. After so long, they finally laid eggs. As soon as the road opened, they called me to bring them to you. I haven't even had a chance to eat them myself. Lin Wanqiao saw Yi Qian was as lively as ever and felt relieved. Don't brag, do you really think I need those 2 eggs? Take them back and eat them yourself, I have plenty at home. Yi Qian quickly waved her hands. No way. If I don't give these eggs away, my parents will skin me alive. Just accept them, it's their kind intention. As she said this, she pretended to be angry and teased. Are you complaining there are only 2? Lin Wanqiao was speechless. Fine, looking at her puffed up cheeks and round little face, she figured Yi Qian was doing well and didn't need those 2 eggs. Why don't you stay and have a meal before leaving? She hadn't seen Yi Qian for a long time and wanted to catch up. Yi Qian chuckled. Even if you didn't ask, I'd still hang around for a meal. With a stranger in the house, the dog curiously sniffed at her hand. Yi Qian made herself at home, flopping down on the sofa, petting the dog's head, and sighed, your place is so comfortable. Last time you said it would be extremely hot, we were prepared, but my place felt like a sauna. Everyone had to hide in the basement during the day. Basement? Yeah, basement. A few days ago, our community cleaned out the underground garage at night when it was cooler. During the day, the temperature difference inside and outside was over 10 degrees. It was still hot, but much better than suffocating at home. Yi Qian got excited and joked, you should have seen it, all the cars were filled with mud. BMWs, Mercedes, they all looked like junk. Cleaning them was such a pain. At this point, even a human-powered cart would be more useful. For dinner, Yang Yujuan steamed an egg custard with the eggs Yi Qian brought. Since fresh minced meat couldn't be used, she sprinkled a bit of dried shrimp for flavor. Everyone got a big bowl. Yi Qian held a peeled sweet potato in her hand, sending the egg custard to her mouth, making her eyes tear up from the deliciousness. 555, it's so tasty. My mom won't let me have the supplies you brought, always making me eat compressed biscuits. I haven't had warm food in days. Hearing this, Yan Yujuan served her another big bowl. After dinner, Yi Qian lay on the sofa holding her stomach, while Lin Wanqiao sat next to her with a book. Xiao Xiao, are you not afraid of ruining your eyes reading at night? Even with her good friend, she didn't dare show too much of her home, only lighting a candle. Usually, she read with the lamp on. Reading this way was indeed a bit challenging. She closed the book with a snap and told Yi Qian to leave. We've chatted, eaten, aren't you going home? Yi Qian made a sad face. You're sending me away, boo-hoo, so sad. Alright, put away your act. If you have something to say, hurry up. I'm already annoyed wasting candles. Yi Qian put away her smiling demeanor, sitting up straight and said to Lin Wanqiao, well, I have something to discuss with you. Lin Wanqiao cleaned her ears, listening attentively. Recently, people in the community have been saying that the reservoir at Xiangshan can supply water. My parents want to go too. You know, the water we have at home is barely enough. I can only wet a towel to wipe myself, it's awful. Lin Wanqiao was surprised at how quickly people acted. Get to the point. I want to invite you to go with us. Lin Wanqiao wasn't short on water, but since she had been cooped up at home for so long, it'd be nice for the family to get out and do something. Alright, just come and call me when it's time. My name is Ai, and I asked my grandparents to come together, as many people make for good company. Alright. I'm heading back now. Task completed successfully, Yi Qian left with satisfaction. Be careful on the way. I know, it's just a few steps. The day to go to the Xiang Mountain Reservoir quickly arrived. Lin Wanqiao's family packed all their important belongings into their space, and they locked the little chickens in a small room. Although there were 2 doors, with an iron door that even had electricity, the whole family was going out, so they had to be cautious. When the dog saw they were going out, it jumped up and down excitedly. Without its fur coat, its pinkish-white meat looked especially eye-catching. If you keep running around, we won't take you. Lin Wanqiao threatened. Upon hearing this, the dog obediently ran to Lin Wanqiao's side, grinning and looking at her cutely. There will be many people outside. You behave and stay by my side today, no running around, understand? Woof. Yi Qian and her parents were already waiting at the entrance of the community, each holding 2 large water buckets. After reuniting with the large group, they all set off towards Xiang Mountain. There were quite a few people on the road, mostly in pairs or small groups, carrying water buckets or sacks filled with empty bottles, and even some with basins. Looking at the direction, they all seemed to be going to Xiang Mountain for water. The sky was completely dark, without streetlights, only the bright moonlight pouring down on the earth, casting a vague outline on the ground, creating a mysterious beauty. Chapter 90. Xiao Xiao, are you sure just these few buckets will be enough? Yi Qian saw Lin Wanqiao's family only brought 3 water buckets and reminded her. Lin Wanqiao blinked, leaned into Yi Qian's ear and whispered, I bought 2 big water storage tanks with the leftover money before the supermarket closed. If we are frugal, they will last us 3 months. The rainwater I collected from the previous rains hasn't even been used yet, it's still full. Yi Qian couldn't help but exclaim, causing passers-by to turn their heads repeatedly. She quickly pretended to be calm, walking alongside Lin Wanqiao and softly admiring, you truly are something. How come I can't be as clever as you? Lin Wanqiao shot her a sideways glance, you don't need to be clever, one of them is actually for you, I've just never had the chance to give it to you. Really? Yi Qian exclaimed, almost jumping up in excitement. Qian, what are you doing? Why are you so loud? Watch where you're going. Yi Qian's father scolded, looking back. I know. Yi Qian replied with a grin. She clung to Lin Wanqiao's arm, swinging it, Xiao Xiao, you're still the best to me, 55-55, I must have accumulated many lifetimes of good fortune to have such a wonderful best friend like you. Stop being cheesy. After she said that, Yi Qian ran to the front and whispered this good news into her father's and mother's ears. Yi Qian's parents couldn't believe it, quickly jogging back to confirm with Lin Wanqiao. Xiao Xiao, did Qian say you prepared one for us? Yi Qian's father whispered the last few words using lip movements. Yang Yujun and the others already knew about this, so they all nodded in agreement. Yi Qian's mother was overwhelmed with joy, clasping Lin Wanqiao's hands and repeatedly thanking her. Xiao Xiao, Auntie doesn't know how to thank you enough. Yi Qian's father put his arm around Yi Qian's mother's shoulders and said, alright, Xiao Yu, we are outside, don't let everyone see. Yi Qian's mother turned around and indeed saw several groups of people curiously staring in their direction. Uncle and Auntie, let's talk while we walk. The group set off again, and Lin Wanqiao explained that filling the water buckets would make them too heavy to carry upstairs, so she hadn't collected rainwater, and they were still empty buckets. In the evening, when there are fewer people, I'll bring it over to you. Yi Qian's father nodded repeatedly, how can we trouble you to bring it over? Auntie and I will go pick it up. Lin Wanqiao didn't mind, nodded directly, and added, "It would be best if you have a tricycle or a cart for transport, it's still quite heavy." Yi Qian's father patted his chest, assuring there would be no problem. "But for the next few days, you all have to work a bit harder and make several trips to the water reservoir." Lin Wanqiao thought for a moment and reminded them, "I see that if this continues, the surface water will dry up quickly. I'm just afraid that the reservoir won't hold up for too long." Yi Qian said, "Xiao, don't worry about it. We will take care of these things ourselves." The group chatted and laughed, unknowingly arriving at the foot of Xiangshan Mountain. This time, Lin Wanqiao and the others didn't need to specially find the way up the mountain. Following the crowd was definitely the right choice. At night, the mountain path was hard to tread, but with so many people, they helped each other and quickly reached the halfway reservoir. The reservoir, once quiet for months, was now bustling with activity. "Wow! What a big reservoir!" Yi Qian exclaimed as she ran toward the shore. "Qian, slow down. Be careful not to fall." Yi father shouted anxiously from behind, feeling helpless about his reckless daughter. "Got it." The night breeze brushed across the water surface, surprisingly carrying a hint of coolness. What a comfortable place. Yang Yujun and the others couldn't help but express their feelings. By the reservoir, some people were fetching water, while more tossed their buckets aside and jumped into the cold lake to splash around and swim. Laughter filled the mountains and forests. The oppressive atmosphere of the end of the world seemed to dissipate in that moment. "Xiao, come here quickly. The water is so cool." Yi Qian waved vigorously at Lin Wanqiao by the water. Woo. The dog saw Yi Qian playing in the water and couldn't hold back, wagging its tail like a propeller. Lin Wanqiao couldn't resist its pitiful puppy eyes, her heart softened. "All right, but don't wander too far from me, or I'll beat you." With Lin Wanqiao's permission, the dog shot out like a wild horse, splashing into the water next to Yi Qian. Seeing them having fun, Lin Wanqiao took off her shoes and stepped barefoot into the water. The icy lake water instantly wrapped around her feet, giving a delightful shock from her toes to her head. She simply found a stone to sit on, legs in the water, happily watching the dog and Yi Qian playing. At some point, someone sat next to her, also enjoying the moment. "Look at them, so happy. It's really nice." Lin Wanqiao pointed at Yi Qian and them, smiling contentedly. Shen Xiaoyu looked at her, his eyes bright like the lake water, the gentle moonlight filling his gaze, the corners of his lips slightly curved. "Yes, it's really nice." The wide, smooth lake surface was like a bright mirror, the reflections of the two by the shore intertwined with the soft moonlight spilling onto their shoulders, creating ripples on the shimmering water. Lu Jianan and the others watched quietly, not wanting to disturb them, pulling Yi father and Yi mother aside to explore. In the distance, the dog dived into the water like a dragon, splashing and causing Yi Qian to get completely wet, making her giggle. Some people also noticed the commotion here and, seeing the well-fed dog, couldn't help but curse under their breath. What kind of situation is this, to raise such a fat dog? I can't even fill my stomach, yet they can raise a dog. Look at that dog, it has more meat on it than I do. A skinny man with a unibrow came up with a crooked idea. He watched the dog's figure, smacking his lips. "I wonder if dog meat tastes good." People nearby playing in the water heard his words and laughed dismissively. The unibrow man turned back unhappily. "What are you laughing at?" "I'm laughing at you dreaming. Do you know who that dog belongs to?" "Who does it belong to?" The person pointed at Lin Wanqiao by the shore. "That's her, from our neighborhood." The unibrow man, seeing the weak and gentle Lin Wanqiao by the shore, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, thinking he had been overly worried. "Just her?" "A little girl. That guy next to her looks a bit muscular, but unfortunately, that face screams a pretty boy, useless in a fight." Hearing the disdain in the man's tone, the other person reminded him, "I advise you not to have any ideas about that dog. That girl is not easy to mess with. She is famously tough in our neighborhood, and that guy, I heard he has killed people." The unibrow man casually responded with a couple of while thinking differently. Killed someone? Just trying to intimidate him? Clearly, they were just a couple of weak little lovers. How capable can one be? Besides, once the dog meat is in the belly, there's no evidence left. Who would know it was him? They can't pin it on him at all. The man with the broken eyebrows calculated his little schemes, when suddenly there was a commotion in the distance. Fish! There's fish! Where? Where's the fish? Look over there at that dog, isn't it holding a fish in its mouth? Everyone fixed their eyes on it and saw the dog holding a plump Christian carp in its mouth, the fish scales sparkling under the moonlight. Chapter 91. On the shore, the people in the water went mad, all rushing toward the dog. The dog sensed the threat and quickly paddled over to Lin Wanqiao's side, and Yi Qian followed. Lin Wanqiao took the fish out of the dog's mouth, which was still flapping, and casually tossed it into the water bucket she had brought. "Little sister, can we take a look?" Someone's eyes were shining with greed, but Lin Wanqiao protected the bucket to her chest, and they could only plead. "What's there to see? Isn't it just a fish? It's not like you've never seen one before. Lin Wanqiao refused. Some were unhappy with her attitude and accused her. I say, little girl, why are you so unfriendly? We're just curious and want to take a look, no need to speak like that. Woof. The dog didn't like it as it saw that person pointing a finger at Lin Wanqiao. Someone tried to ease the situation. Let's not be like this, everyone be friendly. Little sister, where did your dog catch the fish? Let it catch a few more, or tell us where it is, we could all share. Yeah, just tell us and don't eat alone. A group of people echoed, and Lin Wanqiao understood that there were many of them. She didn't want to cause trouble, so she said to the dog, Nian Gao, go show them again where you caught the fish. The dog, happy to be told to keep fishing, joyfully jumped back into the water. It swam straight toward the water under a thicket, and before long, it emerged with another fish in its mouth, this one even larger than the last, the fish wriggling and slapping in its mouth. Lin Wanqiao received the fish while saying to the eager crowd, did you see clearly? Go catch your own. The crowd erupted in excitement, rushing toward that area of the water plants. Lin Wanqiao pouted in silence, realizing that with all the commotion, all the fish must have fled. Yi Qian proudly patted the dog's head, praising, Nian Gao, you're amazing. Woof. Little did Lin Wanqiao expect, in no time, someone really caught a fish, and soon the reservoir was boiling over, much like Shu Beiji playing with the spider spirit, people splashing everywhere in the water. The dog, receiving praise, wanted to play in the water even more. Go ahead, but don't wander too far. Lin Wanqiao laughed, Shen Xian, keep an eye on it, I'm going to find Grandpa and Grandma. Yang Yujun and the others had run into the woods at the back and hadn't come out, so Lin Wanqiao and Xin Xiaoyu strolled to look for them. Grandma, is that you? What are you doing? In the dark woods, Lin Wanqiao saw two torches lit, and faintly recognized the blurred figures that looked like her grandparents. Yang Yujun waved to Lin Wanqiao. Chow, come quickly, we found a lot of wild porcelain here, come help us pick. As she got closer, she saw 4 people crouching on the ground, continuously harvesting the gray-green wild grass, with 2 water buckets nearby almost full. Upon closer inspection, it wasn't wild grass at all, on the leaf backs was a layer of powdery particles, clearly indicating it was wild porcelain. Lu Jianan and the others joked as they picked. I toil and moil at home to take care of a few seedlings, they are withering, yet here, uncared for, they grow so well. Exactly, maybe it's because there's water and trees for shade here. Hurry up, let's gather and head home for a better meal. Yes, father didn't even lift his head, focused on harvesting. Yang Yujun carefully stepped over a dead branch with the torch, walked to Lin Wanqiao, and pulled out a handful of bright red things from her pocket, placing them in Lin Wanqiao's palm. Here, eat this. What is this? Lin Wanqiao looked down in surprise and saw it was raspberries. Yang Yujun pointed in a direction, I just saw a little patch of these fruits over there. I tried one that tasted pretty good, so I picked them all. Hurry and eat them now, if you leave them too long, they'll get watery and won't taste good anymore. Lin Wanqiao picked up a fruit and put it into her mouth, it was sour and sweet. She opened her palm to let Xin Xiaoyu taste one too. Xin Xiaoyu smiled and shook his head, I don't like to eat them, you go ahead. Lin Wanqiao finished eating the raspberries, then squatted down to join the army picking gray greens. There was a large patch of gray greens, and a few buckets weren't enough to hold them. She used the cover of night to pick and throw them into her space. Over here, a few people were huffing and puffing while picking wild vegetables. Over there in the water, the dog had finished playing and climbed onto the shore, shaking the water off its fur, only to realize it had no fur. It looked left and right and didn't see Lin Wanqiao, sniffed the ground, then started walking toward the forest in the distance. A dark shadow quietly followed behind it. The dog was focused on sniffing Lin Wanqiao's scent and didn't notice the figure behind it getting closer and closer. That person raised the big rock in their hand and fiercely smashed it toward the dog's head. But just as he lifted his hand, the dog suddenly sensed something wrong, turned around, and the rock missed, landing heavily on its paw. Oh whoa! The dog let out a howl from the pain. The man, seeing he was discovered, stopped pretending and pounced straight at the dog. His huge body was about to crush the dog. The dog had been well trained by Xin Xiaoyu. In this kind of situation, it reflexively jumped out of the man's range and turned around to bite hard into the man's arm. Ah! The man let out a heart-wrenching scream. He swung his arm desperately, trying to shake the dog off, but the dog's teeth were tightly sunk into his flesh, holding on no matter how hard he struggled. The man was furious, raising his fist and punching the dog's head again and again. The dog was in pain, but still bit the man's arm without letting go. The man went all out and swung hard, throwing the dog off. The dog hit the stone shore with a loud thud. The man fell to the ground in pain. Looking down, he saw a huge piece of skin and flesh torn from his arm. The wound was gaping open, blood pouring out. I'll ing kill you, the man shouted in rage, grabbing a stick nearby to hit the dog. Whoa! The dog jumped back, keeping a safe distance, arched its back and showed a defensive posture toward the man, growling like a beast. Lin Wanqiao in the woods felt like she heard the dog's cry. Ayu, did you hear that? I feel like Niango is calling? Xin Xiaoyu perked up his ears and listened carefully. It seemed like he could hear a little, but it wasn't clear. What's wrong? Lu Jianan and the others asked. Grandpa, I think Niango is calling. I'll go take a look, just in case something happened. Lin Wanqiao put the vegetables into the bucket, stood up, and patted the dirt off her hands, ready to leave. Let's go together, we've picked enough here anyway. Lu Jianan and the others picked up their buckets and followed. As soon as Lin Wanqiao left the woods, she saw a man fall into the ground. A long stick was thrown aside, and the dog was crazily pouncing on him, its teeth biting deep into the man's calf, as the man kicked in pain. Chapter 92. Niango. Xin Xiaoyu whistled at the dog. The dog let go of the man and quickly ran to Xin Xiaoyu's side. Xin Xiaoyu patted its head. You brat, what trouble did you cause this time? Wowo the dog whimpered full of grievance. The man lying in the distance was furious, but his tone was full of doting, like he wasn't angry at all. The man sat up straight, trying to stand, but the pain from his ankle made him grimace and fall back down. Lin Wanqiao took a big machete out of her bag and walked step by step toward the man. Xin Xiaoyu also took a crossbow out of his backpack. The dog would never attack people for no reason, and this place was far from the lake. For this man to come here alone, into such a remote area, it's obvious that he's up to no good. When the man saw Lin Wanqiao's darkened face and the knife in her hand without a word of warning, he finally became scared. What are you doing? Don't come closer. The man pushed against the ground with his hands, his butt slowly shifting backward for leverage, still forcing words out of his mouth. Your dog bit me, and now you want to kill me? Lin Wanqiao sneered. Then you tell me, why did you come here for no reason? My dog is fine, it doesn't bite anyone, but it just bit you? The man stammered. I came because I wanted to. This isn't your house, why can't I come? Besides, your dog chased me and bit me, you guys are unreasonable. Woof. A bloodthirsty mouth. In the distance, Yi Qian ran over, breathless. Ah, Nian Gao, you really are here. You ran off without saying a word, making me look for you everywhere. It's good you're all right. She looked at the group of people surrounding the man on the ground with hostile expressions. Huh? What's going on here? Lin Wanqiao seized on her words, asking, what did you say? What do you mean by it's good you're all right? Yi Qian caught her breath and explained, I turned around and it disappeared. I searched everywhere, then a neighbor told me it came this way, followed by a man who was mumbling something about eating dog meat. I was afraid it was in trouble, so I rushed over. She finally realized, seeing the man on the ground clutching his arm, and her eyes widened. She pointed at him. That sneaky man is you? The man denied it. Don't make nonsense, sneaky. How can you prove it's me in this darkness? Lin Wanqiao's eyes turned sharp as knives, her face dark and terrifying. You want to eat my dog? She approached the man with a machete in hand. No, it wasn't me. Don't come closer. The man, terrified, scrambled to his feet, forgetting the pain in his legs, and dashed toward the reservoir, shouting, Murder, help! The sight of the man's wounds was chilling, but since the dog hadn't been hurt, Lin Wanqiao didn't chase after him. She called after his retreating back, cupping her hands to shout, My dog has rabies, hope you don't die after eating it. Woof! Who are you calling sick? Was that man bitten by Nian Gao like this? Yi Qian laughed loudly, rubbing the dog's head, showering it with praise. Our Nian Gao is so amazing, it can do anything. The man limped away quickly, and even when he reached a crowded area, he was still worried, fearing Lin Wanqiao and the others would catch up, so he directly fled down the mountain. Lin Wanqiao and her group returned to the water's edge, where some people were still catching fish. Those who hadn't caught any were unwilling to give up, repeatedly stabbing the water, even though they were exhausted. Meanwhile, those who had caught fish happily chopped firewood, planning to go home and start cooking. Lin Wanqiao's group packed the gray vegetables they had collected into their backpacks, still with some left. Xin Xiaoyu and Lu Jianan took off their jackets to wrap them up, then finished packing. The buckets were filled with water. Laughing and chatting, they all started heading down the mountain to go home. Perhaps because they had gathered so much, even though the water was heavy, they didn't feel the journey was long, and they quickly reached the entrance of the neighborhood. Lin Wanqiao and Lu Jianan had discussed it, and since their own house didn't lack water, they decided to take all the water back to Yi Qian's family. They also divided the gray vegetables and the 2 fish they had caught with the dog between the 2 families. Moved, Yi Qian's family thanked them once again. They had only caught a small handful of the gray vegetables, and refused to take any more. Xiao Chao, we'll go back and borrow a cart and come find you. Yi Qian waved at Lin Wanqiao, bidding her farewell. Lin Wanqiao's family returned home. The entrance was still the same as when they left. The mark she had made with a strand of hair before leaving hadn't changed. No one seemed to be paying attention. That was a relief. After walking the whole night, the family collapsed onto the sofa, finally feeling utterly exhausted. Don't cook, let's eat something already prepared. All right. Everyone agreed. Qin Xiaoyu poured the gray vegetables out of the backpack and clothes. The tender green leaves spilled onto the ground, all with fresh tips. Afraid of the gray vegetables wilting, Lin Wanqiao gathered all the gray vegetables on the ground into the storage space to keep them fresh. Yang Yujun got up and took a small handful from her hands. This vegetable is easy to cook, just blanch it in water and it's ready to eat. Let's taste it fresh. The quickest way to prepare gray vegetables is to make a salad. Pinch off the tender tips and blanch them with boiling water, then chop a small amount of garlic, and mix with salt, sugar, vinegar, sesame oil, and black pepper for the sauce, then drizzle it on top. At dinner, the family eagerly dug into bowls of rice paired with refreshing gray vegetables, enjoying a hearty meal. After clearing the dining table, they relaxed at home for another 2 hours. It was 11 at night when Yi Qian finally came over. My parents are worried about too many people coming too early, so they came over this late, Yi Qian explained. Lin Wanqiao nodded in understanding. She had already placed the water tank at the hallway entrance. Ye's mother watched the car downstairs while Ye's father and Yi Qian came upstairs to carry it. Qin Xiaoyu pushed Yi Qian aside. This thing is too heavy for you to move, I'll help uncle. Yi Qian sweetly smiled upon hearing this. Thank you, brother-in-law. Lin Wanqiao's face flushed with embarrassment as she scolded her jokingly. Stop talking nonsense. It's true, Yi Qian mumbled, lowering her head. The two men worked together clumsily to carry the water tank downstairs and placed it on the flat cart. By this time, the neighborhood was silent with no one out, the flat cart rolling along the road with a soft rumbling sound. Upon reaching Yi Qian's home, Qin Xiaoyu helped carry the water tank inside before heading back home. Before leaving, Lin Wanqiao told the Yi family about the job fair at the end of the month. Ye's father was a farmer. If selected, he could have company with Lu Jianan. Hearing this news, Ye's father was overjoyed and immediately arranged to go together. From that day on, Yi Qian's family went to the reservoir every day. Whenever Lin Wanqiao had free time, she took her parents along to help fetch water and stretch their legs. However, they never encountered that man with the broken eyebrow again. In fact, after returning home, that man remembered Lin Wanqiao's words about the dog having rabies and became terrified. He rushed to the hospital only to find out that there were no vaccines left. They only cleaned his wound with saline solution and advised him to keep it clean to avoid infection. But the man had run away too hastily last time, leaving his water bucket at the reservoir, so there was no water at home. In the sweltering heat, he could only lie in bed, watching as his wound began to stink, fester, and bleed, occasionally experiencing waves of sharp pain, which only reinforced his belief that he was infected with rabies. As the infection worsened, his body grew weaker, and coupled with his immense fear, the man frightened himself to death. By the time the neighbors noticed the stench and broke in, the body had already rotted and was crawling.